Chapter 1 Gunan. This is all your choice. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Since one could become a god, why remain human? You do not desire the chance to ascend, I do. Gunan, in a state of shock, lowered his gaze to the dagger that had pierced his chest, the dark red blood saturating the pristine white armor along the blade's edge. He raised his head in disbelief to look at the woman he had loved for over a decade, his eyes brimming with despair. After your death, I shall make you a god. In his ears, that familiar voice resonated once more. Gunan felt his consciousness gradually fading. Until the very end, he could not comprehend it. Qin Mengyao, the woman he had devoted half his life to loving. The one for whom he had been infatuated. The one for whom he had been reckless. The one who had once fought for him without hesitation. Yet, one day, she would plunge a cold dagger into his chest. Gunan sensed his awareness slipping further into obscurity. His body seemed to be plummeting uncontrollably. He felt as though he was immersed in hell, forever ensnared. Until consciousness began to elude him. It felt as if he were falling asleep. Gunan, we should break up. The excruciating pain still lingered as that familiar voice echoed again. Gunan abruptly looked up, a familiar yet strange figure appearing before him. Surrounded by the hustle and bustle of traffic, the honking of cars and the hurried footsteps of pedestrians left Gunan momentarily disoriented. What was happening? Hadn't the myriad races of the continent merged with Earth? Why were there still so many modern trappings? Gunan, I'm a university student now. You haven't even graduated high school. We're no longer from the same world. I'm grateful for all that you have done for me over the years. However, we truly are not suited for one another. As he snapped back to reality, Gunan regarded the younger Qin Mengyao and then surveyed his surroundings. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. In an instant, a long-buried memory surged to the forefront of his mind. Wasn't this the moment after Qin Mengyao's graduation, when, spurred on by her friends, she had taken the initiative to propose their breakup? That day was seemingly the launch day of the myriad races continent. He had missed the opportunity to register among the first batch due to his overwhelming sorrow. It was not until a week later that he entered the myriad races continent. At that time, no one knew that this game would eventually merge with Blue Star, becoming a new domain for the myriad races to hunt. Gunan surveyed his surroundings again. A question arose in his mind. So, have I been reborn? Gunan, I know you care for me and have feelings for me, but I have always regarded you as an older brother. If you don't mind, I will still be your sister. Don't. Returning to his senses, Gunan immediately shook his head, exclaiming, absolutely not. You want to break up? And I agreed. Sister? Only a fool would want to be your brother. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the Water Blue Star had yet to merge with the myriad races continent, it was modern law that saved you. Otherwise, upon my rebirth, the first blade would have been plunged into you. However, there is plenty of time ahead. Since I cannot kill you for now, I shall take my time of play. In this life, I shall not allow you to find peace. You betrayed me, betrayed our country and our people. National grievances and personal hatred shall never be forgiven. Really? Qin Mengyao had initially thought Gunan would cling tenaciously to her. She was at a loss as to how to make him agree to the breakup. To her surprise, Gunan directly acquiesced. In an instant, Qin Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, in the previous life, Gunan had indeed clung to her for several days after she proposed the breakup. To force Gunan to concede, Qin Mengyao had set a challenge, to earn 500,000 within a month. After graduating high school, Gunan had inadvertently ventured into online gaming. With immense talent, he rose to prominence. Even so, his annual income did not reach 500,000. Qin Mengyao's demand was clearly a means to complicate matters for Gunan. Yet, the Gunan of that time naively agreed. Moreover, he managed to earn the 500,000 within a month, thanks to the myriad races continent. Eventually, as the game gained popularity, Gunan's exceptional gaming aptitude propelled him to the top tier domestically. His monthly earnings reached the million mark. Naturally, his worth soared, and he could fulfill nearly all of Qin Mengyao's desires. Thus, she lost any desire to break up. Looking back now, if it hadn't been for the myriad races continent, if he hadn't earned 500,000 in a month, his relationship with Qin Mengyao would likely have ended there. Reborn, standing as an observer, he could only mutter to himself, "You were such a fool." Indeed. Gunan nodded resolutely. "However, since we have broken up, does that mean you should return the money I spent on your education all these years?" "Gunan, are you even a man?" Before Qin Mengyao could respond, her friend, Zheng Yuang, interjected angrily. "That was normal spending during your relationship with Mengyao. How dare you ask her for that? I've never met a man so stingy in my life." "Stingy?" Gunan chuckled. "Since high school, I have covered her tuition and living expenses. Every bag she carries, every car she drives, I purchased. Even her undergarments were paid for by me. Altogether, that amounts to over 1,800,000, right? If you had any sense of pride, would you call me stingy?" "Gunan, I am utterly disappointed in you." Qin Mengyao looked at him with dismay. "Is your only concern money? Am I of no significance to you? You are shockingly vulgar. If that's the case, I shall repay this money. You said it yourself." Gunan took out his phone, shook it, and said with a smirk, "I have recorded this. It holds legal validity. Over the years, you have spent 1,860,000 of my money. This only accounts for the amount I transferred to you directly, not including the gifts of bags, cosmetics, jewelry, or cars. For the things I voluntarily gave, I shall not pursue. Just transfer me 1,800,000, rounding it off to 1,800,000. Will you pay in cash or by transfer?" Upon hearing the figure of 1,800,000, Qin Mengyao was momentarily stunned. She herself had not realized that Gunan had spent so much on her over the years. "Gunan, are you even a man? How can you shamelessly ask for that amount from Mengyao?" This time, it was Qin Mengyao's university classmate and male friend, Gao Dongliang, who angrily scolded Gunan. This fellow was also a rich second generation, with a fortune worth billions. In the previous life, Gao Dongliang was among the first to enter the myriad races continent. With his financial prowess, he established the Arrogant Guild, with capital backing and an early entry advantage. After the myriad races continent merged with Water Blue Star, the Arrogant Guild successfully entered the ranks of China's top 10 guilds. When a national war commenced, China faced attacks from multiple countries, including Sakura, America, South Korea, Australia, and Canada. Stationed on the southeastern front, Gao Dongliang led the Arrogant Guild to surrender without a fight. Millions of Chinese suffered under the massacre by the Sakura, and vast territories fell into enemy hands. For such a traitorous scoundrel, Gunan had no intention of being cordial, his tone sharp. "Such a small sum? Gao, you speak so grandly. If you care so little, why not pay it off for her? After a discount, it's merely 1,800,000. Surely, Gao would not struggle to cover that." Gao Dongliang was taken aback, not expecting Gunan to shift the burden onto him. However, now that he was in a bind, he could not simply refuse. He did have a slight interest in Qin Mengyao. If 1,800,000 could win her heart, it might not be a bad deal. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Gao Dongliang made his decision. "Is it not just 1,800,000? Gao Dongliang feigned indifference. "Give me the account number, I will pay it for Mengyao." "Oh, what surprise." Gunan had merely mentioned 1,800,000 to irritate Qin Mengyao. After all, since high school, she had never been one to plan for the future. She spent whatever money she had, and the funds Gunan provided would often be exhausted before the month ended. He had to support her time and again. Without Gunan, she would have likely starved long ago. Thus, Gunan truly harbored little hope of reclaiming the money. Of course, it would be splendid if it could be returned. However, should that not be possible, Gunan had her methods to ensure her disgrace. For instance, she could compose a scathing article online. Alternatively, she could wield the law as her weapon. In essence, she was in the right as long as she wished to tarnish her reputation. There were countless ways to do so. She could ruin her before the amalgamation of the myriad races continent and the Water Blue Star. Yet, what Gunan did not anticipate was the sudden appearance of a tall young man. Since he was sincerely willing to give, Gunan naturally would not decline. She promptly provided her account number. Before long, she received a notification of the transfer. "Did you receive the money?" Gao Dongliang, feeling a pang in his heart, feigned impatience and said, "Stay away in the future. Do not appear before Yao Yao." Such magnanimity from young Master Gao. Gunan chuckled as she glanced at the message on her phone, then leaned closer to Gao Dongliang's ear and whispered, "There's a mole on Qin Mengyao's backside. It has quite a dynamic appeal when struck." Having said that, she paid no heed to Gao Dongliang's expression and casually hailed a maglev vehicle, departing with a flourish. At that moment, Gao Dongliang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, experiencing an unsettling sensation akin to having swallowed a fly. "Dongliang, what did Gunan say to you? Why do you look so ghastly?" Qin Mengyao inquired with concern. "Is there a mole on your backside?" Gao Dongliang asked darkly. "Ah." Qin Mengyao was taken aback and shyly questioned, "How do you know? Didn't you claim you had never been to bed with Gunan?" Gao Dongliang retorted coldly. "Then how does he know about the mole on your backside? Scandalous wretch, confess how many times you have been to bed with her." At this moment, Gunan had already departed, blissfully unaware that her single remark had ignited a conflict between Gao Dongliang and Qin Mengyao, who had just heroically rescued her with 180,000. Even if she had known, Gunan would not have cared. As for how Gunan knew about the mole on her backside, it was merely an experience from a previous life. Fortunately, she had not experienced it in this life, otherwise, she would have truly felt sullied. As Gunan indulged in her musings, the vehicle came to a halt at the First People's Hospital of Incheon City. She proceeded directly to room 602. Knock, knock, knock. After tapping on the door, it was not long before a soft creak echoed. The door swung open, revealing a striking figure through the gap. The one who opened the door was a girl, likely around 23 years of age. Standing at approximately 168 centimeters, she possessed a slender and graceful physique. Most captivating was her exquisitely beautiful face, each detail radiating an enchanting charm. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled like a profound starry sky. Below her high nose, her cherry-red lips appeared enticingly soft, and her skin, fair as snow, was delicate and smooth, almost as if one could extract water from it, invoking a desire to draw near and experience its elasticity. Her lustrous black hair flowed gently in the breeze, emanating a faint, refreshing fragrance that was utterly delightful. The only regret was that this stunning visage bore a hint of weariness, lending it a somewhat fragmented appearance. Such a demeanor vividly showcased the innate widow saint's body. "Who are you?" the girl inquired in a gentle voice. Who could have imagined that this seemingly delicate yet fragmented figure was, in fact, the Zixiao Empress, who would tremble the world after the fusion of the myriad races continent and the water blue star? Her innate forbidden spell, the Zixiao Divine Thunder, had once annihilated countless powerful beings of the myriad races. Alas, she was later betrayed by a traitor and met with a tragic end. "You must be Shan Lingxiu, correct?" Gunan asked with an expression of indifference. "I am," Shan Lingxiu replied, puzzled. "What do you seek from me? This post was authored by you, was it not?" Gunan produced her phone, retrieving the pre-screenshot post to inquire. The title of the post was a mere few words: "Selling myself to save my mother." Upon seeing this, Shan Lingxiu's face flushed, and she cautiously asked, "How did you find my address?" "That's not for you to worry about." Gunan, lacking the desire for idle chatter, immediately pressed on. 5 million, does that price for your person still stand?" Shan Lingxiu bit her lip, ultimately nodding. "It stands. As long as it can save my mother, I will agree to whatever you ask." "Your account number?" "Ah, I'm asking for your account number." Gunan replied with a calm demeanor. "I am purchasing you." Shan Lingxiu fixed her gaze on Gunan, confirming that the other was not jesting before she relayed her account number. Without hesitation, Gunan transferred the 180,000 she had just received to Shan Lingxiu, stating, "Hey, raise 180,000 up front. The remaining 320,000 will be transferred within 7 days. In that time, you are to arrange everything concerning your mother. After 7 days, you must accompany me. Any issues with that?" Shan Lingxiu glanced back at her mother in the hospital room, then cast a fleeting look at Gunan. Ultimately, she nodded and inquired, "Why do you choose to trust me?" "Because I see something in you." Gunan replied candidly, without any hesitation. Shan Lingxiu was taken aback by Gunan's forthrightness, and she nodded slowly, saying, "Rest assured, I will keep my word. 7 days from now, I will go with you whatever you ask of me." "I will comply. All right, Gunan checked the time and affirmed, "Give me your phone number. I will contact you shortly." After Gunan departed, Qin Mengyao closed the door and collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Have I truly sold myself? Is there hope for my mother? Qin Mengyao was raised in a cultured family, with both her parents being high school teachers. Many years ago, during a student trip for college entrance exams, the school bus lost control. In a bid to protect the students, her father sacrificed his life in the line of duty. The burden of the family fell entirely upon her mother. Over the years, her mother worked tirelessly to support Qin Mengyao through university. And before Qin Mengyao could repay her mother's nurturing, her mother, Wei, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer during a routine check in her desperate attempt to save her mother. Qin Mengyao exhausted all her savings and borrowed as much money as she could. It was only when she found herself at a dead end that she resorted to posting an ad online titled "Selling Myself to Save My Mother." It was a last-ditch effort, a gamble with no better options. Soon after posting, she was inundated with insults and vitriol. Gradually, Qin Mengyao lost hope. Yet she never anticipated that this very post would ultimately become her lifeline. There was hope for her mother's recovery. Qin Mengyao felt a slight relief in her heart. However, her future loomed uncertain. That man appeared to be quite young. He must be buying her for her physical attributes. Right? Qin Mengyao scrutinized her own body. From now on, she would be his exclusive possession. Indeed, in Qin Mengyao eyes, Gunan's acquisition of her meant she would become his plaything. She had mentally prepared herself for this reality. Nevertheless, gazing at her mother, who was asleep yet still frowning in pain, Qin Mengyao quickly found solace. I could see that moment. Gunan was rushing towards his rented apartment. If he were to grasp Qin Mengyao thoughts, he might well consider throwing himself against a wall in despair. 0.5 million, buying a future top-tier powerhouse. This transaction was undeniably a lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? As for your body, Gunan admitted he felt a stir of interest. However, he genuinely had no intention of treating her as an object. Gunan glanced at the time. It was 11:30. There were merely 30 minutes left until the public launch of the Myriad race's continent. Reflecting on his logging gear, Gunan picked up his phone again. "Myriad, is my nutrient pod ready? Do you think I'd slack off on what you asked?" came Ying's teasing voice from the other end of the line. Hearing that familiar voice brought a comforting smile to Gunan's face. "That you're still alive? That's wonderful." Ying was an avid gamer. The type who was both inexperienced and enthusiastic. Gunan was her highly paid assistant. They had known each other for 5 or 6 years and had shared a bed, though nothing had ever transpired. Nevertheless, their relationship was evident in his previous life, after the Myriad race's continent merged with the Water Blue Star and the will of the Myriad races descended. Gunan was besieged by divine beings while hunting powerful adversaries. Ying, disregarding her own safety, led a rescue team, ultimately sacrificing herself to shield him from a fatal blow. This was Gunan's greatest regret from his past life. And every time he recalled it, his heart would bleed anew. "Myriad, hearing your voice is truly wonderful." Gunan couldn't help but exclaim. "What is with you? Are you feeling sentimental?" Ying, clearly taken aback by Gunan's heartfelt words, laughed and scolded. "Is it amusing for a man with a girlfriend to flirt with an older woman like me? I'm single now," Gunan retorted playfully. "Besides, you're only 26 in the prime of your youth. Who dares to call you old? I'd have words with them." On the other end of the line, Ying fell silent for a moment before retorting. "Just broken up and you're already trying to flirt with me. This half-old woman? Is that how you seek solace? Who is flirting with you?" Gunan shot back. "I'm merely stating some objective truths, that's all. If I were to flirt, I'd do it right in front of you. Flirting over the phone is utterly pointless." After exchanging playful banter with Ying, Gunan felt his spirits lift considerably. The discomfort of his rebirth began to dissipate. Rebirth is truly a blessing. Gunan mused, unable to contain his feelings, as he returned to his rented apartment in an automatic magnetic levitation vehicle. The staff responsible for the installation in the Myriad race's continent were already waiting outside. After verifying the information, the staff completed the installation in just 10 minutes. Once they left, Gunan took 5 minutes to satisfy his hunger. He then checked the time. There were only 10 minutes remaining until the Myriad race's continent went live. After freshening up, Gunan lay down in the game's nutrient pod. The familiar opening animation began to play. I could see that moment. Gunan found himself enveloped in darkness, with twinkling lights flickering within it. As if heralding the birth of a new world, as the visuals unfolded, these lights gradually coalesced into a dazzling beam that shot skyward, the beam's apex. A profound portal to time and space slowly opened. The sounds of clashing weapons and the thunder of war drums filled the air, accompanied by the cries of battle. Above, various mythical beasts and flying creatures joined the fray. Enormous dragon wings blotted out the sun as they unleashed searing flames, scorching the earth black. Meanwhile, agile avians darted like arrows, their sharp claws and beaks deadly weapons on the ground. Warriors of diverse races charged valiantly into battle, their blades glinting menacingly, each swing claiming the lives of foes. The cacophony of war cries, the clash of weapons, and the beating of drums intertwined, creating a poignant and stirring symphony. Welcome to the Myriad Races continent. Searching for your race. Race identification complete. Human. Identity locked. Human. Locating your server. Server location complete. China. Please set your game ID. Fuhua Pashao. Game ID set successfully. Your bloodline has been recognized by the Myriad Races, activating a special sequence. Hidden class. Void Warden. Description. Void Wardens are warriors who guard the rifts of the cosmos, possessing the ability to perceive and traverse the void. Race. Void Insectoid. Class Strength. In his previous life, Gunan had chosen the Dragon Knight class for its early game prowess to quickly earn money. At that time, he was unaware that there was only one opportunity to select a class in the Myriad Races continent. Once chosen, he could not delete his character and start anew. To be why the time Gunan realized he wanted to adjust his choice. It was already too late. The Dragon Knight class was not inherently weak. In fact, it ranked among the top tiers of tank classes for humans. Moreover, the Dragon Knight was remarkably easy to master, requiring little in the way of complex mechanics. However, for others, this might indeed be a boon. For the tech-savvy Gunan, the prospect of a Dragon Knight that requires no operation was a complete waste of his formidable abilities from the Heavenly Era. After his rebirth, liberated from the burden of Qin Mengyao, Gunan could charge into battle unencumbered, free from excessive hesitation. Most significantly, his greatest advantage upon his rebirth lay in his extensive knowledge of the treasure chest respawn locations and the distribution of rare resources and quests across the myriad races of the continent. As an assassin class, he could greatly accelerate his resource acquisition. Moreover, the Stealthy Heavens was the only SSS class assassin profession among the human race that in the vast continent of myriad races, the strength of a profession determines an individual's lower limits. The stronger the hidden profession, the greater the difficulty of mastery, which naturally results in a lower baseline. Conversely, an individual's capabilities dictate the upper limits of their profession. Undoubtedly, the Stealthy Heavens represented a profession with an exceptionally low baseline for human assassins. If one's personal abilities were lacking, even an SSS class Stealthy Heavens hidden profession might prove less effective than an ordinary assassin. The Gunan had witnessed such instances in his previous life. However, this posed no issue for him. He harbored absolute confidence in his capabilities from the Heavenly Era. Will you choose the Stealthy Heavens SSS class? Unique. Profession? Once confirmed, the profession cannot be altered. Profession confirmed. Congratulations, player. You have successfully transitioned to the hidden profession Stealthy Heavens SSS class. Unique. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the exclusive skill of Stealthy Heavens. 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions, 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions. This skill allows for rapid analysis and dismantling of locks or mechanisms, facilitating easy entry into target areas or acquisition of items. Cooldown time. None. Skill restrictions. Exclusive to Stealthy Heavens. Commencing acquisition of hidden profession-related talents. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the SSS hidden talent, Shadowless Hand. Shadowless Hand LV1, 0-100 without touching the target. You can silently transfer the target into your possession. Ignores any target. Consumption, 100 spirit points. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Wow. After reviewing the hidden talent, Gunan felt as if he had been struck dumb. What an extraordinary talent I missed out on in my previous life. The professions and talents on the continent were all derived from one's physical constitution. Thus, the professions available to Gu Nan upon rebirth were fundamentally the same as in his previous life. However, in his prior existence, Gu Nan had chosen to become a knight for the sake of Qin Mengyao, consequently overlooking the astonishing skill of Shadowless Hand. He had indeed contemplated the strength of the stealthy heaven skills, yet he had not anticipated them to be this formidable, ignoring any target. 100 success in theft. This meant that anything he set his sights on would inevitably fall into his grasp, regardless of the opponent's level or the might of their capabilities. Anything he desired would be his. The Shadowless Hand was already extraordinarily powerful, and to top off, he possessed an even more formidable innate skill of the Thief Saint, 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions. Regardless of the level of the treasure chest or mechanism, Gu Nan could effortlessly decipher them. Moreover, it was automatically granted at the highest level and could be used an unlimited number of times. There would be no treasure chest or secret realm that he could not access. The combination of 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions, and Shadowless Hand was undoubtedly a perfect duo for petty theft. Ha! Mine! All mine! Gu Nan could not suppress his laughter. The only regret was the lengthy cooldown time of the Shadowless Hand. The staggering 12-hour cooldown left him feeling somewhat frustrated. However, he speculated that there would be a level aura following the Shadowless Hand. If his guesses were correct, leveling up the Shadowless Hand should significantly reduce the cooldown time, but he just wondered what the conditions for upgrading the Shadowless Hand might be. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Nan glanced at the time. Server opening countdown, 03 minutes, 12 seconds. Seizing this window, Gu Nan opened his attribute panel. Adventurer, Flickering Dawn Profession, Stealthy Heavens, SSS Class Unique, Title, None Level, 0 Fortune Value, 0 Attributes, Constitution, 5 Affects Health. 1 point of Constitution, 20 points of Health, Intellect, 10 Affects Spirit and Magical Attack. 1 point of Spirit, 10 points of Magical Value. 4 points of Magical Attack, Strength, 2 Affects Physical Attack. 1 point of Strength, 5 points of Attack, Root Bone, 2 Affects Defense. 1 point of Root Bone, 3 points of Physical Defense, and 3 points of Magical Defense. Agility, 5 affects Attack Speed and Movement Speed. 1 point of Agility, 1 point of Speed, 0.1 Attack Speed. Free Attributes, None. Every level up grants 4 free attribute points, automatically increasing 1 free attribute point. Charm, 0 Luck Value, 0 Health Value, 100 Magic Value, 100 Attack, 10 Physical Defense, 6 Magical Defense, 6 Movement Speed, 5 Exclusive Skill, 1,000 Locks. 10,000 Solutions, allows for rapid analysis and dismantling of locks or mechanisms, facilitating easy entry into target areas or acquisition of items. Cooldown time, none. Skill restrictions, exclusive to Stealthy Heavens. Talent skill, Shadowless Hand LV1, 0, 100 without touching the target. You can silently transfer the target into your possession, ignores any target. Consumption, 100 spirit points. Life skill, Insight, can view information on monsters not exceeding 10 levels above oneself. Common skills, non-human race characteristics, among the myriad races. Humans possess the highest intellect, gaining an additional point of intellect with each level up. Stealthy Heavens Profession Trait 1, gains an extra 1 point of agility with each level up. While in stealth mode, agility increases by 100. Stealthy Heavens Profession Trait 2, attacking from behind grants an additional 100 attack bonus. Stealthy Heavens Profession Trait 3, while in a concealed state, movement speed increases by 50. Attack speed increases by 50, attack power increases by 50, critical hit rate increases by 50, and critical hit damage increases by 100. Different races and professions possess varying racial and professional traits. Generally, professions have only one characteristic. Gu Nan had not expected to have 3 direct traits, each more outrageous than the last. Gaining an additional point of agility per level is a fundamental trait of thieves, something that virtually all assassin class players possess. What sets Gu Nan apart is that, in addition to gaining 1 point of agility, he also receives an increase of 100 while in stealth mode. This means that when hidden, he has doubled the advantage over other assassin class professions. This implies that once his stealth level reaches a certain threshold, he could remain in a concealed state indefinitely. Of course, the most crucial aspects are the second and third professional traits. Attacking from behind grants a bonus of 100 to attack power. In a concealed state, movement speed increases by 50, attack speed increases by 50, attack power increases by 50, critical hit rate increases by 50, and critical hit damage increases by 100 when these two attributes are combined. Assuming Gunan's initial attack is 100, attacking from behind would raise it to 200 under the influence of the second attribute. Then, bolstered by the third attribute, it could reach 300 attack power. If a critical hit occurs, the damage would soar to a terrifying 600 points of attack power. With the combined effects of these two professional traits, Gunan's attack power would multiply sixfold. The assassin class excels in delivering fatal strikes, and with such terrifying attack power, even a super tank like a Dragon Knight would likely struggle to withstand more than a few hits. The combination of an unrestricted concealed state, an additional 100 attack from behind, and a 50 increase in concealed state attack power with a critical damage boost of 100 makes for an astonishingly powerful build. If he develops further, slaying deities may not be an insurmountable task. Upon contemplating this, Gunan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Just as he delved into his thoughts, the myriad realms of the continent commenced their countdown. 10-9. 3-2-1. Would you like to log into the myriad realms? Yes. You have successfully been transported to Yanhua Town. Within the dilapidated village, a flash of white light erupted, and throngs of people materialized within the settlement. The once tranquil village instantly became a bustling hub, with cacophonous sounds reverberating in every direction. In his previous life, Gunan had entered the myriad realms a week later, and back then, the novice village was far less crowded than it was now. Skillfully, he opened his inventory. Rough dagger, common attack 1, level requirement. None. Rough tunic, common health 5, level requirement. None. Rough pants, common defense 1, level requirement. None. Worn shoes, common speed 1, level requirement. None. The familiar novice set evoked a sense of nostalgia. After donning his attire, Gunan squeezed through the crowd to the east of the village, where he found the Taoist of enlightenment. Before leaving the novice village, one could learn basic skills from the Taoist. However, few were aware of this prior to the launch of the myriad realms. Most simply grabbed their weapons and charged outside the village, only to be met with a gruesome end at the hands of the mutated red-haired rabbits lurking beyond. Are you a newly arrived adventurer in the myriad realms? What brings you to me? The Taoist inquired after Gunan greeted him that I wish to learn the initial skills of a rogue. Gunan stated directly, cutting to the chase. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To learn skills, one must pay a suitable fee. No problem. Gunan interjected before the Taoist could finish his sentence. Adventurer, I have 3 rogue-related skills available for you. Yes, as soon as the Taoist finished speaking, 3 rogue skills materialized before Gunan. Stealth. LV1 upon activation. The character enters a state of concealment for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 1 point. Price, 50 copper coins. Wind step, LV1 after use. It grants an incredible burst of speed, increasing movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Price, 50 copper coins. Rogue assassination, LV1 assassinate enemies while moving forward, with a chance to stun them and increase physical attack by 30. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Price, 100 copper coins. Dual dagger, passive unlocks the dual dagger state. Price, 10 silver coins, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. Pickpocket LV1 after using on a specific target. There is a chance of successful theft. The higher the level, the greater the success rate. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Price, 10 silver coins. These 5 skills are fundamental for a rogue at the outset and are certainly worth learning in their entirety. However, the initial funds a novice amount to merely 200 copper coins. After purchasing Rogue Assassination, LV1, Wind Step, LV1, and Stealth, LV1, Gunan found himself utterly broke. The remaining 2 skills would have to wait until his finances improved. Upon exiting Yanhua Town, the clamor persisted unabated. Nin did not linger at the entrance, instead making his way directly to the rear mountains. According to his recollections, the ancient beast, the Tung Shi, was suppressed in the mountains behind Yanhua Town. Following the merging of the myriad realms with the Water Blue Star, this beast had escaped the town's control and commenced its slaughter. In a single night, it poisoned over 100,000 citizens of China. It was Gunan who ultimately vanquished it, and upon its defeat, it dropped an SSS-grade skillbook for assassins, soul-eating poison stab, which could bypass target defenses and inflict toxic damage. In its perfected form, the soul-eating poison stab could even slay deities with its toxins. This was a skill of unparalleled caliber. When Gunan initially chose the rogue profession, he intended to return to Yanhua Town after gaining strength to slay the Tong Shi and acquire the soul-eating poison stab. Little did he anticipate that the profession of Steel Heaven and Hide would grant him such a formidable skill as Shadow Hand, which ensured a 100 success rate in theft. With such an extraordinary ability at his disposal, Gunan saw no need to wait for growth. With this in mind, Gunan made his way toward the Trap Dragon Cliff, where the Tong Shi was imprisoned. Is there a handsome gentleman willing to team up for leveling? I'm a priest, and my healing capacity is substantial. Don't think I'm unaware. A level 0 priest has no healing. Just because it doesn't exist in the game doesn't mean it's absent in reality. Let us form a party to hunt rabbits. We need a tank knight. Brother, what is your class? Want to team up? Brother, ahead lies the territory of the level 3 roaring boars. If you go there at level 0, you're courting death. Previously, several professional players from large guilds attempted to hunt the level 3 roaring boars, but they didn't last a minute and were all sent back to town for free. Damn, why don't you listen to reason? Sigh, good advice is wasted on the stubborn. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Conan understood their good well, yet he had his own reasons for daring to trespass into the territory of the roaring boars. The roaring boars predominantly inhabited the boar forest. They were a type of charging monster, typically moving at 1 to 2 times the speed of ordinary players. Compared to the level 1 mutated red-haired rabbits, level 3 roaring boars would actively attack and possessed extraordinarily high attack power. Once someone entered their attack range, a single brutal charge could leave them severely wounded. Regular players would find it impossible to escape once confronted. However, the roaring boars had one weakness. They could not climb trees. Upon entering the boar forest, one could easily traverse it by quickly moving to a tree. Naturally, this method had its drawbacks, as it would render one unable to inflict damage on the roaring boars. Yet this was not a concern for Gunan, as his objective did not involve the roaring boars. You have entered the boar forest. The monsters in this area are currently too high in level. Please ensure your safety. Once inside the boar forest, Gunan instantly felt enveloped by a palpable aura of hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly leaped onto the nearest cypress tree. Looking down, he saw 4 or 5 roaring boars charging toward the very spot he had just vacated. Upon realizing their target was missing, they circled the tree in confusion, seemingly searching for Gunan's whereabouts. That was close. If I were to be rammed by 4 or 5 wild boars, I would probably return to the city for free. After adjusting his breathing, Gunan began to weave through the forest. Beyond the wild boar woods lies the Hanyang Plain. The creatures here are predominantly packs of wolves. Once targeted, death is almost certain. Fortunately, Gunan currently possesses the enhancements of stealth and windwalk, coupled with the rogue's innate talent that grants an additional 100 in stealth status. Nen enjoys a 20-second period of invisibility. Should he be detected by the wolf packs, he can swiftly enter stealth mode and accelerate his escape using windwalk. Such maneuvers are a significant test of observation, sharpness, and reaction speed. Despite Gunan's extensive knowledge of the myriad realms, it still took him considerable effort. It took a full 2 hours for him to traverse the Hanyang Plain. Upon exiting the Hanyang Plain, he encountered the Xianlong Mountain. The Xianlong Cliff is situated at the summit of Xianlong Mountain. The entire Xianlong Mountain rises over 1,100 meters, its steep terrain littered with bizarre rock formations. Perhaps due to the ancient divine beast, the Tangsha, being imprisoned here, the oppressive aura of this ancient creature has rendered the vicinity within 5 kilometers devoid of any monsters. This fortuitously alleviated Gunan's troubles, as he merely needed to ascend to the peak of Xianlong Mountain. 5 hours later, Gunan, utterly exhausted, reached the summit. As he gazed around, he found himself enveloped in mist, as if transported to a realm of the celestial. After a brief respite, he quickly located the Xianlong Cliff based on memory. Before Gunan could approach, a terrifying pressure surged towards him, and a deep and resonant dragon's roar echoed from afar. the sound profound and earth-shattering, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Immediately following, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the entirety of Xianlong Mountain, that fleeting moment of brightness. A colossal Tangsha slowly materialized, its body elongated and serpentine, its scales glinting with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight, each scale seemingly imbued with boundless malice. The Tangsha's eyes radiated a deep, haunting light. Fixated intently upon Gunan, its form coiled through the air, akin to a silver dragon dancing in the night sky. With the appearance of the Tangsha, the surrounding air seemed to congeal, a powerful aura rendering one breathless. After 10,000 years, despicable humans, you fragile beings dare to conspire against me. I shall annihilate you all. The Tangsha's voice boomed like thunder, laced with infinite pressure and terror. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, drool trickling down its jaw, forming repulsive strands of viscous slime. Its eyes gleamed with a greedy light, as if Gunan had transformed into a delectable feast before it. Yet, just as the Tangsha was about to lunge at Gunan, a golden light descended from the heavens, manifesting a massive golden wall 2 meters beside Gunan. The Tangsha, caught off guard, collided forcefully with the wall, emitting a wretched CRY.GU, and understood that this was the ancient sealing barrier. As long as he remained outside the barrier, the Tangsha could do him no harm. With this realization, Gunan felt considerably more at ease. He casually cast a spell of insight. Monster name: Tangsha, ancient divine beast, monster level. Health, magic value. Attack power, defense power. Speed, skills. Description: one of the ancient divine beasts of the myriad realms, hailed as the pride of the heavens and the essence of the earth. Its form resembles that of a dragon, slender and adorned with silver scales that shimmer with a cold and mysterious light. The Tangsha's eyes are as deep as the night sky, capable of perceiving all things. Its appearance is often accompanied by phenomena, such as lightning splitting the sky, fierce winds rising, and the earth quaking. It possesses the formidable ability to control winds and thunder, as well as traverse through time and space. Indeed, no information could be uncovered regarding the Tangsha. However, that was of little concern, for Gunan's primary objective in this endeavor was not to ascertain the Tangsha's attributes. Thus, he directly unleashed the Shadowless Hand. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully executed the Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tangsha, acquiring the SSS grade skill book Soul, Devouring Poison Spike. Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV1. SSS grade, any attack can inflict a layer of poison effect on the target, draining 5 health points per second for 60 seconds. This poison effect ignores all defenses, and targets under its influence cannot be healed or purified. Furthermore, the movement speed and attack speed of the poison target are reduced by 50. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 3. Characteristics: absorbs and fuses various toxins, enhancing the poison effect. Restricted classes: assassin, rogue. In his previous life, Gunan had obtained the soul-devouring poison spike, and he was well aware of its formidable nature. Yet even so, he could hardly contain his excitement. Damn, this skill is utterly insane. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect, with a duration of 60 seconds and a maximum of 3 layers of poison. This means that by striking the same target 3 times consecutively, the full poison effect can be achieved. In the following minute, he could potentially drain 900 health points from the target, and that is not even the most terrifying aspect. The poison target cannot be healed, and both their attack and movement speeds are halved. This implies that the effectiveness of the opponent's attacks would drop by at least 30 from full power. More importantly, those under the poison effect are forbidden from receiving any healing. This means that the target of his assaults can only watch helplessly as their health dwindles until death. Good grief. This skill, even at level 1, is already terrifying. How outrageous would it be at maximum level? Moreover, this skill possesses a unique characteristic, allowing it to absorb and fuse with various toxins. This means that the more toxins Gunan acquires in the future, the greater the damage inflicted by the poison per second. As long as the toxicity is sufficiently potent, Gunan need not even concern himself with attack power. Simply relying on the poison could yield tremendous output. While Gunan reveled in the joy of acquiring the soul-devouring poison spike, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted nearby, as if the very fabric of the world were being torn asunder. Despicable. Shameless humans, you dare to steal from me, the true master. You are courting death. This voice resonated with boundless fury and hatred. Meeting the Tungsha's furious gaze, Gunan scoffed disdainfully. See you in 12 hours. The Tungsha was adorned with countless treasures, and in Gunan's memory, there was no being in Yanhua town more powerful than it. When all factors were considered, the cost-effectiveness of borrowing from it was unparalleled. More importantly, this creature was sealed within the Xianlong cliff. As long as Gunan did not exceed the barrier's boundary, it could do him no harm to Tio Gunan. The Tungsha was a veritable mobile treasure trove, and he certainly would not let such an opportunity slip away. That moment. The Tungsha remained oblivious to the fact that Gunan had already deemed it a mobile vault. Its massive form thrashed violently, battering against the sealing barrier, accompanied by furious roars. Its gaze was filled with animosity and hatred, fixating intently on Gunan, much like a raging beast poised to break free and rend Gunan to shreds. With the shadowless hand now on cooldown and the soul-devouring poison spike successfully learned, it would be a waste of time to linger here any longer. See you in 12 hours. Gunan cheerfully bid farewell to his mobile treasure trove and began to depart. As Gunan was about to vanish from view, the Tungsha hastily called out, "Miserable human, if you return what you have stolen from me, I may spare your life." What a pipe dream, Gunan muttered inwardly, thinking, does he really believe I am a fool? Not only has the soul-devouring poison spike already been used, but even if it could be returned, I would never do so. The reasoning is quite simple. I borrowed it through my own capabilities, so why should I return it? Of course, it was merely a jest that in his previous life, after escaping from the abyss of the dragon. This individual had poisoned countless Chinese citizens. Such a looming threat could not be overlooked. Gunan naturally had to devise strategies to prevent any potential calamity. The horrors of the past must not be allowed to recur. Amidst the hissing of the serpent, Gunan departed from the abyss of the dragon. Retracing his steps, he returned to the Hanyang Plain, seeking a safe refuge to log off the game. The journey from Yanhua Town to the abyss of the dragon and back to the Hanyang Plain spanned a full 12 hours. Although the gaming nutrition pod could continuously supply players with the nutrients necessary for their bodies, allowing them to maintain optimal gaming conditions without leaving the pod for extended periods, the structure of the 10,000 races continent mirrored that of the real world. The fatigue from prolonged labor within the game could not be alleviated by the nutrition pod. Upon exiting the pod, he attended to his personal hygiene and then took his phone to the downstairs mall in search of a Sichuan hot pot restaurant. After so many years, he longed for the taste of Chinese cuisine. Following the fusion of the 10,000 races continent with Water Blue Star, the entire continent primarily adopted the characteristics of the former, leading to mutations among various animals and plants from Water Blue Star. The human races were embroiled in continuous conflict over resources. Subsequently, the faith of the 10,000 races descended, with the likes of America and the chicken from the basin taking the lead. In light of the unfavorable circumstances of war, they voluntarily surrendered to the 10,000 races, becoming their vassals. The infiltration and fusion of foreign powers into the transformed Water Blue Star were facilitated by these events. Years of warfare had left agriculture unattended, resulting in the gradual disappearance of diverse culinary delights amidst the turmoil. Processed beast meat became the primary source of sustenance, falling far short of the exquisite flavors found in contemporary Chinese cuisine. At midnight, the hot pot establishment was not overly crowded. The restaurant's modern decor, illuminated by warm yellow lights, created a cozy ambience, while the air was filled with the rich aroma of hot pot, igniting one's appetite. After taking his seat, Gunan did not have to wait long before the broth was served. Soon enough, the broth in the pot began to boil, with red oil and spices intertwining to create an enticing hue. Gunan deftly picked up a thin slice of beef with chopsticks and gently placed it into the hot pot. The meat quickly changed color in the scalding broth, releasing an alluring fragrance. He eagerly retrieved the beef with a ladle, dipped it in a rich sauce, and savored it slowly. The tenderness of the beef harmonized with the spiciness of the sauce, a long-lost delight. This moment drew his thoughts to the years ahead when more than half of the Chinese populace would fall victim to the slaughter of the 10,000 races. Such a peaceful and stable atmosphere would soon be irrevocably lost. A sense of urgency welled within Gu Nan. Before the age of 6, he had lived in a blissful family. Unfortunately, fate is unpredictable. When he was 6, a devastating earthquake measuring 8.2 struck Incheon. In their bid to protect young Gu Nan, his parents sheltered him, but they were forever taken from this world. Gu Nan could not recall how long he had been buried until he heard a voice nearby asking, "Is anyone there?" Weakly, he tapped on the wall. Shortly thereafter, he was rescued by the People's Liberation Army. The following 6 months were spent in a military hospital, where the kind souls who had saved him would visit regularly. Even after being discharged and placed in a welfare institution, they would still take him out for outings whenever they could. From them, Gu Nan witnessed the spirit of responsibility and felt their dedication as they forged a steel wall to protect the peace and tranquility of their homeland. Thus, from a young age, Gu Nan harbored a dream of becoming a soldier. Regrettably, during high school, in an effort to ensure Qin Mengyao studies, he resolutely dropped out against the objections of his uncles and aunts to earn money. Nonetheless, the spirit he learned from them became an unwavering foundation for Gu and in his past life. So it was. In this life, Gu Nan remained resolute. They nurtured him to thrive, and he would repay them with the warmth of countless homes. In this new life, he wished to do everything in his power to safeguard the serene and peaceful China. To achieve such a goal, relying solely on himself would surely be insufficient. He must unite a group of steadfast and powerful individuals. Gu Nan was acutely aware of certain heroes and heroines who, in the face of China's dire straits, would rather die than surrender. If he could win them over in advance, perhaps they would not be without the strength to fight when the 10,000 races descended. Just as Gu Nan was lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon answering, he only heard anxious breaths on the other end. Stammering without delivering a single coherent sentence, Gu Nan immediately recognized that it was Shun Lingxiu calling and understood her hesitance. He spoke directly. "You can simply call me M, or Gu, or brother, and is there something you need?" "Mr. Gu," Shun Lingxiu began, but Gu Nan interrupted playfully. "I find Mr. Gu a bit too formal. You may as well call me Brother Nan." Brother Nan. With Gu Nan's interruptions, Shun Lingxiu's tension eased somewhat. In truth, Gu Nan was indifferent to forms of address. His interruptions were intended to create a relaxed atmosphere for Shun Lingxiu, allowing her to feel more at ease. While Gu Nan was technically younger than Shun Lingxiu, he had lived nearly a decade longer. If age were to dictate their titles, it would indeed become awkward for Gu Nan that if there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free. There is no need for such formality, Gu Nan said calmly. Huff. Shun Lingxiu sighed in relief. From now on, I will be his mistress. If I'm always so reserved in front of him, will he not take a liking to me? As a mistress, should I not be more relaxed with my lover? If I remain so restrained, will he not be displeased? And if he is displeased, what will happen to my mother's medical expenses? No. I am as now that I must provide him with emotional support. I should be whatever he desires. With clarity on her role, Shun Lingxiu felt a bit more at ease as she spoke more naturally. I've already paid the surgery fee for my mother. The hospital will arrange for examinations tomorrow and the day after. If all goes well, the surgery will take place in 3 days. All right, I understand. Gu Nan nodded and reassured her, you need not worry about your mother's illness. She will surely recover. Thank you. Shun Lingxiu replied earnestly, and no need for thanks. Gu Nan seemed to recall something and continued. When your mother is undergoing surgery, please inform me in advance. Sure, Shun Lingxiu agreed, though she was unaware of Gu Nan's reasons for the request. After concluding his conversation with Shun Lingxiu, Gu Nan's phone rang once more. A slight smile graced his lips, and he gently pressed the answer button, teasingly saying, Sister me, it's quite late. Why are you still awake? However, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. I'm furious, absolutely furious. Gu Nan was taken aback, curiosity piquing as he asked, Sister me, which fool has managed to anger you? Pray tell, I wish to see who dares provoke our Sister me. His tone carried a hint of jest and mockery. Yet, Ming seemed undeterred by Gu Nan's lightheartedness, continuing to express her outrage. It's none other than those South Korean fools, the cherry blossom devils. And that bunch of American scoundrels, Gu Nan, bewildered, offered consolation. Sister me, do take a breath. Please share the entire story with me. He endeavored to calm her down to better understand the situation. How had it come to this? getting riled up over foreigners, particularly those from South Korea, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and America. Gunan, though not particularly fond of those three nations, felt that the current environment had not yet escalated to the point of direct confrontation. There was no need to become upset over them. It was all due to the recently released 24-hour leveling leaderboard from the 10,000 Races continent. Miying, with a face full of indignation, began to vent her frustrations. Gunan, upon hearing the beginning, had already surmised the general cause. 12 hours after the launch of Wanzhou continent, the system unveiled a 24-hour leveling leaderboard for the entire server. Gunan was aware of this leaderboard as it served as a crucial reference for the allocation of main cities across various servers in Wanzhou continent. In the game, each server, regardless of its size, initially comprises 12 level 3 main cities, for level 2 main cities, and 1 level 1 main city. At different stages, the Wanzhou continent system releases various leaderboard tasks. Completing these tasks yields rewards for the main cities. For instance, during the novice phase, or the town phase, level 0 to 20, all leaderboard activities reward level 3 main cities. In the level 3 main city phase, levels 20 to 60, rewards shift to level 2 main cities. During the level 2 main city phase, levels 60 to 120, rewards are level 1 main cities. In the level 1 main city phase, levels 120 to 200, servers undergo restructuring, amalgamating all servers to initiate national wars. This time, the primary rewards are national artifacts. Once all national artifacts have been distributed, it will be the moment when Wanzhou continent merges with the Water Blue Star. Just a short while ago, the Wanzhou continent system released the 24-hour leveling leaderboard for the entire server. Astonishingly, not a single Chinese player made it into the top 100. This situation mirrored that of the previous life. For fairness, Wanzhou continent ensured that the initial towns, level 3 main cities, level 2 main cities, and level 1 main cities across all servers were fixed. The more populous the server, the fiercer the competition for resources. The first batch of players entering the Chinese server numbered in the millions, making even the act of slaying a rabbit in the novice village a contest. In contrast, servers from Sakura country, South Korea, and the United States offered an abundance of rabbits to slay, provided one possessed the requisite skills. In the face of limited resources, even skilled players from China found it challenging to succeed. Although they could attempt to challenge higher levels, the prospect of success with a novice's clear-cut attributes was nothing short of a pipe dream. Ultimately, the result was that not a single Chinese player appeared in the top 100 of the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. The rewards for the 24-hour leveling leaderboard were as follows. The first place received 3 level 3 main cities and a silver treasure chest. The second place received 2 level 3 main cities and 3 bronze treasure chests. The third place received 1 level 3 main city and 2 bronze treasure chests, while those ranked 4th to 100 received a single bronze treasure chest. Within the span of 12 hours, those who ranked on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard were predominantly level 3 players, whereas the highest level attained by Chinese players thus far was merely level 2. A full level behind the leader in the upcoming 24 hours, surpassing those on the leaderboard seemed nearly impossible. It is vital to recognize that the rewards from the 24-hour leveling leaderboard for main cities profoundly influenced the fate of a server. Each additional city equated to an additional resource point. The development of the game inherently follows a snowball effect. The more resources acquired in the early stages, the smoother the development in the later stages. With level 3 main cities as rewards, those on the leaderboard would undoubtedly not slacken their efforts. For those outside the top 3, the drive to ascend was relentless, while those already in the top 3 would fiercely strive to maintain their positions. In the previous life, no Chinese players ranked on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. However, this time, the scenario was different, because, in China, there was Gunan. Ying's fury was not solely due to the absence of Chinese players on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. After all, she was cognizant of the circumstances in China. Her anger stemmed from the fact that since the unveiling of the 24-hour leveling leaderboard, netizens from Sakura country, South Korea, and the United States have been relentlessly mocking the Chinese on the Wanzhou continent forums. In such a situation, even if the Chinese wished to retaliate, they lacked the confidence to do so. Thus, they were left to stew in their own frustration. Even more infuriating was the possibility that it was intentional. The Wanzhou continent had surprisingly initiated a betting system within the game. The deadline for the bets was set for noon. Bet 1. Which country will the first place on the leaderboard come from? Currently, the odds for the United States were 1 to 1.3, for South Korea 1 to 1.2, and for Sakura country 1 to 1, a 1.as for China. The odds were a staggering 1 to 12. 360, and this ratio was continuously rising. Bet 2. Who will claim the first place? Lucifer, USA, 1 to 2, Park Soo-chung, South Korea, 1 to 3, and Wooting Along, Sakura country, 1 to 5. After venting her complaints, Mi-ing exclaimed, "Gunan, could you level up for me? I want to claim the top spot and teach these foreigners a lesson. Just tell me how much it would cost." "Sister Mi, while I can assist you in dealing with these foreigners, I cannot level up for you," Gunan replied with a wry smile. "Why not?" Mi-ing asked, puzzled. "You should have seen the instructions for Wanzhou continent." Gunan explained. "Each person can only have one account. Experience is allocated based on contribution points. Leveling through a proxy is virtually impossible, so you must rely on yourself." "What?" Mi-ing retorted angrily. "This game is such a ripoff. How am I supposed to level up?" Gunan was equally speechless. Mi-ing had been granted an SS-level hidden profession, the Holy Priest. Like her ample figure, this profession was a healer with substantial healing power. Moreover, the Holy Priest could use curses and forbidden spells to inflict widespread control and damage on targets, essentially making her a violent healer. With such talents at her disposal, how could she not focus on leveling up and instead only think about having others carry her? "What profession are you transitioning to?" Gunan feigned ignorance as he inquired. "Holy Priest," Mi-ing lamented, "got into healing class with a talent that enhances healing effects and light-based spell damage by 100. Yet I don't even possess a single healing skill and can only bash rabbits with a stick. After a day of bashing, I've only managed to level up once." Gunan helplessly replied, "There's a sage in the town from whom you can learn skills." The two continued to chat for a while, and once Mi-ing's mood improved, Gunan ended the call. After finishing her hot pot meal and returning to Wanzhou continent, Gunan checked the leaderboard again. First place was Park Soo-chung, level 3, South Korean server. Second place was Lucifer, level 3, American server. Third place was Qin Mengyao, level 3, South Korean server. Fourth place was Caesar I, level 3, European server. Fifth place was Wooting Along, level 3, Japanese server. Sixth place was Alexei, level 3, Russian server. Seventh place was Yamada Junko, level 3, Japanese server. Eighth place was Andrew, level 3, American server. Ninth place was Charlie I, level 3, European server. And 10th place was Li Mingda, level 3, South Korean server. A brief glance revealed that the top 10 positions were predominantly occupied by the South Korean, Japanese, American, European, and Russian servers that in the top 100. These servers claimed a staggering 80 spots, leaving the remaining 20 to smaller servers that AS for the Chinese server. Not a single player had made it onto the leaderboard. Closing the leaderboard, Gunan opened the Huafu World Forum. The netizens were already in an uproar. "Damn it, why can other countries slay rabbits at will, while we have to queue to kill a level 1 rabbit on our server? Damn it, is the Wanzhou continent official deliberately targeting us Chinese? Damn it, I'm done. We're collectively quitting the server in protest. Yes, quitting in protest. This lousy game, whoever wants to play can play. I'm deleting my account right now." The significance of the Wanzhou continent is well known among all nations. It could be said that the high-ranking officials of each country have been privy to certain insider information for quite some time. However, it appears they have reached some internal accord to keep this information from being publicly disclosed. For the time being, official military forces are not permitted to enter the game, allowing civil society to develop freely. Nevertheless, the absence of official entry does not preclude the use of alternative methods. The number of individuals from a nation who initially enter the Wanzhou continent directly impacts their future combat capabilities. Consequently, many countries have begun to covertly encourage ordinary citizens to engage with this game, even offering associated services. Some nations have even infiltrated China from the very onset of the Wanzhou continent. This incitement to delete accounts and withdraw from the game is largely funded by the Sakura Domestic Affairs Ministry, with the aim of undermining China's future military strength. In the previous life, such circumstances led to a significant wave of withdrawals, intentionally steered by those with ulterior motives. This time, Gunan naturally cannot passively witness the success of such schemes. However, he also refrains from openly exposing them, as his lowly position would render his words a mere joke. The best course of action is to secure the top position on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard across the entire server, thereby boosting the morale of his compatriots. Yet, Gunan's immediate priority is not leveling up, but rather accumulating wealth. Each time a betting round for the Wanzhou continent opens, it represents a financial feast. All funds involved in the Wanzhou continent's betting pools are distributed entirely to the victorious side, with no deductions. As the game progresses, the scale of financial transactions within the Wanzhou continent will only expand. Lacking any background or resources in reality, Gunan recognizes that supporting the entire Chinese race through his own abilities requires substantial funding. The grand gambling event in the Wanzhou continent presents an opportunity for him to leverage a small investment for significant returns. The grand gambling event only accepts in-game currency produced within the Wanzhou continent, which means the scale of the initial betting round will inevitably be modest. However, even the smallest of sums is still worthwhile. Moreover, this betting event involves the entire Wanzhou continent, with each participant contributing a copper coin, the first batch of players entering the game numbers in the billions, amounting to an astronomical sum. The drop rate for copper coins and equipment in the Wanzhou continent is exceedingly low. In the 13 hours since the game's launch, the entire Yanhua town has only yielded a few pieces of equipment, all of which are of common quality, with not a single bronze item in sight. This illustrates just how low the drop rate truly is. Nevertheless, there is one item that can reliably yield equipment: skill books and copper coins. Treasure chests. The treasure chests in the Wanzhou continent are categorized into various levels: bronze chest, silver chest, gold chest, dark gold chest, spirit level chest, immortal level chest, saint level chest, and divine level chest. The bronze chest has a 5 chance of yielding silver equipment, while the silver chest has a 5 chance of yielding gold equipment, and so forth. In every region of Yanhua town, there's one free chest and one boss chest. The boss chest is guarded by a boss, which can be opened immediately upon defeating it. The free chest, however, requires a thief with lockpicking skills to unlock it, and whether it can be opened depends on the thief proficiency. Gu Nen has set his sights on the free chests. Unlike other thieves, in order to open these chests, he must intensely enhance his lockpicking skills. Gu Nan's innate skill is the 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions, which allows him to bypass all mechanisms, formations, secret realms, and treasure chests. Anything that requires unsealing becomes trivial before him. Thus, to Gunan, treasure chests are akin to his own garden. He can simply take whatever he desires. The southern part of the Hanyang Plain is home to the Rock Giants camp. Gunan's first destination is precisely this camp. His choice of this location is imbued with deep significance. After stealthily advancing for an hour, the Rock Giants camp finally comes into view. Gu Nan casts an insight spell, revealing the attributes of the Rock Giant before him. Monster name: Rock Giant, normal, level 7 health, 10,000 attack, 112 to 138 physical defense, 80 magic defense, 60 speed, 8 skills, rock impact, rock armor, earth shatter spike. Description: the Rock Giant possesses a massive body composed of hard stone, with robust limbs that grant it formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. The Rock Giant is one of the most troublesome monsters for players in the early stages of the game. Without exception, despite being only level 7, the Rock Giant boasts the attack and defense power of a level 10 monster. Moreover, it possesses 3 aggravating skills. The Earth Shatter Spike can slow down opponents. The Rock Armor enhances its defense and restores health, while the Rock Impact can launch enemies away. The combination of these 3 skills creates a nightmare for players. Yet none of this poses a challenge for Gu. In his eyes, the advantages of the Rock Giant are insignificant when weighed against its critical disadvantage: its sluggish speed. The Rock Giant's speed is a meager 8 points. Gu Nan's soul-devouring poison spike has a slowing effect, reducing the Rock Giant's speed to a mere 4 points, with Gunan's initial speed of 5 points. He can effortlessly kite the creature without relying on mobility skills. The Rock Giant's primary strengths lie in its high defense and substantial health, coupled with a self-restoring buff, making it exceedingly difficult for players to breach its defenses. Even if they can, the added healing from the giant means that defeating it will consume an exorbitant amount of time. Therefore, the rock giant is undoubtedly the most infuriating monster during the novice phase. However, these advantages are rendered utterly irrelevant in the face of the soul-devouring poison spike, which inflicts true damage that ignores all defenses. Furthermore, in a poisoned state, it can prevent healing, perfectly countering all of the rock giant's strengths. Shortly after entering the rock giant's camp, Gunan is locked onto by the creature. Akati raises a hand to unleash a rock impact. Charging toward him, on high alert, Gunan immediately activates Wind Step. Increasing his movement speed by 50 as the rock giant executes its rock impact, it charges past Gunan. That was close, Gunan exclaims. The rock giant's attack power hovers around 150, and under the rock impact, it can reach 200 his current level of 0. Should he be struck, he would likely find himself returning to town for free. After evading the rock impact, Gunan wastes no time and retaliates with a thief's assassination strike. -1 poison state successfully applied. -5 -1 poison state successfully applied. -5 -1 poison state successfully applied. As the number -5 appeared for the third consecutive time, Gunan could distinctly perceive the slowing speed of the rock giant. Simultaneously, a series of -5 figures began to manifest above the creature's head. After applying 3 layers of poison, every second, 15 health points would vanish. With the rock giant's health totaling 10,000 points, a single round of poisoning could inflict 900 points of damage. Thus, it would take approximately 12 minutes to slay one rock giant. The methodical approach of killing them one by one was undeniably inefficient. Seizing the opportune moment, Gunan proactively drew the aggro. As a level 0 player, his movement speed was somewhat limited. Managing to kite 5 monsters simultaneously was already his utmost capability, exceeding that would be pushing beyond reasonable bounds, with nearly a decade of combat experience. Although his previous life did not involve playing a rogue, many tactical skills were indeed transferable. For instance, mastering the timing of control skills and manipulating the cooldowns of the monster's abilities after being slowed. The greatest threat posed by the rock giant to Gunan was its rock smash attack. Engaging 5 rock giants at once necessitated precise timing to avoid their rock smash strikes. By utilizing stealth and windwalk, he could deftly maneuver and evade. Concurrently, he had to dodge any sudden assault from the other rock giants. Throughout this intricate dance, his focus had to remain razor-sharp. Any misstep could unravel all his efforts. Finally, at 11 minutes and 50 seconds, the first rock giant succumbed, collapsing as a beam of white light. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully slain a rock giant, earning 500 experience points, as you were 5 levels above the monster. You receive an additional 100 experience points." With the fall of the first rock giant, the remaining 4 also approached their demise. A minute later, they fell one after another to the soul-devouring poison spike. To level up, 10,000 experience points were required. After almost 13 minutes of battling 5 level 7 rock giants, Gunan only accumulated 3,000 experience points, bringing his experience bar to a mere 30. It was hard to fathom how arduous it must be for players relying on defeating level 1 mutated red-haired rabbits, which only yielded 20 experience points. Gunan sighed, turning his attention to the items dropped by the 5 rock giants. Among them was a piece of common equipment and 50 copper coins. The meager drop rate left Gunan utterly exasperated. Upon inspecting the attributes of the common equipment, he found weapon name, rock giant sword common, level 7 attributes, attack power 18 to 25 class restriction, warrior, knight description, a weapon wielded by the rock giant, possessing terrifying attack powered in the myriad realms of the continent. Equipment level does not dictate the level of the wearer. This means that a level 7 piece of equipment can be donned by a level 1 player. The level merely reflects the weapon's production level, not its wearability. However, wielding such equipment is not without restrictions to harness the weapon's full potential. The level disparity cannot be too great. If it is excessive, the weapon's capabilities cannot be fully realized. If Gunan's memory served him right, players typically experienced a diminishing return effect when wearing equipment that was more than 10 levels above their own. The greater the level gap, the more pronounced the reduction. Hence, it is advisable not to exceed 10 levels when equipping items. This means that Gunan, at level 0, could freely equip this giant sword. Realizing he could not utilize the rock giant sword himself, Gunan promptly listed it on the trading platform. He opted for transactions in Chinese currency. At the game's outset, players possess scant game currency, rendering high-level equipment like the rock giant sword virtually worthless if sold for in-game currency. Moreover, Gunan had recently purchased Qin Mengyao, still owing a considerable 3.2 million in outstanding payments. The reason Gunan had agreed to her terms, promising to pay the remaining balance within 7 days, was that, in the early stages of the game, even common equipment could fetch exorbitant prices. After listing the rock giant sword, he switched it to an auction format, setting the initial price at 1,000, with minimum increments of 100. The auction duration was set for 30 minutes. Once finalized, Gunan paid it no further mind and continued to lure and hunt the rock giants out of course. Gunan's methods of drawing aggro were not haphazard. Should anyone have activated a God's Eye perspective, they would be astonished to see that Gunan's route was a sinuous curve. When zoomed in, this curve would somewhat transform into a straight line, ultimately leading to the bronze free treasure chest within the rock giant's camp. Despite having gained experience from slaying 5 rock giants, Gunan did not succumb to overzealousness. He still only attracted the ire of 5 rock giants, all while skillfully kiting them toward the bronze free treasure chest. In that moment, Gunan was entirely focused on his task. Oblivious to the incessant notifications in his mailbox, he remained unaware that the entire Chinese server was in a frenzy over the rock giant sword. In the world chat, the uproar was unmistakable. What a garbage game. Can you believe I spent over 10 hours just to reach level 1? Brother upstairs, you're lucky. You're already level 1, while I'm still stuck at level 0 with 70 experience points? Damn, do you all have that much experience? I barely have over 40. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to help a sister out? I have a lowly voice. What do you mean by adding O? Am I supposed to read out loud? Even if I did, it wouldn't help. Experience in this game is distributed based on contribution points. The higher the contribution, the more experience you gain. There is no such thing as helping someone level up. What kind of broken game is this? Not only is leveling slow, but the drop rates for equipment and coins are abysmally low. Exactly. Our entire town has spent over 10 hours hunting mutated red-haired rabbits and only managed to get 2 pieces of equipment. Both were level 1 armor. Utterly useless. I can't play this anymore. I'm quitting. Look at the auction house in the world of myriad races. Damn, a level 7 rock giant sword. Attack power boosted by 18 to 25 points. This is insane. It's like directly elevating 2 levels. What is going on? ISNT, they're not a single level 3 player in our region. How did a level 7 rock giant sword even come into existence? What can we say? Someone must have killed a level 7 monster and obtained it. A level 7 monster. How is that even possible? Only a handful of people can deal with a level 3 howling wild boars. Then how do you explain this weapon? It's simply not possible. If someone in our region could kill a level 7 rock giant, they'd have topped the server leaderboard. I checked the foreign server forums, and they can barely handle level 5 storm wolves. Even then, it requires 5 top-tier players to coordinate tightly. How did this weapon come to be? I suspect it's likely obtained from the free treasure chest. I saw on the foreign server that someone opened a free treasure chest and received rewards. I speculate that perhaps a rogue player discovered a free treasure chest, opened it, and obtained the rock giant sword. That explanation does have some merit. Damn, look at the auction house. The wealthy are going insane. A plain level 7 weapon is selling for 10,000. It's now up to 11,000. This is utterly ridiculous. And the price keeps rising. It's already at 12,000. Are these rich folks out of their minds, spending over 10,000 on a plain piece of equipment? What do you understand? In the world of myriad races, the drop rates are so disheartening. And there's no restriction on wearing levels that a level 7 weapon can be wielded by a level 0 warrior or knight against level 3 howling wild boars. Before level 7, the speed of leveling up is essentially unrestricted. With this weapon, the pathways to future leveling are wide open. Climbing the global leaderboard is no longer impossible. At this moment, it was already 2 in the morning, and the internet was in an uproar. In Ningchuan, at the Gao family residence, a series of urgent phone rings pierced the night. Upon seeing the caller ID, Gao Dongliang immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Once connected, he ingratiatingly said, Shanbin Qin, what brings you to contact me at this late hour? On the other end of the line, Yamamoto Koichi spoke gravely. Your Chinese server has produced a level 7 weapon. No matter what means you employ, it is imperative that you acquire it. This weapon must not fall into the hands of others. Gao Dongliang had also taken note of this weapon ahead of time. However, he had just incurred a loss of 1.8 million today. Paying a breakup fee for Qin Mengyao, he had initially hoped to enjoy her company later that evening, but instead, they merely shared a meal. And that was the end of it. This left Gao Dongliang feeling as if his 1.8 million had been thrown away, causing him immense heartache. In his distress, he paid little attention to the affairs of the game. To be frank, he felt no thrill from this painfully slow upgrading game. After playing for a few hours, his interest waned. Yet he could not fathom why the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry insisted on developing influence in the world of 10,000 races at any cost. Gao Dongliang's father had worked for a Japanese corporation years earlier. Later, with the support of the Japanese, he ventured out to start his own business. Utilizing Japanese resources, he became a well-known tycoon in the local area of Yingchuan. However, outside of Yingchuan, he was virtually unknown. The Gao family now belonged to the local bourgeoisie, living without worry. His few interests were women and games. With a willingness to spend money, he had founded a proud guild that once ranked 10th among China's top guilds. A few days ago, his father had introduced him to a responsible individual from the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry, Yamamoto Koichi, instructing him to cooperate unconditionally. This led to the proud guild's entry into the world of 10,000 races. Was a level 7 whiteboard weapon truly necessary? Gao Dongliang scoffed inwardly. Did this foreigner lack insight? Was such a fuss warranted over a mere whiteboard weapon in a game? Gao, I must remind you. Yamamoto Koichi's voice was icy. You need only to comply with my demands. If you fail, your father will know the consequences. Gao Dongliang had been somewhat amused, but upon hearing Yamamoto Koichi's chilling tone, he involuntarily shivered. He was well aware that his family was backed by the Sakura Corporation, which primarily collected commercial intelligence from China. That, in simpler terms, his family functioned as a spy for the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry. If they issued a task and it went unfulfilled, the repercussions would not merely be the company's bankruptcy. Humanitarian annihilation was not uncommon. With these thoughts, Gao Dongliang began to take matters seriously. Rest assured, Yamamoto Qin, I will spare no effort to acquire this weapon. That's more like it, Gao. Yamamoto Koichi's tone softened. Your proud guild's next mission is to focus on the world of 10,000 races that I will cover all necessary expenses. Understood? Yamamoto Qin, please rest assured. I will guarantee the completion of the task. Upon hearing that all expenses would be covered, Gao Dongliang's spirits lifted. If that were the case, could he not also account for Qin Mengyao's 1.8 million and have the Sakura people foot the bill? Gunan, you truly are a clever one. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 1 and received 4 free attribute points. After nearly 50 minutes and slaying 20 rock giants, Gunan successfully leveled up. He allocated all attribute points to agility. The upgrade automatically increased agility by 1 point, combined with the rogue class traits, adding another point of agility. Now, Gunan's speed reached 11 points. Even without using skills such as stealth or windwalk, he could easily handle the rock giant's boulder charges. This meant Gunan could draw the aggro of more monsters, significantly increasing his leveling speed. However, he did not plan to reach level 4 before noon. The great gamble of the 10,000 races closed at 12 o'clock. If he appeared too dominant before then, it was likely that someone would place their copper coins on him or China. If that happened, the amount of money he could claim from the same copper coins might be significantly reduced. In this lifetime, there were many things he needed to accomplish, requiring substantial financial backing. The more money, the better. In Gunan's plans, he aimed to fight his way to the location of the rock giant's treasure chests, which would likely allow him to reach level 2. Once he achieved level 2, he would then begin to scour the level 10 and below treasure chests in Yanhua Town based on his recollections. Before noon, he intended to invest all the funds acquired from the treasure chests into the great gamble of the 10,000 races. Once everything was settled, it would be time for him to shine in front of others. Opening his bag, Gunan found that aside from 200 copper coins, the 20 rock giants had dropped no equipment. Alas, he sighed, noticing the pitiful drop rate. That moment, he realized that the male icon had turned into a 99. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with auction notifications. His rock giant sword had been sold, finalizing at a price of 200,000 after deducting a 10 fee. He would receive 180,000, while 180,000 was indeed substantial. What intrigued Gunan more was the buyer's name. Proud Gao Xiao, spending 180,000 on a whiteboard weapon. What audacity! This Gao Dongliang did not seem like the type to possess such boldness. It appeared someone was advising him from behind the scenes. Ji Yunan furrowed his brow, realizing that he would need to change his approach to selling equipment. Previously, he had aimed to list items quickly upon acquiring them, choosing the shortest auction durations possible. This served two purposes. First, to swiftly realize his liquidity goals, and second, to ensure that equipment would flow into the hands of Chinese players, enhancing the leveling speed of high-end players and bolstering China's overall strength. However, the current situation diverged from his original intent. The weapon had fallen into the hands of a trader, and with that weapon, the trader's leveling speed would increase. Consequently, his influence would grow, allowing him to rally and corral more ordinary individuals. In times of war, intelligence and espionage were also crucial elements. Therefore, Gunan resolved to alter his selling strategy. While selling items one by one could maximize profits, it risked all of them ending up in the hands of spies. If he listed multiple items simultaneously, even if spies were willing to pay more, they might lack the resources to maintain constant attention on all of them. This method could, to some extent, prevent all weapons from falling into a single entity's possession. Of course, there were drawbacks. If multiple pieces of equipment appeared simultaneously, Gunan's overall profit would naturally be less than selling each item individually. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned with this minor loss. Having come to this conclusion, Gunan resumed drawing the aggro of the rock giants. -1 poison status applied successfully. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 2 and received 4 free attribute points. The experience required to level from 1 to 2 is 20,000 points. After leveling up, Gunan's significantly increased speed now enabled him to draw aggro from 12 rock giants at once. Thus, the time taken to level from 1 to 2 had not increased at all, in contrast to the elevation from level 0 to level 1. The process was shortened by a full 12 minutes. A total of 36 stone giants had been vanquished. Now, within Gunan's inventory, the number of copper coins had reached 500 TN. In addition to the coins, he had acquired 2 pieces of equipment. One was the stone giant's greatsword, and the other was the stone armor. The attributes of the stone giant's greatsword were nearly indistinguishable from the previous one, however. This was the first time he had obtained the stone armor. Weapon name: stone armor, common, level 7 attributes, defense 25, health 100, class restriction, none description. Armor worn by the stone giants, boasting commendable defensive capabilities. After placing both pieces of equipment into his inventory, Gunan chose not to continue hunting the stone giants. Instead, he entered a stealth state and made his way directly towards the location of the bronze free treasure chest. Half an hour later, the bronze treasure chest finally appeared before Gunan. Its surface was encrusted with a thick layer of verdigris, exuding the passage of time. The chest was cube-shaped, yet its corners were intricately carved with exquisite cloud patterns and beast heads, lending it an air of both antiquity and mystery. The lid was tightly shut, adorned with a dull gemstone, beneath which hung a large, rusted lock. As Gunan approached, he was greeted by an ancient aura emanating a faint metallic scent from deep within. He leaned in to examine the keyhole. To unlock this large padlock, a minimum of level 3 lock-picking skill was required. Presently, it was unlikely that there existed a rogue in the entire realm with such a skill. If anyone else were to arrive, they would likely be left staring at the chest, helpless. That Gunan, however, was different, that he possessed the exclusive skill of the stealth god. 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions, capable of dismantling all mechanisms. Formations, secret realms, treasure chests, and the like. Anything that required deciphering was rendered moot in his presence. The bronze treasure chest was no exception. Upon stepping closer, a mere touch caused the rusted lock to spring open automatically. Immediately, a series of notification sounds rang out. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a pair of Windrunner boots, bronze. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a stone staff, Bronze. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a stone belt. Common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a pair of stone bracers. Common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a stone ring. Common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained 50 silver coins. The rewards from the bronze free treasure chest were not significantly different from those obtained by defeating a boss of equal level. Typically, a rogue would need a considerable level advantage to pick locks with their skill. Thus, acquiring a treasure chest from a boss was generally less challenging than opening a free treasure chest. However, this was only true unless one encountered a player like Gunan, who could dismantle all mechanisms, formations, secret realms, and treasure chests effortlessly. After a brief moment of exhilaration, it was time to inspect his haul. Weapon name: Windrunner Boots, Bronze, Level 7 Attributes. Speed 20 Class Restriction. None description. A pair of seemingly lightweight yet boundlessly energetic shoes. Donning the Windrunner boots feels as if one has merged with the wind. Weapon name: Stone Staff, Bronze, Level 7 Attributes. Spell attack 55 to 75 Class Restriction. Mage Priest description: an ancient and powerful magical artifact. Its rustic appearance crafted from deep, mysterious stone, etched with enigmatic runes, exuding a stable aura. Weapon name: Stone Belt, Common, Level 7 Attributes. Health 80 Class Restriction. None description. Forged from rare rock or. Its surface adorned with intricate totems, radiating a steady glow. Weapon name: Stone Ring, Common, Level 7 Attributes. Mana 50 Class Restriction. None description. A mysterious ornament imbued with the power of the earth. Its ancient appearance crafted from resilient stone, featuring exquisite engravings that seem to recount ancient legends. Weapon name: Stone Bracers, Common, Level 7 Attributes. Strength 10 Class Restriction. None description. The stone bracers are sturdy and practical combat gear, appearing weighty and meticulously crafted from robust stone material, with a rough texture that suggests exceptional durability. Aside from the staff, the remaining 4 pieces of equipment had no class restrictions. Gu and donned them all. Combined with the previously acquired stone armor, Gunan had now assembled a complete set of the 5 divine gear. Though primarily composed of common items, such equipment was still highly coveted across the myriad races of the continent. Once fully equipped, Gunan's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Adventurer, Radiant Dawn Class. Stealth God, SSS Rank Unique. Title: None Level. Health: 300 Mana. 150 Attack. 25 Physical Defense. 25 Magical Defense. 2 Movement Speed. 37 with the enhancement of 5 pieces of equipment. Gunan's speed soared to a terrifying 37 points, nearly 1.5 times his attack power. His health had also reached 300 points, meaning that even after sustaining a blow from Stone Giant, he would not be sent back to town for free. This implied that in maps below level 7, Gunan could traverse in maps ranging from level 7 to level 10. He could afford at least 2 mistakes. For top-tier players, a single misstep was already the limit. Making 2 consecutive mistakes would likely result in a swift exit. Gu then first logged off and dialed Mi Ying's number. Shortly after, her voice came through the line, laced with annoyance. "Xiao Nanzi, why are you calling me so late? I'm currently leveling up? If there's nothing urgent, don't disturb my grind. I'm a priest, and right now I'm slaying enemies left and right. Are you responsible for all that slaying?" Gunan teased. "Hey, Xiao Nanzi, how dare you slander me?" Mi Ying retorted, visibly displeased, eye in your eyes. As if recalling past experiences, her irritation dissipated instantly. "Once I finish learning my skills, I'll be quite formidable. Who knows, you might soon find yourself begging me to carry you to be by the way. What's the reason for your late-night call? Hurry up, I want to break into the top 100 of the server. I need to redeem our country's honor." "Admirable courage," Gunan praised, chuckling. "I haven't given you the money for the nutrient chamber yet. I was just thinking about repaying you. Is that all?" Mi Ying replied impatiently. "It's just a nutrient chamber. Consider it a parting gift from your sister. I've long wanted to tell you that Qin Mengyao is not a worthy match. You deserve better. All right, if there's nothing else. I'm hanging up. I have 1 day left to prove myself." What's your game ID? Gunan asked helplessly that it's still the same as before. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Me Ing answered. Why? Do you want to join me? Want me to carry you? There's no need for that, Gunan replied. However, I could use a healer on my side. If you're willing, you could come and heal me. Get lost, Ming huffed. You've only been single for a day, and you're already planning to transform from a pure-hearted prince to a romantic playboy. You're mistaken. Today marks my second day of being single. Gunan corrected, shifting the topic. You go ahead and log into the Myriad Races continent. We can chat in-game. All right. After hanging up the phone, Gunan re-entered the Myriad realms of the continent. He then added Mi Ying's game ID. Mere moments later, the friend request was accepted. Jiyu then sent the rock staff to Mi Ying via mail, costing him 10 silver coins. A few seconds later, while Gunan was on his way, his notifications were bombarded by messages from Mi Ying. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. My heavens, where did you acquire a level 7 bronze staff? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. The spell attack bonus is a staggering 55 points. This is simply outrageous. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Previously, when I fought rabbits, I would lose a few points of health. But now I can deal 5 times that damage. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Gunan, you are incredible. Which town are you in? I need you to help me level up. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Gunan. I adore you. I can now solo a level 3 roaring wild boar. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. I saw a rock greatsword in the auction house. You and T happen to be the seller. Would you? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Be honest, can you kill level 7 rock giants now? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Gunan, I'm coming to find you to cling on to your success. Esku, Gunan observed the flood of messages from Mi Ying. He chuckled and replied. So, Mijia, have you considered becoming my dedicated healer? All you would need to do is heal me. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. With that little face of yours, I fear I might smother you. Fu Guang Pashao. Is it really that big? Why don't I give it a try? I've never had a first-hand experience. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Ever since your breakup, have you completely let yourself go? You even dare to tease me now? Fu Guang Pashao. Everyone has a desire to appreciate beauty that I used to have it at home and adhere to male decorum, but now that it's gone, it is only natural to admire what's outside, right? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Smooth talker. Fu Guang Pashao. This weapon is worth more than your gaming nutrient chamber. Is that all right? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. I already said it was a gift. Why do you keep acting so distant? Fu Guang Pashao. I wish to treat you as someone close. If you are willing, I shall support you from now on. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. You said it, and I'm taking it seriously. However, is a bronze staff really sufficient to sustain me? Fu Guang Pashao. What do you want then? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. At the very least, a full set of golden equipment. Fu Guang Pashao. You said it. I've taken a screenshot, so you can't back out later. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Fine, as long as you provide me with a full set of golden equipment within a month. I will let you support me in the future. Fu Guang Pashao. It's a deal. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. I keep my promises that in a past life, he would have willingly sacrificed his life to save the woman he loved. In this life, Gunan had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. At Holy Light Town, in the Wild Boar Forest, Mi Ying read Gunan's message, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. She muttered to herself, "What is happening to me? How could I have agreed to his condition? What if he actually manages to fulfill it? The drop rate in the Myriad realms is so low. Acquiring a full set of golden equipment in a month seems rather challenging." For some reason, the thought that Gunan might not be able to achieve this made Mi Ying feel a twinge of disappointment. She was unaware of when this fellow had stealthily nestled into her heart. Perhaps it was when her parents, engrossed in their work, forgot her birthday, and this foolish little assistant secretly bought her a birthday cake and prepared a bowl of longevity noodles for her one evening. Or perhaps it was when Gunan would actively brew brown sugar water for her and help ease her stomach discomfort during her aunt's visits. Maybe it was those lonely days when he was always by her side, playing games with her that made her forget the taste of solitude. In any case, this fellow possessed an uncanny ability to steal hearts. With this thought in mind, Mi Ying found herself smiling faintly. System notification. You have entered the Poison Fog Forest. The monsters in this area are currently of a high level. Please be cautious of your safety. Upon reaching a movement speed of 37 points, Gunan's efficiency in traversing increased significantly. In just half an hour, he rushed from the rock giant camp to the Poison Fog Forest. Here was the territory of the level 8 Poison Fog Cobras. As soon as Gu Nin stepped into the poison fog forest, several poison fog cobras immediately locked onto his position. Slithering towards him with their serpentine forms, Gu Nin swiftly activated stealth, concealing his presence, and cast an insight spell to reveal the attributes of the poison fog cobras. Monster name: Poison Fog Cobra level, 8 health, 8,000 attack, 190 to 210 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 40 speed, 35 skills, Poison Fog Spray. Venomous Bite, Camouflage Description: The poison fog cobra is a common serpent of the forest, mutated after consuming a certain mysterious herb, gaining formidable power and toxicity. Just as Gu Nin concealed himself, 5 poison fog cobras, each over a meter long, appeared in the location he had vacated, their massive heads swiveling in confusion as they tried to comprehend the sudden disappearance of their prey. The attack power of the poison fog cobras was significantly higher than that of the rock giants. However, the good news was that their health was still 2,000 less than that of the level 7 rock giants. Gu Nin remained hidden, seizing the moment of confusion among the 5 serpents to execute a rogue's backstab. -1, the poison fog cobra's defense was 120 points, rendering Gu Nin's attack ineffective. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was the poison attack. The poison state was successfully applied. -5, the poison state was successfully applied. -5, the poison state was successfully applied. -5, having successfully inflicted the poison state on all 5 poison fog cobras, Gu Nin promptly activated Wind Step and swiftly evaded, just as Gu Nin left his original position. A cloud of purple poison mist enveloped the area. This was the poison fog cobra's primary skill, Poison Fog Spray. When the cobra encounters an enemy or feels threatened, it opens its mouth and releases lethal poison mist from its fangs. This poison mist has a wide coverage area, capable of quickly enveloping a region and inflicting ongoing poisonous damage to enemies. The poison damage from the poison fog cobra lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 20 points of poison damage per second. Gu Nin had not brought any antidotes. If he were to be poisoned, he could only watch helplessly as his health dwindled. Fortunately, the range of the poison fog cobra's mist was only about 1 meter. With his increased movement speed, Gu Nin could easily escape quickly after the mist was released. For the next while, he continued this same strategy, drawing aggro while applying the poison state. After 10 minutes, the poison fog cobras fell, defeated and unwilling. System notification: Soul Eating Poison Spike has detected the ability to absorb the poison from a cobra. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System notification: Cobra poison absorption complete. System notification: Your soul-eating poison spike has undergone a transformation. Gu Nin immediately opened the system interface and discovered the changed soul-eating poison spike. Soul-eating poison spike LV1. SSS grade. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, deducting 10 points of health per second for 60 seconds. This poison effect ignores all defenses and simultaneously applies a healing restriction effect on targets under the poison state, preventing purification. Additionally, the movement speed of targets under the poison state is reduced by 50, and their attack speed is also decreased by 50 to current stackable layers of the poison effect. 3. Traits: Absorbing different toxins can enhance the poison effect. The change in the interface was not substantial. It merely adjusted a figure, increasing the damage from 5 points of health deducted per second to 10 points of health deducted per second. This minor adjustment effectively doubled Gu Nin's damage output. In other words, from now on, what used to take Gu Nin 12 minutes to slay a batch of rock giants would now only take 6 minutes. Similarly, what used to take 10 minutes to defeat a group of poison fog cobras would now require only 5 minutes. This was remarkable. The entire being of Gu Nin was enveloped in unrestrained joy. He believed that his future focus should be on collecting various types of toxins. The more toxins he amassed, the greater his potential for harm. As he journeyed onward, Gu Nin diligently controlled his pace of monster slaying, striving to avoid excessive kills and rapid leveling. The most pressing task at hand was, after all, to open the free treasure chests. After a span of several minutes and the demise of a dozen toxic mist cobras, the second bronze treasure chest materialized. Unlike the treasure from the stone giant, the bronze chest in the toxic mist forest was safeguarded by an intricate array, requiring a master of formations to unravel it. However, such trivialities were no match for his innate skill. 1,000 locks and 10,000 solutions. which render the act akin to plucking fruit from a tree. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained serpent skin armor, bronze. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained serpent tooth necklace, bronze. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained serpent skin pants, common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained serpent skin boots, common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained serpent skin hat, common. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained 50 silver coins. Weapon name. Serpent skin armor, bronze, level 8 attributes. Health 220, physical defense 80 class restriction. None description. Armor crafted from the skin of a giant python. Its intricate patterns unique to each scale. Weapon name. Serpent tooth necklace, bronze, level 8 attributes. Spiritual power 22, constitution 11 class restriction. None description. Forged from the teeth of a giant python. Each tooth is sharp and polished to a sheen, exuding primal ferocity and strength. After consecutively opening 2 treasure chests filled with common gear, Gunan found himself largely unimpressed. Only the bronze equipment managed to catch his discerning eye. Were those players outside, who fought tooth and nail for a mere 2 to 3 level common item. To witness Gunan's fastidious demeanor, they would likely be filled with murderous intent. In the ensuing hours, Gunan swept through all maps surrounding Flame Blossom Town that contained free treasure chests. Akin to a locust swarm, that he opened 2 bronze chests and 6 common chests in total, acquiring 4 pieces of bronze gear and 31 common items, along with 5 skill books. Among the 4 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 were the Flame Demon Necklace, bronze, and Flame Demon Robe, bronze, both restricted to the mage class, which Gunan could not utilize, so he promptly mailed them to Meatsai. The remaining 2 pieces included the Breaking Cloud Bow, bronze. Level 10, offering an attack bonus of 80 to 100 points, restricted to archers, and the Mountain Splitting Axe, bronze, level 10, granting an attack bonus of 120 to 150 points, restricted to berserkers. Regrettably, the equipment obtained was largely unsuitable for Gunan. Beyond gear and skill books, his most significant yield was silver coins. Having opened 10 treasure chests, and with the copper coins dropped from monsters, he now possessed a total of 510 silver coins and 80 copper coins. Gazing at the clock, it read 10:23 a.m. The Shadowless Hand skill had over an hour left before it refreshed. It was time to head toward the Dragon Trap Cliff. T11:45 a.m. After over an hour of travel, Gunan arrived once more at Dragon Trap Cliff, perhaps sensing a familiar aura. The ancient divine beast, Tung Shi, roared into being before him as soon as he appeared, despite knowing that this ancient beast posed no threat to him for the next 3 years. The moment Tung Shi's gaze fell upon him, an indescribable sense of pressure enveloped him entirely. Tung Shi's eyes seemed to harbor an endless abyss, deep and cold. Under its watchful gaze, the world around seemed to freeze, with only its eyes gleaming with a ghostly light. "You despicable human, how dare you appear before me?" Tung Shi's voice thundered. In his previous life, Gunan had been one of the pinnacle figures among humans, with experience in hunting Tung Shi. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a grin, "Did I not say we would meet again in 12 hours? I am a man of my word." "You wretched human, you seek your own demise," Tung Shi retorted, its tone frigid. "I can understand your feelings." Gunan replied cheerfully, "But do not rush. There are still 3 minutes left." "What?" Tung Shi was taken aback. Confusion evident. 3 minutes? "No. This little brat is mocking me." Realization dawned, and with a flash of fury, Tung Shi lunged at Gunan. Unfortunately for it, the seal still held firm, and despite its ferocious efforts, the vast array showed no signs of yielding. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and Tung Shi remained in a state of impotent rage. Meanwhile, Gunan's shadowless hand had cooled down completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it once more. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully activated Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tung Shi, obtaining the auxiliary artifact Dust Avoiding Pearl. Weapon name: Dust Avoiding Pearl, Auxiliary Artifact, Level: None. Effective when placed in the inventory. Skill 1. Active skill allows the user to transform into any target. After transformation, it conceals one's aura and simulates all states of the transformed target, achieving an effect indistinguishable from reality. Skill 2. Active skill automatically cleanses karmic debt after slaying. Skill 3. Passive skill immunity to poison. Control and all negative status effects. Class restriction: None. Description: In ancient times, as the world was first formed and chaos began to separate, the universe birthed a mysterious pearl known as the Dust Avoiding Pearl. This pearl is a crystallization of the essence of heaven and earth, possessing miraculous powers to dispel dust and purify filth. Legend has it that it was a personal item of the Phoenix Celestial Maiden, capable of removing worldly auras and aiding mortals in entering the celestial realm. After her fall, it descended into the mortal world that Jiu Nan was utterly taken aback. What extraordinary skills! The first skill allows him to transform into any target. Does this mean he can become any enemy he wishes, simulating their state and significantly reducing the chances of detection? Imagine being able to transform into the enemy leader during a battle and issue fatal commands. The mere thought was exhilarating. The second skill automatically cleanses karmic debt after killing, allowing him to attack without fear of becoming a criminal. This a license to wreak havoc. The third skill was even more practical, granting immunity to all negative states. This meant he could not be frozen, poisoned, ensnared, or stunned. Any control skills would be rendered ineffective against him. Truly, this auxiliary artifact was astonishing. Of course, Gunan was most thrilled that this auxiliary artifact, lacking offensive capabilities, could manifest in reality. As long as it was placed in his inventory, he could use it in the real world, unlike offensive artifacts that required various restrictions to materialize. This meant that from this day forth, Gunan possessed a defensive artifact that could save his life in the real world. Tang Shi, my dear treasure, I absolutely adore you. You are a veritable trove of surprises. Gunan mused, considering that perhaps it had been rather rash to kill Tang Shi so easily in his previous life. If he had taken the time to extract its treasures gradually, he might have uncovered even more unexpected gains. Just as Gunan was lost in regret over his past decision to slay Tang Shi too hastily, an enraged voice erupted. Despicable human, I shall kill you. At this moment, Tang Shi had realized that the human before it had merely been biding time for his skill cool down before attempting to steal from it again. Although Tang Shi could not comprehend why such a seemingly weak human could consistently succeed in theft, the loss of its treasures had left it no time for contemplation. Fueled by rage, it charged at Gunan. Maintaining his cheerful demeanor, greeted the beast. You are sealed here, unable to escape. Holding such fine treasures isn't a waste. It would be better to lend them to me, allowing me to utilize the remnants of their energy. Perhaps one day, when you depart from this place, I might even be able to return them to you. Despicable and shameless humans, I shall slay you. Tang Shi glared with fury, and had the intensity of his gaze possessed lethal power, Gunan would have perished countless times by now. As he beheld Tang Shi's eyes, filled with rage, an uncontrollable shiver ran down Gunan's spine, and he cheerfully remarked, I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again in 12 hours. Meet again in 12 hours? This was the second time Tang Shi had heard such words this moment. Even with his limited wit, he comprehended the implication behind the words of this frail human. He intended to return in 12 hours, to pilfer from him once more. How audacious! I, a majestic, ancient, divine beast, have existed for millennia. Even the mightiest of humans cannot slay me. They can only seal me here. How dare this feeble human treat me with such disdain? Tang Shi's furious voice echoed throughout the entirety of the Dragon Trap Mountain. However, he soon regained his composure. The boy, upon his departure, had stated that they would meet again in 12 hours. This indicated that his skill's cooldown period was likely 12 hours. Prior to this, he had successfully stolen from Tang Shi on 2 occasions. The first time he had lost the soul-biting poison spike. The second time he had lost the auxiliary artifact, the Dust Avoidance Pearl. Both times he had achieved a 100 success rate in theft, and that too without even making contact with him. Did this not suggest that as long as that human appeared within a specific distance from him, he could achieve a 100 success rate in theft, with a cooldown of 12 hours and a 100 success rate. Tung Shi felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. For the first time in his existence, he experienced genuine fear. If all of his deductions were accurate, then the scan equipment he possessed would eventually be entirely pilfered by that diminutive human. Cursed be that wretched human. Should I ever escape, I shall devour you whole, to quell my wrath. I could see that moment. Gunan, having descended the mountain, scoffed disdainfully at the roar behind him. Is this what one calls an ancient divine beast? Lacking any semblance of patience, ancient divine beast Tung Shi, WQNMLGB. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Gunan did not hasten his departure. Instead, he accessed the interface of the 10,000 Races continent system. Checking the time, it read 11:59. There were merely 40 seconds remaining until the grand betting event of the myriad races concluded. The GU currently possessed 510 silver coins and 80 copper coins. He first sought out the individual betting section, entered his name, and checked the odds. Presently, the odds for his name stood at 1 to 6, 879, 685. Without hesitation, Gunan wagered 80 copper coins in an instant. The odds shifted to 1 to 85, 997. Having completed that, Gunan then located the national server's grand betting event. Selecting the Chinese server, he wagered 510 silver coins and could see this point. The total stakes for the grand betting event on the Chinese side reached 63. 8,500 copper coins. The odds immediately adjusted to 1 to 889. The GU then found himself exasperated. Up until now, there had not been a single player from China in the top 100. Why then were so many choosing to bet on China? With such a situation, what was he to do? After a laborious night, he was merely a drop in the bucket for them. Damn it, they deserve every bit of profit they make. 1 copper coin exchange for 889 copper coins. These individuals may never encounter such a lucrative betting opportunity again in their lifetimes. Feeling disheartened by the diminished potential for profit, Gunan contemplated further. I could see this moment. Those still willing to believe that China could secure first place were undoubtedly filled with hope for their nation and their people. When they opted to invest their copper coins, they were, in reality, prepared for the possibility of their funds vanishing without a trace. Distributing the money from the betting pool to such individuals is, after all, a boon for China. With this thought, Gunan felt as if the world had suddenly expanded before him. Gu then placed his final bet. The clock struck midnight. The grand betting event of the myriad races locked its wagers precisely on the hour. The betting ratios were subsequently finalized. National server betting. First, American server, odds, 1 to 3.25 units in copper coins. Second, Korean server, odds, 1 to 12.55 units in copper coins. Third, Japanese server, odds, 1 to 25.67 units in copper coins. 19th, Chinese server, odds, 1 to 902.12 units in copper coins. Individual betting. First, Lucifer level, 4 odds, 1 to 38.25 second. Park Su-chung level, 4 odds, 1 to 56.75 third. Wutong Yilang level, 4 odds, 1 to 105.55 68th. Fu Guang Pashao level, 2 odds, 1 to 86,012.12. Gunan noticed that whether in the national server or the individual server, the ratios had all increased to varying degrees in the last few seconds. It was evident that a significant influx of capital had surged into the grand betting event of the myriad races in those final moments, all vying for a share of the spoils. However, their focus was solely on the first place. Gunan and the Chinese server were entirely overlooked. Thus, in the closing moments, the odds had even seen a slight uptick. After exiting the grand betting event, Gunan opened the world chat channel. Each individual could only post once per day in the world chat free of charge. Any additional messages would incur a copper coin fee. The more one spoke, the greater the copper coin cost. That moment, the world channel was abuzz with discussion surrounding the grand betting event of the myriad races. Qin Mengyao. I wager my meager 30 copper coins on the American server. In 12 hours, it will turn into 90 copper coins. I will strike it rich. Han Mei Shui. I don't have that many copper coins. I only bet 10 that I feel like I will suffer a loss. By Hailan Tianixan. I wagered 320 copper coins. I sold all my novice equipment and converted it into copper coins just for this bet that if I win, I'll be riding high. If I lose, it's simply impossible to lose everything. Jie Inghuagua and Nangao Li are both too timid to go against the heavens. At most, they might snatch the second position. Yin Duan Manbu. Sisters above, I share your sentiments, but I only purchased 200 copper coins on the American server. That I am curious. Who are the individuals betting on the Chinese server? Over 60,000 copper coins were wagered there. I truly cannot fathom what they were thinking. That I ask this not akin to tossing money into the abyss. Are these people foolish? Knowing full well they would lose, why do they willingly give their money to others? Sure, Guang Manbuja, I am precisely that person tossing money into the abyss. What business is it of yours? I enjoy throwing money away. Is that your concern? You need not mock me. Supporting whoever you wish is your freedom that I do not intrude. However, please do not interfere with my freedom to support the Chinese server. Luo Hua Lu Shui E. Exactly. It's our freedom to spend our money as we please. Hence, I support the American server M. O Wu Fengyan. We get it. You support your American father. There is no need to bark. Xing Kong Man Zhu Meng Zhe. Why resort to personal attacks? What is wrong with supporting the American server? They're simply stronger. If you were weak, that is your problem. If the Chinese server had even a modicum of capability, I would undoubtedly support them. But look at where we stand. The highest level here is only 3, far from 4, let alone 5, that with such a lack of skill, how could we possibly support them? Gunan surveyed the tumultuous chat channel of the national server, which was primarily divided into 3 factions. The first faction consisted of staunch supporters of the national server. These players, regardless of the server's circumstances, professed unconditional allegiance, dismissing any notion of rational discourse, firmly standing on the side of their homeland. The second faction comprised the admirers of the American server, who firmly believed that it could dominate the game, thus offering their unwavering support. The third faction, representing the majority, was the disillusioned opportunists. They exhibited no particular bias. Should the national server thrive, they would undoubtedly lend their unconditional support. That it was not a matter of absolutes. If there were opportunities for profit, they would not hesitate to support the American server either. In essence, their self-interest took precedence. However, in matters of significant importance, many among them would still resolutely back the national server. The first faction was certainly the one to be nurtured. The second faction warranted division and suppression. The third faction, being the majority, focused primarily on winning them over and fostering unity. A trivial wager had already delineated the intricacies of human nature. After shutting down the chat channel, Gunan accessed the auction platform, promptly listing over 30 pieces of equipment that he no longer required. The betting pool was locked, and there was no longer any reason for him to conceal his actions. It was time for the various servers to hear the voice of China. At present, Gunan was equipped with 3 pieces of bronze gear: the Swiftwind boots, the serpent skin armor, and the serpent fang necklace. Other than that, he wielded only common items. This combination undoubtedly positioned him as the foremost player in the national server. No, he should be regarded as the best in the entire world. He placed all of his remaining 31 common items and 2 pieces of bronze gear on the auction house, setting the auction duration to 20 minutes. With an initial price of 1,000 and requiring a minimum bid increment of 100 thereafter, it was then that Gunan noticed a message from Ying in the chat channel. Upon opening it, he saw that it had been sent a few minutes earlier. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. 2 pieces of bronze gear. Are you planning to support me in advance? Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Xiao Nanzi. You can't possibly be thinking of courting me, right? Such precious equipment, and you're just giving it away. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Why aren't you replying? Fu Guang Pashao. I was just completing a quest. Fu Guang Pashao. If you're willing, I could support you right now. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. 3 pieces of bronze gear for supporting me. That would be too cheap. No, I must have a full set of gold gear instead. Fu Guang Pashao. For you, I will strive to achieve that. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Your words move me. However, until you support me, I cannot take advantage of you. How about this? 1 piece of bronze gear for 1 million. Since you've given me 3 pieces, that totals 3 million. I know bronze gear is valuable yet rare. Consider me taking advantage of you. Are you willing? Fu Guang Pashao. All right, you decide. Qin Xiao Wei Liang. Love you, moi. Fu Guang Pashao. A mere peck through the chat lacks sincerity. If you wish to kiss, it must be genuine to reflect your sincerity. Qin Mengyao. I'm at home. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare? Fu Guang Pashao. You said it. I'm going now. Its just a 10-minute taxi ride from here. We'll meet in 10 minutes. Qin Mengyao. No, I was wrong. Please don't come. Fu Guang Pashao. Remember next time, a man's authority in certain matters is not to be challenged. Qin Mengyao. The servant will remember. Fu Guang Pashao. That's more like it. Qin Mengyao. Today, in light of the bronze gear, I'll allow you to be arrogant for a day. Fu Guang Pashao. My myriad is generous. Qin Mengyao. My goodness, the auction house has listed over 30 pieces of equipment, all ranging from levels 5 to 10, along with 5 skill books. Fu Guang Pashao. I know. Qin Mengyao. It can't possibly be you who listed them, right? Besides you, I doubt anyone else has the capability. Honestly, where did you acquire all this equipment? Fu Guang Pashao. Did I not tell you? My profession is thief. I obtained these items from the treasure chests scattered across the map. Qin Mengyao. You've single-handedly looted the equipment vault? Quick, check the world chat channel. Everyone is discussing you. Prompted by me, Ing's reminder, Gunan opened the world chat channel. What the heck? What is going on? 31 pieces of equipment listed on the auction house. The lowest level is 5, and the highest is already 10. This is utterly outrageous. The equipment is diverse. There are items for warriors, mages, archers, thieves, as well as for priests and shamans. This some kind of wholesale operation. To list over 30 pieces simultaneously clearly indicates either an individual or a team is selling goods. Damn, after a day and night of effort, I've only managed to acquire a single level 2 whiteboard armor. Yet here they are, casually listing over 30 pieces of equipment, including 2 pieces of bronze gear. Hell, with such low drop rates, I'm dying to know how these high-level items came to be. I also want to know how we, in China, are capped at level 3, still battling the roaring wild boar. Where did this level 10 gear come from? And bronze gear at that. Whatever the source I'm buying, I see that the bronze gear consists of weapons, with one adding over 100 points of attack. Wielding such a weapon, even a level 0 could directly challenge level 5 monsters. Alas, my profession is mage. The auction house only features weapons for berserkers and archers. I am an archer. Unfortunately, I lack the funds. The price of the broken cloud bow has already skyrocketed to 300,000 and continues to rise. Are they out of their minds? Have these people lost their sanity? A single piece of bronze weaponry is worth 300,000. Whether they're mad or not, I'm certainly elated. This morning, I looted a level 3 dagger and sold it for over 7,000. That's roughly 2 months' worth of my salary. The game on the 10,000 races continent is truly delightful. What the heck, is it really that valuable? I want to slay monsters and loot equipment too. Damn, I'm so envious. Charge. Gunan had not anticipated that listing so much equipment at once would create such a stir. In fact, to some extent, it had even stimulated the enthusiasm of ordinary players to venture into the 10,000 races continent to engage in monster hunting and level up. Perhaps this could be considered a promising beginning. Qin Mengyao. This game is utterly insane. It has surpassed my comprehension that I feel as though the 10,000 races continent is unervingly realistic. Here, it seems indistinguishable from the real world. Upon reading Michigan Ing's message, Gunan felt a slight jolt in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that Ing possessed such keen perception. Qin Mengyao. Gunan, by revealing so much equipment at once, you will undoubtedly become the target of scrutiny. The only individuals aware that I possess bronze weapons are my close friends. However, they only know that I purchased the weapons, not from whom that I will remind them to keep it to themselves. You should also refrain from letting too many people know your real identity. The tall tree attracts the wind. You must protect yourself. Reading Ing's concerned words warmed Gunan's heart. The true nature of one's feelings for another can often be discerned through their exchanges. In his previous life, Ming had made her affections abundantly clear. How had he failed to notice? Why had he fixated on Qin Mengyao, who treated him like an ATM? After adjusting his emotions, Gunan replied, I intended to remind you, but it seems you've already considered it. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Don't forget, I'm the one who plans to support you. Ming chuckled softly, replying, I won't engage with you anymore. You're not serious. I am off to level up. Remember to protect yourself. After concluding his chat with Miying, Gunan raised his gaze to the expanse of the Hanyang grassland before him. He was currently situated in the northern part of the Hanyang grassland, beyond which lay the territory of the level 10 monster, Blood Moon Tiger, in Wulong Slope. Before noon, while exploring the map and opening treasure chests, he had traversed this area and was relatively familiar with the environment. The next map for leveling up would be here. Asgu then made his way towards Wulong Slope. The highest decision-making bodies of various nations were convening an emergency meeting due to his simultaneous listing of over 30 pieces of equipment. Sakura Country, Yamamoto-kun, you are responsible for the situation in China. Can you provide an explanation? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Takahashi Kenichi, inquired with a somber expression. My lord. Yamamoto Yakichi, appearing troubled, responded, My lord, I have already deployed agents stationed in China. Yet they remain unaware of the specific circumstances. Baka! Minister Takahashi Kenichi retorted angrily. With such a multitude of equipment being produced simultaneously, it must be the work of a large guild or organization. With so many individuals involved, it is inconceivable that there would be no whispers of their actions. What are you all doing? You cannot even clarify this matter. Yamamoto Yakichi replied, I apologize, Minister Takahashi. It is my subordinate's negligence. I will immediately investigate which team produced this equipment. Minister Takahashi Kenichi, with a grave demeanor, stated, according to the information released online, among this equipment, there are already level 10 bronze items. Does this not imply that someone in China possesses the capability to slay a level 10 bronze boss? That is impossible, Yamamoto Yakichi swiftly denied. Currently, the highest level player in China is merely level 3. The top player, Kyu Takashi, is still one of our undercover agents. With the capabilities of his team, they can at most defeat a level 5 Gale Wolf. It is utterly impossible for them to take on a level 10 bronze boss. Then what is the explanation for the level 10 bronze equipment appearing in the auction house? Takahashi Kenichi questioned. We currently have a hypothesis, Yamamoto Yakichi cautiously replied. It should be from the free treasure chests on the map. Based on our players' explorations, there exists a free treasure chest in maps above level 5. These treasure chests are unique. Upon opening, one can obtain equipment and skill books that we suspect that in China, there must be players of the assassin class who, by opening these free treasure chests, have acquired a substantial amount of equipment, subsequently introducing it into the market. That we must remember that the highest level in China is only 3. Even if all level 3 players were to sacrifice themselves, they could not possibly defeat a level 10 boss. Furthermore, after slaying a boss for the first time, the system will announce it across the entire server. As so far, there has not been a single server-wide announcement from China. Therefore, we can essentially conclude that they have not achieved a first kill on any boss above level 5. Minister Takahashi, I concur with Yamamoto's analysis. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Hirano Yusuke suggested, China's actions have indeed provided us with an opportunity for emulation that we, the nation of Sakura, should also dispatch a considerable number of shadow ninjas to advanced maps to search for free treasure chests. Takahashi Kenichi nodded earnestly. Submit our proposal to the Ministry of Defense and urge them to take immediate action. Hi. In the Eagle Sauce Federation, the presidential office, what is the situation in China? President Kerry Roosevelt inquired. His expression grim. Mr. President, replied Richard Wilson, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. According to our investigation, it appears that a group of thieves in China has opened a batch of bronze free treasure chests. Currently, our CIA has collaborated with the Pentagon, allowing our various assassin-class players in the Eagle Sauce Federation to enter advanced maps and unlock high-level treasure chests that... After listening to Richard Wilson's explanation, President Kerry Roosevelt's expression improved slightly as he continued. The Wanzhou continent represents a complete reshuffling that we, the Eagle Sauce Federation, must seize the initiative. According to the Five Nations Treaty, in 6 days, our military will be able to fully deploy into the Wanzhou continent. Have you arranged everything concerning this matter? All game nutritional tanks have been distributed to various troops, replied Andrew Miller, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Federation. A new era must be controlled by us. The Eagle Sauce Federation, President Kerry Roosevelt stated earnestly, whoever obstructs our path must be made aware. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from various servers, including Mao Xiongwa, Sangwa, European servers, African servers and Southeast Asian servers began mobilizing to varying degrees that in China, at the West Garden, a small conference room that is it possible to identify which team or organization is selling the equipment? The first leader inquired. So far, there has been no information, replied Li Wenzhong, director of the National Security Bureau. Our internal analysis suggests that the sale of this equipment is unlikely to be the work of a team or organization. The reasoning is straightforward. In the early stages of the Wanzhou continent, equipment is exceedingly precious. If a team or grassroots organization obtained this equipment, the benefits of using it for their own team would far outweigh selling it for money. Thus, we deduce that the individuals acquiring this equipment are likely solo players. Can we identify who it is specifically? The first leader pressed. Currently, it is not possible to lock onto anyone, Li Wenzhong replied. However, based on the existing clues, we can generally infer that this player is likely of the thief class, with a maximum level not exceeding 3. It is remarkable that someone of such a low level could open a level 10, bronze, free treasure chest. I believe this individual is certainly not an unknown entity. By monitoring our Chinese leaderboard and focusing on the listed thief class players, we should be able to uncover this person's true identity in no time. The first leader nodded. We must ensure to identify this person at the earliest opportunity and provide protection. China has produced such a quantity of equipment, which has already attracted the attention of major global powers. I fear they may resort to unconventional means that we both understand that the Wanzhou continent is not an ordinary game. Its emergence will alter the global landscape. For China to survive this transformation, we must engage the populace, rely on the populace, and trust in the strength of the people. Our official duty is solely to utilize all our resources to protect our nation's top combat power, ensuring they remain unharmed outside the game. Rest assured, leader, our National Security Department guarantees the completion of this mission, Li Wenzhong replied earnestly, with 6 days remaining until the time stipulated by the Five Nations Treaty. The Chinese military must also prepare. The first leader commanded, once the time arrives, we will immediately enter the game and execute our previously agreed-upon plan that a great conflict is about to unfold. The only support we can rely on is ourselves. Only by becoming stronger can we safeguard the lives of our hundreds of millions of citizens, allowing them to continue living in peace and prosperity. Please be assured, leader, we are always prepared. The Chief of General Staff of the Chinese military, Zhang Xia, spoke with utmost reverence. At this moment, Gunan was blissfully unaware that he had become the focal point of global attention. Even if he were to learn of it, to be frank, he would remain indifferent. With the dust-repelling pearl in his possession, as long as he did not reveal his identity, no one would discern who he truly was. As for Ying, Gunan had no cause for concern. A woman willing to sacrifice her life for him instilled a sense of reassurance that, of course, Gunan was not entirely unprepared. Within the myriad realms, weapons of divine caliber were among the first to manifest visibly. However, the conditions for manifestation were stringent. The more potent the weapon's attack power, the heavier the murderous aura it exuded, necessitating greater fortune value for manifestation. In other words, to manifest an offensive weapon, one must possess sufficient fortune value. Otherwise, one would have to wait for the two worlds to merge, at which point the original equipment would be automatically acquired. The support-type artifacts typically lack offensive capabilities and thus became the only category of artifacts that could manifest without consuming fortune value. These artifacts were highly coveted among players. Regrettably, support-type artifacts were exceedingly rare. In Gunan's recollection, no more than 10 had emerged in his previous life. Each was invaluable yet unattainable. With the protection of the support artifact, the dust-repelling pearl, he was essentially impervious to harm, making it nearly impossible for others to assassinate him through special means. Moreover, the dust-repelling pearl possessed the ability to transform, allowing him to assume any visage he desired. As long as he refrained from revealing himself, no one could locate him. Naturally, relying solely on the dust-repelling pearl as a defensive measure would be insufficient. In addition to it, Gunan planned to procure several offensive artifacts before his identity was fully exposed. Once he acquired these weapons, no one on Water Blue Star could threaten him. While discussions among the crowd were fervently underway, Gunan ventured alone to Wulong Slope. Monster name: Blood Moon Tiger, normal, level, 10 health, 11. 000 attack, 320 to 385 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 60 speed, 58 skills, Blood Moon Howl, Blood Moon Power, Bloodthirsty Rampage description. These are not ordinary tigers. They are demonic beasts transformed from the fusion of ancient celestial and terrestrial powers, shaped into tiger form after eons of evolution. The Blood Moon Tiger, with its formidable strength, agility, and unique skills, stands as the guardian of this slope. Previously, while exploring the map for treasure chests, Gunan had casually slain a few monsters, and his experience bar had reached 95. He was merely a step away from leveling up thrice. Silently approaching within 10 meters of the Blood Moon Tiger, Gunan executed a rogue's assassination strike. -1 poison status successfully applied. -10 -1 poison status successfully applied. -10 -1 poison status successfully applied. -10. After 3 consecutive attacks, he stacked the poison status to its maximum, maintaining a safe distance of enmity as he led the Blood Moon Tiger down the next hillside. Just as Gunan re-entered stealth mode, a system prompt echoed in his ears. System prompt. Your Stealth LV1 has been upgraded to Stealth LV2. Instinctively, Gunan activated the stealth skill. Stealth LV2 upon activation. The character enters a hidden state for 15 seconds, extendable to 30 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Magic cost, 1 point per second. At this moment, bolstered by the characteristics of the rogue class, Gunan's stealth duration had escalated to a terrifying 30 seconds. The cooldown had been reduced by 15 seconds, now standing at 45 seconds. This meant that the gap between stealth activations was merely 15 seconds. Once he reached Stealth LV3, he would likely achieve infinite concealment. Provided his magic points were adequate, with stealth he approached the second Blood Moon Tiger and executed another rogue's assassination. -1 poison status successfully applied. -10 -1 poison status successfully applied. -10 -1 poison status successfully applied. -10. The second Blood Moon Tiger successfully locked on Gunan and charged towards him. However, hindered by the poison status, its speed dwindled to 29, but although Gunan's level was not high, with the enhancement of Windwalker boots, his speed had reached 37 points. Under Gunan's deliberate control, neither of the Blood Moon Tigers could land a hit on him. The Blood Moon Tiger possessed 3 skills, 1 passive, 1 enhancement, and 1 active skill. The active skill, Blood Moon Howl, could stun opponents within its attack range. Yet with the protective artifact, the Dust-Repelling Pearl, Gunan was immune to all negative statuses, rendering the stun effect ineffective. Next was the enhancement skill, Blood Moon Power, which consumed health to double the damage of the next attack. If struck even once, Gunan would be left severely injured. Fortunately, he remained outside the attack range of the Blood Moon Tiger, rendering its enhancement futile. The final skill, Bloodthirsty Rampage, was the most formidable and troublesome skill of the Blood Moon Tiger. When severely wounded, it would awaken its bloodthirsty instincts, entering a rampage state. In this state, its attack speed and power would surge dramatically, while also gaining a certain degree of lifesteal, converting the enemy's health into its own vitality. Imagine leading a 5-member team, and, after great effort, managing to reduce the Blood Moon Tiger's health. Suddenly, it enters a rampage state, boosting its attack speed and power by over 30, coupled with life-stealing effects. The result? You would helplessly watch its health rise from 5 to 6. 7. The more you strike, the more health it regains. How infuriating is that? Yet, this skill poses no threat to Gunan. With the poison status's healing restriction, he merely danced around, as the increase in attack speed and power meant little if it could not land a hit. Indeed, such a rogue approach was the very essence of his strategy. He was acutely aware that a single swipe could send him back home, yet it remained unable to catch him. Even if it could not pursue him, it could only watch as he inflicted damage, unable to retaliate, while its health dwindled in the process. Eventually, it begrudgingly succumbed to the rampage state, only to die in a humiliating manner. One must ask, is that not infuriating? Unbeknownst to Gunan, 6 Blood Moon Tigers had followed him closely. These creatures, oblivious to their predicament, lunged at Gunan, attempting to rip apart this intruding human in their lair. Alas, while the dream of success was alluring, reality was harsh. 6 minutes later, the first Blood Moon Tiger entered a rampage state, soon followed by the second, third, fourth, 5th, and 6th. Ultimately, the first Blood Moon Tiger fell, unwillingly yielding. Then the second, followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th Blood Moon Tigers, all succumbed in succession, in their final moments, their eyes fixated on Gunan, as if wishing to rend him to pieces. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Blood Moon Tiger, normal, and earned 1,500 experience points. Due to your exceeding 5 levels while defeating monsters, you have received an additional reward of 300 experience points. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Blood Moon Tiger, normal, and earned 1,500 experience points. Due to your exceeding 5 levels while defeating monsters, you have received an additional reward of 300 experience points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 3 and obtained 4 free attribute points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Blood Moon Tiger, normal, and earned 1,500 experience points. Due to your exceeding 5 levels while defeating monsters, you have received an additional reward of 300 experience points after defeating 6 Blood Moon Tigers, aside from 6 pieces of Blood Moon Tiger skin, 6 Blood Moon Tiger claws, and 72 copper coins. Not a single piece of equipment dropped. The meager equipment drop rate in the Myriad Races continent is disheartening. Upon reaching level 3, Gunan, as per his usual practice, allocated all his free attribute points to speed, coupled with the automatic point from leveling up and the additional point granted by his row class characteristics. Gunan's speed soared to 43 points. In a state of surplus speed, he could simultaneously aggro 8 Blood Moon Tigers. There was no denying that the experience from the Blood Moon Tigers was substantial. However, their distribution was rather scattered. Gunan needed to traverse numerous hills to gather a fixed number of Blood Moon Tigers on the bright side. After stacking 3 layers, the poison damage could reach 1,800 points. Theoretically, it would take less than 7 minutes to kill a single Blood Moon Tiger. Moreover, the level 10 Blood Moon Tigers granted a 20 experience boost for defeating monsters of higher levels. Overall, the speed of leveling up here was indeed slightly faster than at the Rock Giant Camp. An hour later, with the 45th Blood Moon Tiger falling to the ground, Gunan's level had already reached 4. Simultaneously, he arrived at his intended destination, the guard camp of Yanhua Town. Although referred to as a camp, it was essentially a makeshift site constructed from 3 dilapidated tents. There were approximately 20 individuals within the camp, many of whom were bandaged, likely having suffered significant injuries from a monster attack. Upon seeing Gunan, the captain of the guard approached with a beaming smile. You must be the adventurer who recently arrived in our town. Indeed, Gunan nodded and inquired, what troubles have you encountered? Do you require assistance? We are the guard team of Yanhua Town. The captain explained their identity and continued. While we were out on a mission, we were ambushed by the Blood Moon Tiger King, resulting in heavy losses. Most of my soldiers are severely injured and unable to move. Esteemed adventurer, could you deliver a letter to the town mayor for me? Our mayor will provide you with a generous reward. System prompt. Do you wish to accept the hidden main quest, repair the ancient altar? Gunan nodded. I am willing. System prompt. You have accepted the hidden main quest, repair the ancient altar. Quest name, repair the ancient altar. Quest requirement. Deliver the letter from the captain of the Yanhua Town Guard to the town mayor, Xin Yuan by Li. Quest difficulty. Quest reward. Unknown. Gunan had heard of this quest in his previous life. Once the altar was repaired, the direct teleportation pathways between various towns would open. After the pathways were established, each player would only need to spend 100 copper coins to travel to their desired town. In his last life, it took a week after the server launched for China to open the pathways between towns, while the servers for Goryeo, America, and Japan achieved this much sooner. Consequently, players on those servers accumulated resources more rapidly than those on the Chinese server. The output of equipment and the efficiency of boss raids were significantly enhanced. Nen did not anticipate receiving this main hidden quest at level 4, since the opportunity had presented itself. He naturally hoped to complete the hidden main quest as soon as possible, thereby unlocking the teleportation arrays between the various towns. The sooner these were activated, the earlier resource sharing could be realized on the Chinese server. The collaboration among top players would yield even greater resources. He glanced at the server leaderboard. Presently, the highest level was still 4, however. In terms of experience, others likely surpassed him by considerable margin, which was why he did not appear among the top 100. Nevertheless, Gunan was not anxious. With just a slight experience gap, he could easily catch up within an hour, with 10 hours remaining until the leaderboard deadline. There was ample time, so he decided to prioritize completing the hidden main quest first. Having made up his mind, Gunan utilized the dust-concealing pearl to obscure his appearance and aura before teleporting back to Yanhua Town. Upon returning, the scene was instantly bustling with activity. Health potions restoring 50 points for 100 coins each. Private message if needed. Mana potions restoring 50 points for 200 coins each. First come, first served, buying copper coins endlessly. 10 coins per copper. The more, the better. Buying equipment without limit. Come with your offers. Within Yanhua Town, the sounds of hawking filled the AIRGU and navigated through the crowd and soon arrived at the mayor's residence. Upon his arrival, the guard greeted him with a hostile expression. Look, another one seeking trouble. Does this kid truly believe the mayor can be seen at will? He was not the first player attempting to approach the mayor for a quest. The quest availability in the myriad races continent was genuinely scarce. Damn it. I even asked the 70-year-old widow in the village and couldn't find a suitable quest. Ha, you must be starving if you're even bothering a 70-year-old widow. What the hell? Did I just see that right? That player was actually respectfully invited inside by the guard. Is that for real? Can't you see for yourself? No way. He really went in. What's going on? Should we try going up too? Let us go. Maybe there's a quest waiting for us. I could see that moment. Gunan, guided by the guard, had already entered the mayor's residence. Just after stepping inside, several players attempted to force their way into the mayor's residence, only to be swiftly kicked out by the guards. Esteemed adventurer, I have heard you possess news from the Yanhua Town Guard. The mayor of Yanhua Town, Li, approached with a worried expression, saying, according to our agreement, they should have returned to the town before sunset yesterday. IT has been nearly a day. Could something have happened to them? Indeed, Gunan replied. They were attacked by the Blood Moon Tiger King while on a mission, resulting in heavy losses. This is the letter from the captain of the guard. As he spoke, Gunan produced the letter and handed it to Li. After reading the letter, Li's brows furrowed involuntarily. Mayor Yuan, is there anything I can assist with? Gunan inquired proactively. Esteemed adventurer, Fuguang Pashao, I'm grateful for your delivery of the guard captain's message. Yuan Li responded, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. System prompt. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden main quest repair the ancient altar. Earning 1,000 experience points. You have received a Shadow Moonblade, bronze, and 10 silver coins. Weapon name, Shadow Moonblade, bronze. Level, 10 attributes. Attack power 110 to 130 class restrictions. Assassin, thief description. This dagger is as elusive as shadows in the night and as sharp as the moon itself. A mere delivery task, devoid of complexity, offers a reward that is rather mundane. However, for a task of this simplicity, it is still quite commendable. Thus far, Gunan has been utilizing a novice dagger, and it is high time for an equipment upgrade. In the myriad realms, enhancing a person's attributes is not the primary means of increasing output. The main reliance for damage output still hinges on external factors, namely equipment. The better the equipment, the higher the output. This is one reason why the drop rate for equipment in the myriad realms is exceedingly low. A single piece of quality equipment can equivalently compensate for the experience of ascending several levels. Take Gunan, for instance. Prior to equipping the dagger, his level 4 character possessed a mere 30 points of attack power. Upon donning the dagger, his attack power surged to an impressive 140 to 160 points. The physical defense of the Blood Moon Tiger at level 10 is 80, and Gunan's current attack power is sufficient to breach that defense. This is merely bronze-level equipment. If one were to acquire silver, gold, or even dark gold-grade equipment, the impact would be even more profound. Thus, it is evident how significant a single piece of equipment can be in the early stages of the myriad realms. This necessity for swift access to the town's teleportation portal is precisely why Gunan seeks to expedite the consolidation of resources in China. Yuan Bailey sighed and continued, Adventurer, you are unaware of certain matters. Upon hearing this, Gunan knew that further tasks awaited him. Indeed, Yuan Bailey continued, the injuries sustained by the escort team are grave, and we are critically short of personnel in Yanhua Town, rendering us unable to execute rescue missions. Fortunately, their current encampment is located far from the Blood Moon Tiger King and poses no immediate danger that I plan to dispatch rescue personnel to the escort team S-Camp. Just now, the rescue personnel reported that our stock of hemostatic herbs is dwindling. Adventurer, would you be willing to gather 100 hemostatic herbs and deliver them to the escort team S encampment? Upon completion of this task, I shall reward you handsomely. System notification. Would you like to accept the hidden main quest repairing the ancient altar? Seeking hemostatic herbs, too, with the subsequent quest presented. Gunan nodded without hesitation, responding, I am willing. System notification. You have accepted the hidden main quest repairing the ancient altar, too. Quest name, repairing the ancient altar. Seeking hemostatic herbs, 2. Quest requirements. Assist Xinyuan Bailey, the mayor of Yinhua Town, in locating 0-100 wild hemostatic herbs and deliver them to the escort team S encampment. Quest difficulty. Time requirement. 12 hours quest reward. Unknown Xinyuan Bailey. With sincerity expressed at the break of dawn, I extend my gratitude on behalf of our escort team S warriors. By the way, the hemostatic herbs can be found in the toxic fog forest. Do ensure your safety. Thank you for your warning. The toxic fog forest was a place Gunan had traversed effortlessly even at level 2 to now, as a level 4 character, equipped with the supportive artifact Dust Avoidance Pearl. He had no cause for concern regarding poison. The toxic fog forest posed virtually no danger to him. Upon exiting the mayor's residence in Yinhua Town, a cacophony of voices erupted. Brother, could you tell us how you entered the mayor's residence? What task did the mayor assign you? Can you share how to obtain it? Brother. As soon as Gunan stepped out, he was encircled by a throng of eager individuals, each clamoring with various inquiries. I am the vice president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant Battle God. Silence. With a bellow from Arrogant Battle God, the surrounding noise diminished significantly, and the crowd began to murmur among themselves that the Arrogant Guild powerful. Currently, 2 individuals from our country have made it into the global top 100 rankings. Point 1 is ranked 82, and the other is 95. The one ranked 82 is the guild leader, Arrogant Gao Xiao, a berserker wielding the highest attack power bronze weapon in the server. The mountain-cleaving AX IT is said that his bronze weapon alone cost 1.8 million, making it into the global top 100. How formidable! Whether they are strong or not, I cannot say, but he should be regarded as the nominal number 1 in our country. IT is rumored he has hopes of breaking into the top 10. Now you understand? The Arrogant Guild is currently the most prominent in our country. It would be wise for us to steer clear of them to avoid provoking those we shouldn't. Gunan, preoccupied with farming the Blood Moon Tiger, had not been attentive to the online discourse. In fact, he had neglected to check his emails due to the overwhelming number. Little did he know that his mountain-cleaving axe had sold for 1.8 million, purchased by Gao Dongliang. Truly, this world is wondrous. Once the noise subsided, Arrogant Battle God approached with a smile. Brother, may I add you as a friend? Not possible. Ji promptly declined without hesitation. In his previous life, all the principal members of the Arrogant Guild had surrendered to the Sakura Nation, and this Arrogant Battle God was among them. Jiyu held no favorable impression of such traitors. Do you know who I am? Arrogant Battle God assumed Nan was unaware of his identity and boasted, I'm the vice president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant Battle God. Our leader is Arrogant Gao Xiao, currently the number 1 in our country. And then, Gunan's expression remained unfazed as he coldly inquired. And then, Arrogant Battle God was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. What does he mean? I just proclaimed my leader to be the best in the server. Shouldn't you display admiration and request to be my friend, begging to join our Arrogant Guild? Why is the situation now so disheartening? Arrogant Battle God paused for a moment before adding, Little brother, if you can tell me how to enter the mayor's residence and how to obtain tasks from there, I can grant you the privilege of joining our Arrogant Guild. Currently, countless individuals nationwide wish to join us. Meeting me is a stroke of luck for you. Nan found himself bemused. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the Arrogant Guild's arrogance, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Back then, the guild had not developed as rapidly as it had now. In contrast, he had gained fame early on. Members of the Arrogant Guild had treated him with the utmost respect, akin to mice encountering a cat. Why now do they strut about with such arrogance? It seems that the butterfly effect wrought by his equipment sales had altered their trajectory. Originally, The arrogant guild was set to rise much later, but after purchasing his rock giant sword and the mountain-cleaving axe, Gao Dongliang found himself capable of defeating enemies above his level. Through the advantage of superior weapons, he had ascended to become the top player in China to GU and would not indulge anyone who dared to be arrogant before him. With a cold retort, he stated, "I have no interest in your pitiful guild. If you have nothing else to say, kindly step aside." Arrogant battle god was taken aback, not expecting anyone to reject his goodwill. His expression darkened as he glared at Gunan, threateningly stating, "Brother, I am extending my courtesy. You would do well to accept it. The price of offending our arrogant guild is one you cannot afford. Just a mere guild, who grants you the audacity to speak so brazenly? Is it Liang Jingru?" Gunan scoffed, "The cost of offending you, I can bear. I just wonder if you can afford the price of offending me." What? Who is this person so audacious as to disregard even the arrogant guild? What this brother said is truly gratifying. I have long found the arrogant guild intolerable. Do they really think they own the myriad realms? Playing as though it were their private domain, occupying the field, forbidding us casual players from approaching, and allowing their guild members to seize our nearly defeated monsters without a shred of decency. Damn it, thinking about it just infuriates me. Our team of 5 spent 10 minutes battling the howling wild boar, just to strike away from victory, only for them to swoop in and steal it. When we confronted them, they mercilessly slaughtered us back to town. Listening to the rising murmur of discussions surrounding the Proud Guild, the expression of the Proud War God shifted dramatically. He swiftly drew the colossal sword strapped to his back and bellowed, "Silence, you lot!" At the sound of his fierce reprimand, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The Proud War God was equipped with a rock giant sword, a weapon forged from stone, recognizable in its formidable appearance. In the presence of players still clad in novice gear, it exuded an imposing aura. Once the surroundings quieted, the Proud War God approached Gu Nan with a frigid demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Brother, have I not shown you enough respect? Do you dare to look down upon our proud guild? Do you believe I won't make sure you never leave this novice village?" With a cold smile, Gu Nan replied, "I truly do not believe so." "Very well," the Proud War God exclaimed, "I admire your audacity, but I wonder, does your life possess as much resilience as your tongue?" "My life-'s resilience? You shall find out soon enough," Gu Nan retorted, maintaining his calm composure. "Excellent. If you have the guts, let us meet outside the novice village. Whoever fails to appear shall be deemed a coward, since you wish to engage." "I shall oblige you," Gu Nan said nonchalantly. "I hope you won't regret this, ha." The Proud War God scoffed. "Regret is a word that does not exist in my vocabulary. Brothers of the Proud Guild, follow me out of the novice village. If he can walk out alive today, I shall kneel before others from now on." S's declaration resonated. Dozens of Proud Guild players cast challenging glares at Gu Nan before marching towards the village exit. Observing this, other players quickly urged, "Brother, why must you provoke the Proud Guild? I advise you to admit your mistakes swiftly. They boast a membership of over 100,000, and you stand alone, unable to contend with them. Indeed, brother, do not act rashly. They can hunt you down until you delete your account. It's impossible to restart. In this game, the choice is final. Once selected, accounts cannot be deleted or restarted, only abandoned. Brother, why not concede a fault? Otherwise, your only option will be to quit the game." Ignoring the cacophony of voices around him, Gu Nan strode resolutely toward the village exit. "No. Brother, are you truly going? They are many, and you stand alone. Are you courting death? Brother, perhaps you should log off for a while. They may disperse in time. The Proud Guild may evade today, but they will not forget. Yet is it wise to seek death now? Brother, please do not go. You must confront those you offend. Otherwise, you shall be taught a lesson sooner or later." Alas, why does he not heed our warnings? This is what they call good words failing to persuade a doomed spirit. Upon exiting the novice village, Gu Nan was immediately encircled by a dozen members of the Proud Guild. "You truly dare to step forth into your demise," the Proud War God sneered. "You possess courage. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and admit your fault. Then divulge the method to enter the mayor's residence for your quest, and I may consider sparing you. This is your last chance. I hope you cherish it, for I seldom grant opportunities." With a cold smile, Gu Nan replied, "So, you may die. As his words fell, he launched a rogue's assassination strike towards the proud war god. You are seeking death. The shadow moon blade in Gunan's grasp gleamed ominously as it struck toward the proud war god's back. With an assassination bonus of 30, complemented by 3 strikes and a 100 attack bonus from behind, the damage was devastating. -260 The poison status was successfully applied. -10 -251 system prompt. You have maliciously attacked player proud war god. Gaining 1 point of evil value. System prompt. You have received the protection of the dust avoidance pearl. Evil value automatically cleared. The proud war god was taken aback, never expecting Gunan to attack, especially while surrounded by his comrades. Anger surged within him as he raised his rock giant sword to retaliate. Yet before he could react, he felt his body go limp and collapse to the ground. What the hell? What is happening? Was I just instantaneously killed? This was the proud war god's first reaction as he grappled with disbelief. In a mere encounter, he had been slain by a rogue. The damage of 260 exceeded even that dealt by his leader wielding a bronze weapon. Who exactly had he offended? Unbeknownst to the proud war god, the 260 damage was merely Gunan's normal skill output and not his ultimate strike. It is important to note that Gunan's most powerful skill enhancement occurs post-invisibility with his killing blow, while in stealth his movement speed, attack power, critical hit rate, and critical damage all increase significantly. In peak condition, Gunan could unleash around 780 points of critical damage. Returning to the entrance of Yanhua Town, the sudden collapse of the proud war god left all the surrounding proud guild players momentarily stunned. Gunan, having come with the intent to kill, showed no mercy. He swiftly claimed the rock giant sword dropped by the proud war god, stowing it in his inventory, and charged at the members of the proud guild wielding the shadow moonblade. -198 The poison status was successfully applied. -10 -185 system prompt. You have maliciously attacked player proud dragon knight, gaining 1 point of evil value. System prompt. You have received the protection of the dust avoidance pearl. Evil value automatically cleared. System prompt. You have come under malicious attack from Proud Gun King and may retaliate in self-defense. Killing your opponent during self-defense will not increase evil value. System prompt. You have come under malicious attack from Proud Shadow Assassin and may retaliate in self-defense. Killing your opponent during self-defense will not increase evil value. System prompt. You have come under malicious attack from Proud Hunter and may retaliate in self-defense. Killing your opponent during self-defense will not increase evil value. Amidst the chaos, with dozens of individuals concurrently unleashing their abilities, it was an unrealistic expectation for Gunan to evade them entirely. However, the weapons wielded by these participants were, at most, of the 3rd tier. Insufficient to breach even Gunan's defenses, let alone inflict any damage. The accompanying effects of skills, such as stun and freeze, had no chance of activation under the influence of the avoidance pearl. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Gunan, gripping the shadow moonblade, deftly maneuvered amidst the members of the arrogant guild. With every flash of cold light, a player from the arrogant guild would meet their demise. The guild, relying on their numerical advantage and lacking any strategic deployment, found themselves utterly thrown into disarray by Gunan's one-sided massacre. Each member flung their skills recklessly, their ability to overcome Gunan entirely left to fate. In stark contrast, Gunan maintained a methodical rhythm, first eliminating the mages, archers, and priests, those with low health and long reach, before dispatching assassins, hunters, and other professionals skilled in ambush and trap setting, ultimately attending to the warriors and tanks. Simultaneously, Gunan exhibited a remarkable discernment in selecting damage mitigation strategies, opting for close-range minor skills while evading major ones. Achieving this required an exceptional capacity for comprehensive judgment, akin to an intelligent machine, precisely calculating the potential damage each skill might inflict. Based on this optimal assessment, he would then evade and counterattack. Gunan's actions were largely habitual responses cultivated through countless life and death struggles in a previous existence, habits he had no intention of relinquishing, especially with the impending battles against not just fellow humans, but also races such as angels, gods, demons, vampires, machines, and insects waging war against humanity. Surviving in such tumultuous times necessitated the muscle reflexes honed through such brutal encounters. At that moment, all onlookers were utterly transfixed, They had anticipated Gu Nan would be mercilessly overwhelmed by the arrogant guild. Yet the stark reality left them all astounded that the slaughter, a unilateral massacre, no one had expected that a single individual could so effortlessly decimate dozens. Each kill was executed with a single stroke, devoid of any hesitation. Gu Nan had now eliminated all players of the arrogant guild and calmly sheathed the shadow moonblade, casting a disdainful glance at the loot strewn across the ground. Muttering a bunch of paupers before departing with an air of disdain, in Yanhua town. At the rebirth pool, the arrogant battle god finally remembered his rock giant sword, a prized possession purchased for 200,000 by a wealthy benefactor, which he had merely borrowed. It was understood that upon acquiring a superior weapon, it would be passed on to other warrior players in the guild. Realizing this, the arrogant battle god hastily opened his backpack. Damn it, the rock giant sword had exploded! Crap! After cursing several times, he quickly contacted the arrogant hunter. Hunter, my rock giant sword has been lost. Tell the brothers to hurry and collect my weapon. Boss. I'm right here. Your location was inconsequential. What mattered was the fate of his rock giant sword. I could see that moment. The arrogant battle god was in a daze, unaware that the voice was coming from beside him, and instinctively began typing. Boss, the brothers are all behind you. The arrogant hunter replied with an expression of grievance. Upon hearing this, the arrogant battle god finally regained his senses. Turning around, he saw all 45 members of his team standing neatly behind him. How did you all end up here? Where's Fu Wang Pashao? Unexplainably, the arrogant battle god felt an ominous premonition. Boss, we were all killed by Fu Wang Pashao. The arrogant hunter spoke up. His damage output is too high. We couldn't withstand even a single blow. Moreover, his defenses are formidable. We couldn't even break through. When the arrogant battle god was dispatched by Fu Wang Pajiao's blade, he had sensed Gu Nan's strength. However, he never anticipated it would be to such an absurd degree. Dozens of individuals attacking one person could not even breach his defenses. Was this even a rogue? High damage could be understood. But how could one possess both high damage and such robust defenses? Nevertheless, the arrogant battle god's foremost concern was whether his weapon had been retrieved. Did you manage to pick up my rock giant sword? He urgently inquired. Well, the arrogant hunter hesitated. Boss, your rock giant sword was picked up by Fu Wang, shouted as of now. After a moment of deliberation, the arrogant hunter continued. It's likely that the one listed at the auction house is your rock giant sword. Instinctively, the arrogant battle god opened the auction house interface. There was only one piece of equipment above level 5 available. Upon glancing, he immediately spotted the rock giant sword it had been listed just seconds prior. Humiliation. This was a blatant insult. The arrogant battle god felt as though Fu Wang Pashao was mocking him, not only slapping his face but also trampling it into the ground. Fu Wang Pashao. I shall remember you. I swear I will not rest until this grudge is avenged, the arrogant battle god vowed through gritted teeth. Boss, what should we do now? The arrogant hunter cautiously asked. What can we do? The arrogant battle god replied, his expression dark. First, we need to buy back the rock giant sword. The rock giant sword was a communal item of the guild, and its loss on his watch was solely his responsibility. With this in mind, the bitterness he harbored towards Gu Nan intensified. After Gu Nan relisted the rock giant sword, he finally had the opportunity to review his bank account. The mountain opening axe, bronze, sold for 1.8 million, netting 1.62 million after a 10 tax deduction. The breaking cloud bow, bronze, sold for 1.5 million, yielding 1.35 million after tax. The 5 skill books ranged in price, the highest at 150,000 and the lowest at 120,000. About a total of 650,000 was sold, with a net gain of 585,000 after taxes. There were 29 pieces of common equipment, with the lowest transaction at 30,000 and the highest at 250,000. In total, 5.22 million was sold, yielding a net amount of 4.698 million after taxes. The myriad races of the continent are set to merge with the water blue star, heralding a complete reshuffle of the world. Gu Nan dutifully paid every cent of the taxes owed. After tax deductions, the total amount received was 8.433 million. The surplus of 180,000 was the sum paid by Gao Dongliang for the rock giant sword. Remarkably, this profit was achieved within just 2 days of entering the game. Nevertheless, Gu Nan was not overly concerned with money. As long as it sufficed, he was content. After all, in 3 years, any amount would turn to worthless paper. The universal currency would ultimately be the gold coins within the game. The next time he sells equipment, Guinan intends to conduct the transaction in gold coins, emphasizing the importance of in-game currency to everyone. Within mere minutes, Guinan arrived at the poison fog forest. However, instead of harvesting hemostatic herbs, he found a secure spot and logged off. He had been online for over 26 consecutive hours. The G-Unit first transferred 3.2 million to Qin Mengyao card, then ordered takeout. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his bedroom and collapsed into a deep sleep. The game's nutrient pod allowed his body to enter a profound slumber, alleviating fatigue. However, it was not quite the same as real sleep. Having operated continuously for 26 hours, Guinan yearned for a genuine rest. Upon waking, it was already 5 in the evening, and he had slept for a full 5 hours. In the context of using the game's nutrient pod, 5 hours constituted deep sleep. After a quick wash, he opened his phone to find several missed calls. One was from Qin Mengyao, while the others were from Ying. Qin Mengyao had called once, but, feeling hesitant, opted to send a message of gratitude instead, indicating her willingness to fulfill her commitments. That Ying, on the other hand, had called Guinan every hour without fail, leaving him curious about her urgency. With this thought, Guinan dialed Ying's number. After some time, the call connected. "What have you been busy with? You didn't respond to my messages in the game. And now you're not answering my calls in reality. I just woke up, and my phone was on silent," Guinan replied, puzzled. "What's the rush to reach me? Did you see the messages online?" Ying inquired. "What messages?" Guinan explained. "I just woke up, washed my face, and saw your call, so I returned it without having time to check the messages." Ying probed. "Did you kill dozens of players from the Proud Guild at the entrance of Yanhua Town?" Guinan nodded. "Yes, that indeed happened." "What about it?" Ying responded. "A video of you killing has been posted online." "Oh." Guinan nonchalantly shook his head, replying, "It's no big deal. It doesn't affect me much." "How can it not affect you?" Ying exclaimed anxiously. "Many people speculate that you are the one who listed over 30 pieces of equipment. If they trace the video back to you, how will your safety be guaranteed?" "Rest assured, as long as you don't say anything. They certainly won't trace it back to me," Guinan assured her. "I won't reveal your identity." Ying clarified. "The most anyone around me knows is that I bought bronze equipment, and they're unaware that I purchased it from you. That way, I'll be safe." Guinan replied with a smile. "Then I'm safe. But your face has been recorded. What if they find you through the database?" Ying asked urgently. "Haven't you watched a video?" Guinan chuckled, explaining, "They can't possibly identify me by my face. In the myriad races continent, one's appearance cannot be altered. This means that whatever you look like in reality, you will also appear as in the myriad races continent. The only exception is that the game automatically helps disabled individuals or those with congenital defects, like the deaf, mute, blind, and other handicapped individuals, repair their physical shortcomings. For the self-reliant, it serves as a second chance at life. However, Guinan possessed the Dust Avoidance Pearl. The first active skill of the Dust Avoidance Pearl was transformation. Guinan could transform into any target while concealing his own aura and mimicking the target's entire state. Before entering Yanhua Town, Guinan had already used his transformation ability to assume a non-existent visage. Anyone attempting to identify him based on his face would find it nearly impossible. Furthermore, as a transformation artifact, the Dust Avoidance Pearl could manifest in real life, as long as Guinan altered his appearance in reality. Even if Ying exposed her information, it would not impact him in the slightest. Moreover, a woman willing to die for him would never betray him. Naturally, Guinan would continue to use this face in the game until he acquired enough life-saving artifacts to reveal his true visage. After all, being constantly hounded by a swarm of flies could be quite bothersome. Besides, the transformation feature of the Dust Avoidance Pearl had no time limit. As long as he wished, he could operate under countless faces. Thus, Guinan decided to use a transformed face until he obtained an attacking artifact, ensuring his safety as much as possible. Caution is the mother of safety. Negligence may lead to disaster. It is always wise to be prudent. In this second life, he could not afford to stumble in the gutter. Upon hearing Guinan's words, Ming immediately retrieved the video and began to watch intently. When she heard about a thief at the entrance of Yanhua Town who had killed dozens of players, Her first thought was that the assailant was Gu in a confrontation involving dozens of players. Only Gu Nin could emerge victorious in the current game. Upon learning this, Ming had immediately tried to contact Gunan, but regrettably, she could not reach him. Now, reminded by Gunan, she recalled the video. Indeed, the face and figure in the video bore no resemblance to Gunan whatsoever. What is going on? Ming questioned in confusion. Isn't it true that one cannot change their appearance in the myriad races continent? As a thief, it's quite reasonable for me to learn disguise. Gunan teased. He had no intention of revealing the capabilities of the dust avoidance pearl to anyone. This was not due to mistrust of Ming, but rather because it would not be prudent for her to know that equipment in the game could manifest in reality at this stage. Realizing that Gunan could alter his facial features, Ming breathed a sigh of relief. You made me worry for nothing that you're quite immersed in your character. That deserves praise, Gunan replied with a grin. What character? Ming asked, puzzled. Think about it. Gunan chuckled that I still have tasks to complete, so I'm logging back into the game. Without waiting for Ming's response, Gunan hung up the phone. At West Creek Villa, Building 6, upon hearing the click of the call disconnecting and recalling Gunan's previous words, Ming's cheeks flushed slightly as she couldn't help but exclaim, Bastard! I shouldn't have worried about you. In the depths of the toxic mist forest, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Gu and the present. The predominant level of players in China remains at level 4, with only a few daring enough to challenge the Gale Wolf. Apart from Gunan, no other player has ventured into the toxic mist forest. Upon logging in, Gunan began to hunt the toxic mist cobras while searching for the elusive blood-stanching herb. Before long, he discovered this precious herb amidst a marsh, albeit guarded by several elite toxic mist cobras. Upon witnessing this, Gunan promptly cast an insight spell. Monster name: Toxic Mist Cobra, Elite. Level: 9 health, 11. 000 attack, 230 to 260 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 95 speed, 42 skills. Toxic Mist Spray, Venomous Bite, Camouflage, Toxic Mist Domain Description. The Toxic Mist Cobra is a common serpent of the forest, having mutated due to the ingestion of a mysterious herb, endowing it with formidable power and toxicity, high in comparison to the standard level 8 Toxic Mist Cobra. The elite variant is evidently much stronger. In addition to significant enhancements in health, attack, and defense, it possesses an additional skill: the Toxic Mist Domain. Within this domain, the Toxic Mist Cobra can manipulate the surrounding mist to create illusions or traps, confounding and ensnaring intruders. This unique territory poses quite a challenge for early-stage players. However, Gunan, equipped with 1,000 locks and 10 resolution skill inherent to his stealth class, perceives any trap or mist as transparent. Approaching the elite Toxic Mist Cobra, Gunan swiftly entered a state of stealth. As he closed in, nearly within a meter's distance, he grasped the Shadow Moon blade firmly. A chilling aura enveloped the blade's tip as Gunan initiated a rogue assassination. Minus 620 critical damage. Poison state successfully applied. -10 minus 319 poison state successfully applied. -10 minus 630 critical damage. Poison state successfully applied. -10. In a flurry of 3 successive strikes, 2 critical hits were achieved, inflicting over 500 points of damage upon the elite Toxic Mist Cobra. System notification: your Rogue Assassination LV1 has upgraded to Rogue Assassination LV2. System notification: your Gale Step LV1 has upgraded to Gale Step LV2. Rogue Assassination LV2: assassinate enemies while in motion, with a chance to stun the target, while increasing physical attack by 35. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Mana cost: 15 points. Gale Step LV2 upon use grants a remarkable burst of speed, increasing movement speed by 60 for 15 seconds. Cooldown: 25 seconds. Mana cost: 15 points. After 3 consecutive assassinations, Gunan once again entered a state of concealment. The elite Toxic Mist Cobra, reeling from the pain, thrashed its massive head and emitted a mournful cry. The Toxic Mist Domain was activated. With the emergence of the Toxic Mist Domain, traps composed of toxic mist manifested around the elite Toxic Mist Cobra. Any who ventured within would succumb to the toxins, entering a brief state of daze and persistent poisoning. Gunnan's eyes. These traps were laid bare, Wy simply evading them. They posed little threat. Nevertheless, Gunnan paid them no heed and deliberately stepped onto a trap, gripping the Shadow Moon blade, and lunged once more at the elite toxic Mist Cobra. Another series of 3 strikes unfolded in the span of a second. Representing the maximum damage Gunnan could inflict at his current attack speed, as the Shadow Moon blade descended, a cascade of numbers appeared above the elite toxic Mist Cobra. System notification. You are shielded by the Dust Pearl. Automatically removing all negative states. -721, critical damage. -356, -355 though this time did not yield consecutive critical hits. It still drained over 1,400 points from the elite toxic Mist Cobra's health. With the strike successful, Gunnan slipped back into stealth. The 30 seconds of stealth granted Gunnan ample maneuvering space. Under relentless assault, the elite toxic Mist Cobra had lost its sanity, yet failed to locate Gunnan, becoming a mere target for his strikes. Lacking intelligence to begin with, the elite toxic Mist Cobra spiraled into madness, unleashing toxic mist spray indiscriminately around it. Meanwhile, Gunnan remained hidden behind the elite toxic Mist Cobra, unaffected by its futile attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he executed another series of 3 strikes before vanishing into stealth once more. -689, critical damage. -10, -311, -10, -315-10. Hiss in under a minute. The elite toxic Mist Cobra let out its final roar, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Until its last breath, it remained oblivious to the location of its assailant. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the toxic Mist Cobra, Elite, earning 1,000 experience points. Due to defeating a creature 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 200 experience points. System notification. The soul-eating venomous thorn has detected the ability to absorb the toxic Mist Cobra's venom. Elite. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System notification. Cobra venom absorption complete. System notification. Your skill, soul-eating venomous thorn LV1, has undergone a transformation. Gunnan promptly opened the system interface to examine the newly altered soul-eating venomous thorn. Soul-eating venomous thorn LV1. SSS rank. Any attack may apply a layer of poison effect to the target, dealing 15 damage per second for 60 seconds. This poison effect ignores all defenses and applies a healing prohibition, rendering it unpurifiable. Additionally, the target under the poison effect experiences a 50 reduction in movement speed and attack speed. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 3. Traits. Absorbing different toxins enhances the poison effect. Indeed, the transformed soul-eating venomous thorn increased its true damage by an additional 5 points. Consequently, at maximum stacking, the poison damage over 1 minute escalated from 1,800 points to a staggering 2,700 points, an increase of 900 points. Gunnan had not anticipated that absorbing the same toxin from a common monster would allow for a second absorption from an elite creature. It seemed the concentration of toxins in common monsters was vastly inferior to that found in elite ones. If this were the case, did it imply that Gunnan could potentially absorb toxins multiple times from commander-level and boss-level creatures? Upon reaching this point, Gunnan felt a surge of excitement. After equipping the Shadow Moon blade, his damage had undergone a dramatic transformation. Present. His reliance on poison had begun to wane if the toxic damage could continue to accumulate under varying concentrations of the same toxin. It would undoubtedly become a crucial weapon in his arsenal for the future. Once he had calmed his exhilaration, Gunnan resumed the task of eliminating the remaining 4 elite-grade poison fog cobras. 5 minutes later, Gunnan had successfully vanquished all 5 elite-grade poison fog cobras. At last, he could gather the hemostatic herbs in peace. The distribution of hemostatic herbs was relatively concentrated. Nonetheless, Gunnan still spent a full hour on the task. Quest title: Repairing the Ancient Altar. Seeking Hemostatic Herbs. Part 2. Quest requirements. Assist the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xianyuan Bailey, in locating 100 hemostatic herbs and deliver them to the guard camp. Quest difficulty. Time requirement: 12 hours, remaining time 5 hours 45 minutes. Quest rewards. Unknown, the destination of this quest was the temporary guard camp deep within Wulong Slope. After completing the task, Gunnan made his way directly to the guard camp. Half an hour later, he appeared once more outside the temporary camp, That moment, several doctors had arrived at the camp, tending to the injured from the temporary guard unit. Upon seeing Gunan, the captain of the guard approached him proactively. "Esteemed adventurer, if it were not for your timely arrival, my soldiers would likely have perished. There's no need for such formalities." Gunan replied, "I come at the behest of Mayor Xinyuan Bailey to deliver 100 hemostatic herbs to you." "Thank you ever so much," the captain responded. "We have already received word from the mayor, but we did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Now our severely injured soldiers have hope." Jiyu then felt slightly embarrassed. If the captain knew that he had logged off for a 5-hour nap after accepting the quest, he could only imagine what his reaction would be. "It is my honor to assist you," Gunan replied politely. "Thank you once again, adventurer." The captain produced some items and handed them to Gunan, saying, "This is the reward promised by our mayor. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden main quest repairing the ancient altar, seeking hemostatic herbs, Part 2, and received a reward of 5,000 experience points. You have obtained a pair of wind dance boots, silver, and 1 gold coin. Weapon name, wind dance boots, silver, level, 10 attributes, agility 28, movement speed 10 class restriction, none description. These lightweight and agile boots grant the wearer a dancer's swiftness. For a mere 2-star difficulty quest, the system surprisingly granted a piece of silver equipment. Yunan was astonished, and upon examining the attributes of the wind dance boots, his excitement grew even more. The 28-point agility bonus exceeded that of the Swiftwind boots by a full 8 points. However, the most significant aspect was the second attribute, the 10-point movement speed increase. While this may seem modest, it is important to note that Gunan's movement speed could increase by 50 while in stealth mode. With the use of Swiftwind Step, his speed could even rise by 60. However, both of these enhancements had time limitations. Swiftwind Step lasted only 15 seconds, and Stealth could endure at most 30 seconds. Thus, these two skills were classified as short-term benefits. The magical power required for frequent use was also a constraint. In contrast, the Wind Dance Boots provided a long-term increase in movement speed. The 10-point bonus could consistently manifest throughout the entirety of combat. Moreover, this enhancement could be compounded with the Swiftwind Step while in stealth mode. Without a moment's hesitation, Gunan promptly removed the Swiftwind boots and donned the Wind Dance boots. A level 4 character, Gunan's base movement speed skyrocketed to an alarming 57 points. In reality, his effective movement speed had reached as high as 62 points. This velocity would allow him to maintain an advantage over the Blood Moon Tiger, even without the deceleration effect of the soul-eating venomous stinger. The bronze boots he had replaced were not immediately listed on the trading platform. Instead, he opted to send them to meet Sai. The 20-point movement speed enhancement would make her kite fighting much smoother. Once everything was settled, Gunan noticed the captain of the guard wearing an expression akin to someone mourning a lost father. It was evident that there must be a subsequent task. Observing this, Gunan took the initiative to inquire, "Captain, the hemostatic herbs have been delivered, so why do you still appear so troubled?" "Esteemed adventurer, the situation is as follows," the captain began, recounting the tale. "Our primary objective was to procure 100 Blood Moon Tiger Claws as sacrificial offerings for the altar's restoration. While transporting the claws back to Yanhua Town, we were ambushed by the Blood Moon Tiger King, and all the claws were lost. We managed to save the lives of our soldiers, but our mission remains unfulfilled. Given my current capabilities, it seems unlikely that I can complete the task assigned by the mayor. Collecting 100 Blood Moon Tiger Claws. If Gunan recalled correctly, he had dozens of these claws in his inventory. He had not anticipated their utility in this scenario. Jiyu Nen immediately changed his demeanor, smiling as he offered, "If it is convenient, you may assign this task to me, and I will see it through." "Really?" the captain of the guard exclaimed with excitement. "If you can accomplish this for us, I will certainly request the mayor to reward you generously." System notification. Do you wish to accept the hidden main quest repairing the ancient altar, collecting Blood Moon Tiger Claws? Part 3. With such a bountiful reward attached to this hidden main quest, Gunan was not one to let it slip by. He nodded without hesitation, responding, "I am willing." System notification. You have accepted the hidden main quest repairing the ancient altar, collecting Blood Moon Tiger Claws. Part 3. Quest title, Repairing the Ancient Altar, collecting Blood Moon Tiger Claws. Part 3. Quest requirements. assist the captain of the Yanhua Town Guard in collecting 52 Blood Moon Tiger Claws and deliver them to Mayor Xianyuan Bailey of Yanhua Town. Quest difficulty, time requirement, 24 hours, remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Quest rewards. Unknown seeing Gu Nan accept the quest, the captain of the guard finally revealed a smile and expressed his gratitude. Adventurer, I cannot thank you enough. This is a letter I have penned myself. Present this letter to Mayor Xianyuan in Yanhua Town, and he will surely reward you handsomely. It is my privilege to assist you. After departing from the guard camp, Gu Nan checked the time. It was already 9:30, that only 2.5 hours remained until the deadline for the Grand Gamble. Currently, the top 10 on the world-level leaderboard were predominantly level 5. Notably, China had made remarkable strides, with 8 individuals ranking within the top 100. Kong Ao Gao Xiao, level 4, world ranking 32. Beijing Star, level 4, world ranking 48. Fenghua Yan Ran, level 4, world ranking 59. Feng De Qinyu, level 4, world ranking 72. Qian Xiaowei Liang, level 4, world ranking 75. Tai Shui Dan Qing, level 4, world ranking 86. Wan Shi Chao Chao, level 4, world ranking 95. Fu Guang Pashao, level 4, world ranking 98. Ji Yunan was surprised to find himself listed among the rankings, currently holding the 98th position. This was achieved even without actively pursuing leveling up. Wait a moment, he pondered. How did one name manage to intrude into this list? Qian Xiaowei Liang. What was going on? To everyone's surprise, Ming has also made it onto the leaderboard, and her rank even surpasses her own. Most of Mi Ying's equipment has been provided by Gu Nan. Overall, it can be said that apart from Gu Nan, she should rank second. However, her gameplay leaves much to be desired. It is quite astonishing that with such gameplay, she managed to reach the top 100. If Mi Ying were to realize how Gu Nan perceives her, he might be tempted to crush her with a tofu block out of frustration. Is it really necessary to look down on others in such a manner? After all, she is an SS-level hidden profession, a divine priest. What is the big deal about having a bit of an early advantage? Aside from Mi Ying, Gu Nan has a recollection of the others on the leaderboard. There's the arrogant Gao Xiao, who is nothing but a traitor. Sooner or later, Gu Nan will send him on his way. Below Gao Xiao is Bai Jixing, the top archer of the Stardust Guild, one of the 10 major guilds. He has transitioned to the hidden profession of Wind Whisperer and is one of China's renowned archers. The core members of the Stardust Guild are all named after celestial bodies, such as Bai Jixing, Tian Lingxing, and Wen Shuxing. Anyone bearing a star-themed name is typically a prestigious member of the guild. Fenghua Yanran, the president of the Wind Elegance Guild, is known in reality as Chu Yanran, the princess of the Chu Consortium. She is devoted to gaming, showing little interest in her family's business. A charming and alluring woman, she captivates many young men. Feng De Qinyu, the founder of the Clear Feather Guild, hails from a scholarly background and possesses exceptional talents. With her long legs, she has garnered numerous titles, including the Leg Goddess. Through her own efforts, she has established the first civilian guild, the Clear Feather Guild. Qian Xiaowei Liang, an unexpected addition, is to be skipped over. Tai Shui Dan Qing, the chief mage of the Iron Blood Guild, commands powerful lightning skills and has once slaughtered over 1,000 cherry blossom foes. Wan Shi Chao Chao, the founder of the Chaos 3 Kingdoms Guild, is involved in coal and real estate in reality, lacking in education and favoring married women. Perhaps the only distinction from the notorious Chao is that he prefers those who are divorced. He even waits for married women to separate before pursuing them. How should one put it? This man possesses a modicum of morality, albeit a scant one. Among those currently on the list, aside from the uninvited Mi Ying, the others are among China's top combat forces. Except for Gao Dongliang, these individuals embody the indomitable spirit of China. In the previous life, not a single Chinese individual made it onto the leaderboard before its closure. Yet in this life, an extraordinary spectacle has emerged with 8 individuals simultaneously making the CUT to GU. Nen understands that this is likely due to these individuals purchasing the equipment he offered, resulting in a qualitative leap in their capabilities. It should be noted that their gameplay is not inferior to that of their international counterparts. The only significant challenge in leveling up is not the inability to defeat monsters, but rather the struggle to secure kills. With their base attributes insufficient for slaying monsters beyond their level, the equipment Gu Nan provided has afforded them the necessary conditions to do so, thus creating the current prosperity. Although having only 8 individuals on a leaderboard seems a tad lacking, it is, nonetheless, an admirable achievement for contemporary China. The path to China's resurgence cannot be expedited to empower the entire nation. One must let advantages accumulate like a snowball, growing larger to better confront impending conflicts. After reviewing the global leaderboard, Gu Nan opened his inventory to find he now possessed 52 Blood Moon Tiger Claws. This means he only needs to hunt down 48 more Blood Moon Tigers to complete his task. One cannot deny that his luck is quite remarkable. In truth, even without this task, Gu Nan would still need to hunt Blood Moon Tigers to level up. He has placed significant stakes on himself, allowing no room for error. Upon opening his personal attributes panel and glancing at the experience bar, he noted he was at level 4, with 12 points. The experience required to advance from level 4 to 5 is 80,000 currently. He needs an additional 70,400 experience points to reach level 5, but the experience gained from slaying a single Blood Moon Tiger is typically around 1,800 points. By completing the task, Gu Nan's level would also be sufficiently raised to 5. With a plan in mind, Gu Nan no longer hesitated. He left the encampment and made his way towards the nearest hillside. It has been over 7 hours since Gu Nan departed from Wulong's slope. The Blood Moon Tigers there must have long since respawned. Night fell. The Blood Moon slowly ascended, its crimson light illuminating the vast jungle. Gripping the Shadow Moon blade, Gu Nan swiftly maneuvered through the trees while in stealth mode. A tremor suddenly reverberated through the air, prompting Gu Nan to leap onto a nearby bush, adopting a defensive stance. Shortly thereafter, a Blood Moon Tiger came into view. Gu Nan deftly unsheathed his Shadow Moon blade, the blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. The Blood Moon Tiger seemed to sense something amiss, cautiously surveying its surroundings while emitting a low growl. Gu Nan had long been prepared, seizing the moment to activate Gale's steps, swiftly positioning himself behind the Blood Moon Tiger and executing a rogue's assassination maneuver. 682, critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. -15 -298 poison status applied successfully. -15 -713 critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. Blood Moon Tiger reacted swiftly, abruptly turning to defend against the assassin's strike with its claws. However, Gu Nan had anticipated this move. He nimbly evaded the Blood Moon Tiger's counterattack and drove his dagger into its abdomen. 311 The Blood Moon Tiger let out a pained roar, blood gushing forth. Gu Nan wasted no time, quickly maneuvering behind the creature to deliver a decisive blow to its neck. 685 critical damage. -15 -315 -15 -295 -15 in less than 10 seconds of close combat. Gu Nan had already reduced the Blood Moon Tiger's health by nearly 1/3. Sustaining no injuries himself, the Blood Moon Tiger, wounded, glared at Gu Nan with a pained expression. Undaunted, Gu Nan transformed into a bolt of lightning, launching himself at the Blood Moon Tiger. His gaze was resolute and frigid, the Shadow Moon blade in his hand reflecting the eerie glow of the Blood Moon. 282 The dagger sliced through the Blood Moon Tiger's skin, blood spurting forth and staining the surrounding foliage. The Blood Moon Tiger howled in agony, thrashing its massive tail in an attempt to swat Gu Nan away. Yet, Gu Nan clung tightly to the creature's tail, leaping onto its back. The Shadow Moon blade fell like rain, each strike finding its mark on the Blood Moon Tiger's vital points. 1082 critical hit. -15 -1151 critical hit. -15 -985 critical hit. -15 finally. Under Gu Nan's relentless assault, the Blood Moon Tiger roared in torment, its body trembling as its strength waned. In a mix of unwillingness and humiliation, it gradually succumbed to the ground. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Blood Moon Tiger. Normal, earning 1,500 experience points. Due to your level 5 advancement in defeating the monster, you receive an additional 300 experience points in a mere 40 seconds. A formidable level 10 Blood Moon Tiger was vanquished. Such damage output is likely unparalleled across the globe. With Gu Nan's current prowess, hunting the Blood Moon Tiger poses virtually no risk. There's no need to draw aggro. The soul-devouring poison darts will gradually incapacitate the beast. Simply brandishing the Shadow Moon blade and unleashing a flurry of attacks suffices to dispatch it effortlessly. The ensuing Wulong slope becomes Gu Nan's personal stage. Under his rigorous training, the combination of stealth, gale steps, and rogue's assassination has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. In his wake, only the remnants of the Blood Moon Tigers remain. As one after another falls, Gu Nan's experience skyrockets. Concurrently, the world rankings undergo rapid fluctuations. 98 teach, 95 teach, 93 RD, 85 teach. Almost every minute, Gu Nan's position advances, showing no signs of halting. 45 minutes later, with the 39th Blood Moon Tiger collapsing. The system's notification chimes in his ears once more. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 5, gaining 4 free attribute points an hour later, as the 48th Blood Moon Tiger reluctantly lies down. Gu Nan finally completes his third hidden main quest. His ranking has successfully surged into the top 10, temporarily settling at 10th place. Glancing at the time, Gu Nan notes that with an hour and a half remaining, he can return to turn in a quest, and then continue hunting monsters with ample time to spare. With this thought in mind, Gu Nan hesitates not a moment and teleports back to the city. Little does Gu Nan know that his meteoric rise in levels has become the talk of the player community. Has a Chinese player truly cracked the top 10? Could it be the illustrious Gao Xiao from the Arrogant Guild? He possesses a bronze-tier mountain-cleaving axe, allowing him to slay monsters beyond his level with remarkable speed. When I last checked the world level rankings, he was already hovering around the 30th position. Thus, it is hardly surprising for him to enter the top 10. What Gao Xiao? This is a player named Fu Guang Pashao now in the top 10. Fu Guang Pashao. Who is that? You never heard of him before. Fu Guang Pashao? Wasn't he ranked 98 just an hour ago? Indeed, he was. Remarkably, he has now leveled up to 5. Moreover, he has ascended into the top 10 rankings. No way. Is this for real? The experience bar for the top 10 players must have gained at least 10,000 points. What kind of monsters has Fu Guang Pashao been hunting to level up so rapidly? Who knows? All I can say is that I watched him climb from 98 to 10th place in no time. The experience required for a level 4 upgrade is 80,000, and at rank 98. His experience should have been less than half of that. Now, having surpassed 10,000 experience as a level 5, it means Fu Guang Pashao has accrued at least 50,000 experience in the past hour. Incredible! 50,000 experience calculated at the lowest probability. With an hour and a half left in the overall leveling competition, Fu Guang Pashao could amass at least 75,000 experience points. This implies that if Fu Guang Pashao continues at this pace, there's a strong possibility that China could clinch the top position, that if Fu Guang Pashao genuinely claims first place, then China would undeniably emerge as a dark horse. According to Fu Guang Pashao's current leveling speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is highly likely to become the #1 player. First place, if I recall correctly, secures 3 Tier 3 resource cities for China. Indeed, 3 Tier 3 cities. With so many players in China, acquiring these 3 cities would significantly enhance the overall leveling speed for our community. So what are we waiting for? Charge! Fu Guang Pashao, hurry and push forward. Go Fu Guang Pashao. If you could secure first place for China, I would gladly bear your children. Damn it, I just checked the betting odds. And China's odds stand at 1 to 9, 2.12. Who in the world bet on our server? An odds ratio of 1 to 902.12 means they are practically destined for ascension. But if Fu Guang Pashao truly takes first place, that is a whopping 900 odds ratio. Incredible profits await. Haha, I bet on our server purely for support, never expecting such a delightful surprise that I wagered 100 copper coins, and at this odds I could reap 90. 212 copper coins. Given that the current buying price for 1 copper coin is already $20, this would directly translate to a windfall of 1.8 million that I don't intend to sell. I plan to use this fortune to buy equipment or to further support our Chinese community next time. That aren't you all getting a bit ahead of yourselves? The American server's Lucifer is still far ahead. With less than 2 hours left, whether Fu Guang Pashao can surpass remains uncertain. Is it really necessary to pop the champagne prematurely? Brothers upstairs, did you also bet on the American server? Honestly, I bet on the American server purely as a speculative move to make some money that if I win, I'm happy. If not, I'll vent my frustration. However, if my loss stems from our server defeating the American server, I would consider that loss worthwhile. As long as our server wins, I'd willingly support the American server with a few hundred copper coins. Ultimately, the winnings from the grand prize will return to us in China. After all, the bounty should stay within our borders. I remain steadfast in my beliefs. I don't know what mindset you're expressing, but I believe any rational Chinese person would not voice such sentiments. National interests and personal benefits are distinct in my view. Although I placed a bet on the American server, deep down, I still hope our China claims first place. After all, I stand to lose only a few dozen copper coins. While our nation secures 3 cities, these cities will ultimately benefit all players in China. That I can clearly distinguish between personal and collective interests. China will surely prevail. My 80 copper coins are my contribution to our server-S advancement. The mindset of the brother upstairs is commendable. Fu Guang Pashao will triumph. Charge, Fu Guang Pashao. I have placed a 200 copper coin bet on our server. Whether this endeavor can transform from a bicycle into a motorcycle now rests upon you. You have wagered quite a hefty sum, my friend. If you win big this time, it will be monumental. Good grief, I just checked the personal betting pool and saw that someone bet on Fu Guang Pashao when he was still at level 2. What the heck? I saw that too. At that moment, Fu Guang Pashao was merely level 2 and someone placed a bet on him. The odds reached an astonishing 1 to 86,000. I'm dying to know who placed that bet. If I bet double now, can I transfer it? I'll wager 10 times. I'll wager 100 times. I'll wager 1,000 times. I'll wager 10,000 times. Damn it, with an 86,000 times profit. A 10,000 times bet would still yield a staggering 76,000 times profit. You lot are calculating quite shrewdly. I can hear your schemes from Kyoto. It is utterly bizarre that someone placed a bet on Fu Guang Pashao when he was only level 2. This situation is both strange and frightening. What do you mean, brother upstairs? I sense you've stumbled upon something significant. This is merely my speculation, my singular opinion. So hear me out, regardless of your multiple opinions. Just share your thoughts. Prior to the betting pool closing, Fu Guang Pashao was only at level 2. Under such circumstances, no rational person would bet on Fu Guang Pashao claiming first place. Therefore, the only individuals who could have wagered on Fu Guang Pashao's victory are 2 types of people. The first being those who firmly believe in his potential to win, and the second being Fu Guang Pashao himself. The only one who could possess such unwavering faith in Fu Guang Pashao's victory must be Fu Guang Pashao himself, who knows his capabilities best. Thus, I can tentatively conclude that the one who placed the bet on Fu Guang Pashao's victory is none other than Fu Guang Pashao himself. This implies that even when he was still level 2, Fu Guang Pashao was confident he would secure first place. How is that even possible? Your analysis seems far-fetched. At level 2, where could Fu Guang Pashao find the confidence to claim the top spot on the world leaderboard? I understand that you may find this conclusion hard to believe. However, let us ponder for a moment. Since 12 o'clock, Fu Guang Boyo has ascended 3 ranks. What does this indicate? It suggests that Fu Guang Boyo's speed in defeating monsters far surpasses that of our current player base. Moreover, I wonder if you have noticed that Fu Guang Boyo's class is that of rogue. What does leveling up have to do with his profession? It has immense significance. Do you recall that after 12 o'clock today, our Chinese auction house listed over 30 pieces of equipment all at once? Of course, we are well aware that the reason so many of us from China can ascend the world rankings is precisely due to this batch of equipment. Among these items, 2 are bronze dash grade. As we all know, bronze equipment can only be obtained for bosses or through bronze treasure chests. Previously, some conjectured that these 30-plus pieces of equipment must have been obtained from the free treasure chests. I can say with near certainty that Fu Guang Boyo is the individual who opened those free treasure chests. The fact that he can list so many pieces of equipment and skill books indicates that he either has no use for them or looks down upon them. This implies that the equipment he currently possesses must indeed be of bronze quality. With such a significant equipment advantage, he has the audacity to challenge for first place. In fact, moving from rank 98 to rank 10 within an hour speaks volumes. Wow. Analyzing it this way, it suddenly makes a lot of sense. The truth is likely as such. Fu Guang Boyo. Now, I wondered why that name sounded so familiar. Familiar, brother, Do you happen to know him? Wow. If you know such a prominent figure, could you ask him to sell me 2 pieces of equipment? How could I possibly know such a big shot? I once watched his PK video. PK video? What did you see it? It was the one that surfaced earlier, where a rogue single-handedly wiped out dozens of players from the Proud Guild. Wow. Which video are you referring to? I saw it too. 1 strike per opponent, like chopping vegetables. That rogue player is Fu Wong Boyo. Precisely. That rogue player is indeed Fu Wong Boyo. Wow. If my memory serves me right, among those dozens, the knight with the highest health had a whopping 500 health points and substantial defense. This means that Fu Wong Boyo's highest attack, when enhanced by skills, may have exceeded 700. Goodness. Such explosive damage indicates that his equipment is at least of bronze grade. No wonder his leveling speed is so astonishing. Goodness, I currently have all my points in strength, and even with my weapon, my attack barely breaks 100. Fu Wong Boyo is truly terrifying. I feel as though we are not playing the same game. It's too intense. I only know that since Fu Wong Boyo dares to bet on himself to win, there is a tremendous possibility that we from China can indeed triumph. Wow, I'm so excited. Let's wait and see. The discussions outside did not capture Gunan's attention too much, as he had returned to the mayor's residence. Upon his arrival, the gatekeeper approached him willingly. Esteemed adventurer, you are a valued guest of our mayor. The gatekeeper said with utmost respect, the mayor instructed me to escort you to him as soon as I saw you. Perfect. I have matters to report to the mayor. Please lead the way. Gunan replied politely. This way, please. Under the gatekeeper's guidance, Gunan soon met Xianyuan Bailey, the mayor of Yanhua Town. Adventurer, I have received news from the physician. Upon seeing Gunan, Xianyuan Bailey greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your assistance. If it weren't for your gathering of sufficient hemostatic herbs from the poison fog forest, our guard team in Yanhua Town would have suffered significant losses this time. You are too kind, Mayor de Gunan replied with a smile. As a member of Yanhua Town, it is my honor to contribute in any way I can. System prompt. You have gained the friendship of Yanhua Town. Yanhua Town's favorability towards you has increased by 60. I won't say any more unnecessary thanks. Should you encounter any issues in Yanhua Town, feel free to seek me out. Xianyuan Bailey continued. Adventurer, I presume you have other matters to discuss during your visit? Indeed. Jiunin took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Xianyuan Bailey, stating, the captain of the guard asked me to deliver this letter to you, along with the blood moon tiger claws required for the altar's restoration. Xianyuan Bailey took the letter from Gunan, and upon glancing at it, his expression brightened. Adventurer, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You are the savior of Yanhua Town. System prompt. You have gained the friendship of Yanhua Town. Yanhua Town's favorability toward you has increased by 70. These blood moon tiger claws are indeed materials that Yanhua Town urgently requires. Without your intervention, it would have taken us at least another 7 days to gather them. Xianyuan Bailey continued. This is a token of my appreciation. System prompt. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden main quest collect blood moon tiger claws for the restoration of the ancient altar. 3. Earning 20,000 experience points. You have received 50 luck points. You have obtained a gilded staff, silver grade. You have received 2 gold coins. Equipment name, gilded staff, silver. Level, 10 attributes. Magic attack 95 to 115. Intelligence 10 additional effect. Double casting, with a 20 chance to inflict double damage on the target. Class restriction. Mage, priest description. Its appearance is as deep as the night sky, inlaid with star gemstones. And the golden gem at the top radiates a mysterious glow. It is the crystallization of the oath of the stars. Atin and not only symbolizes power, but also embodies wisdom and courage. This silver-grade gilded staff boasts an attack power of up to 115, coupled with an intelligence bonus of 10. The damage reaches a staggering 145 points. Furthermore, the silver-grade gilded staff possesses an additional effect, allowing for double casting, similar to a warrior's combo, inflicting damage twice on the target. Although the activation probability is not high, one must remember that unlike warriors, mages possess area of effect skills. Just the thought of that with an area skill is terrifying. Unfortunately, Gunan is not a mage and can only pass it on to Meat Sai. With a slight sigh, Gunan spent 10 silver coins to mail the silver weapon to Meat Sai. The cost of mailing equipment increases with the item's level and tier. 10 silver coins still fall within Gu Nan's acceptable range. Not even 10 seconds after sending it, Mitsai's voice call came through. Where did you get this equipment? It was a reward for a quest. Gu Nan replied. What do you think? Surprised? This is simply outrageous, Mitsai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. After switching to this staff, my damage has doubled. Now I can slay gods and Buddhas alike. I'm glad you like it. For the girl who protects him with her life, Gu Nan felt that no amount of pampering was too much, that I do really like it. Mitsai said shyly, but this weapon is far too precious. Why not sell it and exchange it for money? Previously, you sold a bronze weapon for 1.8 million, and that was for a limited class berserker's equipment. This staff, being usable by both mages and priests, should fetch an even higher price. Ji Yunin replied. Besides, I feel that this game is alarmingly realistic. Many individuals with disabilities and self-reliant people have found a second spring in this game, that I suspect that this game may very well become humanity's second world in the future. Thus, in the early stages of a game, we must seize every opportunity for development. This weapon is a gift to you. Consider my investment. No, I cannot accept your gift without giving something in return. Mitsai insisted stubbornly. Your thoughts align with mine. This game could have significant impacts on the real world, that I recently plan to mobilize resources from my family to settle in the 10,000 races continent. This weapon counts as a purchase from you.as for the price. Let us say 5 million. If you're not satisfied, I can add more. That idea is quite commendable. Ji Yunin nodded in agreement, then added, however, I do not recommend you mobilize resources from your family. The Mi family, to which Ming belongs, is a prominent clan in the Central Plains, boasting a history that spans over 1,000 years. With an unbroken lineage to this day, Mi Ying's father is a direct descendant of the Mi family. However, he is preceded by 2 elder brothers, leaving the family's power predominantly in the hands of Mi Ying's 2 uncles. Her father oversees an estate worth billions, yet nominally, these assets belong to him alone. In actuality, the governance of such a large family operates under a patriarchal system, regardless of the wealth one may possess. A mere word from the family head can result in the swift confiscation of all holdings. In her previous life, Mi Ying invested the Mi family's fortunes into the myriad races continent, signing her first contract with Gu Nan, offering a staggering annual salary of 10 million AT that time. Less than half a month had passed since the launch of the myriad races continent. Showcasing her audacity, the hidden truths of the continent began to unfold. Mi Ying remained steadfast in her support for Gu Nan, continuously enhancing his compensation. Even after her demise, she bequeathed the Rhine Guild, which she had established, to him. However, the journey of the Rhine Guild was fraught with obstacles. As the truths of the myriad races continent gradually emerged, the Mi family set their sights on the Rhine Guild, demanding that Mi Ying relinquish control. This demand led to significant discord within the family, culminating in a major conflict. Ji Yunan was unaware of how Mi Ying had resolved the situation, but ultimately, over 80% of the guild's top players were poached by the Mi family, leaving only Gu Nan and a handful of Mi Ying's loyal supporters. This schism severely weakened the Rhine Guild, causing it to plummet from the ranks of China's top 10 guilds. In her past life, Gu Nan often pondered that had the Rhine Guild not fractured, Mi Ying might not have faced annihilation while trying to save her. In this life, Gu Nan was determined to prevent Mi Ying from becoming entangled in the Mi family's interests. I do not wish to utilize my family's resources, but you are aware of my circumstances over the years. Mi Ying hesitated, her thoughts trailing off. Possessing a remarkable acumen for business, an astute sense of smell, and a keen eye for opportunity, Mi Ying had previously founded the Rhine Guild. This life, upon learning of Gu Nan's sale of numerous items, she cautioned him about his personal safety. Regrettably, she had little desire to engage in business, instead leading a life reliant on her family's support. Despite her father's repeated offers for her to take over his enterprises, Mi Ying consistently declined. Tomorrow, I will be playing games with Gu Nan. Nothing more. It was only due to her fortunate lineage that she had not been left destitute. You want me to refrain from utilizing the family's resources? I cannot spare a single penny. This epitomized the situation of a headstrong young lady. It not merely money. Gu Nan chuckled. Have you forgotten? I shall handle these financial matters. Your task is to expand our endeavors within the game as per your vision. Consider this weapon as my investment in you. Shortly, I shall transfer 8 million to you. Should you require funds in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. Understanding Gu Nan's intentions, Ming hesitated before inquiring. Wouldn't that place a heavier burden on you? I could discuss with my father and acquire a few billion without much trouble. Pressure begets motivation, Gu Nan replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Ming nodded, contemplating. Does that mean I will be working for you henceforth? Working for me? We are the best partners, Gu Nan remarked. I will provide the funds, equipment, and resources. How we develop within the game will be entirely up to you. As for shares, let us split them 50-50. What do you think? Gu Nan's combat prowess was among the top tier in China. However, when it came to management, the chasm between him and Ming was considerable. In her past life, as the national team engaged in battles, countless capital and family factions clashed, creating a chaotic landscape of power struggles. Even with the Mi family's extensive resources, they achieved little in such tumultuous times, leading them to target Ming. Yet, she single-handedly elevated the Rhine Guild to the ranks of China's top 10 guilds. A testament to her exceptional leadership and management skills. In her previous life, it was the management system Ming left behind that enabled Gu Nan to resurrect the Rhine Guild to its former glory after a sacrifice. A talent of her caliber was one Gu Nan was intent on utilizing effectively, especially considering Ming was already his intended partner. It was only natural for a couple to work in unison. However, Gu Nan was taken aback when Ming unhesitatingly rejected the proposal. That will not do. Ming shook her head firmly. I can forego my family's resources and accept your full investment. Yet I cannot agree to this profit-sharing ratio. A mature partnership must have a clear hierarchy. An equal division of equity is detrimental to the growth of the company. Indeed, you make a valid point. Gu Nan acknowledged. How about this? I take 40%, you take 60%. That you will hold management rights while I step back as a hands-off investor. Does that sound acceptable? That will not do. Ming shook her head once more. I do not require your charity. As for the equity distribution, I propose 20% for me and 80% for you. You will hold 80% of the equity through your capital investment, while I will secure 20% through my management contributions. Should you refuse, I shall seek fund from my father. Gu Nan, though reluctant, understood her stance. He sincerely wished to hand over control to Ming. Believing himself to be merely a talented figure unfit to manage a guild with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of members. Yet he was surprised by Ming's steadfastness. Ultimately, Gu Nan acquiesced, nodding his agreement. After all, they would eventually become one family, and it mattered little who held the reins. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Gu Nan conceded. That is more like it, Ming smiled. Then we shall regard this weapon as a communal asset of our company. Once I have finished using it, I can pass it on to our other partners. Agreed, Gu Nan nodded, responding with a smile. You are in charge in the early stages. For your safety, it is imperative that you do not appear in our guild. Ming stated earnestly, the best course of action for you now is to sever ties with others as much as possible, thereby minimizing the risks of exposing your identity. Understood, Gu Nan acknowledged, recognizing Ming's protective intentions. Originally, he had intended to remain behind the scenes, allowing Ming to take center stage. He would focus on acquiring resources while she managed the team and nurtured top talents. Gu Nan continued discussing matters related to the guild's establishment before concluding the call. The mayor's residence. Xianyuan Bailey approached Gu Nan once again, having dispatched the Blood Moon Tiger Claw. Esteemed adventurer, I have another humble request. Would you be willing to accept it? Mayor Xianyuan, please feel free to ask for my assistance. As a member of Yanhua Town, it is my honor to contribute in any way I can. Gu Nan replied respectfully. The materials for repairing the ancient altar are nearly ready, Xianyuan Bailey expressed. His expression conflicted. However, we are still short 4 medicinal catalysts: giant heartstone, venomous serpent gall, lizard heart, and blood moon tiger gall. These 4 materials can only be acquired by hunting formidable bosses. The dangers here are considerable. Would you be willing to undertake this burden? System prompt. Would you like to accept the hidden mainline quest to collect the core catalyst for repairing the ancient altar? Gu Nan was well aware that concealing the main storyline tasks would not be a simple endeavor. To his astonishment, the 4th task proved to be exceedingly challenging. It is worth noting that the heart of the giant stone is a material that only drops after defeating the level 7 boss. The Rock Giant King. The three materials required, venomous snake gall, lizard heart, and blood moon tiger gall, can only be acquired by vanquishing the venomous cobra king, the sawtooth lizard king, and the blood moon tiger king, respectively. This implies that in order to complete the fourth hidden main storyline task, one must slay 4 formidable bosses. Even Nin could not help but inhale sharply at the prospect. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment and nodded, declaring, "I am willing to undertake this task." System notification. You have accepted the hidden main storyline task. Collect core medicinal ingredients. 4. For the restoration of the ancient altar. Task name. Collect core medicinal ingredients. 4. For the restoration of the ancient altar. Task requirements. Assist Xinyuan Bailey, the mayor of Yanhua Town, in gathering 4 types of core medicinal ingredients. Task completion status. Heart of the Giant Stone, 0-1. Venomous Snake Gall, 0-1. Lizard Heart, 0-1. Blood Moon Tiger Gall, 0-1. Task difficulty. Time limit, 72 hours. Remaining time, 71 hours. 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Task reward. Unknown. For a task of 4-star difficulty, completion should yield substantial rewards. Let us go. Off to slay the bosses. Since entering Yanhua Town, Nin had yet to face a bronze boss, not for lack of desire, but primarily due to his own relatively low damage output. Relying solely on toxins to defeat a boss would require considerable time, rendering it an inefficient endeavor for him. After all, the effectiveness of a toxin, as a sustained damage skill, increases with the number of targets affected. However, the situation had changed. Equipped with the Shadow Moonblade, Nin's attack power had soared to between 140 and 160 points. Under optimal conditions, a critical hit could inflict between 1092 and 1248 points of damage. Even without triggering a critical hit, he could still deal between 546 and 624 points of damage. With Nin's skills, one-on-one confrontations with bosses were not overly daunting. Yet he did not rush to depart from Yanhua Town. Instead, he made his way to the location of the knowledgeable Taoist after a day's time. Some players had already discerned that they could learn skills here for a fee of copper coins. However, the crowd was not overly large, and Nin quickly found himself at the front of the line. "Esteemed adventurer, how may I assist you?" Upon seeing Nin, the knowledgeable Taoist was noticeably more enthusiastic than with the other players, much to the astonishment of those waiting to learn skills. Why was he so cold and indifferent towards them? Yet practically beaming at the sight of this rogue, Nin understood that this was likely a positive effect stemming from an increase in favorability. However, what Nin did not expect was that, in addition to receiving a warmer reception, there were delightful surprises in store for him. After learning Stealth, Gale Steps, and Rogue's Assassination, he had 2 initial skills yet to acquire: the passive skill Dual Dagger Strike and the active skill Pickpocket. Nin's primary reason for visiting was to learn Dual Dagger Strike and Pickpocket. With Dual Dagger Strike, he could wield 2 daggers, expanding his operational potential in the later stages, when the system interface displayed his attributes. It reflected the overall stats based on the highest level dagger equipped. In practice, however, each weapon functioned as an independent attack system. For instance, if a player had a base attack power of 100 and the left weapon had an attack power of 100 while the right weapon had an attack power of 200, then attacking with the left hand would yield 200 damage, and attacking with the right hand would yield 300 damage. Having an additional weapon does not merely augment damage output. It grants the rogue greater tactical flexibility. For example, the left weapon could emphasize skill control attributes, while the right weapon could focus on raw attack power. Such a combination could inflict multiple layers of damage upon a target. In summary, the more skilled the rogue, the more effective Dual Dagger Strike becomes. Conversely, for a rogue lacking in technique, Dual Dagger Strike may prove to be a burden. The specific effects, of course, vary from individual to individual. As for Pickpocket, it is a fundamental skill for rogues. Even with the shadowless hand at his disposal, Nin felt it necessary to learn Pickpocket. Point 1 would handle high-value targets, while the other would take care of low-value ones. This balance would maximize their gains. Yet, Nin was taken aback to discover that, in addition to Dual Dagger Strike and Pickpocket, the knowledgeable Taoist had a brand new skill available to Nin was certain that this new skill had not been present during his last visit. Shadow Blade Dance. LV1 inflicts 3 successive strikes on a target within a short period, causing continuous damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Magic cost, 20 points. Price: 1 gold coin. Previously, when Gunin employed Rogue S assassination, he could achieve a 3-hit combo due to his enhanced attack speed and exceptional micromanipulation skills. This was a considerable challenge, only made possible by Gunin's extensive combat experience and the skills he had developed in his previous life. It would have been difficult for other rogues to replicate. Shadow Blade Dance, LV1, however, was different. Upon activation, it could directly deal 3 continuous strikes to a target without requiring Gunin to engage in further micromanipulation, thus alleviating a significant burden. Gunin speculated that this must be a result of his heightened intimacy with Yanhua Town, leading the knowledgeable Taoist to unlock an additional skill. Although the cost was somewhat steep, a full gold coin, it was a price Gunin could afford. Unlike others, after spending 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins to acquire 3 skills, Gunin finally prepared to leave the novice village on the Hanyang Plains. The proud warlord and several others were fervently attacking a lone gale wolf. At that moment, the proud hunter approached after receiving a report from his subordinates, stating, "Vice President, we have news of floating light breaking dawn." "Where is he?" Having just left the mayor's residence, he had now emerged. The proud hunter inquired, "Should we organize the brothers to lay in wait for him again? Last time, we were unprepared." "Absolutely not." Before the proud hunter could finish, the proud warlord interjected, "The identity of floating light breaking dawn has been confirmed. All equipment above level 5 in the auction house has been sold by him. I estimate he possesses at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and there may even be silver equipment among them. With our current strength, it is practically impossible to defeat him. Are we simply to accept this loss?" The proud hunter asked, reluctant to concede, "That of course not." The proud warlord gritted his teeth as he glanced at the rock giant sword in his hand, asserting if we do not eliminate this individual, the proud guild may suffer humiliation. However, we cannot act against him just yet. "Why not?" the proud hunter inquired, perplexed. Floating light breaking dawn currently ranked 5th on the global level leaderboard. The proud warlord, having risen to the position of vice president of the proud guild, certainly had some capabilities, and he immediately began to analyze. He now represents our Huafu in the race for the top position. If someone were to eliminate floating light breaking dawn at this juncture, he would undoubtedly become a nationwide enemy of our China. Not only do we lack the equipment to confront floating light breaking dawn at present, but even if we could, under such public scrutiny, we must refrain from doing so. Since we cannot strike now, yet cannot swallow this indignation, what shall we do?" The proud hunter inquired. "To seek vengeance requires patience." The proud warlord continued, "We must maintain our composure at all times and not let our resentment cloud our judgment. Remember, no matter how powerful floating light breaking dawn is, he is still but one individual. Our advantage lies in our numbers. More members mean that, over time, our collective offensive capability will only grow stronger. Floating light breaking dawn, after all, is just a single person, and no matter how strong he may be, even if he is the strongest in the world, when faced with our entire proud guild, he will ultimately be at our mercy. Thus, what we currently require is time. Time for our own development." "Why then do you still concern yourself with the fleeting dawn?" inquired the arrogant hunter, his curiosity piqued. "This individual harbors a secret. Indeed, a significant one," the arrogant war god asserted with conviction, "although we cannot exact our revenge at present. We can certainly monitor him. We shall observe his whereabouts, the quests he undertakes, and the monsters he slays. Most importantly, we must ascertain the origins of his equipment. Did he acquire them from the free treasure chests? And how did he unlock those chests? Our guild's thieves have encountered free treasure chests as well, yet they are utterly unable to open them. Therefore, it is imperative that we discover how the fleeting dawn managed to unlock his. As long as we shadow him, we can uncover the method to open the free treasure chests. We shall mobilize all our thief players in the arrogant guild. The novice villages under our control number in the hundreds. Just imagine the wealth contained within the free treasure chests across those villages. Once we obtain the method to unlock them, we shall never lack for equipment. In due time, we will be clad entirely in bronze gear. Not even 1, but 10 fleeting dawns would stand no chance against us." The vice president, ever prudent, had considered aspects I had overlooked. How commendable he is! The arrogant hunter finally grasped the war god's plan and promptly offered his compliments. "Now is not the time for celebration," the war god continued. Thus, dispatch all our level 4 assassins from Yanhua Town to closely follow the fleeting dawn. There is no need to engage him. Simply document his movements, the NPCs he interacts with, and the monsters he battles. Pay particular attention to how he opens treasure chests. Ensure they observe closely. Understood, Vice President. I shall make the necessary arrangements. The arrogant hunter exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once we master the method to unlock the free treasure chests, the arrogant guild shall undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost guild on the myriad race's continent. At that moment, Gunan remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of the arrogant guild. However, even if he were aware, he would likely remain unconcerned. After all, Qin Mengyao is his exclusive skill, possessed by none other than himself. It is not something that can be easily learned by mere observation. Thus, Gunan felt no trepidation about being followed, nor did he worry that his method for opening treasure chests would be usurped. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 10:32. There remained approximately an hour and a half before the inaugural server-wide event on the myriad race's continent would conclude. There was ample time. Exiting Yanhua Town, Gunan activated his stealth and then employed his swift step ability, making his way toward the rock giant camp. He had a general idea of the location of the rock giant king, having previously encountered it while leveling up in the camp. However, at that time, Gunan lacked the confidence to defeat the rock giant king solo, thus he had avoided it while luring monsters. This time, however, circumstances were different. With the enhancement of the Shadow Moon Blade and the speed boost from the Wind Dance boots, he felt unfazed by the rock giant king. At T-level 5, Gunan's speed had already reached an impressive 63 points. And with the extended movement duration in stealth mode, combined with the speed boost from the Wind Dance boots, his speed had soared to an astonishing 140 points. What once required 7 to 8 minutes to traverse the wild boar forest, now took merely 2 to 3 minutes. At this moment, Gunan moved swiftly, completely unaware that 4 or 5 assassins from the arrogant guild were trailing him. Little did he know that within a minute of following him, this group of level 4 assassins was utterly bewildered. In the wild boar forest, arrogant Shadow stared around in confusion, asking, "Where did he go? Where's the fleeting dawn?" "I don't know," replied another assassin, equally perplexed that I could see him just a moment ago. "And now he has vanished." "Indeed," chimed in a nearby assassin. "The fleeting dawn's speed is astonishing. At least 3 times our OWNIT is virtually impossible for us to catch up. Then what should we do now?" The last assassin, responsible for the task, lamented. "The vice president instructed us to closely follow him, ensuring we do not lose track. Damn it, is this a matter of whether we can keep up or not?" Arrogant Shadow grumbled, exasperated. "This is a fundamental issue of our inability to keep pace. The fleeting dawn's speed is utterly outrageous." "Enough," Arrogant Shadow said, resigned that I suppose I shall report back to the vice president. Upon hearing his words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone take the lead was a welcome relief for them. On the Hanyang plain, useless, a bunch of useless fools. Arrogant war god could no longer contain his ire. "Vice President, what is the situation?" Arrogant Hunter approached, inquiring. "Damn it, for assassins lost track of one fleeting dawn. We trailed for barely a minute before losing him." Arrogant war god's expression darkened. "What?" Arrogant Hunter exclaimed in disbelief. "Is the fleeting dawn truly that formidable? We sent out level 4 assassins." Arrogant war god, his countenance icy, remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Let those in Yanhua Town be vigilant for the fleeting dawn's presence. Have the guild leader send me a pair of speed boots. I refuse to believe we cannot keep up with the fleeting dawn under these circumstances. In less than 10 minutes, Gunan arrived at the rock giant camp and pinpointed the location of the rock giant king. While in stealth mode, Gunan cast an insight spell on the rock giant king. The creature's attributes materialized before him. Monster name: Rock Giant King, Bronze Boss, Level 7 Health, 200,000 attack, 260 to 325 defense, 230 speed, 38 skills, Rock Smash Fist, Petrifying Gaze, Earth Shield, Rock Spike Assault. Description: within the rock giant race, the rock giant king holds an unparalleled position of authority and respect, serving as the leader and symbol of the entire clan. Revered and adored by all its members, his wisdom and strength are the cornerstones of the clan's survival and development. Rock Smash Fist. The rock giant king channels the power of his entire body into a colossal rock fist, striking fiercely at his foes. Upon impact with the ground, it triggers a violent tremor, dealing area damage and causing a stun effect. Petrifying gaze. The rock giant king fixes his gaze upon an enemy, unleashing a potent, petrifying energy. Those ensnared by his stare will gradually be enveloped in stone, ultimately becoming completely petrified and immobile. Earth Shield. The rock giant king connects with the earth's depths, summoning an indestructible rock shield to protect himself from harm. Rock Spike Assault. The rock giant king calls forth countless sharp rock spikes from the ground, launching a relentless assault on his enemies. These spikes strike with such speed that evasion is nearly impossible. Having reviewed the attributes of the rock giant king, Guinan could not help but draw a sharp breath. With such terrifying skills, who could remain unperturbed? Control, shields, ambush skills, and offensive capabilities. Goodness! Not to mention, this creature possessed formidable health and defense. For an average level 5 player, even breaching its defenses would be a monumental challenge. Furthermore, this beast wielded the petrifying gaze, capable of rendering attacking players immobile. Additionally, with the Earth Shield providing damage immunity, it was indeed a formidable foe. More importantly, both the skills Landslide, Giant Fist, and Rock Spike Assault can be classified as displacement assault techniques. Particularly, the Rock Spike Assault, which is a range-based ambush skill, can summon countless sharp stone spikes from the ground, inflicting area damage upon enemies. Since entering the game, it was the first time Guinan had taken things seriously. At this moment, night had fallen, and the moonlight filtered through the cracks of the ruins, casting a silvery glow upon Guinan, adding an air of mystery to his black bodysuit. He stood silently in the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on the nearby rock giant king, the shadow moon blade in his hand glinting with a cold light. The rock giant king loomed like a mountain upon the earth, its skin as hard as iron, and its eyes glimmering with a molten glow that flickered in the night. It swung the massive stone club in its hand, each motion resonating with tremors through the ground. As if even the air quivered in response, Guinan took a deep breath. His figure shifted, darting towards the rock giant king like a meteor in the dark night, in his concealed state. Guinan's movements went unnoticed by the rock giant king. He swiftly maneuvered to the giant's rear, the shadow moon blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the giant's chest. Shadow Blade Dance, -852, critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15 -428 poison status applied successfully. -15 -938, critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15 -832, critical damage, -358 after executing the Shadow Blade Dance. Aside from the 3 damage instances, Guinan attempted to capitalize on his attack speed advantage, utilizing inertia to deliver multiple strikes. To his surprise, he succeeded. This indicated that the 3 damage instances of Shadow Blade Dance could be transformed into 5 in Guinan's hands. The cumulative output dealt nearly 3,400 points of damage to the rock giant king. However, this damage was trivial to the giant. Its colossal form merely swayed slightly, and with a gentle swing of its stone club, it hurled it towards Guinan. Guinan dodged effortlessly. With a resounding thud, the place where he had stood was struck, creating a half-meter deep crater beneath the rock giant king's assault. Guinan paused momentarily, astonishment stirring within him. Goodness, just the thought of being hit by that thing sent chills down his spine. However, Guinan did not lose heart. Instead, he observed the giant king's movements with greater calmness. Seeing that Guinan did not flinch, the rock giant king grew even bolder, swinging its stone club to launch a furious attack on the rogue. The air vibrated with a buzzing sound wherever the club passed, as if the very space around them were being distorted. After applying the poison status, the rock giant king's attack and movement speeds were significantly reduced. Even without utilizing his wind step, Guinan could easily manage the situation. His movements were nimble, akin to a fish navigating through tumultuous waves, skillfully weaving between the rock giant king's strikes. A top-tier player, Guinan seized every opportunity for attack during his evasions. -182, -15, -191, -15. Unfortunately, without the benefit of stealth and back attacks, he was unable to inflict substantial critical damage to the American server. Knights to the front, The mages behind them continued to deal damage. Do not fear insufficient attacks. Strike with whatever damage you can inflict. Healers, keep an eye on healing. If health runs low, use potions. Maintain optimal condition. Lucifer meticulously commanded the team of over 100 players, feeling quite pleased to this moment. Under the assault of more than 100 players, the Gale Wolf King had already entered a berserk state. President Lucifer had just received news that South Korea and Sakura country were also organizing forces to attack the Gale Wolf King. Storm I approached voluntarily to report. According to our intelligence personnel, the Sakura country's bronze boss has half of its health remaining. South Korea's bronze boss has 1/3 of its health left. Lucifer nodded in satisfaction before inquiring. What about China? Any updates? Currently, China possesses dozens of high-level equipment. If these were gathered, they would undoubtedly have the strength to challenge a level 5 boss, AS for China. The Proud Guild's leader, Qin Mengyao, is organizing personnel and has yet to commence their attack, Storm I reported. Aside from the Proud Guild, we have not received news of any other factions attacking the level 5 boss. Very well. Lucifer felt relieved and remarked. In another 5 minutes, we will achieve the global first kill of the bronze boss. Order that I shall deliver the final blow to the bronze boss. Within the myriad of races on this continent, team leveling is divided by contribution points for experience. Without a team, if one hunts alone, all experience is attributed to that individual. In such cases, output contributions are disregarded. This has given rise to a unique method of play. Two individuals do not form a team. One weakens the monster to low health, allowing the other to reap the rewards in this manner. The experience solely belongs to the latter. Lucifer, Qin Mengyao, and others have leveled up so quickly not only due to their abilities, but more importantly because they have specialized teams feeding them experience. Thus, while mainstream players are still at level 3, they have already reached level 5. This leveling method requires significant resources, far beyond what ordinary players can afford. However, for an heir of a top financial conglomerate like Lucifer, it is hardly a concern. At the Rock Giant camp, system prompt. The Rock Giant has cast petrifying gaze upon you. System prompt. You have received the protection of the Dust Pearl, automatically clearing all negative statuses, seizing the moment while the Rock Giant King executed its petrifying gaze. Gunan's actions were uninterrupted. Shadow Blade Dance. -1582. Critical damage plus vital attack. -15 -892. Vital attack. -15 -795. Vital attack. -15 -723 -15 -758 -15. After 10 minutes of probing attacks, Gunan had discerned the Rock Giant King's weak point. Its ankles. The Rock Giant King's massive form made its ankles critical points of support. Attacking this area could inflict substantial damage upon it. Indeed, as the Shadow Moon blade pierced accurately into the crevice of a rock, the giant let out a deafening roar, its body beginning to lose balance. In pain, the Rock Giant King formed a massive shield before it. Unfortunately for it, Gunan had already stealthily positioned himself behind the Rock Giant King. Another rogue assassination strike followed. -852, critical damage. -15 -523, vital attack. -15 -555, vital attack. -15 under Gunan's relentless assault. The Rock Giant King's immense form began to sway, and the luster of the stone club in its hand faded. In an instant, Gunan swiftly climbed onto its back, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. The Shadow Moon blade fell like raindrops, continuously leaving a series of damage numbers upon the Rock Giant King's body. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the Rock Giant King collapsed, its body shattered into countless fragments of stone. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for achieving the first kill of the bronze boss on the continent of myriad races. The system is about to issue 3 global announcements. Would you like to hide the player name? Global announcement? Gunan furrowed his brow. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of such attention-grabbing affairs. However, he was well aware that such occurrences were unavoidable. In the myriad races of the continent, every first kill of a boss at any level or any other significant contribution would trigger 3 global announcements by the system. This was an inevitability that no one could escape. The only choice one had was to conceal their name. Should he hide it? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Nen shook his head that he was already on the global leaderboard, after single-handedly defeating the bronze boss. His rank would undoubtedly soar. In such circumstances, concealing his name would be akin to trying to hide a mountain of silver. I will not hide. With Gu Nen's resolute decision, a beam of golden light descended upon the world. In an instant, countless players across the globe found themselves in a state of bewilderment that in the American server, a bronze boss first kill. On the Chinese server, how could that possibly be? We, the Eagle Sauce Federation, are the mightiest. Why would China take the lead? Outside Locktown, on the Yalsk grasslands, with a howl, the Gale Wolf King collapsed helplessly to the ground. Beside the Gale Wolf King, a strikingly handsome golden-haired man wore a sullen expression. He showed no trace of joy following the hunt. Why? Why was it China? Lucifer sheathed his sword, his expression darkening as he muttered, just 1 minute, and the first kill of the bronze boss would have been mine. Storm trembled as he stepped forward to report, President, we just received word that Fu Wang Pashao does not belong to any guild in China, that he may be a lone wolf. We have no means to track his movements. Lucifer's face grew even darker as he coldly inquired, Are you saying he single-handedly challenged the bronze boss? Well, even though Storm found it hard to believe, he respectfully replied, From the information we have gathered, it seems highly probable that this Fu Wang Pashao did indeed take on the bronze boss alone. Lucifer chose to trust Storm-Eye's intelligence. Consequently, his expression grew graver. Given his current strength, he would have little chance of defeating the Gale Wolf King in a one-on-one confrontation. He found it hard to fathom how Fu Wang Pashao managed to accomplish such a feat. Find out, Lucifer commanded darkly. We must uncover all information regarding Fu Wang Pashao in the Goryeo server. Ashi B.A. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Chinese player possibly kill the bronze boss before us? This Fu Wang Pashao must be one of us South Koreans. Otherwise, he could not have taken on a bronze boss alone. In the Amado server, Baka, what are our players in Sakura country doing? They are even worse than the Chinese players. Haven't the Chinese players always lagged behind? How could they be the ones to achieve the first kill of the bronze boss? Numerous doubts and disbelief echoed across the world. Since the launch of the Myriad Races continent, China's levels had consistently fallen below the world average. The American, Goryeo, and Yamato servers were far ahead in the eyes of the people from Sakura country. South Goryeo and the Eagle Sauce Federation, the bronze boss could only have emerged from their own nations. It was inconceivable that it could be China. Yet now, the global announcement from the Myriad Races continent had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. How could they accept this? Meanwhile, on the Chinese server, unrest brewed as well. Why did the name Fu Wang Pashao sound so familiar? He was the top-ranked player in China, reportedly a rogue. Most of the level 5 and above equipment in China had been sold by Fu Wang Pashao. It was said that he ascended from level 2 to level 5 in less than 12 hours and had already entered the top 3 in the world. Holy cow. Could this guy be a cheater? I've spent more than a day and am only at level 3, still halfway to level 4. How could he possibly level up so quickly? Cheater. He must be using hacks. Damn it, he's a cheater. No wonder he could solo the bronze boss. What a disgrace to China. Report. Quickly report him. Such a person deserves to have their account banned. Damn it. You up there, can you stop spewing nonsense? Do you have any evidence that he is a cheater? If you don't have proof, why are you barking like a dog? No matter what, Fu Wang Pashao is one of us from the Chinese server. After he claimed the first kill, he wasn't just fighting for his own benefit, but for the interests of all players on our server. And you, while enjoying the benefits brought by Fu Wang Pashao, are here spouting slander. Evidence. Is it not obvious that he is cheating? A boss that dozens of players couldn't defeat, and he took it on alone? Is that reasonable? Moreover, he's only in 3rd place. Let's see if he can secure first. Lucifer from the Eagle Sauce Federation is still in 1st place that he had to mobilize dozens of people to kill the bronze boss. Why should Fu Wang Pashao be able to do it alone, and even faster than Lucifer? In an instant, whether on foreign servers or domestic ones, a multitude of players began to question Gu Nen. Occasionally, voices attempting to reason were swiftly silenced by keyboard warriors. This moment, players blinded by jealousy seemed to find an outlet for their frustrations. Without any evidence whatsoever, they crucified Gu Nen on the pillar of shame. In truth, did the truth even matter? To most, what they believed to be the truth was of utmost significance. as for what was objective. They were indifferent. The first kill of a bronze boss had stirred the entire myriad race's continent into chaos. Gunan, however, paid little heed to these matters. Upon entering the game, he proactively muted all notifications. This was a habit formed in his previous life. During intense battles, being disturbed by external factors was the greatest taboo. Thus, once he began leveling, Gunan would always enter a mute mode, allowing only those he deemed particularly important to send him messages that in his previous life, that person was Qin Mengyao that in this life. Without Qin Mengyao, his sole concern was Miying. Unless it was Miying messaging him, all friend requests or other notifications would be automatically muted. System prompt. You have gained an additional 3,000 experience points for defeating a monster above your level. In the myriad race's continent, defeating monsters above your level yields rewards. For defeating monsters 1 to 5 levels higher, you receive an additional 10 experience points. For defeating monsters 5 levels or more higher, you receive an additional 20 experience points. With the boss slain, the exhilarating looting phase commenced. Gu Nan rummaged through the chaos for a while before quickly discovering the heart of the giant stone. Besides the heart of the giant stone, the rock giant king also dropped a piece of bronze equipment and 3 common items. Within the bronze treasure chest guarded by the rock giant king, there was also a bronze piece of equipment, a mage skill book titled Fiery Rain, and 3 common items that Gu Nan examined the items and found none suitable for himself. He promptly mailed them to Miying, leaving the decision of whether to sell or reserve them for potential recruits to her discretion. With such a diligent logistics manager handling these cumbersome matters, Gunan naturally seized the opportunity to be lazy. After taking care of these tasks, Gunan turned his attention to the bronze boss first kill gift package. In his previous life, being outnumbered and outmatched, he had never encountered a first kill gift package that he had no idea what rewards it might contain. With excitement bubbling within him, Gunan retrieved the bronze boss first kill gift package. System prompt. Would you like to open the bronze boss first kill gift package? Yes. System prompt. Congratulations, you have received a windbreaker blade, silver item. The first kill gift package only yielded a single silver piece of equipment. To speak candidly, Gunan harbored a tinge of disappointment, perhaps even disdain. After all, he had already acquired 2 pieces of silver equipment, diminishing the allure of such items for him. Yet, upon observing the attributes of the blade of wind shattering, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Weapon name: Blade of Wind Shattering, silver equipment. Level: 10 attributes. Attack power 155-185. Strength 10. Special trait: 10 chance to trigger critical damage. Class restriction: Assassin. Thief description: a dagger that harmoniously combines aggression, practicality, and aesthetic appeal. Akati not only boasts formidable combat prowess, but also satisfies the necessities of survival and self-defense, similar to the Gilded Staff. The Blade of Wind Shattering possesses 2 attributes and 1 special trait. With the added strength of 10 points and the dagger's maximum attack, Gunan's damage potential reached an impressive 260 points, all while allocating his free attribute points entirely to agility. It is worth noting that the hallmark of the Stealthy Thief class is its significant attack bonus while in a concealed state. An additional 100 damage for backstabbing and another 100 for critical hits. Coupled with the 35 attack bonus from the Thief's Assassination skill, Gunan could unleash a staggering 1,400 points of damage in a single strike. At present, there was likely no knight in the world capable of enduring such an assault from Gunan. Yet, what brought Gunan the most joy was the special trait of the Blade of Wind Shattering, a 10 chance to trigger critical damage. Previously, Gunan could only achieve critical damage while in a concealed state. But now, even a regular attack bore the potential for critical hits. Although the probability was merely 10, Gunan's rapid attack speed and the sheer frequency of his strikes compounded to yield a truly terrifying output. With the Blade of Wind Shattering in hand, Gunan had transformed into a dual dagger wielder. In his left hand, the Shadow Moonblade. In his right, the Blade of Wind Shattering. Such a lavish thief was a rarity across the entire server. Of course, Gunan wielded 2 daggers not for the sake of ostentation, but to utilize his unique technique from his previous life, known as the Thousand Path Flow. This technique necessitated the use of dual blades. Be they daggers, swords, or knives, previously, with only a single dagger, he could not execute the Thousand Path Flow. Now, Equipped with both the Shadow Moon Blade and the Blade of Wind Shattering, he had met the fundamental requirements for the technique. The Thousand Path Flow is characterized by the rapid execution of numerous sword strikes within a brief span, leveraging high-frequency wrist movements to achieve maximum output. In his previous life, Gunan wielded a sword for this technique. And in extreme conditions, he could unleash 1,000 sword energies in a mere second, hence the name Thousand Path Flow. That time, he possessed divine weapons, and his overall skill was finely honed. Now, with the transition from sword to dagger, and both his level and equipment still in a developmental phase, achieving 1,000 sword energies in 1 second was beyond his reach, based on Gunan's calculations. In his current dual dagger state, he could at best deliver 20 to 30 strikes per second using the Thousand Path Flow. However, beyond employing this technique, wielding 2 daggers provided Gunan with greater maneuverability in combat. He could adeptly utilize both daggers, skillfully parrying attacks with the dagger in his right hand to nullify his opponent's offensive maneuvers. Once a flaw was detected, he could swiftly strike with the dagger in his left hand, delivering a fatal blow. If the timing were right, Gunan could even unleash the Thousand Path Flow, inflicting maximum damage on a single target. After acquiring the heart of the giant stone, his next target was the venomous Mist Cobra King. As Gunan hastened towards the venomous mist forest, he familiarized himself with the rhythm of the Thousand Path Flow in the context of wielding daggers. Upon encountering the venomous Mist Cobra King, Gunan had already honed his limit to delivering 26 strikes per second. According to his calculations, this was his current maximum. Casting an insight spell upon the venomous Mist Cobra King, its attribute soon materialized before Gunan. Monster name: Venomous Mist Cobra King, Bronze Boss. Level: 8 health, 220,000 attack, 310 to 350 physical defense, 160 magical defense, 120 speed, 65 skills, Venomous Mist Ejection, Toxic Fangs, Snake Swarm Summon, Shadow Clone Description. The venomous Mist Cobra King is the result of a common cobra absorbing countless years of sunlight and forest spirit energy. Undergoing multiple transformations, its body has grown massive, its scales shimmering with a dark luster. Its eyes resemble 2 profound gemstones, capable of perceiving all things in the world. Night descended and moonlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows upon a clearing. Gunan found himself at ease in his concealed state. Having mastered the Thousand Path Flow, the level 8 venomous Mist Cobra King no longer posed a significant threat to him. Nevertheless, Gunan maintained a resolute attitude, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings for an opportune moment. The first execution of the Thousand Path Flow after entering concealment represented his maximum output, necessitating precision. A rustle emanated from the underbrush, and the venomous Mist Cobra King, perhaps alerted by the noise, slithered toward Gunan. 10-9. 1. Gunan mentally counted down the 10 seconds, then executed a backflip from the tree, leveraging the momentum of his descent to launch a Thousand Path Flow strike at the back of the venomous Mist Cobra King. The chaotic dance of shadow blades resulted in 3 strikes. Compounded by the 26 attacks from the Thousand Path Flow, a cascade of numbers materialized above the colossal serpent's head, and with just 1 strike, Gunan inflicted nearly 30,000 points of damage on the venomous Mist Cobra King. Success! Gunan rejoiced inwardly, as the experiment confirmed that the cumulative attack effect of concealment could extend to the Thousand Path Flow. This meant that using the Thousand Path Flow while in concealment allowed all 26 strikes to benefit from critical hit rates and damage. A back attack would similarly confer a 100 damage bonus. However, Gunan did not revel in his triumph for long, as the wounded venomous Mist Cobra King retaliated by unleashing a cloud of toxic mist. A surge of green vapor erupted from its maw, quickly enveloping the area. With the dust-proof pearl in his possession, Gunan felt no fear and launched another flurry of Thousand Path Flow strikes. This frontal assault, devoid of concealment or back attack effects, yielded only 3,000 points of damage from the 26 strikes. Gunan remained undeterred. Given his current low level, achieving this amount of damage was commendable. At this moment, Gunan regarded the venomous Mist Cobra King as his training partner. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would attempt to execute the Thousand Path Flow. Successes and failures alike marked his attempts. But Gunan sensed that he was growing increasingly adept at wielding the technique. With a final hiss, the venomous Mist Cobra King succumbed to the ground. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn for becoming the second adventurer in China to slay a bronze boss. The system will soon issue 3 global announcements that you wish to hide the player name. The first kills of bronze and silver level bosses are universally announced across the world. Typically, this is prefixed with announcement of the 10,000 races continent. Following the announcement, all servers worldwide would receive the news. The first, second, and third kills of bronze and silver level bosses on this server would generally be announced to all players. Only the server that achieved the kills would be notified, meaning that first, second, and third kills in China would be announced internally, while those in Sakura Country, South Korea, and Eagle Sauce Federation would be announced on their respective servers. Other servers would not receive related notifications. No hiding. In less than 20 minutes since the world's first kill of the bronze boss, the illustrious team Floating Light at Dawn has accomplished yet another feat, slaying the formidable level 8 Poison Fog Cobra King. At this very moment, players across the myriad realms are left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Floating Light at Dawn has already claimed a second bronze boss kill. Goodness, how long has it been since the last global announcement? I calculated it, barely 20 minutes. In that brief span, they have single-handedly vanquished a bronze-level boss. Incredible. How could they have done it in such a short time? At most, it should have taken 10 minutes. For one must consider that traveling from one boss's domain to another typically requires at least 10 minutes. If not longer, that'd be why that reckoning. Floating Light at Dawn had less than 10 minutes to spare. This is astonishing. I am utterly flabbergasted. Is this game still playable? I'm still grappling with a level 3 rampaging boar, while they're already taking on an 8-level boss. Look, they have reached second place. Floating Light at Dawn has ascended to the second rank across the entire server. Does this not imply that our nation can at least secure 2 level 3 main cities? I believe 3 is quite feasible. Indeed, in under 10 minutes to single-handedly slay a bronze-level boss. At this rate, leveling up will be a mere trifle. I am placing my bets on China. If Floating Light at Dawn truly secures first place, I will transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. However, I feel that securing second place would suffice for Floating Light at Dawn. 2 main cities for our nation would be ample. There is no need to contest for first place against the Eagle Federation. To the one above, I sense you have placed your bets on the Eagle Federation winning first place. Hence your sardonic remarks? Surely, you selfish individual. Do you genuinely believe your petty schemes go unnoticed? In the U.S. server at Myriad Valley, level 6 creatures known as Thunderflame beasts roam. This moment, dozens of teams, under the leadership of their commanders, are methodically depleting the life of the Thunderflame beasts. Lucifer weaves through the fray, occasionally delivering the final blow to claim all the experience for himself. Suddenly, after slaying a Thunderflame beast, Lucifer furrows his brow in concern upon noticing a name on the global leaderboard, causing him to scowl. Just moments ago, Floating Light at Dawn has surpassed the second-ranked Park Soo-chul, closing in on him with alarming speed. Already, Lucifer's brow knits tighter, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Eye of the Storm, following closely beside Lucifer, senses his growing agitation and inquires, "President, what is amiss?" Floating Light at Dawn has overtaken Park Soo-chul and now ranks second in the global leaderboard. Lucifer continues. According to our gathered intelligence, Floating Light at Dawn placed a heavy bet on themselves to secure first place when they were merely level 2. Moreover, I recently received word from China that they single-handedly defeated an 8-level bronze boss in under 10 minutes. At this rate, my hold on first place is precarious. What? The Eye of the Storm gasps in astonishment that a level 5 player slaying an 8-level bronze boss. How can this be? Even our guild's top 100 experts combined could not achieve such a feat. The Chinese server has issued an announcement, so it cannot be false. Lucifer furrows his brow again. Mobilize every member of our guild in Lockdown to Myriad Valley. At all costs, we must secure our first place position before the deadline. This is not only crucial for our entire Divine Punishment Guild, but for the future interests of the Eagle Federation as well. Understood, President, that I will take care of it immediately. In Gold Valley Town, on the blazing plains, Park Soo-chul exclaims in disbelief, "How can Floating Light at Dawn be stronger than me? This is impossible. It cannot be. He must be a descendant of our Goryeo people." Otherwise, such strength is inconceivable. Park Soo-chul screams in a frenzy. Mobilize every player in Gold Valley Town to the blazing plains. I must reclaim second place. In Songchi Town, within the Secret Whisper Forest, Baka, the detestable floating light at dawn has pushed me out of the top 3. Notify all the Sakura people in Songchi Town. At all costs, pursue floating light at dawn. System notification. Due to your overlevel kill of the bronze boss Poison Fog Cobra King, you have gained an additional 5,000 experience points. System notification. Soul-devouring thorn has detected the absorbable poison from the Poison Fog Cobra King. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System notification. Poison from the Poison Fog Cobra King has been successfully absorbed. System notification. Your soul-devouring thorn has undergone a transformation. This moment, Gunan remains oblivious to the fact that his actions have utterly shattered the defenses of the previously top-ranked Lucifer. Park Soo-chul and Mutu Ikaru. After a quick inspection of the loot, including the boss kill and 2 bronze treasure chests, he has acquired 5 pieces of bronze equipment and 9 pieces of common gear. Among the 5 bronze items, 2 are suitable for Gunan's use: the Cobra King Ring, bronze, and the Dragon Rock Armor, bronze. Weapon name: Cobra King Ring, bronze, level 8 attributes, strength 10 class restriction, none description. Legend has it that the Cobra King Ring originates from ancient times. Crafted by a powerful serpent deity to protect its kin. Weapon name: Dragon Rock Armor, bronze, level 10 attributes, health 100, magic defense 20 class restriction, none description. It is said that the Dragon Rock Armor was forged by a powerful fire elementalist, the guardian of the Dragon Rock territory. The armor's surface is adorned with intricate flame patterns, which are not merely decorative, but also imbued with potent fire elemental magic. After donning these 2 pieces of equipment, Gunan packages the remaining gear and sends it off to meet Sai. Having someone to manage logistics is quite convenient. Next up is the 3rd boss, the Sawtooth Lizard King. 15 minutes later, another server announcement resonates through the air. This is maddening. The entire Chinese community is in disbelief that in mere minutes, yet another bronze boss has fallen. And this time it's a level 9 bronze boss. This is utterly outrageous. The last encounter took 20 minutes. This time, it was even shorter, a mere 10 minutes. That I have serious doubts that Floating Light at Dawn did not engage these bosses earlier, saving them for a final push to level up. Why would they save it for the end? For the sole purpose of flaunting their equipment. Of course, look, they have now successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the global leaderboard, claiming the 1st position. Goodness, I just realized Floating Light at Dawn is already level 6th. This leveling pace is akin to a young cow on a rocket. Truly astonishing. Goodness, a cheater. They must be a cheater. I must report them. Why should I be stuck battling level 3 rampaging boars while Floating Light at Dawn can already single-handedly take down a level 9 bronze boss? This is utterly unfair. They must be cheating. I need to report this. Wait, you're only thinking of this now. I reported them 20 minutes ago. Cheaters must be eradicated. Indeed, cheaters must be dealt with. You're practically reciting Floating Light at Dawn's ID card number. Can you all exhibit some foresight? Even if Floating Light at Dawn is indeed cheating, they are still bringing glory to our Chinese server. Is it truly wise to report our own people like this? We are not of the same ilk as cheaters. Furthermore, even if we don't report them, do you think the game officials will ignore such blatant cheating? They will inevitably face consequences sooner or later. Exactly. Let us await Floating Light at Dawn's account suspension. Let us await Floating Light at Dawn's account suspension. Outside of Yanhua Town, in the Lizard Swamp, goodness, a silver equipment has actually dropped. Gunan gazed at the silver equipment in his hands, his expression brimming with excitement as he murmured to himself. This marked his 4th piece of silver equipment acquired, and the 3rd one he could don. Weapon name: Flame Rock Bracers, silver, level 10 attributes, strength 15, bone 10 special traits, overall defense 10 class restriction, none description. Forged by the Flame Rock tribe, the legacy of the Flame Rock Bracers is both ancient and rigorous. Only warriors who have undergone stringent training, possessing unwavering will and a natural affinity for the fire element, are deemed worthy to wear the Flame Rock Bracers and serve as guardians of their kin. Weapon name: Lizard Helm, bronze, level 9 attributes, health 50, bone 10 class restriction, Nondescription. This helm is not crafted by ordinary artisans. It embodies the mysteries of nature and the wisdom of ancient civilizations. Among the 2 pieces of equipment available for Gu Nan to equip, he decided to leave the rest for Mi Ying to handle, adhering to the usual protocol. 10 minutes later, on Wulong Slope. Roar, roar. With the final strike of Qian Dao Lu descending, the Blood Moon Tiger King let out a reluctant roar before slowly collapsing to the ground. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the bronze boss. Blood Moon Tiger King. You are awarded 50 fortune points and 100,000 experience points. System notification. Due to your level surpassing that of the Blood Moon Tiger King, you receive an additional 10,000 experience points. After searching the corpse, Gu Nan discovered the Blood Moon Tiger Gallbladder. With this, he had vanquished all 4 bosses. Opening the quest interface, he noted the changes therein. Quest name, Repairing the Ancient Altar. Collecting core medicinal ingredients. Part 4. Quest requirements. Assist the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xian Yuan Bai Li, in gathering 4 types of core medicinal ingredients. Quest completion. Heart of Giant Rock 11. Venomous Snake Gallbladder 11. Heart of Lizard 11. Blood Moon Tiger Gallbladder 11. Quest difficulty. Time requirement. 72 hours. Remaining time. 70 hours. 48 minutes. 36 seconds. Quest rewards. Unknown. The 4th stage of the hidden main storyline quest had been completed. However, it remained uncertain if further tasks awaited. Closing the quest panel, Gu Nan opened the bronze treasure chest once more. Alas, as the 4th boss slain by Gu Nan and the 4th boss defeated on the Chinese server, he had lost the qualification for a full server announcement. Naturally, this also meant the absence of the system's reward. The bronze treasure chest. Now, only the equipment dropped by the Blood Moon Tiger King and a chest guarded by it remained. Upon opening everything, Gu Nan's haul was not disappointing. Among the 3 bronze pieces of equipment, 2 were usable for him. Weapon name, Blood Moon Knee Guards, bronze, level, 10 attributes, bone 20, strength 5 class restriction, none description, crafted from the fur of the Blood Moon Tiger King. These knee guards are sturdy and durable, possessing unexpectedly formidable defensive capabilities. Weapon name, Blood Moon Belt, bronze, level, 10 attributes, health 80, bone 10 class restriction, none description, made from the fur of the Blood Moon Tiger King. This belt enhances the wearer's health and defensive capabilities. Having equipped these, Gu Nan now adorned 3 pieces of silver equipment and 5 pieces of bronze equipment. The only items still lacking were a necklace, jade pendant, and bracelet. These 2 pieces had the lowest drop rates among all equipment, and thus held the highest value. The bracelet significantly boosts attack power, while the necklace greatly enhances mana. 1 increases output, while the other enhances sustainability. Both are crucial for later stages. As for the jade pendant, it serves as a defensive treasure. A top-tier jade pendant can grant temporary invulnerability, though it only offers a few seconds of immunity. In critical moments, it can be a lifesaver. This is why even low-level jade pendants, despite having only a single immunity attribute, can fetch exorbitant prices. Once fully equipped, Gu Nan packaged the remaining equipment and handed it over to Mi Ying. He then teleported back to Yanhua Town. Have you heard? Fu Guang Pashao was reported. I've heard as well. Apparently, it severely disrupts game balance, not only in our China, but dozens of countries including Sakura Nation, South Korea, Eagle Sauce Federation, A3 Nation, Maple Leaf Country, and Kangaroo Nation have collectively protested, demanding the banning of Fu Guang Pashao's account. Sigh, this incident has escalated so much. Fu Guang Pashao is likely doomed. Indeed, a ban is inevitable. Yet, I wonder how this betting situation will unfold. I bet on the Eagle Sauce Federation to win. Now, that Fu Guang Pashao has secured first place, it's quite distressing. I assent it. Those few copper coins of yours mean nothing. I'm just curious, what kind of cheat is Fu Guang Pashao using? I'd like to try it myself. Everyone despises Fu Guang Pashao. Yet everyone aspires to be Fu Guang Pashao. Such is the reality. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life across 2 lifetimes, Gu Nan was accustomed to the warmth and coldness of human sentiments and did not take their words to heart. Moreover, the Myriad Tribe's continent was not merely a game, and control did not lie within the game company's hands. Thus, Gunan remained untroubled by the prospect of being banned, as for the doubts and complaint from netizens. It would ultimately lead to one conclusion. No conclusion at all, that if you are willing to accept, then accept that if you are unwilling, no one will heed your grievances. Such is reality. Navigating through the crowd. Gunan entered the mayor's residence in Yanhua town. Upon seeing Gunan return, Mayor Xian Yuan Baili inquired in astonishment, "Adventurer, have you encountered any difficulties? Do you require our assistance?" Mayor Xian Yuan. Gunan produced the 4 necessary materials for the quest and spoke. "These should be what you need, correct?" Xian Yuan Baili, astonished, accepted the 4 core materials from Gunan's hands. After examining them, he exclaimed with excitement, "Esteemed adventurer, I never expected you to complete the task so swiftly. Thank you for your assistance to our Yanhua town. System notification. You have gained the friendship of Yanhua town. Their favorability towards you has increased by 80. This is your well-deserved reward. I hope you will not refuse it." Upon completion of the quest, Xian Yuan Baili also presented the quest rewards. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden main storyline quest, repairing the ancient altar, collecting core medicinal ingredients, part 4. You have received 50,000 experience points, 50 fortune points, a pair of purple jade bracelets, silver item, and 5 gold coins. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 7 and received 4 free attribute points. Weapon name. Purple jade bracelets, silver item, level 10 attributes, attack power 50. Strength 10 special traits. Increases the wearer's physical attack power by 10. Class restriction. None description. The purple jade bracelets are a rare artifact from the ancient East. Their hue is as profound as the night sky, shimmering with a faint purple light, as if harboring the secrets of the stars. Wow! A sense of numbness enveloped Gunan, as if his entire being had succumbed to a state of paralysis. With a 10-point increase in strength, a 50-point boost to attack power, and an overall enhancement of 10 to physical attacks, he had indeed stumbled upon a minor treasure. Eagerly donning his new gear, Gunan's basic equipment was transformed into a splendid array that he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his attributes panel. Adventurer, floating light at dawn class, stealthy god of thievery, unique SSS grade, title, none level, luck value, 350 attributes, constitution, 16 intelligence, 24 strength, 58 root bone, 58 agility, 69 free attributes, 0 charm, 0 luck, 0 health, 550 mana, 240 attack, 495 to 525, with an increase of 10 physical defense, 174 with an increase of 10 magical defense, 194 with an increase of 10 movement speed, 69 with an increase of 10 equipment, Serpent King Ring, bronze, Dragon Flame Armor, bronze, Gale Blade, silver, Wind Dance Boots, silver, Flame Rock Bracers, silver, Lizard Helmet, bronze, Blood Moon Knee Guards, bronze, Blood Moon Belt, bronze, exclusive skill, 1,000 locks, 10,000 resolutions, capable of swiftly analyzing and dismantling locks or mechanisms, thereby effortlessly gaining entry to targeted areas or acquiring items. Cooldown, none. Skill limitation, exclusive to the Stealthy God of Thievery class talent skill. Shadow Hand LV1, 0-100 allows the user to silently transfer a target into their possession without physical contact, ignoring any target. Consumption, 100 points of spiritual power. Life skill, insight, can view information on monsters not exceeding 10 levels above 1's own. Common skills, stealth, LV2, rogue assassination, LV2, gale step, LV2, shadow blade dance, LV1. Pickpocketing, LV1. Cooldown, 12 hours, human racial trait. Among all races, humans possess the highest intellect, gaining an additional point of intelligence with each level attained. Thief class trait 1, gains an extra point of agility with each level. And while in stealth, agility is increased by 100. Thief class trait 2, when attacking from behind an enemy, receives an additional 100 attack bonus. Thief class trait 3, while in a hidden state. Movement speed increases by 50, attack speed by 50, attack power by 50, critical hit rate by 50, and critical damage by 100. With a complete set of bronze equipment as a foundation, Gunan's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Even without any added attack power, his offensive capability had reached a staggering 525 points. Under the influence of a 10-point attack boost, this could soar to 580 points. Moreover, both physical and magical defenses had surpassed 170 points. The sole vulnerability lay in his somewhat meager health of 550 points. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Gunan scrutinized Xianyuan Bailey once more. What was happening? Had the hidden main quest vanished? Why had there been no server-wide announcement? At this moment, Gunan's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Consequently, he took the initiative to inquire, "Mayor, is there anything else I can assist you with? Esteemed floating light at dawn, you have proven your capabilities." Xianyuan Bailey responded. "However, the forthcoming tasks may pose considerable danger. Please return to me once you have reached level ten.gu." Nin couldn't help but internally scoff. What is this? A level requirement for subsequent tasks? How ridiculous! He had initially hoped to swiftly establish teleportation routes between Yanhua Town and other towns. Now, it seemed that such aspirations would have to be put on hold. Opening the global leaderboard, he noted, first place, Floating Light at Dawn, level 7, China second place, Lucifer, level 5, USA third place, Muto Ikaru, level 5, Sakura Country fourth place, Park Soo-chung, level 5, South Korea fifth place, Caesar I, level 5, Sun Never Sets sixth place, Alexei, level 5, Bear Clothing seventh place, Kim Jong-yang, level 5, South Korea eighth place, Andrew, level 5, USA ninth place, Charles I, level 5, Germany 10th place, Yamada Junko, level 5, Sakura Country. It was now 11:52. And there remained less than 10 minutes until the leaderboard closed. Nan had already secured first place, even before defeating the Blood Moon Tiger King. Now, having claimed the 120,000 experience points from the Blood Moon Tiger King and an additional 50,000 for completing the quest, he was poised to ascend a level. With 170,000 experience points required for a single level, what could the second place, Lucifer, possibly compare? Outside Locktown on the Yars grassland. This is impossible, Lucifer exclaimed, incredulous. Floating Light at Dawn had already reached level 7. Gazing at the 10 experience points still required to attain level 7 himself, he was filled with disbelief. Why? How can Floating Light at Dawn level up so rapidly? Here I am, with a team of hundreds assisting my ascent, yet I cannot surpass a single individual. Frustration boiled within him. This is an outrage. We must lodge a formal protest to the Chinese side. In Jinggu Town on the blazing plains? Damn it, Floating Light at Dawn had claimed first place. Muto Ikaru from Sakura Country had even surpassed him. This cannot be. I must accelerate my leveling. I must break into the top 3. Park Soo-chung screamed in a frenzy. Outside Songchi Town, in the Whispering Forest. Damn it. Once again, the Chinese have seized first place. The players from the Eagle Sauce Federation are indeed useless. Yet I am fortunate to have secured third place, which allows us from Sakura Country to contend for a main city. I must maintain this advantage until the end. With the advantage on his side, Gunan chose not to continue leveling up in these final moments. Instead, he prepared to make his way to the Trap Dragon Cliff. The 12-hour cooldown period was about to conclude. It was high time to borrow some items from Tung Long, Gunan slayed monsters. He made his way toward Trap Dragon Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a system notification echoed in his ears. World announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese server Adventurer Floating Light at Dawn for securing first place in the 24-hour leveling leaderboard event in the Wanzhou continent. As a reward, China receives 3 level 3 main cities: Snow Moon City, Wild City, and Sea Emperor City. Adventurer Floating Light at Dawn will receive a 10 bargaining right for the aforementioned 3 main cities. World announcement. Congratulations to the American server Adventurer Lucifer for claiming second place in the 24-hour leveling leaderboard event in the Wanzhou continent. As a reward, the American server receives 2 level 3 main cities: Leon City and Dessa City. Adventurer Lucifer will receive a 10 bargaining right for the aforementioned 2 main cities. World announcement. Congratulations to the Japanese server Adventurer Muto Ikaru for claiming third place in the 24-hour leveling leaderboard event in the Wanzhou continent. As a reward, the Japanese server receives 1 level 3 main city: East China City. Adventure Mutu Ikaru will receive a 10 bargaining right for the aforementioned main city. World announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese server Adventure Floating Light at dawn. The world announcement resounded 3 times, finalizing the results. Gu Nan received a system prompt in his ears. System notification. Congratulations on securing first place in the 24-hour leveling leaderboard event in the Wanzhou continent. Rewards include Snow Moon City, Wild City, Sea Emperor City, and a 10 bargaining right for the 3 main cities. Additionally, a silver treasure chest and 500 points of luck value have been awarded. The so-called bargaining power of the system essentially refers to the pricing authority of all official shops within the city. Gunan has the ability to raise the pricing authority of all shops in Shu City, Manhuang City, and Haiwang City by 0-10. The additional amount generated will constitute Gunan's personal income. A level 3 main city can generate substantial revenue from herbs, equipment, teleportation, and other sources in just one day. Combined, these 3 cities represent a floating profit of 30. This amounts to an astronomical figure. However, this approach does not come without consequences. The bargaining power granted by the myriad races continent is a floating price, which can only increase. For instance, under normal circumstances, a common small red potion in a level 3 main city costs 100 copper coins. After Gunan adjusts the prices in Shu City, Manhuang City, and Haiwang City by 10, the price of the small potions in these 3 main cities rises to 110 copper coins. The surplus from this bargaining adjustment is transferred to the players. Therefore, the higher the bargaining power, the more individuals may express their discontent towards Gunan. System notification. Would you like to open the silver treasure chest? Open. System notification. You have obtained a Zijing pendant, silver. Weapon name. Zijing pendant, silver. Level. 10 attributes. Intelligence 10. Magic points 100 traits. Spell attack 10 class limit. Mage description. A pendant intricately carved from the Zijing flower. Its contours appear exceptionally clear under the moonlight, as if an elf has crystallized from the Zijing flower, possessing boundless charm. Damn it. Is this purely to disgust me? After all the effort to acquire a pendant, it turns out to be restricted to a specific class? I don't even mind the additional 10 attack power. Are you looking down on me for being a thief? CNN indeed and couldn't help but curse. However, upon hearing the subsequent system notification, a broad smile instantly spread across his face. System notification. The great gambling event of the myriad races has entered settlement mode. System notification. You successfully bet on the Chinese server in the great gambling event of the myriad races. Congratulations, you have won 4,600 gold coins, 81 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. System notification. You successfully bet on the player Fuwang Pashao in the great gambling event of the myriad races. Congratulations, you have won 688 gold coins, 9 silver coins, and 69 copper coins. I am rich. This time I really hit the jackpot in the gambling event. Gu Nin initially invested 5,180 copper coins, and after 12 hours it transformed into 52889,089 copper coins. A profit of 10,210 times. Currently, the price of 1 copper coin is 20 yuan. This means Gunan made 10 small targets from this round out of course. This is a theoretical price. In reality, the market price of copper coins will only continue to rise. Gunan remembers that in his previous life, the highest exchange rate for a copper coin was 200 yuan. This price was established after the myriad races continent and Water Blue Star were about to merge. Just as Gunan was reveling his excitement, he received a message from Miying, Qin Mengyao. Gunan, I adore you. You're truly my little fortune god. Fuguang Pashao. Be a bit more reserved. How much did you bet on China? Qin Mengyao. I didn't bet on China. I bet on you. Fuguang Pashao. What? Qin Mengyao. I bet 500 copper coins on you, which is all I had. I thought I would lose, but unexpectedly earned over 4,300 gold coins. I really adore you. Fuguang Pashao. In that moment, Gunan felt his gold coins lose their luster. Previously, he had doubted whether his stake was too low. Calculating it, the total betting amount for his personal gambling was only over 6 million copper coins. This was evidently unreasonable to that time. Gunan didn't think much of it, simply believing there were too few participants in personal gambling. Now, it seems that it wasn't that there were too few players, but rather someone had bet on him in advance, significantly lowering the odds. How frustrating. The comparison stung. Just moments ago, Gunan was elated by his impressive profit of 10,210 times. Now, seeing Mi Ying's 500 copper coins yield over 4,300 gold coins, his previous joy had entirely dissipated. His profit of over 10,210 times suddenly appeared insignificant compared to Mi Ying's staggering profit of over 86,000 times. In light of this comparison, his profit of over 10,000 times seemed rather trivial to IT that moment. If the Chinese netizens knew what Gunan was thinking, he would have felt like giving himself a slap. To think, aside from the two of them, Gunan and Mi Ying, the highest profit others could achieve was merely a high profit of 902 times after betting on China. Yet, even that was enough to send those fortunate players into ecstasy. Who could have imagined that someone would be dissatisfied with a profit of over 10,000 times? After calming himself down, Gunan curiously inquired, "If I remember correctly, I was only at level 2 at that time. How did you have the courage to bet on me?" Mi Ying answered without hesitation. "Because I believe in you. I knew you could do it to GU," and could hear the sincerity in Mi Ying's words, warming his heart. "Ha ha ha. This reward is yours too. I should now be the wealthiest person in the myriad races continent. From now on, I shall support you." Mi Ying pouted, feeling a bit proud, and asked, "By the way, did you place a bet on the great gambling event of the myriad races?" "Yes." Gunan nodded. "How much did you earn?" Mi Ying asked proudly. "Not as impressive as you," Gunan replied. "From the 2 bets, I earned a total of 5,288 gold coins." "What did you say?" Mi Ying asked in surprise. In the gambling server, I earned 4,600 gold coins, 81 silver coins, and 20 copper coins in the personal gambling. I earned 688 gold coins, 9 silver coins, and 69 copper coins. Gunan said helplessly. "I didn't expect someone would bet on me in advance. Otherwise, I would have earned even more." Mi Ying fell silent for a moment, and then said unhappily, "Why are you like this? I can't be friends with you anymore. I was so proud in front of you, only to find out you were the one hiding the deepest secrets. Be honest. Did you see me as a clown?" "How could I dare?" Gunan replied helplessly. "I invested over 50,000 copper coins, and my overall return rate is only 10,210 times. Your overall yield is over 86,000 times. I am envious of you." "That sounds more reasonable." After Mi Ying said this, she curiously asked, "Did you invest so heavily because you knew you could secure first place? And did you deliberately stay at level 2 to avoid drawing attention?" "Sort of." Gunan answered ambiguously. "You're quite the clever one." Mi Ying laughed. "Currently, the exchange rate of game currency to Chinese currency is 1 to 25. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for at least 25 yuan. Should we exchange some Chinese currency now?" "No," Gunan replied. "The equipment I give you, you can auction in RMB at the marketplace. At this stage, game currency is quite scarce, and I predict it will continue to rise. We will need substantial operating fund for our future guild that T1T be cost-effective to buy later." "What you said makes sense." Mi Ying thought for a moment and said, "Then I will give you all the gold coins I have. It's not safe for me to carry them. If I die, I might lose the coins. You are strong. It's more suitable for these coins to be with you." Without waiting for Gunan's opinion, Mi Ying directly mailed him 4,300 gold coins. "Is this your own earning?" Gunan instinctively asked. "What do you mean mine?" "It's yours," Mi Ying replied irritably. "You have no sense of awareness. Whether it's the gold coins you possess or those I have, they are all our future guild's preparation funds. Keeping them with you is a decision made after careful consideration by the guild leader. I hope you don't take it for granted." In a tone imbued with commanding authority, yet laced with a sweet, playful arrogance, there existed a moment when Gunan felt an unmistakable sensation of being pampered by a domineering female. "So, I have something for you," Gunan declared, promptly dispatching an email to send the exquisite silver Zijing pendant. Subsequently, a message was sent. "My dear, the days of you being spoiled by me are not far off." "Oh my, what a beautiful necklace!" Upon receiving the pendant, Mi Ying exclaimed with delight. "This is the most stunning pendant I have ever seen." Without exception, the pendant, elegantly shaped like the Zijing flower, featured petals that cascaded gracefully, swaying gently as if caught in a soft breeze. The contours of each petal were smooth and refined, appearing to be meticulously carved from the finest jade, exuding a polished texture. The petals shimmered in a delicate shade of lavender, radiating a warm glow. Nestled within the embrace of the petals lay a lustrous gem, akin to a pearl nestled within the heart of the Zhejiang flower, glimmering with a brilliant light. The gem's hue harmonized beautifully with the lavender petals, creating a visually stunning effect. The pendant's cord was crafted from premium silk, its color complementing the petals, embodying both elegance and a contemporary flair. The texture of the cord was soft yet resilient, providing both comfort and security when worn around the neck. At the end of the cord, a dainty tassel danced lightly with the wearer's movements, adding a touch of vivacity to the overall piece. To be honest, Gunan typically focused on the attributes of equipment rather than its visual appeal. He had not anticipated Mi Ying's fondness for the pendant. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "As long as you like it." "Is this your first gift to me?" Ming queried. Gunan responded foolishly, "I've given you so much gear. This shouldn't count as the first, right?" "I don't care." Ming pouted playfully. "This Zhejiang pendant is your first gift to me. Remember that if you're asked in the future, you must answer correctly." "All right." Gunan chuckled resignedly. "Whatever you say goes." Ming beamed sweetly. "I'm off to handle my gear. You should hurry and level up." Gu Nan nodded, and, after ending the call, he continued his journey to Qianlong Cliff. "Charming Tingsha. I am on my way." Qianlong Cliff? Achoo! The ancient beast Tingsha, deep in slumber, unexpectedly sneezed, its massive form swaying in the air. A sense of foreboding rising within 0.6 hours had passed. Surely, that brat wouldn't be coming again, would he? The ancient beast Tingsha spoke human words, its colossal head swaying anxiously in the a creature of legend. This was the first time Tingsha felt fear in the presence of a seemingly insignificant human. Were it not for the constraints of Qianlong Cliff, that feeble human would never have survived a second in its presence. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The frail human needed only to stand outside the formation to steal from it. What baffled Tingsha further was that this human seemed to possess a 100 success rate in thievery. Such a terrifying success rate filled the ancient beast with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Unable to kill, nor escape, for thousands of years, it had never felt so constrained. "Little tongue, I am back." The familiar voice echoed once more, sending a shiver through Tingsha. Looking towards the source, it spotted the familiar figure, and a torrent of expletives surged within. Truly, one fears what one does not want to encounter. "Despicable human," the ancient beast Tingsha called out. "Do not approach. Don't be so agitated." Yunan, unabashedly grinning, replied, "Hurry over. I'm pressed for time. After borrowing what I need, I still have to grind levels." Tingsha's expression was one of profound indignation. This shameless human was utterly contemptible. At that moment, Tingsha recoiled instinctively, like one fleeing from a plague. Unfortunately, Qianlong Cliff was small, and with Tingsha's immense size, escape was impossible. Upon approaching, Gunan wasted no time and executed the shadowless hand technique. The familiar system prompt echoed once again. "Congratulations, you have successfully executed shadowless hand on the ancient beast Tingsha, acquiring one divine beast pet egg." Realizing once more that something had been pilfered from it, Tingsha's colossal form glimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes blazed red, flames flickering within its pupils, radiating fury. Its long tail whipped through the air, conjuring fierce winds that uprooted trees, sending dust and debris flying. Tingsha opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. Its voice, filled with wrath and authority, seemed poised to tear apart the very sky, surrounded by a shroud of black mist. It emanated a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. In the face of such fury, all seemed diminutive, as if to be consumed by this overwhelming power. Tingsha's rage blazed like a wildfire, engulfing the entire realm. Jiyu could distinctly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the ancient beast. However, in the face of his immense joy, this pressure was inconsequential. Item name: Pet Egg Grade. Unknown description: a pet egg pilfered from the ancient beast Tingsha. System prompt: do you wish to activate the unknown pet egg? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Gunan chose to activate it. System prompt: please drip your blood onto the pet egg. The ritual of blood bonding with a pet was not unfamiliar to Gunan from his previous life. Following the system's instructions, he drew a small knife and sliced his fingertip. What is happening? Feeling his vitality plummeting, Gu Nan was utterly bewildered. In his past life, he had never encountered such a situation during blood bonding. Though uncertain of the cause, he swiftly utilized a small vial of red potion. Ji Yunan's approach was predominantly about damage-free monster hunting. Hence his inventory held hundreds of health potions that ate this moment. His survival took precedence. He certainly wouldn't be stingy. -10 restore, 200 drops of crimson blood fell onto the egg's surface. The instant the blood made contact, it seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force. Swiftly permeating the shell's intricate patterns, that a faint red glow began to emanate from the surface, as if the blood within was boiling. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time ticked by, and the hundreds of potions in his bag were depleting rapidly. Damn it! Gu Nan's mind was racing with expletives. Previously, he had been the one poisoning others, and now his own pet was draining him for nearly half an hour. What was the meaning of this? Was it trying to drain him dry? As the number of health potions dwindled to mere dozens, the egg finally began to change. The red glow intensified, as if the entire egg were engulfed in flames. At that moment, faint life waves emanated from within the egg, suggesting a young being was awakening. As the vibrations grew stronger, the egg trembled slightly, producing a crisp cracking sound. Soon after, a small crack appeared on the egg's surface, and a tiny creature peeked out, its eyes still shut but sensitive to the surrounding aura. With the shell breaking, Gu Nan's plummeting health finally stabilized. Gu Nan sighed in relief, thankful for the abundance of potions he had brought along. Otherwise, one might become the first adventurer on the continent of myriad clans to be drained of life by their own Gu Nan gently extended his hand into the crevice, and the creature seemed irresistibly drawn to him. Crawling out along his fingers, as it fully emerged from its shell, its eyes fluttered open, revealing a pair filled with an otherworldly intelligence, as if capable of perceiving all truths. When it raised its gaze to Gu Nan, a flicker of gratitude and affection sparkled within those eyes. Gu Nan tenderly caressed the still juvenile creature, which bore a resemblance to a chick but possessed a beauty that surpassed that of any fowl. Its plumage radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent like a rainbow. Though small in stature, it brimmed with vitality and vigor. Its eyes shone like two brilliant gemstones, glimmering with wisdom. The sharpness of its beak did not convey ferocity. Rather, it exuded a gentle demeanor. Although its petite wings had yet to fully unfold, one could already glimpse the promise of future grandeur. Most captivating was its tail, with elongated feathers resembling an ornate fan, swaying delicately with its movements. The tail feathers were adorned with a myriad of colorful spots, akin to a masterfully crafted tapestry. Gu Nan harbored a vague suspicion in his mind. However, upon perusing the attributes of the pet, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was truly formidable. Pet name: Yinwu Huofeng Pet Tier, Ancient Divine Beast Pet Level, 0 Health, 320 Attack, 112 to 135 Defense, 80 Speed, 55 Skills, Phoenix Rebirth, passive when Yinwu Huofeng's health dwindles to a critical level. It enters a state of rebirth, enveloped in flames, transforming into a blazing ember. After a brief period of swirling in the air, it will hatch anew as a completely rejuvenated Yinwu Huofeng. Cooldown, 24-hour skill feature. Instantly removes all negative status effects from Yinwu Huofeng and restores a portion of its health. Simultaneously, during the ember's aerial dance, it inflicts continuous fire damage upon enemies below. Flame Domain. Active Yinwu Huofeng unleashes a scorching domain on the battlefield, where all within will be consumed by flames. Enemies within the domain will suffer ongoing fire damage and will be unable to utilize any skills on cooldown. Skill feature. Inflict persistent fire damage to enemies within the domain while reducing their skill cooldown speed. Allies within the domain will gain additional fire resistance, mitigating fire damage taken. Fire Featherstorm. Active skill, Yinwu Huofeng flaps its wings, releasing countless fiery feathers that coalesce into a tempest of fire feathers. These feathers, sharp as blades, can slice through enemy armor. Skill feature. Inflicts multiple instances of slashing damage to enemies within a designated area while reducing their armor value. during the duration of Fire Feather Storm. Yinwu Huofeng's movement and attack speed will be significantly enhanced. Description: Yinwu Huofeng is a mythical being birthed from the very essence of fire in the cosmos. It emerged in ancient times when molten lava intertwined with lightning in the sky, creating a unique domain of fire. Within this fiery realm, fire elements continuously coalesced and merged, ultimately giving rise to the unparalleled Yinwu Huofeng. Cloaked in blood-red plumage, its wings are ablaze with an everlasting flame. Its eyes resemble two blazing orbs, radiating a captivating glow. The grace and majesty of Yinwu Huofeng's flight evoke the grandeur of a magnificent fire spectacle. In ancient times, Yinwu Huofeng served as the guardian of fire, maintaining the equilibrium of flames in the world and preventing rampant wildfires. Whenever a fire broke out, Yinwu Huofeng would descend, wielding its formidable power to control the flames and rescue countless beings from peril. Moreover, Yinwu Huofeng embodies the essence of fire, possessing the ability to manipulate flames at will, transforming them into forces of offense, defense, and healing. The Gunan was utterly astounded. The zero-level Yinwu Huofeng already possessed a terrifying speed of 55. With an attack power soaring to 135 and a defense of 80, it could easily vanquish the majority of level 5 adventurers. Yet, the most astonishing aspect lay in the skills of Yinwu Huofeng. Gunan found himself at a loss for words to describe the sheer power of Yinwu Huofeng's abilities. Unbelievable. The skills of Yinwu Huofeng were utterly extraordinary. First, there was Phoenix Rebirth, which essentially granted Yinwu Huofeng a second chance at life. Moreover, upon rebirth, it could eliminate all negative effects while inflicting secondary damage upon its foes. Then came the Flame Domain, which at its highest level could create a specialized area of fire. Within this domain, targets would find their cooldown skills rendered unusable. Even at the lowest level, it could delay opponents' cooldown times, effectively silencing them indefinitely within the domain. While silencing foes, it would also inflict continuous fire damage upon them. Allies within the domain would gain extra fire resistance, reducing the fire damage they incurred. Lastly, there was Fire Feather Storm, where Yinwu Huofeng unleashed a tempest of fiery feathers. This expansive area of effect skill could inflict multiple instances of slashing damage on enemies within a designated zone, while simultaneously reducing their armor. The combination of area damage and debuff, along with a boost to Yinwu Huofeng's own movement and attack speed, rendered it a formidable force. These three skills endowed Yinwu Huofeng with remarkable healing capabilities, extensive area damage potential, and broad control abilities. Such extraordinary prowess places Yinwu Huofeng among the pinnacle of ancient divine beasts Gu Nan had encountered in his previous life. In fact, a fully realized Yinwu Huofeng would undoubtedly eclipse the ancient divine beast Tang Shi by a significant margin. Gunan couldn't fathom how Tang Shi had come to possess this Yinwu Huofeng pet egg. Regardless, it ultimately benefited him. In light of Yinwu Huofeng, Gunan felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Tang Shi. Were it not for this creature, he would not have gained such a powerful ally at that moment. Gunan had completely forgotten that mere moments ago, Yinwu Huofeng had nearly drained him to a husk. Now, upon discovering Yinwu Huofeng's attributes, even if the creature had truly turned him into a desiccated corpse, Gunan would likely applaud and exclaim, "You are quite the capable little one," perhaps sensing her master's elation. Yinwu Huofeng gently lowered her head and brushed her flame-like beak against Gunan's hand. The warm sensation akin to the gentle caress of summer sunlight, imbued with a hint of delightful ticklishness and boundless tenderness. With a melodious and delicate cry, the enchanting song of the phoenix seemed to convey her affection and fondness for Gunan. This little creature was undeniably adorable. Jiyu Nan pondered aloud. "You have just been born and yet lack a name. What should I call you?" He continued, "Oh, are you male or female?" If memory serves, Phoenix signifies male, while Huang signifies female. Given your name is Yinwu Huofeng, you must be female. That he mused further, since your name contains in you are female. "How about I call you Yinji?" Perhaps understanding Gunan's intentions, Yinwu Huofeng affectionately nudged his hand twice. "Since you do not object, I shall take it as your approval," Gunan declared from now on. "You shall be called Yinji. System notification. Your pet Yinwu Huofeng has been successfully named." After bestowing a name upon Yinwu Huofeng, Gunan's spirit soared. He glanced at the ancient divine beast Teng Shi with newfound warmth in his gaze. Even though Teng Shi was still furiously roaring, its eyes blazing with wrath, as if wishing to reduce Gunan to mere ashes, Gunan remained unperturbed. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted Teng Shi. "No need to be so agitated. Today, I shall let you off the hook. We shall meet again tomorrow." He paused, realizing he had miscalculated the time. "My apologies. It seems it's already past midnight. Let us reconvene at noon. Try not to miss me too much." The ancient divine beast, Teng Shi, furiously assaulted the formation at the Dragon Trap Cliff. For tens of thousands of years, it had never harbored such profound hatred for a single individual. This insignificant human before it was the sole exception. The ancient divine beast, Teng Shi, vowed that once it escaped, it would ensure this wretched boy was ground to dust. Certainly. However, Gunan had no time to concern himself with Teng Shi's feelings. After exchanging pleasantries with the ancient beast, he promptly teleported back to the city. According to Gunan's recollection, prior to reaching level 20, before heading to the third-tier main city, the myriad realms of the continent would initiate 3 grand server-wide events. If memory served him correctly, the second event was a server-wide kill competition, which would commence in approximately 3 days. This event revolved around kill points, with different monsters yielding varying points upon defeat. These points accumulated, with rewards distributed from highest to lowest scores. The rewards were fundamentally similar to those of the first server-wide assault event, with the sole distinction being the treasure chest rewards. The first place would receive a golden chest, the second place would be awarded 2 silver chests, the third would earn 1 silver chest, and the 4th to 100th places would also receive silver chests. All participants would be granted a bronze chest. During this period, the server-wide events primarily facilitated widespread equipment distribution, benefiting nations with larger populations than in his previous life. During the second server-wide event, while China did not secure the main city rewards, the bronze chest rewards still incited a fervor of upgrades within the Chinese server, significantly narrowing the gap with foreign servers. It is noteworthy that bronze chests also had a chance to yield silver equipment. Although the odds were slim, the sheer number of players in China meant that after a single server-wide event, thousands of silver equipment pieces and over 100 million bronze equipment pieces emerged. Upon returning to Yanhua town, Gunan swiftly replenished his potions. Having learned a lesson from nearly being drained dry, he resolved that his supply of potion vials must never dip below 300. Being drained was not the issue. The real concern was losing his pet afterward, which would truly be a loss beyond measure. After concluding his resupply, Gunan set off once more towards Wulong Slope. With a level 0 Yanji exhibiting such extraordinary attributes, one could only wonder what a level 10 Yanji would be like. Ji Yunan was quite eager to find out this moment. Unbeknownst to him, this night would bring sleeplessness across the globe, all because of him. Shen, located in the western district of Kyoto along the northern side of West Chang'an Street, houses the Zhonghai, Nanhai, and Beihai, collectively known as the 3 Cs. Established during the Liao dynasty, it became a royal garden during the Ming and Qin dynasties. Today, it serves as the highest office of the Chinese government, covering an area of approximately 1 million square meters. With about 460,000 square meters designated as water, the complex comprises notable structures such as Ziguang Pavilion, Qingjin Hall, Ilwan Hall, Banana Garden, Shuiyun Pavilion, Yingtai, Fengzi Garden, and Jinggu Valley, showcasing a blend of solemn palace architecture and flexible garden design, making it one of the most complete royal gardens in China and a symbol of a nation's supreme authority. In a small conference room within Shen, a voice inquired, "Have we gathered any information on Fuguang Boxiao?" The first leader expressed concern. "Not yet," replied Li Wenzhong, head of China's National Security Department. "Our department has mobilized all available resources to track and investigate Fuguang Boxiao, even scouring the internet for any related information. However, after careful screening, we found no clues linking Fuguang Boxiao to the myriad realms." General Zhang Xia, the Chief of Staff of China, added, "Among our compatriots overseas, we have also found no relevant information. Fuguang Boxiao appears to have emerged from thin air, leaving no trace behind." The first leader furrowed his brow, visibly displeased with the reports from both men. The second leader, sensing the first leader's anxiety, interjected, "You should be aware of Fu Guangboxiao's capabilities within 12 hours. He ascended from level 2 to level 6, and he accomplished this alone. Such rapid leveling is unprecedented, both domestically and internationally. According to our intelligence department, in just a day and a half, he has provided China with over 20 pieces of bronze equipment and hundreds of common items. It can be said that 10 individuals from our nation have entered the global top 100 thanks to the equipment supplied by Fu Guangboxiao. Most importantly, he himself secured the first position, earning China 3 third-tier resource cities. Given his current displayed abilities, with proper cultivation, he is destined to become a formidable talent for our nation. Should anything happen to such an individual, the loss to China would be immeasurable. I trust everyone understands this." The second leader's words caused both Li Wenzhong and General Zhang Xia to lower their heads in resignation. The National Security Bureau of China primarily focuses on internal intelligence work, counterespionage, anti-assassination, anti-sabotage, and safeguarding national intelligence security. In contrast, the General Staff of China is responsible for external intelligence. The collaboration of these two departments, utilizing the entire nation's strength, yielded no information on an individual, particularly a Chinese citizen. This was a significant embarrassment for the intelligence community. The inability to acquire intel on Fu Guangboxiao was not entirely negative. As Minister of Defense Su Baichen remarked, "Consider this. Even our own intelligence department cannot obtain specific information on Fu Guangboxiao. Foreign intelligence agents would find it even more challenging to gather information on him in our country. Therefore, Minister Li and General Zhang need not feel guilty. Our current task is to proceed with what we should do based on the existing circumstances." Minister Su continued, "While we are unable to obtain information on Fu Guangboxiao presently, we possess numerous protective measures at our disposal. For instance, we can target domestic espionage organizations, strengthen border defenses, and rigorously scrutinize incoming intelligence personnel. By controlling the flow of weaponry in the domestic market, we can diminish the potential for espionage infiltration from the source. Of course, we must not abandon our investigation into Fu Guangboxiao. The Security Bureau should still mobilize core personnel and resources to continue the search. It is always better to walk on two legs." Those seated in the room were among the most elite in China, fully aware that under the current circumstances, they could only console themselves in this manner. Thus, Li Wenzhong proactively assured, "Our security department will ensure the effectiveness of our domestic counterespionage activities. Upon my return, I will instruct subordinate units to ramp up counterespionage efforts until we locate Fu Guangboxiao. We must maintain strict vigilance." General Zhang Xia echoed this sentiment, stating, "Our General Staff as Second Department will also spring into action to monitor all activities of foreign intelligence agencies targeting China." The Second Department of the General Staff is China's primary external intelligence body, comprising multiple divisions with clearly defined roles, serving as the main intelligence force for external matters. Following their declarations, the first leader finally spoke. "In addition to protecting Fu Guangboxiao, we must also ensure the safety of the 9 other Chinese strongmen who made the list. Rest assured, Chief," Li Wenzhong affirmed, "that we have already devised comprehensive protective measures for the other 9 individuals listed. We will ensure their safety without any incidents." "That is good to hear," the first leader sighed in relief, stating, "Our only duty before the impending chaos is to leave behind a capable force for China. As long as they grow stronger, the future of China and its people will have a solid footing. We are the guardians of this impending apocalypse. Together, I shall stand with you all to fulfill our final watch. We will safeguard the flickering lights of our players in China. Chief, rest assured, we are always prepared." Within the confines of a small conference, voices resonated in unison. The enduring legacy of Chinese civilization rests upon the unwavering dedication of countless generations of Chinese people who have persevered and passed the torch of knowledge. Prior to the unification of the myriad races on the continent, safeguarding the ember of civilization had become a shared consensus among the highest echelons of decision-making. In the Eagle Sauce, the presidential office. The unexpected acquisition of 3 resource cities by China left President Kerry Roosevelt with a countenance marked by fury and concern as he turned to CIA Director Richard Wilson and inquired, "Is there a hidden agenda from the Chinese side? Are they concentrating all their resources to cultivate an individual or a group?" The CIA, one of the four major intelligence agencies of Water Blue Star, is tasked with the public and clandestine collection and analysis of intelligence regarding foreign governments, corporations, terrorist organizations, individuals, politics, culture, and technology, coordinating the activities of other domestic intelligence entities, and reporting these findings to various departments of the Eagle Sauce federal government. Its intelligence-gathering capabilities are universally acknowledged as the foremost in the world. CIA Director Richard Wilson hesitated before responding. Based on our current investigations, it appears that China has not devised any corresponding plans. Mr. President, you are aware of the situation on the continent of myriad races. This is not merely a game in the conventional sense. Its rules are dictated by the heavens, and even if China intended to establish a related training program, complete secrecy would be unattainable. How do you explain the rapid advancement of Dawn of Radiance? President Kerry Roosevelt inquired, his expression darkening. According to our intelligence assessments, Richard Wilson respectfully replied, Dawn of Radiance may have acquired a powerful hidden class. President Kerry Roosevelt pressed further, how many SSS-grade classes does our Federation currently possess? We have identified 3 thus far. Richard Wilson continued. Among them, the most formidable is Lucifer's SSS-grade hidden class, the Fallen Angel. Presently, we are prioritizing the cultivation of Lucifer. Why is there such a disparity among the SSS grades? Kerry Roosevelt persisted. We are currently investigating the specifics. Richard Wilson explained. Preliminary findings suggest that Dawn of Radiance may have secured a strong early-stage rogue hidden class, which provides a significant advantage in the initial phases. Conversely, Lucifer's hidden class, the Fallen Angel, only becomes potent in the later stages. The variance in these pivotal phases account for the current outcome that, Mr. President, there is no need for excessive concern. China possesses a wealth of talent. Having secured 3 Tier 3 resource cities, they may emerge as a formidable force in the next stage. Kerry Roosevelt expressed his apprehension. At present, China only surpasses us by 1 main city, which should not be decisive. Richard Wilson continued. According to our CIA projections, it won't be long before the continent of myriad races launches a second comprehensive event, should we secure first place in the upcoming activity. This minor disparity in resources can be effortlessly reconciled. Very well, President Kerry Roosevelt instructed, concentrate all forces in Rocktown and devote ourselves to cultivating Lucifer, in South Korea, at the green-roofed office. President Kim Jong-sik's expression was grim as he lamented, our Great Korea dynasty has failed to secure a place among the top 3. This is a disgrace, a humiliation to our Great Korea dynasty. In the presidential office, a palpable silence enveloped the room, with all present rendered mute, none daring to speak. Director Kim Jong-bil, as the head of the intelligence department, I would like to hear your perspective. Kim Jong-sik called out, as no one else ventured to respond. That moment, Kim Jong-bil, the director of the South Korean National Intelligence Service, was utterly bewildered. Why should the failures of our players reflect on me? I am merely an intelligence officer, not a leveler. The military is primarily responsible for leveling. If there are issues, they should be addressed directly with them. What does this have to do with me? Internally, Kim Jong-bil was besieged by a torrent of frustration. Yet, facing the president's inquiry, he had no choice but to respond. After all, the South Korean National Intelligence Service operates directly under the president, who possesses absolute authority over appointments. In other words, it is at the president's discretion that he occupies this position. Mr. President, Kim Jong-bil said earnestly, according to our investigations, South Korea should have secured 3rd place and obtained a main city. However, at the last moment, the Sakura Kingdom deployed forces from a small town to assist Ichiro Mutu in gaining experience, allowing him to surpass us at the final hour. Our defeat is solely due to the despicable actions of the Sakura Kingdom. Damn it, President Kim Jong-un exclaimed with indignation. This comprehensive event has resulted in a complete failure for us. I refuse to witness a repeat of such disgrace. South Korea must concentrate all its efforts to support our strong contenders. In the next comprehensive event, we will undoubtedly claim the top spot. Rest assured, Mr. President, Kim Jong-bil assured him, we have already begun consolidating our efforts to focus on cultivating talents, such as Park Soo-chung. In the Sakura Kingdom, at the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Taro Kobayashi wore a somber expression. Do we still lack any information on Dawn of Radiance? We have deployed all available intelligence personnel in China, yet have failed to obtain any information pertaining to Dawn of Radiance. Foreign Minister Kenichi Takahashi reported with a grim countenance. It is my failure. Taro Kobayashi replied. It is said that the intelligence department in China has similarly failed to uncover any leads on Dawn of Radiance. You must secure all related information before China discovers it. Understood, he continued. The martyrdom plan can be initiated now. Understood. Kenichi Takahashi acknowledged gravely. Our warriors from the Sakura Kingdom are fully prepared. Simultaneously, in the Sunless Lands, the Maple Leaf Nation, Kangaroo Country, Israel, the Philippines, and India also convened emergency meetings without delay. The discussions predominantly revolved around the recent comprehensive event, with the name Dawn of Radiance becoming the most frequently mentioned among all nations. Every country's intelligence agencies mobilized, launching an exhaustive investigation into Gu Nan's detailed profile. In truth, Gu Nan had anticipated this outcome. In the previous life, prior to the merging of the continent of myriad races and Water Blue Star, many of China's top experts had perished under mysterious circumstances, with the shadow of external spies lurking among them. To better safeguard himself, Gu Nan adopted a name he had never used before and had never mentioned: Dawn of Radiance. The term dawn signifies the first faint rays of sunlight in the morning, piercing through the darkness to illuminate the earth. This name was conceived by Gu Nan following the turmoil of his previous life. Outsiders who had not experienced the tragedies of his past could never fathom the profound significance behind it. Thus, linking Gu Nan to his ID name would be virtually impossible. Moreover, regarding banking transactions, the trading system is an integrated system within the continent of myriad races, with management rights resting in the hands of the heavens, rendering it impossible for various nations to access player-specific information. Attempting to trace Gu Nan through financial transactions would also prove futile. The only potential avenue for complications would arise from transactions between him and Meet Sai. However, Gu Nan had also devised methods to mitigate such risks. Consequently, uncovering the truth in a short span of time would be quite unrealistic. In a brief span of 12 hours, China ascended from obscurity to seize first place, acquiring 3 Tier 3 main cities. This rapid transformation was too swift for many to comprehend. Now, as the dust settled, the world remained awake this night. In the land of China, at Wulongpo, Gu Nan remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. Upon his arrival at Wulongpo, he unleashed the Yanwu Huohuang and commenced a relentless slaughter of the Blood Moon Tigers. After achieving level 6, Gu Nan required a staggering 320,000 experience points to ascend to the next level. Currently, he possessed a mere 80,000 experience, leaving him with a daunting gap of 240,000 points to bridge. This experience requirement alone was sufficient to induce considerable anguish within Gu Nan. However, upon witnessing the experience bar of Yanwu Huohuang, he truly comprehended the essence of despair. Ascending from level 0 to level 1 demanded a staggering 500,000 experience points, 28,000 more than what Gu Nan needed to progress from level 6 to level 7. Truly, as an ancient divine beast, nurturing such a creature was exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, such a challenge was not without reason. According to the lore of the myriad races continent, spiritual pets were only obtainable after a year had passed. This was even more evident for a creature as formidable as an ancient divine beast. In his previous life, there were individuals who had acquired divine-level pets. However, based on Gu Nan's recollections, the earliest instances of obtaining such pets occurred 2 years post the launch of the myriad races continent, during which players generally exceeded level 100, but the monsters they faced were also beyond level 100, rendering the experience cost for nurturing divine beasts relatively low. It seemed the heavenly Tao had not anticipated that someone could acquire an ancient divine beast merely a day after the server's opening, and successfully hatch it as well. Thus, when Gu Nan beheld the insurmountable experience points required for Yanwu Huohuang, he was engulfed by an unimaginable sense of despair. Alas, this perhaps encapsulated the profound meaning of pain intertwined with pleasure. Once Gu Nan adjusted his mindset, he set the experience distribution to 1 for himself and 99 for his pet, reaching the limits permitted by the system. Had it not been for system constraints, he would have undoubtedly set it to 100. In his notes, Gu Nan's initial priority was to reach level 10, followed by restoring the ancient altar and opening pathways between various novice villages. However, after acquiring Yinwu Huang, he promptly recalibrated the priority to leveling up his pet. This was primarily due to the upcoming server-wide hunting event, which inherently favored mage classes, while Gu Nan's profession was that of a rogue. Despite his formidable monster-slaying abilities and possessing the strongest equipment in the server, he could not match the speed of mages in defeating monsters. In his previous life, China had not secured a commendable rank in the second event. This time around, Gu Nan believed that even with his equipment, Chinese players might not achieve a favorable outcome. Initially contemplating strategies for the impending server-wide event, Gu Nan found that with Yinwu Huang by his side, every obstacle became surmountable. The level 0 Yinwu Huang already boasted an attack power surpassing that of a level 5 mage. How extraordinary would a level 5 Yinwu Huang be? Moreover, with its area of effect skills, it possessed a significant inherent advantage in densely populated monster scenarios. If he could elevate Yinwu Huang to level 5 or above within 3 days, the combined offensive capabilities of the duo would undoubtedly secure the top kill points in the server. After 11 hours accompanied by a flash of brilliance, Yinwu Huang successfully leveled up to level 3, its overall attributes undergoing a remarkable transformation. Pet name: Yinwu Huang. Pet rank: Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level: 3 health, 1350 attack, 295 to 355 defense, 230 speed, 92 skill, Phoenix Rebirth level. Even at level 3, Yinwu Huang's health had already surpassed 1,000 points, with an attack power exceeding Gu Nan's at a staggering 355 points. Its defense reached an astonishing 230 points, and its speed was recorded at 92 points. Each of its 4 attributes showcased the exceptional lineage of Yinwu Huang. The overall panel attributes of a level 3 Yinwu Huang were already capable of overwhelming Gu Nan. However, in practical combat, the situation was different. After all, Gu Nan was a veritable powerhouse, equipped with the soul-biting venomous thorn skill, which allowed him to ignore defenses and inflict poison, as well as prevent healing. Gazing at the time, Gu Nan noted that there was less than half an hour remaining until the cooldown of his shadowless hand. It was time to confront the ancient divine beast, Tengshe. At the moment, Tengshe was steeped in despair. Upon seeing Gu Nan, it lay prostrate on the ground, utterly relinquishing any resistance. Even so, Gu Nan had no intention of sparing it, swiftly executing the shadowless hand. System prompt: Congratulations, you have successfully executed the shadowless hand on the ancient divine beast, Tengshe, and obtained the SS level skill book, Holy Light Baptism. Holy Light Baptism. SS level: the wielder summons a pure holy light, dealing holy damage to enemies within range and purifying negative effects on allies. Enemies affected by Holy Light Baptism will experience a brief stun, while the attack power, defense, and speed of the targeted enemies will be diminished. Restricted profession: Priest. In astonishment, Gu Nan marveled at the attributes of the skill. My goodness, this skill is utterly terrifying. Not only does it serve as a large-scale area of effect attack, but it also has the capability to purify allies of negative states. Furthermore, it can inflict a stunning effect on adversaries while simultaneously reducing their attack power. Defense and speed. This is undoubtedly a divine-level skill for the priest profession. As this realization dawned upon him, Gu Nan instinctively thought of myriad and her remarkable healing abilities. The divine priest profession was inherently an offensive healer, and this Holy Light Baptism SS level was tailor-made for such a role that it not only enhanced damage output, but also bolstered control capabilities. More importantly, it provided extensive purification abilities that in large-scale battles or nation wars. It would undoubtedly serve as a strategic healer capable of turning the tide of battle. With this in mind, Gu Nan promptly took a screenshot of the skill description and sent it to myriad, cheekily inquiring, "Would you consider dedicating yourself to me?" Moments later, myriad's voice communication rang through. "Where did you acquire this skill? It's incredibly powerful. Do you want it?" Gu Nan asked with a grin. "Of course." myriad replied without hesitation that I might be willing to give it to you. Gu Nan suggested mischievously, "But you must agree to one condition. If it's about dedicating yourself, then forget it," myriad stated bluntly. "You must kiss me." Gunan T's on the other end of the line. Mitsai promptly mimicked a kissing gesture and cheerfully said, "I've already kissed you. Now hurry and give me the skill book." Gunan turned green with envy. "I meant in real life, not over the phone. I don't care. You can only blame yourself for not being clear." Mitsai retorted playfully. "You a big man. Wouldn't he go back on your word, would you?" "Fine," Gunan replied helplessly. "You win." He. Ming revealed a smile of cunning triumph. As for this woman, who was willing to risk her life to save him, Gunan found himself utterly at a loss. Resignedly, he could only send the holy light baptism, SS level, to Ming. After all, it was only natural to pamper one's own woman a little. While Gunan consoled himself in his heart, he also resolved that the next time he saw Ming, he would certainly claim a passionate kiss in return. Good grief! Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. After agreeing to meet the ancient divine beast Tung, Shi in 12 hours, Gunan logged off from the game. After battling relentlessly for over 10 hours and taking care of his personal hygiene, Gunan intended to find a restaurant for a meal when his phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The caller was one of the few friends from his previous life, Han Yin Cheng. After the arrival of the 10,000 Races continent, this guy had been stripped of all his possessions and equipment by his wife that, in despair, he joined the Chinese vanguard. The so-called vanguard was essentially a suicide squad. The equipment and weapons were primarily provided by the government, and they undertook the most perilous missions. The casualty rate was extremely high, and most of those who joined were retired soldiers or patriotic pioneers. They entered the vanguard with a death-seeking resolve for the sake of China. Thus, on the battlefield, although this group was not well equipped, they possessed the strongest combat capability and fighting spirit in the national wars that ensued after the fusion of the 10,000 Races continent. The Chinese vanguard became a force that struck terror into the hearts of nations worldwide. After joining the vanguard, Han Yin Cheng, with his fearless and tenacious spirit, was swiftly promoted to the rank of colonel. When facing the main forces of the Sakura nation, he bravely engaged them with the strength of his regiment, fighting valiantly until his death. Later, he was posthumously awarded the rank of Major General. Recognized as an extraordinary hero of China, Jiyu Nan had attended his memorial service. Unfortunately, the world was too chaotic at that time, leaving little room for sorrow. After a brief ritual, Gunan led the members of the Rhine Guild onto the battlefield. In this second life, hearing the voice of a good friend once more brought a wave of nostalgia to Gunan. "Why aren't you speaking?" On the other end of the line, Han Yin Cheng's worried voice came through. "I heard you broke up with Qin Mengyao. It's for the best. While she's beautiful, she's not the type of woman to spend a life with. A wife should be virtuous. Now that you've split, it might not be a bad thing for you." Gunan couldn't help but feel indignant. How could a man betrayed by his wife have the audacity to lecture him on finding a partner? However, upon reflection, he realized there wasn't much difference between himself and Han Yin Cheng. He was betrayed by his wife, and though he hadn't married Qin Mengyao, they were just a piece of paper away from in a sense. They were both unfortunate brothers in arms. "All right, remember this advice. You never know when it might come in handy." To Jian asked, "What prompted your call?" "I heard you broke up, so I just wanted to check on you," Han Yin Cheng replied curtly. "How can you be so ungrateful? Relax, it's just a woman that I could take her or leave her." That Jian chuckled. "You don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you been playing the popular game 10,000 Races continent? Of course I have," Han Yin Cheng replied. "Are you playing too?" "Yes. Which town are you in?" Han Yin Cheng boasted. "If we're in the same town, I can take you on a ride." "Get lost," Gunan retorted. "What level are you? How dare you talk about taking me anywhere? I'm already level 4. Han Yin Cheng bragged. "So what do you think? Isn't that impressive? Tell me which town you're in. If we're in the same one, I can take you along." Ji Yunan was speechless. A level 4 player dared to boast in front of him, the top player in the entire server. However, he remembered that in his previous life, he had entered the 10,000 Races continent a week late. Had it not been for Han Yin Cheng supporting him with equipment back then, he would not have earned 50,000 in a month. Without that money, his relationship with Qin Mengyao might have ended just as tragically. In retrospect, this guy had inadvertently helped him. Of course, Gunan knew that Han Yin Cheng had only meant well. He could never repay kindness with ingratitude. Thus, he smiled and replied, "I'm in Yanhua Town." "Yanhua Town?" Han Yin Cheng exclaimed excitedly. "I heard that the number 1 player, Floating Light Dawn, is from your Yanhua Town. Have you met him?" I have, Gunan replied honestly. Meeting oneself could be considered meeting, right? Do you know what he looks like? Han Yinqing asked eagerly. I heard he has a rat-like face, sharp features, and was known as Buddha before entering the 10,000 races continent. That's why he chose the rogue profession after entering. Think about it. Who would choose rogue if they were a decent person? Have you seen him in person? Is his appearance the same as what people say? Gunan was at a loss for words. What on earth were people saying? A rat-like face, sharp features. How could he, the dignified Wu Yinzu of Yingchuan, tolerate such slander? No way. Next time he fought, he would definitely show his face. Although he couldn't reveal his true identity, it was still possible to use a dust avoidance pearl to simulate a handsome young man resembling himself. You believe the rumors out there? Gunan corrected. I've seen Floating Light Dawn. He is as handsome as a jade tree, strikingly charming. His previous profession wasn't Buddha. He's a very upright person, a fine young man of the 21st century. Don't listen to the nonsense. They're just envious and jealous that that true. Han Yinqing asked, somewhat skeptical that of course it's true. Gunan affirmed confidently that he looks just as handsome as I do. Floating Light Dawn is me. There anything wrong with saying that we look alike? By the way, you still haven't told me what level you are in the game. Han Yinqing did not continue to dwell on the question of Floating Light Dawn's appearance and instead shifted the topic. Gunan was about to say level 7, but suddenly realized that he was the only one at level 7 in the entire world, that if he directly stated that he was level 7, wouldn't he that expose his identity as Floating Light Dawn? Naturally, Gunan had no intention of hiding that identity. However, thinking of how he had just praised Floating Light Dawn's looks, if he exposed himself now, it would be immensely awkward. With that in mind, Gunan slyly reduced his level by 1 and replied, I'm already level 5, that what the hell? Han Yinqing exclaimed, how did you level up so quickly? Any secrets? Call me Dad, and I might tell you. Gunan chuckled. Dad, hurry up and tell me. You really have no shame. Gunan rolled his eyes and said, get in touch with me, Ying. Have her give you a suitable set of equipment. Gunan had intended to develop his own powered, as Han Yinqing was his brother and a man willing to risk his life for his country. Gunan naturally wanted to nurture him under favorable conditions. However, he wasn't planning to reveal himself to the public just yet. All public activities would have to be handled by me, Ying. Is she that stunningly beautiful boss you mentioned? Han Yinqing asked curiously. What's her game ID? Is she formidable in the 10,000 races continent? Her game ID is Qin Liang, Gunan replied nonchalantly. What? Han Yinqing exclaimed in astonishment. She is actually Qin Liang. The number 1 hexagonal healer in China. What on earth is that? Gunan asked, puzzled. Don't you read the player forums? Han Yinqing replied incredulously. Videos of Qin Liang single-handedly challenging a level 5 boss were uploaded to the forum. Can you imagine a priest single-handedly confronting a level 5 boss, and not only that, but actually overpowering it? In his previous life, when the myriad realms of the continent merged with the water blue star, communication methods underwent significant transformations. After being reborn, Gunan, now accustomed to the post-merger lifestyle, had overlooked the functionality of certain forums. Consequently, his engagement with global chat channels and forums was rather minimal. He had even configured his friend settings to block all notifications. Apart from Mitsai, there was virtually no one who could reach him. Clearly, it was time for him to familiarize himself with contemporary social practices. Isolating oneself was evidently not a viable option to end the game. His profession was that of an S-rank dimensional paladin, and Mitsai should possess equipment suitable for him. Gunan stated. How do you know my profession? Han Yinqing inquired, astonished. You mentioned it yourself. Otherwise, how could I possibly know such details? Gunan replied, having gleaned this information from his past life. However, he would not disclose the secret of his rebirth, so in such situations, he could only deny any knowledge. Perhaps I simply forgot, Han Yinqing murmured to himself before continuing. Equipment is so expensive now, of course, it cannot be given to you for free, Gunan remarked. Mitsai is preparing to establish a gaming guild, and I will definitely join. How about you? Are you interested in coming along? I am certainly on board, Han Yinqing chuckled. Just make sure to contact your lovely boss that I'll apply to add her as a friend shortly. Once she yes online, I'll get it approved. Absolutely. After concluding his conversation with Han Yinqing, Gunan directly called Mitsai. After explaining Han Yinqing's situation to her, he cautioned her not to reveal his identity, then hung up. After tidying up briefly, Gunan set off for a nearby supermarket. On the way, he opened the official forum for the Myriad Realms game established by China. As he perused the posts, he noticed that the most discussed topic was dawning light. At the top was an announcement from the Chinese officials. Title: Announcement regarding the dawning light cheat issue content. Dear players, we are pleased to inform you that, following rigorous system monitoring and manual review, we have confirmed that the player with the game ID Dawning Light has consistently upheld the principles of fair competition during gameplay and has not utilized any form of cheats or hacking software. Dawning Light is an exemplary player on our Chinese server, who has earned the respect and admiration of many for their exceptional skills and strategies, as well as their integrity in gaming. Setting a standard for fair competition, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Dawning Light and hope that more players will learn from them and engage in the game with honesty, fighting for the honor of the Chinese server. Signed, Official Forum of the Myriad Realms, Chinese server. Beneath this pinned post, there was another announcement. Title: Statement regarding the control of this game by intelligent systems and the absence of cheats content. The Myriad Realms employs an advanced intelligent control system that integrates artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and real-time monitoring, among other features. The two announcements together suggest a certain implication. The first announcement does not merely address whether Gunan has used cheats. Rather, it appears to be an official endorsement from the Chinese server, expressing support for Gunan. IT even praises him as a model of fair competition, encouraging all players on the server to emulate him. Furthermore, it subtly endorses the very actions that had previously drawn skepticism from other players. To put it bluntly, the issuance of these two announcements by the Chinese officials does not serve to resolve the players' doubts, but rather to support and endorse Gunan while simultaneously encouraging others to learn from him. They imply that as long as one can develop oneself, the means employed are of little concern to the authorities, provided they do not cross into criminal territory. While dining, Gunan continued to scan the forum, noting numerous help posts seeking his contact information. Most of these were from well-known figures within major financial groups, wealthy second-generation heirs, or leaders of large guilds, primarily seeking long-term collaboration, particularly in acquiring the equipment Gunan possessed. Gunan paid little attention to these posts. Among them, the only topic that could rival the buzz surrounding Dawning Light was the beauty rankings of the Myriad Realms. Currently, the first place was still being debated, with two contenders: the multi-talented healer Qin Mengyao and the goddess-slaying Feng de Qingyu. Each had their own group of admirers, engaged in lively debates. In his previous life, Gunan had also interacted with Feng de Qingyu. He had to admit, her long legs were indeed a sight to behold, especially when paired with black stockings, which only heightened her allure. Positioned side by side, even Gunan found it difficult to choose. If forced to make a decision, he would unapologetically declare, "I've been reborn. Why should I choose? I want them both." After finishing his meal at the supermarket, Gunan purchased some daily necessities and snacks before returning to his rental apartment. Upon arriving home, he didn't rush to log in. After sipping a bit of alcohol, he fell into a deep slumber. According to his memory, 3 server-wide events needed to be completed before reaching level 20. Until then, he had no intention of leveling up. When he awoke, it was already past 9 in the evening. After washing his face and tending to his personal hygiene, he logged back into the game. As soon as he entered, he received a message from myriad. Qin Mengyao. Han Yinqing is in a small town with me. I've already given him the equipment he can use. Gunan replied. Han Yinqing seems like a good person. If possible, please take care of him. By the way, do you have any good-natured girls among your friends? Why do you ask that? Myriad responded cautiously. They all have boyfriends. Don't even think about it. What nonsense are you spouting? Gunan retorted. Who's thinking about them? With you around, why would I even consider them? Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Myriad's lips, though she maintained her tone of indifference as she asked, "What's this about?" "I had someone read my brother's fate, and it seems he is destined to attract bad women," Gunan babbled. "So, I was wondering if I could find a kind-hearted girl to save him from his predicament. If you wanted to help him find a partner, just say so," Myriad replied, exasperated. "No need to beat around the bush." "Is there a suitable girl?" Gunan inquired. "Most of my friends are single, but I want to play matchmaker," Myriad stated bluntly. "I can at most provide him with an opportunity to make contact." Whether it develops is up to him. That's fine. As long as he gets the chance to meet her, the rest is in his hands. Reborn into this life, Gu Nan is determined that Han Yin Sheng shall not tread the same path as in his previous existence. Although he cannot choose a girlfriend for him, he can certainly introduce him to a multitude of remarkable women, thereby broadening his horizons. With an expanded perspective, he would be less likely to be swayed by dubious women. By the way, Han Yincheng has already agreed to join our guild. That Ming inquired what kind of treatment would be appropriate for him. As for management matters, you can handle it as you see fit. Gunan added, do not offer him any special treatment simply because he is my brother or connected to me. Whatever he needs, let him earn it on his own, that I trust in his capabilities. Then I will manage it accordingly, Ming acknowledged, and Gunan's words were taken to heart. Although it was clear that Han Yin Sheng, being Gunan's brother, already possessed an inherent advantage, the notion of fairness was moot. Naturally, Ming intended to offer Han Yin Sheng the most prestigious contract and cultivate him according to the first-tier standards. Mi Ying's approach in consulting Gu Nan was not merely for his opinion, but a gesture of respect towards him. Gu Nan's insistence on equality was also a statement of his non-interference in management matters. Even in a close relationship, certain sentiments must be articulated. Of course. When the day comes when they are fully aware of one another's strengths and weaknesses, some discussions may become unnecessary. After concluding the call with Miying, Gunan noticed a friend request that had reached 99. Upon inspecting it, a recent note caught his eye. Player name, Wind's Whisper message. I acquired a hidden dungeon scroll while completing a hidden quest. If Floating Light is interested, feel free to add me as a friend so we can collaborate on that. Without a moment's hesitation, Gunan accepted the request. He swore it was the hidden FB quest that truly captivated him, not merely the alluring, porcelain-like legs of the so-called goddess. The friend request had been sent by Wind's Whisper. Once Gunan accepted, the friendship was established successfully. Moments later, Wind's Whisper messaged, Floating Light, is it? Floating Dawn. Just call me Floating Light. Wind's Whisper. Floating Light. During my completion of the hidden quest, I obtained a hidden dungeon scroll information. Our team's strength is limited. If you're interested, we can partner up for. Through the rewards of the dungeon, you can choose first. Is that agreeable? Gunan opened the scroll information and glanced over it. Item name, Hidden Dungeon Shadow Castle. Mainline hidden quest of the 10,000 Races continent. Quest difficulty. Quest rewards. Unknown. Yet another hidden mainline quest, and a 4-star difficulty one at that. In his previous life, when he entered the game, the Shadow Castle dungeon had already existed. Initially, it was Wind's Whisper who first unlocked the hidden dungeon. Unfortunately, at that time, Wind's Whisper's team was not yet fully formed, resulting in their first challenge ending in failure. Following that, the hidden dungeon automatically became a public dungeon accessible to players worldwide. Ultimately, the first kill of the dungeon was claimed by the Sakura Nation. In this life, Gunan certainly would not allow the opportunity for a first kill to slip into the hands of the Sakura Nation. However, he also could not offer help for free. Thus, he quickly laid out his demands. Floating Dawn. I can assist, but I have my conditions, and if you agree, I will help you. If not, then so be it. Wind's Whisper. What are your conditions? Floating Dawn. From all the equipment obtained within the dungeon, you may only select 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Of the 5 treasure chests from the first kill, I will take 3. Furthermore, once we enter the dungeon, all actions must be directed by me. If you agree, I can guide you through this dungeon. If not, then so be it. Wind's Whisper. Isn't that condition a bit excessive? Floating Dawn. Excessive? You should understand that the quest scroll is a one-time use. Should you fail the dungeon, the Shadow Castle will become a publicly accessible dungeon that I could simply wait for your failure, and then lead my own team to achieve the first completion, thereby claiming all rewards for myself. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the scroll's validity period should be 72 hours. If you do not challenge it within that time frame, the Shadow Castle will also become a public dungeon. At worst, I will just wait another 72 hours in Hua Town at the Rock Giant camp. Damn it. Floating Dawn is truly infuriating. Wind's Whisper struck the Rock Giant with a sword, the blade shimmering with intense fire elements that scorched the creature. Boss, what did Floating Dawn say? A young female mage beside Wind's Whisper asked, simultaneously casting skills to slow the Rock Giant. What else can I say? He is demanding an exorbitant price. Wind's Whisper replied indignantly. The entire dungeon only allows us to take 5 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 silver treasure chests. Wind's Whisper, isn't Floating Dawn's demand a bit too much? Do you want us to try on our own? Grumbled the knight at the forefront, flying dragon in the sky. I refuse to believe we can't pass this dungeon without Floating Dawn. Wind's Whisper articulated the unique nature of this hidden dungeon, after 72 hours or upon failing the quest. This dungeon will become public. At that point, with our current capabilities, achieving a first completion will be nearly impossible. So, what do you propose? Inquired the priestess, Liu Wang, standing beside Wind's Whisper. My suggestion is to agree to Floating Dawn's terms. Wind's Whisper explained. Given our team's strength, soloing this dungeon is virtually impossible. Even if we attempt it 2 days from now, the chances of success remain exceedingly slim. Floating Dawn managed to single-handedly defeat 3 bosses, all of which were level 7 or above, within an hour. This indicates that his individual strength surpasses that of our entire team. Moreover, he gives off the impression that he possesses extensive knowledge about the Shadow Castle dungeon. He has already deduced the time sensitivity of our hidden scroll and the consequences of failure. In our conversation, he made it clear he can wait for a failure or the expiration of the quest. Therefore, the current situation is that we need him, rather than him needing us. Although Gun Nan's demands were somewhat excessive, they were still preferable to walking away empty-handed. I concur with Wind's Whisper's assessment. Liu Wang stated point 1 should eat according to their appetite. Obtaining 2 silver treasure chests would indeed represent a significant gain for us. Observing that the group was in agreement, Flying Dragon in the sky reluctantly nodded. Very well, we'll follow your lead. Soon after, Gunan received a message from Wind's Whisper. Wind's Whisper, we agree to your conditions. When are you available? Floating Dawn. Where are you now? Wind's Whisper, at the Rock Giant Camp. Floating Dawn, send me your coordinates. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Wind's Whisper, Rock Giant Camp, 2301, 3325. Gunan glanced at the time. It was 9:30. 2 hours should suffice to complete the hidden dungeon Shadow Castle. Afterward, he could visit the ancient divine beast tongue, she at Lanya Cliff, for a reunion, but he certainly did not want to miss the opportunity that arose once every 12 hours. 10 minutes later. At the Rock Giant Camp, Gunan manifested a striking appearance using the Dust Avoidance Pearl and appeared before Wind's Whisper and the others. This Floating Dawn. He is far too handsome. The healer, Liu Wang, whispered to Wind's Whisper, her eyes sparkling. Wasn't it said online that Floating Dawn is a scruffy, unattractive man? If this is what an unattractive man looks like, then the 10,000 races continent must be devoid of handsome men. During his previous solo encounter with the proud war god and his companions, the distance of the camera, coupled with Gunnan's swift movements, had prevented anyone from capturing his face. Thus, various unreliable speculations circulated online. Greetings, Gunnan approached and greeted them. Hello, Floating Dawn. Liu Wang stepped forward, shook Gunnan's hand, and introduced herself. I am Liu Wang, the priest of the Whisper team. Hello. After greeting with a smile, Gunnan turned her gaze towards Feng Qingyu. In her previous life, Feng Qingyu had perished in battle, and by the time Gunnan traversed into this realm, she had already been dead for many years. The memories of Feng Qingyu's appearance had begun to blur in her mind. Now, upon reuniting with an old acquaintance, the figure before her appeared somewhat different from what she recalled. The beautiful visage looked slightly more youthful than she had anticipated from a few years hence. However, her tall and well-proportioned figure, particularly her elongated legs, served as her exclusive best calling card. Her legs were long and straight, with fluid lines that seemed like a masterpiece painstakingly sculpted by an artist. Her skin, as pale as jade, was delicate and smooth, glimmering softly under the faint light of the rock giant's camp. The muscles in her legs were toned and powerful, neither overly slender nor excessively robust, perfectly showcasing the elegance and strength of femininity. As Gunan approached, Feng Qingyu gracefully walked towards her. Each step she took was light and elegant, as if she were dancing. Her long legs radiated an alluring charm, prompting Gunan to steal a few extra glances. The perfection of her legs, with slender ankles, elongated calves, and full thighs, created a seamless and rhythmic silhouette. Beyond her striking legs, her face was equally captivating. Adorned with bright, expressive eyes, a high nose, and rosy lips that formed a radiant smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Her long hair flowed with the breeze, resembling a moving painting, adding a touch of vivacity and ethereality to her beauty. This woman, with her stunning legs and exquisite face, was indeed a breathtaking sight to behold. Even Gu Nan, whose heart was steadfast, found a ripple of emotion stirring within her as Feng Qingyu approached. This woman, this physique. Enough, I must not dwell on this any further. To do so would be to cross a line. Hello, Master Fuge, Feng Qingyu noted with a slight furrow of her brow, having caught sight of Gu Nan's lingering gaze on her legs. Greetings, Gu Nan replied, perceptive to the subtle expression on Qin Qingyu's face, and she inquired, when shall we commence the hidden dungeon? Allow me to introduce our companions. Feng Qingyu said proactively, you are already acquainted with our priest. Now I shall introduce the other three members. This individual is our knight, Filong Zaiqian. This one is our fire mage, Qin Mengyao. Lastly, this is our elven archer, Qianxiao Yinran. My profession is a hidden class, the flame martial god. We also have a substitute formation mage, Xingqian Dahai. Understood, Gu Nan responded. You may select any 4 individuals, excluding myself. Isn't a balanced formation necessary? Feng Qingyu asked, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. Not at all. Gu Nan stated matter-of-factly. You may arrange as you see fit. Feng Qingyu regarded Gu Nan with skepticism, but ultimately adhered to the initial plan. 2 frontline tanks, the knight Filong Zaiqian and the flame martial god Feng Qingyu. 1 frontline damage dealer, Gu Nan, 1 ranged attacker, the elven archer Qianxiao Yinran, and a healer, the priest Liu Yue. Once the formation was finalized, Feng Qingyu pulled Gu Nan into the team and subsequently utilized the hidden dungeon scroll. System notification. Your teammate Feng Qingyu has activated a hidden quest scroll. You have received a shared quest. Quest title. First kill of the hidden dungeon, Shadow Castle. Mainline hidden quest of the myriad races continent. Quest requirements. Clear the hidden dungeon. Shadow Castle quest difficulty. Time limit. 72 hours. Countdown. 48 hours, 36 minutes, 25 seconds. Quest rewards. 100 fortune points. 1 silver treasure chest quest failure. The first kill quest for Shadow Castle will be open to the entire world. Players from all servers may challenge it. As the quest announcement concluded, Gu Nan and her companions were transported to a dimly lit castle. The entire Shadow Castle lay nestled upon an ancient land eroded by time, shrouded in a perpetual twilight as if eternally on the brink of dusk. Sunlight could scarcely penetrate the heavy clouds, casting only a faint and hazy glow. The castle's stone walls were mottled and worn, covered in moss and the marks of time. Vines clung to the walls, enveloping the castle in an air of mystery and eeriness. The location where Gu Nan and her team materialized was a desolate patch of grass. Sparse trees swaying in the cold wind, their dry branches rustling softly. Filong Zaiqian, you shall lead the way and attract the ire of our enemies. Yinran, look for opportunities to deal damage from a distance. And Liu Li, keep an eye on everyone's status. Feng Qingyu began to issue commands methodically. Gu Nan touched her nose, feeling somewhat awkward as she interrupted. There's no need for such formality. Huh. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and asked, do you have any tactical arrangements? None. Gu Nan shook her head. Upon hearing Gu Nan's response, Feng Qingyu furrowed her brow once more, asking, if there are no plans, can we proceed according to our original strategy? No need. Gu Nan insisted again. You all can simply stand here without moving. What? Feng Qingyu exclaimed, disbelief written across her face. The area outside the Shadow Castle is a safe zone. You just need to remain stationary. Gu Nan replied nonchalantly, I will handle the ensuing tasks. Are you implying that you intend to solo this? Feng Qingyu asked with a grave expression. Indeed, Gu Nan affirmed confidently with a nod. This is a 4-star difficulty hidden dungeon. Feng Qingyu attempted to caution I am aware. Gu Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Then why act so recklessly? Feng Qingyu struggled to suppress her unease, saying, Master Fugue, I recognize your strength, but this is not the time for bravado. I am not being reckless, Gu Nan replied, a hint of impatience creeping in her voice. I stated prior to entering that you would follow my lead once we were inside. You agreed to that. Are you now reneging on your promise? It dawned on Feng Qingyu that she had indeed consented to follow Gu Nan's directives upon entering. However, she never anticipated that Gunnan's so-called plan involved having the four of them merely stand in the safe zone while he single-handedly tackled the dungeon. "Are you certain you can handle this alone?" Feng Qingyu asked, gritting her teeth, her expression troubled. "I am certain," Gunnan replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. "Very well. We shall wait here." Feng Qingyu ultimately acquiesced to Gunnan's arrangement. As Gunnan entered the shadow castle alone, Liu Weiing finally spoke up. "Qingyu, are we truly just standing here? Is Master Fugue really attempting to solo the shadow castle script?" The elven archer Qianxiao Yanran asked with curiosity. "Yes," Feng Qingyu nodded, saying little else. This was a 4-star difficulty hidden dungeon. Could Master Fugue truly manage to tackle it alone? It seemed akin to courting death. Filong Zaiqian fumed. If he wants to throw his life away, that's one thing, but dragging us down with him and occupying a spot in our group is another. That if we had entered as a full party of 5, taking a more measured approach, we might have had a chance at clearing it. Now, with Master Fugue occupying a spot and not contributing, how can we succeed? Filong, hold your complaints for now, Liu Weiing consoled. Master Fugue must have his reasons for daring to solo. Let's just wait and see that if he truly can manage it alone, we will benefit by being carried along without lifting a finger, gaining 2 silver treasure chests and 5 bronze pieces of equipment without effort. In essence, we would be making a veritable profit. Filong Zaiqian scoffed coldly. You truly believe he is some sort of deity? How can one person possibly solo a 4-star difficulty dungeon? To me, it seems that Master Fugue merely desires to show off in front of Qingyu, seeking her attention. There have been plenty of players like that over the years. Enough, Feng Qingyu interjected. It's too early to make any judgments. Let's exercise patience and wait. If Master Fugue fails to solo it, we can always enter afterward. This opportunity for a hidden dungeon is rare, and we must not squander it. The shadowy castle, Dajiyu, then stepped into the ancient fortress, and an icy chill enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. The interior was spacious and desolate, with towering stone pillars supporting the vaulted ceiling, intricately carved with elaborate patterns and mysterious runes. Along the corridors, ancient furniture and decorative items were arranged, each exuding an eerie and archaic aura. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind swept through the hallways, carrying with it a low, haunting echo, as if countless whispers were resonating in his ears, according to Gunnan's recollections. The shadowy castle was comprised of 5 distinct sections. The first section, the outer perimeter of the castle, was where Gunnan currently found himself. It was surrounded by dense thickets and ancient trees, inhabited by level 3 monsters, skeletal soldiers, and bat spirits. Unfazed by the presence of these creatures, Gunnan summoned his fiery companion, Yanji, without even bothering to use his insight ability, allowing her to unleash her flames upon the foes. The reason Gunnan had insisted on having his wishes fulfilled by Qin Qingyu upon entering the dungeon was precisely for the purpose of soloing it now. His choice to undertake this challenge alone, despite the presence of a team, was not born of arrogance. Rather, he wished to keep the existence of Yanji a secret and conceal his true strength from outsiders. Moreover, there was another motive. The experience rewards for being the first to conquer the shadowy castle were exceedingly generous, and Gunnan was reluctant to share them with others. Under the onslaught of Yanji's fire feather storm, the multitude of monsters surrounding the castle's exterior was eradicated in a mere 2 minutes. System notification. Soul-eating stinger has detected a toxic source from bat venom. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. System notification. Bat venom absorption complete. System notification. Your soul-eating stinger has undergone a transformation. Soul-eating stinger LV1. SSS grade. Any attack can inflict a layer of poisoning effect on the target, causing a loss of 25 health points per second for 60 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores all defenses and applies a healing restriction on the target, rendering it unpurifiable. Additionally, targets under the poisoning effect experience a 50 reduction in movement speed and a 50 decrease in attack speed. Current stackable layers of the poisoning effect. 3. Special trait. Consuming different toxins can enhance the poisoning effect. The soul-eating stinger skill has evolved 3 times from the Toxic Mist Cobra, Toxic Mist Cobra Elite, and Toxic Mist Cobra King, achieving a damage output of 20 health points per second after absorbing the bat toxin. It further increased to a damage output of 25 health points per second. After 4 stacks, the soul-eating stinger can inflict a total of 4,500 health points of damage per minute on the target. Given the current health levels of players, a mere touch from Gu Nen could initiate a countdown to death. Even a divine intervention would be futile. This was the source of Gu Nan's confidence. Having traversed the castle's exterior, Gu Nen entered the spacious hall, which marked the second stage of the shadowy castle dungeon. In the center of the hall stood a colossal statue of a dark noble, surrounded by eerie murals and ancient furniture. The central area of the hall was occupied by level 5 elite skeletal soldiers and bat spirits. In a mere 3 minutes, Gu Nan and Yin Ji, as a pair, skillfully dispatched the foes. However, this was far from the end. After clearing the second stage in the castle hall, he still needed to locate a hidden switch to decipher an ancient password. Within the vast expanse of the hall, there existed hundreds of concealed switches, only one of which was correct. Typically, passing this stage would require a considerable investment of time and lives. However, the thief class Gu Nen possessed the SSS grade skill. 1,000 locks, 1,000 resolutions. To him, the hidden switches of the second stage appeared as mere decorations. With a single glance, he effortlessly identified the correct switch, obtained the password, and proceeded directly to the third stage. Including the elimination of the level 5 skeletal soldiers and bat spirits in the hall center, Gu Nen completed the task in less than 5 minutes, while simultaneously enhancing the damage output of the soul-eating stinger to 30 health points per second. Upon passing through the hall, Gu Nen arrived at a dimly lit corridor, which constituted the third stage of the shadowy castle, the gloomy corridor. The walls were adorned with ancient suits of armor and weapons, while an eerie atmosphere pervaded the air. Within this corridor, shadowy elves and dark vampires roamed. Monster name: Shadow Elf level, 8 health, 11,000 attack, 210 to 223 physical defense, 130 magical defense, 60 speed, 70 skills. Shadow assassination. Night Shadow escape. Mind fog description: they were once a faction of the elven race from the realm of light, annihilated by the master of the shadowy castle thousands of years ago. The dark energy wielded by the castle's master tainted their souls, transforming them into specters haunting the fortress. Monster name: Dark Vampire level, 8 health, 13,000 attack, 180 to 205 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 130 speed, 55 skills. Shadow Devour. Blood Pact, Blood Mist, Maze description: once the guardians of the shadowy castle, they succumbed to the malevolent power of the castle's master and perished, only to rise as vampires, forever bound to the castle. With Gu Nan's current attack power, employing the 1,000 Blades technique at maximum output would allow him to vanquish a shadow vampire or shadow elf in a single wave. However, utilizing 1,000 Blades required acute mental concentration and precise control over the speed of his strikes. Unless in exceptional circumstances, Gu Nan was reluctant to employ this technique lightly. For large-scale monster farming, the efficacy of the soul-eating stinger was evidently more suitable to deal with a single monster. Gu Nan would casually deliver 3 swift strikes. Because of the sustained damage, the monster's aggro would remain fixed on him at this juncture. Gu Nan needed only to kite the monster, gradually whittling it down to death. Currently, with 3 layers of the poisoning effect from the soul-eating stinger, he could inflict 90 points of damage per second, translating to 5,400 points over a minute. This damage bypassed defenses, and against the healthiest of the dark vampires, it would take merely 2.5 minutes to reap the rewards. Thus, as Gu Nan entered the gloomy corridor, he activated his wind step, swiftly maneuvering between the shadow elves and dark vampires. Blood bars cascaded before him, indicating damage dealt. -985, critical damage. Poisoning effect successfully applied. -30 -652 poisoning effect successfully applied. -30 -322 poisoning effect successfully applied. -30 Gu Nan leisurely navigated the gloomy corridor, and after fully stacking 3 layers of the poisoning effect, he turned and departed with flair. Once the poisoning damage had taken effect, he would return for a final strike. Generally, the shadow elf could withstand only 2 rounds of poisoning under Gu Nan's daggers, in cases of critical damage. The dark vampires typically succumbed after 2 rounds as well, that if there were no critical hits, Yanji would step in to unleash a fire attack. Through their seamless cooperation, the level 8 shadow elves and dark vampires could only endure for less than 10 minutes. System notification: your pet Yanji has successfully leveled up to level 4. Pet name: Yanji Pet Tier. Ancient Divine Beast Pet Level. 4 health, 1600 attack, 352 to 412 defense, 260 speed, 101 skill. Phoenix Rebirth Level, with Yanji's upgrade. Her previously petite form expanded significantly, shedding the appearance of a fledgling. Her tail, adorned with vibrant feathers, became even more resplendent. Following Yanji's leveling up, the system notification chimed once more. System notification: your Soul Eating Stinger LV1 level has evolved to Soul Eating Stinger LV2. SSS grade: any attack can inflict a layer of poisoning effect on the target, causing a loss of 30 health points per second for 90 seconds. The effect of this poison ignores all forms of defense and simultaneously inflicts a healing debuff on targets in a poisoned state, rendering them unable to be cleansed. Additionally, those affected by the poison experience a reduction in movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 50. The current maximum stackable layers of the poison effect is 4. Its characteristic is the ability to absorb various toxins, which enhances the potency of the poison. Within the myriad realms, there are primarily 3 methods for skill enhancement. The first is the method of enlightenment, whereby skills automatically upgrade through increased proficiency during usage. Gunan skills such as Stealth, Rogue Assassination, Gale Step, and now Soul Devouring Poison Stab all follow this path of enlightenment. This method is currently the mainstream approach to skill upgrading across the myriad realms. Generally, as the level of the skill increases, so does its quality, making the process of enlightenment progressively more challenging and time-consuming. It is not uncommon for an SSS level skill to take an entire year to achieve even a single enlightenment upgrade. The second method involves consuming rare enlightenment-type fruits. These rare fruits are categorized from low to high tiers: first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier, sixth tier, seventh tier, eighth tier, ninth tier, 10th tier, spirit fruit, immortal fruit, and ancient divine fruit. The higher the level of the enlightenment fruit, the greater the likelihood of skill enlightenment upon consumption. After consuming such fruits, practicing the desired skill grants a certain probability of breakthrough. The third method employs enlightenment-type formations, which require the guild's formation master to set up various enlightenment arrays. Practicing skills within these designated formations can enhance the probability of skill enlightenment. Thus, the strength of a guild's formations is a crucial factor in determining its influence. Gunan initially believed that upgrading the soul-devouring poison stab would necessitate the collection of advanced enlightenment fruits. To his surprise, he found himself improving during the process of slaying monsters. This was indeed an unexpected delight. What astonished him even further was the significant transformation of the second-level soul-devouring poison stab. In addition to an increased duration of 30 seconds, the layers of poisoning were augmented by 1. Compared to before the level upgrade, the same poisoning damage had doubled Gunan's toxin output, dealing a total of 10,800 true damage to targets during the poison's duration. After calming his emotions, Gunan continued forward. To the end of the corridor stood a tightly shut door. Upon opening it, he entered a special chamber. The vast room was filled with 2 bronze-level bosses. This marked the 4th level of the Shadow Castle. Having traversed the Shadow Castle in his previous life, Gunan possessed a thorough understanding of this dungeon. The core challenge of the 4th level lies in the myriad traps and puzzles within the chamber, such as gas traps and flame throwers. Challengers must cleverly evade these traps and successfully defeat the 2 bronze bosses to unlock the path to the final boss's chamber. Not to mention that Gunan had the experience from his previous life. Even without it, he felt unfazed. After all, he now possessed skills like 1,000 locks and 10,000 resolutions, capable of discerning all traps, and with the aid of the dust-removing pearl, he could eliminate all negative statuses. The gas traps and flame throwers posed no threat to him whatsoever. In merely 10 seconds, Gunan effortlessly dismantled all traps and then cast an insight spell to examine the attributes of the 2 bosses. Monster name: Nether Vampire Commander, Bronze Boss, Level 9 health, 250,000 attack, 330 to 380 physical defense, 210 magical defense, 160 speed, 75 skills. Nether Shield, Blood Soul Devour, Night Veil, Blood Fiend's Might description. Once the leader of the Shadow Castle's guard, they succumbed to the malevolent powers of the castle's master, transforming into vampires in death and remaining bound to the castle. Monster name: Dark Elf Captain, Bronze Boss, level 9 health, 230. 000 attack, 369 to 405 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 190 speed, 80 skills. Phantom Arrow, Night Guardian, Shadow Dance, Shadow Summon description. Formerly the captain of a squad of elves from the realm of light. He was slain by the master of the Shadow Castle thousands of years ago. The dark energy wielded by the master corrupted the elf's soul, morphing him into a lingering ghost within the Shadow Castle. Within the chamber, the dim candlelight flickered weakly in the chilling breeze. I end this rebirth. It was Gunan's first encounter with two bosses simultaneously. Yet rather than fear, he felt a surge of exhilaration. At this moment, the Nether Vampire Commander and Dark Elf Captain had locked onto him, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon Gunan. The Nether Vampire Commander charged forward, with the Dark Elf Captain following closely behind, forming a battle line against the intruder. Within the myriad realms, bosses possess considerable intelligence and are adept at leveraging their advantages. For instance, the Nether Vampire Commander, with terrifying defense and recovery capabilities, led the charge, while the Dark Elf Captain, with exceptional ranged attack prowess, took a position at the rear, waiting for an opportunity to strike on the battlefield. The Nether Vampire Commander donned black armor, with blood-red eyes glinting with a predatory gleam in the darkness, while the Dark Elf Captain appeared ethereal, his silver hair billowing in the night wind, his gaze fixated firmly on Gunan. The battle was about to commence, with the Nether Vampire Commander launching the first attack. He swung the Blood-Chi Blade, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy towards Gunan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gunan swiftly evaded the attack with a deft maneuver. That moment, the Dark Elf Captain was not idle either, unleashing a barrage of phantom arrows upon Gunan, compelling him to split his focus. Skillfully dodging the arrows while seeking an opening to counterattack, Gunan realized that the combined strength of these two bronze bosses, one adept at close combat and the other at ranged, would undoubtedly yield greater results than the sum of their parts. In the midst of dodging and weaving, Gunan finally seized an opportunity to strike with a rogue's assassination directly against the Nether Vampire Commander. At this point, the Nether Vampire Commander had activated his Nether Shield, boosting his physical defense from over 200 to over 400. 120 poison state successfully applied. 30 minus 135 poison state successfully applied. 30 without the benefits of stealth or back attack bonuses. Gunan's damage barely managed to breach the Nether Vampire Commander's defenses. Fortunately, all 4 layers of the poison state were successfully applied. Under the influence of the poison, the Nether Vampire Commander's attack and movement speeds were significantly decreased, making evasion considerably easier for Gunan. Just then, after the Dark Elf Captain failed to land a hit, he immediately utilized Shadow Dance to approach Gunan, initiating Shadow Summon when he was within 10 meters of him. Dozens of shadowy replicas of the Dark Elf Captain appeared around Gunan, their longbows drawn and ready, unleashing a rain of phantom arrows towards him that if struck, he would instantly become akin to a porcupine. Gunan marveled at the situation, promptly activating his previously unused stealth skill. Entering an invisible state, Gale Step was subsequently initiated, and guided by 1,000 locks and 10,000 resolutions, he charged towards the Dark Elf Captain. Sensing the threat, the Dark Elf Captain quickly cast Night Guardian, forming a dark shield around himself. Unfortunately for him, Gunan's poison effect disregarded any form of defense that, in a stealthy assault, Gunan unleashed 1,000 Paths, delivering a flurry of 26 damage instances in an instant. Minus 3,100 critical damage. Poison state successfully applied. 30 minus 1,560 poison state successfully applied. 30 minus 1,570 poison state successfully applied. 30, a complete set of 1,000 paths flow swiftly drained nearly 40,000 health point from the Spectral Elf Captain. As the Spectral Elf Captain succumbed to a poisoned state, the summoned shadow doppelgangers automatically dissipated, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Such a simple principle was well understood by Gunan. Without a moment's hesitation, Gunan unleashed another sequence of Thousand Paths Flow combined with Shadow Blade Dance. Although the damage of 29 layers lacked the benefit of stealth, it still inflicted over 10,000 points of damage. At this moment, the battle had firmly entered Gunan's rhythm. The primary skills of the Spectral Vampire Lord, Spectral Shield, Blood Soul Devour, and Night Veil, were all defensive in nature and posed significant challenges. Its only offensive skill, Blood Fury, required a certain amount of health to deal damage to the target. Under the poisoned state, the defensive skills of the Spectral Vampire Lord were rendered nearly ineffective. The sole attacking skill, which demanded a sacrifice of vitality, meant that the Spectral Vampire Lord posed little threat to Gunan. Consequently, Gunan prioritized the elimination of a ranged Spectral Elf Captain as his first target. After all, Gunan's health was already low. A few arrows from the Spectral Elf Captain could send him back to town for free. Being a ranged archer, the Spectral Elf Captain was rendered nearly impotent when Gunan closed the distance, relying solely on shadow doppelgangers to engage him. Unfortunately for the Captain, Gunan possessed the extraordinary skill 1,000 Locks and 10 Resolutions, and coupled with the poisoned state, the Spectral Elf Captain was always losing health. Thus, the summoned shadow doppelgangers were utterly ineffective in less than 5 minutes. The Spectral Elf Captain fell, unwillingly, dropping a plethora of equipment. The Gunan, however, did not rush to collect the spoils, but instead directed his assault towards the Spectral Vampire Lord. With the interference of the Spectral Elf Captain eliminated, the Spectral Vampire Lord became nothing more than a live target for Gunan, who fell after barely 5 minutes, transforming into a pool of experience points. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Spectral Vampire Lord, Bronze Boss, earning 80,000 experience points. System notification: due to your overlevel defeat of the Spectral Vampire Lord, Bronze Boss, you receive an additional 8,000 experience points. After slaying 2 bosses in succession, Gunan's experience surged, bringing him closer to leveling up. Next came the moment to inspect the equipment. The first kill of the Hidden Dungeon's Bronze Boss yielded only bronze gear. A total of 9 pieces, none of which were usable by Gunan. Moreover, at this stage, Gunan had long since ceased to regard bronze equipment with any esteem in the current realm of myriad races. The focus remained on common-grade equipment. Acquiring a single piece of high-level common equipment was already a mark of considerable prowess. At this moment, were outsiders to discover Gunan's thoughts, they would likely be driven to rage. We don't even possess a single piece of high-level common equipment, and you dare to disregard bronze gear. After slaying 2 bosses, Gunan did not come away empty-handed. Although he found no suitable gear, he unexpectedly acquired a skill book for the assassin class, Shadow Doppelganger. Item name: Shadow Doppelganger. Item level: A. Item description: the Shadow Doppelganger skill allows the user to create a duplicate of themselves, which mimics the user's actions. Restrictions: the assassin class rarely encounters a suitable skill, so Gunan naturally clicked to learn it without hesitation. Soon, the specific effects of the skill appeared before Gunan. Shadow Doppelganger LV1. Active skill upon use. Summons a Shadow Doppelganger that lasts for 15 seconds. The creator can command the Doppelganger to deal 60 of the user's attribute damage to a target. Cooldown: 120 seconds. Mana cost: 20 points. Upon reading the skill description, Gunan's spirits lifted on the battlefield. Having an additional Doppelganger significantly enhances one's chances of survival. However, the current level of the Shadow Doppelganger offered little aid to Gunan. In terms of damage and duration, it did not hold much allure for him at this stage. Nevertheless, a skill like Shadow Doppelganger would undoubtedly evolve with level increases. After all, when he battled the Spectral Elf Captain, it could summon over a dozen Shadow Doppelgangers to simultaneously unleash phantom arrows upon him. This implied that once Gunan elevated the Shadow Doppelganger to a sufficient level, even if he couldn't summon a dozen, 7 or 8 should be achievable, right? Just imagine 7 or 8 Shadow Doppelgangers simultaneously employing Thousand Paths Flow. The damage inflicted would be staggering, considering the 2 bosses defeated today with over 200,000 health points. Under such circumstances, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. The prospect of dispatching bosses 3 levels higher than himself in a mere heartbeat thrilled Gu Nan. Today's dungeon run had certainly been worthwhile. Reining in his excitement, Gu Nan continued onward. After passing through the hidden chamber, he arrived at the final boss's lair, the Shadow Lord's palace. Gu Nan entered the Shadow Lord's palace, outside the ghostly castle on the lawn. Liu Li Weiing, Filong Zaiqian, Qin Xingyu, and Qianxiao Yanran exchanged glances, each taken aback. Currently, Gu Nan was in a party state. In this state, even with minimal contribution, he would still receive experience rewards of 1 point for each monster killed. This meant that for every monster Gu Nan dispatched, they would receive a system notification of experience points. Given Gu Nan's prowess, slaying monsters of levels 3, 5, and even 7 or 8 posed no surprise to Qianxiao Yanran and the others. After all, Gu Nan had previously single-handedly defeated a bronze boss. This level of difficulty was hardly noteworthy. However, what astonished Qin Xingyu and the others was Gu Nan's speed of elimination. The system notifications were practically flooding the screen. Yet this was not what left them most astounded. Their greatest shock came from the revelation that just moments ago, Gu Nan had single-handedly felled 2 bronze-level bosses. According to the system notifications, the time between the defeats of the 2 bosses was less than 3 minutes. This indicated that Gu Nan had single-handedly faced and defeated 2 level 9 bronze bosses simultaneously. At this moment, Qin Xingyu finally understood Gu Nan's insistence on having them remain behind, beyond underestimating their damage output. He was primarily concerned about them hindering his retreat. Qingyu, Liu Li Weiing, returning to her senses from her astonishment, analyzed. Fu Wangpashao just soloed 2 bronze bosses and succeeded in killing them. Under normal circumstances, we should have received a notification of the dungeon's successful clearance. Yet I have received nothing. Neither have I. Qianxiao Yanran chimed in. Me neither, Filong Zaiqian remarked, his expression grim. Qin Xingyu hypothesized, if all goes well, those 2 bronze bosses are likely not the final boss. If the 2 bronze bosses were not the final ones, then the ultimate boss couldn't possibly be a silver-level boss, could it? Liu Li Weiing speculated incredulously. A silver-level boss? Unthinkable. Filong Zaiqian exclaimed in shock. The Ghostly Castle dungeon is merely a level 3 to 10 dungeon. How could there be a silver-level boss? That's hard to say. Qianxiao Yanran interjected. Currently, Fu Wangpashao is facing 2 bronze-level bosses. Based on past experience, the final boss is typically of a higher tier. That it is highly probable that it is a silver boss. Qin Xingyu nodded in agreement. That if it were only bronze bosses, Fu Wangpashao could manage alone. But if it were a silver boss, would he be in danger? Liu Li Weiing suggested. Qingyu, should we contact Fu Wangpashao? If the final boss is a silver one, having us around could at least help him mitigate some damage. That as a support, I can provide ample healing. Qin Xingyu contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. I'll reach out to Fu Wangpashao and see what he thinks. The final boss, crucial to the success of the hidden dungeon, prompted Qin Xingyu to lend her strength. At least, from her perspective, their combined efforts with Fuguei Guangyao would significantly enhance their chances of defeating the silver boss. It seemed reasonable to assume that Fuguei Guangyao, possessing a modicum of rationality, would not decline such support. With this thought in mind, Qin Xingyu promptly sent a message to Gu Nan. The final level's boss is a silver boss. Can you handle it alone? Do you require our assistance? Although our strength may not match yours, we can certainly absorb some damage at critical moments. Liu Li possesses amplification skills that could also aid you. Shortly after sending the message, she received a reply from Gu Nan, which was succinct and straightforward. No need. What did he say, Qingyu? Did he agree? Liu Li Weiing inquired with concern. Qin Xingyu hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding. He said no need. Humph. Filong Zaiqian scoffed, expressing his disdain. What blind arrogance! I am eager to witness how he intends to take on a level 10 silver boss alone. Enough with the sarcastic remarks. Qin Xingyu commanded. Though Fuguei Guangyao claims he doesn't need our help, we must still prepare for battle. Should he call for assistance or fail the challenge, we must be ready to step in immediately. At that moment, Qin Xingyu and her companions were unaware that, as they entered the Shadow Castle, a global announcement resonated across the Myriad realms. Announcement from the Myriad realms. Players from the Chinese server. Feng de Qingyu, Qianxiao Yanran, Longxing Tianxia, Liu Li Weiing, and Fuguei Guangyao have successfully unlocked the hidden dungeon, Shadow Castle. Upon successful completion, this dungeon will become exclusive to China. Should they fail, the Shadow Castle will be open to the entire world. The first server to complete the Shadow Castle dungeon will experience a 20 reduction in difficulty. The announcement, repeated thrice, ignited fervor across various servers. In the American server, at Lockdown, Lucifer's expression darkened. President, according to the Myriad Realms announcement. The Chinese server has only one chance to challenge. If they fail, the Shadow Castle dungeon will be open to the world. The Eye of the Storm assessed, the overall strength of Chinese players is weak. Their chances of clearing this dungeon are virtually non-existent. However, their team includes Fuguei Guangyao. Lucifer remarked, based on our intelligence, Fuguei Guangyao is now capable of soloing level 9 bronze bosses. With his strength, it is indeed possible for him to clear the Shadow Castle dungeon. The Shadow Castle dungeon is a team task, the Eye of the Storm continued. Since it tests team cooperation, while Fuguei Guangyao's individual prowess is formidable, a team dungeon requires synergy, not just individual skill. I had someone investigate, and among these 5, Fuguei Guangyao is the highest level, yet he is only at level 7, the other 4 are all level 5. Among them, only Feng Qingyu possesses notable strength. The remaining 3 are ordinary players without any reputation in China. And no matter how strong Fuguei Guangyao may be, with 3 deadweights, clearing the Shadow Castle seems improbable. Furthermore, we notice that since the event concluded, Fuguei Guangyao's level has not increased. Thus, we speculate he must have used some special potion to temporarily boost his attack power, granting him the ability to solo a bronze boss. Now that the potion's effects have worn off, his strength has significantly diminished, explaining the slow level progression. Listening to the Eye of the Storm's analysis, Lucifer found some merit in the argument. After all, nearly 24 hours had passed since the event's conclusion. He had already reached level 7, just a step away from level 8, while Fuguei Guangyao had remained stagnant at level 7 without any change. Clearly, Fuguei Guangyao was experiencing a decline in power. Having come to this realization, Lucifer's face lit up with delight. Immediately mobilize our guild's top-tier combatants. Once the Shadow Castle dungeon opens, we will seize the first kill in Wofuku. At Songqi Town, the atmosphere was electrifying as Wuding Ichiro gazed at the server-wide announcement. With the strength of China, they cannot possibly clear the hidden dungeon. This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by Amaterasu. We must seize it. All players above level 5 in Songqi Town assemble at 2315. 2555 to prepare for the first kill of the Shadow Castle dungeon. Victory for the warriors of our Sakura Empire is assured. In the Goryeo server at Jingu Town, Park Suchul gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Why do all good fortunes fall to China? It's evident that they have stolen the luck of our great Han Empire. However, even if they have usurped our fortune, it does not guarantee they can conquer the hidden dungeon. Ultimately, it will depend on our strength. Notify all high-level players to gather. Should China fail, we will be the first to enter the dungeon. At this moment, Gunan remained oblivious to the global announcement that had captivated the attention of all servers. Players worldwide were assembling, anxiously awaiting news of his impending challenge's failure. Having dispatched 2 bronze bosses, Gunan arrived at the Shadow Lord's Hall. This was the core area of the castle, the very place where the boss resided. The architectural style of the Shadow Lord's Hall was unique, exuding an exotic mystique. Constructed primarily from dark stone, its surface was adorned with intricate runes and patterns that seemed to harbor ancient magical power. Upon entering the hall, a massive black stone pillar dominated the view, intricately carved with elaborate patterns and runes that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire chamber. The interior was spacious and profound, filled with various peculiar items and decorations. Ancient murals adorned the walls, while flickering lights and chilling winds created an eerie ambience. Following the direction of the light, Gunan's gaze fell upon a colossal dark entity manifesting before him. This creature towered 5 meters high, enveloped in a black cloak that obscured its form, save for a pair of crimson eyes. In its grasp, it wielded a massive sword of darkness, the blade radiating a somber luminescence. Monster name: Shadow Lord Mo Yi, Silver Boss. Level: 10 health, For 150,000 attack, 550 to 610 physical defense. For 80 magical defense, 360 speed, 105 skills, shadow assault, dark protection, soul chain, shadow explosion, nightfall. Ultimate skill description. Moe was once a valiant warrior under the command of the god of light, renowned for his indomitable courage and exceptional swordsmanship. However, during a fierce battle against dark forces, he succumbed to a potent shadow magic that gradually corroded his body and soul. After countless days and nights of struggle and resistance, Moe ultimately succumbed to the allure of darkness, becoming the Lord of Shadows. Shadow Assault. Moe can instantaneously merge into the shadows, vanishing from the enemy's sight that he then strikes with lethal precision when the enemy is most vulnerable. Dark Protection. Moe can summon a dense shroud of shadows to envelop himself, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Soul Chain. Moe extends chains formed from shadows to bind his enemies, rendering them immobile and subjecting them to continuous damage. Shadow Explosion. Moe gathers surrounding shadow energy to trigger a violent explosion, dealing substantial damage to nearby foes and inflicting a stunning effect. Nightfall. Ultimate skill. Moe summons an overwhelming tide of shadows, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. As the night descends, the enemy's visibility is severely constrained, while Moe can traverse the darkness with ease. Launching lethal strikes. After examining the fundamental attributes and skills of Moe, Gunan could not help but draw a sharp breath. Truly, as a silver tier boss, its overall attributes are a staggering double compared to those of a basic bronze tier boss. This doubling is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1. It signifies a dramatic surge in overall power. When faced with 2 bronze tier bosses, Gunan could handle the situation with relative ease. Yet when confronted by the Shadow Lord Moe, he must summon every ounce of his concentration. Within the ancient hall, light filters through the tall stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows that Gu Nen released Yin Ji from the pet space, vigilantly observing the Shadow Lord Moe not far away. Although Yin Ji at level 4 possesses somewhat diminished health, it still surpasses Gunan's own. Moreover, utilizing the Nirvana skill, even in defeat, Yin Ji can inflict secondary damage upon the boss upon resurrection. Beyond merely using Yin Ji as a meat shield to attract damage, Gunan also aims to exploit the unique characteristics of Yin Ji's skills. Yin Ji's blazing domain inflicts continuous fire damage on enemies within its confines and reduces their skill cooldowns. Yin Ji's Fire Feather Storm deals multiple segments of slashing damage to enemies in a designated area while diminishing their armor. The Shadow Lord Moe possesses formidable assault skills, presenting a significant threat to Gunan. However, with Yin Ji's blazing domain in play, the dynamics shift. Within Yin Ji's blazing domain, the cooldown for skills is significantly extended. Simultaneously, the Fire Feather Storm can sap the opponent's defenses, thereby creating advantageous conditions for Gunan's output. At this juncture, Moe, too, has noticed the presence of the pair. With a furrowed brow, Moe, an intelligent silver-tier boss, instinctively perceives an inexplicable pressure emanating from Yin Ji, a unique force characteristic of ancient divine beasts. Nonetheless, in light of its overwhelming strength, Moe quickly regains composure, gripping its long sword and charging toward Gunan in the pitch-black hall. Gunan's figure glides through the night like a specter, seeking an opportune moment to strike. The 2 daggers in his hands glimmer ominously in the nocturnal gloom. Sensing the threat posed by Gunan, Moe proactively unleashes the Nightfall ability, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. System prompt. You have received the blessing of the Dust Pearl. Automatically dispelling all negative statuses, Moe melds into the shadows, effortlessly navigating the darkness. Gunan, now free of negative states, can clearly discern Moe's movements. This moment, Moe remains unaware of the anomaly. Approaching Gunan. Moe raises its sword in the right hand while a chain suddenly erupts from the left sleeve, as if aiming to ensnare Gunan's very soul. This is Moe's skill. Soul Chain. Gunan exclaims and immediately activates the stealth skill, rendering the Soul Chain aimless. After all, the Soul Chain is a sustained attack skill. Once ensnared, it inflicts continuous damage, and Gunan cannot afford to take that hit. Just as the Soul Chain approaches within 5 meters of Gunan, he abruptly vanishes. Moy gazes blankly at the spot where Gunan had been, a myriad of question marks hovering above its head, seemingly inquiring about the situation. With the duration of stealth still ongoing, Gunan does not rush to strike. Instead, he circles around and reappears behind Moy. Each of Gunan's steps is light, his eyes gleaming with the cold, sharp light. Unbeknownst to him, the daggers in his hand have already been drawn. The keen tips of the blades glint menacingly in the candlelight. Sensing Gunan's approach, Moy suddenly whirls around, seizing this splendid opportunity. Gunan launches a series of attacks, executing a combination of thousand streams and shadow blade dance. In a flurry of strikes, he plunges the daggers into Moy's back 29 times. 2890, critical damage, poison successfully applied. -30 -986 poisons successfully applied. -30 -923 -30. This barrage inflicts a total of 30,000 damage upon Moy, while simultaneously applying 4 layers of poison. Over the course of 90 seconds, this could result in more than 10,000 damage to Moy. However, such damage pales in comparison to Moy's substantial health of 450,000. It does not pose any lethal threat. In fact, after enduring Gunan's assault, Moy lets out a pained cry and immediately activates Shadow Burst. Thankfully, Gunan, having wisely chosen not to be greedy, retreats promptly after his successful strikes. Yet mere seconds after Gunan departs, the space around him begins to tremble violently. Dark elemental forces collide with fervor, and upon reaching a critical threshold, a resounding explosion ensues. That was close, Gunan mutters to himself. Had he lingered even a moment longer, he might have become a lifeless corpse. Truly, as a silver boss, Moy's tactical prowess has reached the level of a top-tier expert. However, he declares, in my previous life, I was a peak master. Compared to me, this silver boss is not even on the same level. Gunan's speed is astonishing, leaving Moy unable to react. By the time it gathers its senses, Gunan's figure has already materialized several dozen meters away. Human, you seek death. Moy's voice is icy, its gaze fixed intently on Gunan as it channels a blade of light from its longsword, launching it toward Gunan. Maintaining an active state, Gunan instinctively dodges as Moy strikes. The blade of energy misses its mark, and Moy casually unleashes a flurry of sword energies. Gunan furrows his brow, warily observing the dozen or so sword energies targeting him. Just as the energies are about to converge before Gunan, Moy seizes the moment to strike again. Its massive form lunges at Gunan, instantaneously melding into the shadows. The colossal Moy vanishes into the darkness. This is bad, Gunan exclaims, cursing. Moy's assault skill, Shadow Strike, he instinctively thought of Shadow Raid, a technique that would allow Moy to seamlessly merge into the shadows, vanishing from the enemy's sight and striking at their most vulnerable moment. Gunan surmised that at this moment, Moy was likely positioned not far from him. He promptly called upon Yanji to coordinate their actions. After forming a contract with Yanji, Gunan had developed a rudimentary telepathic connection with her. Under Gunan's suggestion, Yanji, without a moment's hesitation, activated her blazing domain. Both Moy's Nightfall and Yanji's blazing domain were rare types of domain skills. However, it was evident that Yanji's domain skill was of a higher caliber than that of Moy's. Even as a level 4, Yanji swiftly consumed the shadows enveloping Gunan after unleashing her blazing domain. The entire hall was illuminated by the flickering flames. Within mere seconds, Yanji's blazing domain decisively overpowered Moy's Nightfall. Simultaneously, Yanji soared into the sky, her body performing a 360-degree rotation within the blazing domain. In an instant, countless fiery feathers coalesced into a tempest of fire. These feathers sliced through the air like sharp blades. Gunan, who remained ever vigilant, immediately noticed Moy, the Lord of Shadows, being struck by the fiery storm. At that moment, Moy was merely 5 meters away from Gunan. Had he delayed his discovery any longer, Gunan feared he would have already lost his head. With a light exhale, Gunan leapt into the air. After a single bounce, he landed upon Moy's shoulder, executing a backstab akin to a thief's ambush. Concurrently, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. -911 -30 -1832, critical damage, -30. After delivering 27 consecutive slashes, Gunan rolled upon the ground and charged forward once more. Mo Yi was taken aback by Gunan's audacity to confront him head-on. Without hesitation, he summoned a defensive shield around himself and swung his sword towards Gunan. There was no choice. Mo Yi was unable to utilize his skills due to their lengthy cooldown period. In his poisoned state, Mo Yi's attack speed had diminished by over 50%. What once appeared as an overwhelming onslaught now revealed numerous vulnerabilities in Gunan's eyes. Gunan merely activated his Gale Step, deftly dodging a few strikes with ease. The combination of Gunan's tactics was undeniably infuriating. He first lured out Mo Yi's skills, then allowed Yanji to unleash a series of active skills. By leveraging the power of their domains, he extended the cooldown time of Mo Yi's abilities, significantly diminishing their efficiency. Furthermore, by exploiting the Fire Featherstorm's ability to reduce armor, he weakened Mo Yi's defenses. Finally, in the state of Mo Yi's broken defenses, Gunan unleashed a barrage of explosive damage. After such a relentless assault, even a divine being would struggle to endure. Such was the nature of Gunan's relentless strategy. If he could not vanquish you outright, he would simply wear you down to the point of exasperation. Despicable human, what have you done to me? Mo Yi roared in fury, his anger reaching a boiling point. What I have done to you is of no importance, Gunan replied with a calm smile. Sending you to hell is what truly matters. With Mo Yi's speed reduced by 50 after the application of slow and armor break, it was now impossible for him to pursue Gunan. Meanwhile, Gunan continued to direct Yanji to deal damage from a distance, while he concealed himself in the shadows, ever watchful of the shadow, Lord Mo Yi. The moment an opportunity arose, he would strike with a series of 1,000 blade flows. With each execution, he could deal damage ranging from just over 10,000 to above 30,000. Even so, it took Gunan a full 20 minutes to finally slay the Shadow Lord. Despicable human, I will not let you go, Mo Yi howled in resentment as he collapsed to the ground. There was no denying the humiliation he felt. It was utterly degrading. Not only had he been slowed and had his defenses broken, but Gunan's tactics had also extended the cooldown of his skills. These methods may not have been lethal, but they were undeniably infuriating. Until his last breath, the Shadow Lord's eyes remained locked on Gunan, filled with bitterness and hatred. Unable to contain himself, Gunan delivered 2 kicks. Muttering to himself, "Damn it, how dare you threaten me?" Ding! System notification. Congratulations to player Floating Light Breaking Dawn for achieving the first kill of the silver boss in the 10,000 Races continent. The system will soon issue 3 announcements to all servers. Would you like to hide your player name? The name Floating Light Breaking Dawn had become renowned worldwide. Moreover, there were only 5 individuals who had cleared this hidden dungeon. Anyone with half a brain could deduce that he was the one who had accomplished it. Even if Gunan chose to remain anonymous, it would be akin to taking off his pants to fart. Utterly pointless. Thus, without hesitation, he selected Do Not Hide, following 3 consecutive announcements from the 10,000 Races continent. The notifications resounded once more. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to players from the Chinese server. Wind's Whisper, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn. For successfully clearing the hidden dungeon, Shadowy Castle. The Shadowy Castle dungeon will become an exclusive dungeon for China. The IT will respawn in the Central Plaza of China in 10 minutes. A reward. Players Wind's Whisper, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn will each receive a silver treasure chest and 100 luck points. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to players from the Chinese server. Wind's Whisper. Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn for successfully clearing the hidden dungeon, Shadowy Castle. Once again, the voices of the system echoed with 3 consecutive announcements from the 10,000 Races continent. However, this time, in addition to Gunan, Wind's Whisper, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, and Glazed Moon Shadow also gained recognition. In the Shadow Lord's chamber, the system notified, "Congratulations! You have successfully slain the silver boss, Shadow Lord Mo Yi, earning 100 luck points and 1,500 experience points. The system notified, as you have activated the experience sharing mode, your pet Yanji receives 148,500 experience points. The The rewards from the 10,000 races continent system announcement were considered additional rewards, with experience points directly allocated to Gunan. The slaying reward was divided between one player and one pet. When distributing rewards, the system adhered to the agreed-upon experience sharing mode, leading to the final outcome, where Gunan received only one experience point reward, equating to 1,500 experience points. Yenji, on the other hand, claimed the majority of the experience points. With the boss slain, it was time to tally the spoils. Unlike outdoor boss encounters, dungeon bosses did not drop treasure chests. Typically, a first kill of an outdoor boss would yield a silver treasure chest. Thus, achieving the first kill of an outdoor boss essentially provided 2 sets of rewards. However, the rewards for slaying a hidden dungeon boss were still substantial. In addition to the equipment dropped by the boss, there was a first kill grand gift pack and a silver treasure chest. 3 rewards in total were quite commendable. Gu and search the corpse. Discovering 4 pieces of equipment on the Shadow Lord Mo, Yi. 2 were silver grade, and 2 were bronze grade. He unceremoniously tossed the bronze equipment into his bag, having no interest in even glancing at them. Only the silver equipment piqued his curiosity just a tad. Weapon name: Shadow Ring, silver, level 10 attributes, strength 20, agility 5 special trait, 10 chance to steal life from the target upon attacking. Class restriction: none. Description: it is said that the Shadow Ring was the favorite ring of the Shadow Lord Mo. Due to an excessive infusion of fresh blood, vampiric traits have emerged. Weapon name: Shadow Leather Armor, silver, level 10 attributes, health 200, constitution 20 special trait, defense capability increased by 10. Class restriction: none. Description: this leather armor, forged through the dark powers by the Shadow Lord Mo, enhances overall defensive prowess. Fortune smiles upon Gunan, as he is able to don both pieces of silver equipment. After adorning the new gear, Gunan's attributes undergo another transformation. His health reaches 1070 points, enabling him to withstand an attack from level 10 monsters. His agility sees a slight increase, now totaling 81 points, while his attack power surges by 50 points, peaking at 580 points. After a fixed bonus of 10, it escalates to 638 points. Next, there are 2 treasure chests, one from the silver boss first kill and the other a silver boss treasure chest. The previous bronze boss first kill reward yielded the Windbreaker Blade, and Gunan is eager to discover the offerings of this silver first kill treasure chest. With a heart filled with anticipation, Gunan approaches the silver boss first kill treasure chest. System prompt: would you like to open the silver boss first kill treasure chest? Yes. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained the S-grade skill book Nightfall. Item name: Nightfall. Item level S. Item description: upon activation, this skill summons a myriad of shadows, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. Under the state of Nightfall, enemies suffer severe limitations to their visibility, while the skill wielder and allies can traverse freely in the shadows. Launching lethal assaults. Restrictions: assassin class. Holy moly! This is unbelievable. It is a domain-type skill book. Moreover, it is the signature skill of the Shadow Lord Mo. This is a fortune. One must understand that domain-type skills are exceedingly rare on the continent of 10,000 races. Although Nightfall is merely an S-grade skill, its rarity rivals that of even SSS-grade skill books. In fact, it could be argued that it surpasses some SSS-grade skills in strength. The reason being, domain-type skills can draw targets into their domain, allowing combat to occur within their own territory, significantly weakening the overall strength of the target. Such an inherent advantage holds immense strategic value in team battles, capable of swiftly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. On the continent of 10,000 races, a player with a domain can sway the course of a battle. During actual combat, even SSS-grade skills are subject to the limitations of S-grade skills. Domain-type skills are that extraordinary. Consequently, domain-type skills are even rarer than SSS-grade skills and possess greater strategic significance than most SSS-grade abilities. Of course, S-grade domains are not invincible. For instance, against someone like Gunan, who possesses the 1,000 Locks and the Dust Avoidance Pearl, this skill would have little effect. Similarly, when facing Gunan's ancient divine beast pet, Yenji, whose innate domain is the SSS-grade Blazing Domain, active, the S-grade skill Nightfall would be utterly overmatched in a clash of domains. The blazing domain can easily suppress or even nullify the S-grade skill Nightfall. However, on the continent of 10,000 races, there exists no one quite like Gu Nan that it can be confidently stated that the current S-grade domain skill, Nightfall, is essentially invincible. Obtaining a domain skill stronger than Nightfall in the near future seems improbable. System prompt. Would you like to learn the S-grade domain skill Nightfall? Yes. System prompt. Successfully learned S-grade domain skill Nightfall. Active. Nightfall LV1. Active upon activation. Summon a shadowy expanse of 500m times 500m times 500m, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness in the state of Nightfall. Enemies' visibility is severely restricted. Simultaneously, allies' movement speed and attack speed are increased by 20. Skill cost. 1 point of mana per second. Currently, the range of Nightfall is approximately 500m times 500m times 500m. It is barely sufficient for solo combat. However, in large-scale team battles, this range may prove somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, the level of Nightfall can continue to increase, and as the skill level rises, so too will the range of Nightfall. Suppressing his jubilant emotions, Gunan once again opens the silver boss treasure chest rewarded by the system. Inside are 2 pieces of silver equipment and 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Weapon name. Skyburner Sword, Silver. Level. 10 attributes. Attack power 167 to 195. Strength 10 special trait. Weapon grants an additional 10 fire attribute damage, doubling the effects of fire attribute skills. Class restriction. Swordsman description. As a legendary fire-type divine sword, its name encapsulates powerful fire attribute energy and destructive force. Capable of igniting all impure entities, purifying evil. Its special trait manifests in its formidable fire attribute energy and devastating power. Weapon name. Fiery Helm, Silver, Level, 10 attributes. Health 100, Bone 20 special trait. Fire attribute defense increased by 20. Class restriction, none description. The fiery helm is forged through the refinement and purification of fire or high temperatures, then fused with special alloy materials, undergoing countless forges and polishings that it not only boasts a splendid appearance, but also possesses formidable resistance to flames. Neither piece of silver equipment brings Gu Nan immense surprise. Point 1 is a swordsman's gear that he cannot equip, while the other he can barely wear. However, this piece provides fire attribute defense, which feels somewhat superfluous to Gu Nan at this moment. Nevertheless, it does surpass the attributes of his previous lizard head helm, bronze. By a slight margin, he decides to don it. Strangely, while the attributes may be lackluster, its appearance is undeniably striking upon wearing it. Gu Nan feels a significant enhancement in his overall demeanor. If only his visage, conjured through the dust avoidance pearl, could match his original looks, he would be strikingly handsome. Outside the shadowy ancient castle. Does this mean we have cleared it? Lu Liyuing stammered. If the silver treasure chest in my backpack is not a fake, then we should have indeed cleared it. Qian Xiao Yan Ran replied hesitantly. Ha! I too have a silver treasure chest in my bag. Lu Liyuing exclaimed excitedly. Master Fu Guang is truly remarkable. Have we essentially won effortlessly this time? Indeed, Qian Xiao Yan Ran glanced at the time and remarked. Since our entry, less than an hour has passed. Master Fu Guang is extraordinary. He single-handedly tackled 2 bronze bosses and 1 silver boss. Inviting him was undeniably a wise decision that a level 10 silver boss would have certainly overwhelmed us had we attempted it ourselves. Not necessarily, Fei Long's Ition countered. Fu Guang Pashao was able to clear the shadowy ancient castle dungeon solo in an hour. What does this indicate? It signifies that the hidden dungeon's difficulty is far simpler than we imagined. Even without Gu Nan, our small team of 5 could easily conquer it. Qinyu, I must say, you are far too lenient in agreeing to Gu Nan's terms. We ought to have fought ourselves. Had we formed our own team, the silver boss first kill would have been ours. Instead, now, 2 bronze bosses, 1 silver boss, and the silver boss first kill treasure chest rewards all belong to Gu Nan. And yet, he remains unsatisfied, seeking to seize 2 silver treasure chests from us 4, that upon hearing Fei Long's Ition's words, Qin Xinyu's expression darkened instantly. Lu Liyuing also spoke sharply. Sun Haoxia. Back then, Qin Xinyu did consult us for our opinions. You were aware of Gu Nan's proposed terms beforehand, and you agreed to them as well. Now that someone has led you through the challenges without you exerting any effort, do you wish to renege on the agreement? I am not backing out. Filong Zetian expressed his discontent, stating, the only reason I initially consented was because you all agreed. Had I known this instance was so simplistic, I would never have acquiesced to Gunan's request. Simple, you say? Qian Yenran retorted with a cold smile. What leads you to believe this instance is easy? You are well aware of our team's capabilities. We cannot even defeat a level 10 bronze boss, so how could we possibly triumph over a level 10 silver boss? The difficulty of hidden instances is certainly less than that of the external ones. Filong Zetian asserted confidently. Otherwise, Gunan would not have dispatched the silver boss so swiftly. Sun Haozhe, what do you mean? Speak plainly. Qin Mengyao inquired with a darkened expression that my thoughts are quite straightforward, Filong Zetian replied. The silver treasure chest cannot be so easily handed to Gunan. Out of the 5 chests, we must secure at least 3 that a single silver chest can yield a piece of silver equipment. Currently, even bronze-level gear is valued in the hundreds of thousands, while a piece of silver equipment can fetch at least 1 million. Such a substantial sum grants me the right to vie for it. Filong Zetian continued, this hidden instance rightfully belongs to us. Allowing Fugue Guang to participate is already a sign of our generosity. Now he has single-handedly claimed a silver first kill gift pack, a silver chest, along with 2 bronze bosses and 1 silver boss's spoils. That is already quite significant. How can he audaciously demand the 2 silver chests we possess? I refuse to accept this. Refusal is futile. At some point, Gunan had appeared beside the 4, casting a disdainful glance at Filong Zetian before addressing Feng Qingyu. What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? Upon noticing Gunan's gaze upon her, Qin Mengyao felt a chill in her heart. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a mere ordinary glance evoked a sense of inexplicable trepidation. The current Fugue Guang was a far cry from the one who had been fixated on her fair thighs mere moments ago. No, Qin Mengyao instinctively shook her head. We will certainly honor our agreement. With that, she promptly retrieved the silver chest she had acquired and handed it to Gunan, then turned to Liu Yueying. Liu Li, present your silver chest. Without hesitation, Liu Yueying produced a silver chest from her backpack, stating, rest assured, Fugue, we still uphold a minimal sense of contractual integrity. Moreover, this time we exerted no effort and have essentially won by lying down. Being able to partake in the announcement of the 10,000 races continent alongside you and receiving 2 silver chests and 5 pieces of bronze equipment is already commendable. Qian Yenran interjected. Against a level 10 silver boss, we would certainly not prevail that we are already quite content with this effortless victory. The 4 of them were university classmates. Qian Yenran and Liu Yueying were Qin Mengyao close friends, essentially following her lead. Sun Haozhe, on the other hand, was a senior to them. Whether he harbored feelings for Qin Mengyao remained uncertain. Do you have any objections? Gunan fixed her icy gaze on Sun Haozhe. If you have any issues, feel free to voice them directly. Feeling the chill of Gunan's penetrating stare, Sun Haozhe experienced an involuntary shiver down his spine. Though he may have been mischievous, he was not foolish. Gunan, after all, was the #1 expert in the world. While he was merely an inconsequential individual, he was acutely aware of the consequences of offending her. Therefore, under Gunan's gaze, he deflated like a punctured balloon. While he could gossip behind her back all day, in her presence, he found himself at a loss for words. Lacking any confidence, Sun Haozhe stammered, in no objections. Then what are you waiting for? Present the silver chest. Gunan accepted the silver chest from Qin Mengyao, but did not take the one offered by Liu Yueying. The intent was evidently to allow Qin Mengyao to better control the distribution of the silver equipment within the team. As for how they subsequently divided it among themselves, that was their own affair. Ultimately, her sole purpose was to irritate Filong Zetian. If she could provoke him into taking action against her, that would be even better. Regrettably, Filong Zetian lacked the backbone. With merely a cold reprimand from Gunan, he obediently produced the silver chest he had just acquired. Gunan's lips curled into a cold smile as she remarked, according to our previous agreement, I shall take these 2 silver chests. Once I have opened them, I will send screenshots of all the attributes of the bronze equipment to Mengyao. You may select for yourselves. That works for me. Qin Mengyao nodded first. Liu Yueying added, Fugue, shall we open the silver chest together? If we obtain equipment that either of us can use, we could negotiate an exchange. Does that sound acceptable? Certainly, Gunan considered for a moment before agreeing. After all, she could not guarantee that the silver equipment she obtained would suit her needs. If she could trade an unusable piece for one that was beneficial, that would indeed be a favorable arrangement. Very well, let us open the silver chest together and share the equipment attributes, Qin Mengyao suggested. The 4 silver chests yielded a total of 8 pieces of silver equipment. After exchanges, Gunan acquired 2 pieces useful to her and 2 pieces suitable for Miying. Weapon name: Nightshade Knee Guards, silver, level 10 attributes, bone strength 30, strength 15 special trait, attack speed 10 class restriction, none description, crafted by the artisans of the Dark Clan. These knee guards possess formidable attack power, capable of unleashing unimaginable strength. Weapon name: Moonlit Belt, silver, level 10 attributes, health 400, bone strength 10 special trait, health regeneration 10 class restriction, none description, forged by the artisans of the Dark Clan. This belt significantly enhances the user's health and defensive capabilities. After donning the Moonlit Belt and Nightshade Knee Guards, Gunan's attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Adventurer, Fugue Guan class, Stealth God, SSS level unique, title, none level. Luck value, 1250 attributes, Constitution, 57. Intelligence, 24, Strength, 79, Bone Strength, 79, Agility, 81 free attributes, Charm, 0, Luck, 0 Health, 1440, increased by 10, Magic, 240 attack, 600 to 630, increased by 10, Physical defense, 237, increased by 20, Magical defense, 237, increased by 20. Movement speed, 81, increased by 10, Equipment, Shadow Moon Blade, bronze. Shadow Ring, silver. Shadow Leather Armor, silver. Windbreaker Blade, silver. Wind Dance Light Boots, silver. Flame Rock Bracers, silver. Blazing Flame Helmet, Nightshade Knee Guards, silver. Moonlit Belt, silver. Amethyst Bracelet, silver. Exclusive skill, 1,000 locks, 10,000 unlocks. Can swiftly analyze and dismantle the mechanisms of locks or traps, allowing for easy entry into target areas or acquisition of items. Cooldown, none. Skill limitation, exclusive to Stealth God talent skill. Shadow Hand LV1, 0, 100 can silently transfer a target into one's possession without physical contact, ignoring any target. Consumption, 100 points of spiritual power. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Life skill, Insight Technique, allows the user to view information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above their own. Common skills, Stealth, LV2. Rogue Assassination, LV2. Gale Step, LV2. Shadow Blade Dance, LV1. Pickpocket, LV1. Shadow Clone, LV1. Special skills, Soul Devouring Poison Stab, LV2. Nightfall, LV1. Human Racial Trait. Among all races, humans possess the highest intelligence for each level gained. An additional point of intelligence is awarded. Rogue Class Trait 1. For each level gained, an additional point of agility is conferred. While in stealth mode, stealth is increased by 100. Rogue Class Trait 2. When attacking from behind an enemy, an additional 100 attack bonus is granted. Rogue Class Trait 3. While in a concealed state, movement speed increases by 50, attack speed increases by 50, attack power increases by 50, critical hit rate increases by 50, and critical damage increases by 100. Currently, Gunan is adorned with 10 pieces of silver equipment. It appears that he's the first player in the Myriad Races continent to commence with a full set of basic silver gear. Among our team, only Sun Haojia and Qingyu are capable of wielding swords. Just as Gunan was secretly exhilarated, Liu Weiing spoke up. How about this? You two can roll for the Broken Army Sword, silver equipment. Whoever has the higher roll gets to use it. The one with the lower roll can use the 10-level bronze sword we selected earlier. Upon glancing at the attributes of the Broken Army Sword, silver equipment, it indeed seemed quite impressive. It would be well suited for Han Yanqing. If the leggy goddess wins, Gunan could grant her a favor, while simultaneously benefiting his brother. Conversely, if Filong Zitian wins, then the Fenchin sword would be awarded to Han Yanqing. Clearly, the leggy goddess was not favored by fortune. Filong Zitian rolled a mere 2. Qin Mengyau's expression visibly dimmed, yet she quickly composed herself. In contrast, Filong Zaiqian's smile resembled that of a coffin lid. Unable to be suppressed at, the fickleness of luck, to be frank, Filong Zaiqian's luck was rather dismal. Gu Nan had initially thought that slaying the gender deities would yield a bounty. Yet the tides turned unexpectedly. It was uncertain whether it was divine intervention or merely that Filong Zaiqian's luck was worse. During the roll, astonishingly, he rolled a 1 at this moment. It was apparent that Filong Zaiqian's expression transitioned from initial excitement to a gradual stupor, and then from stupor to fury, finally distorting into frustration. In a mere span of seconds, his mood plummeted from heaven to hell. Although both faced disappointment, it was manifested differently on the two individuals' faces. Qin Mengyao, upon realizing her unlikelihood of acquiring the broken army sword, felt a fleeting disappointment, quickly recovering without any trace of complaint or jealousy. In stark contrast, Filong Zaiqian, after failing to roll well, exhibited a plethora of emotions on his face, resentment and envy nearly spilling over. Even Gu Nan, an outsider, could acutely sense Gu Nan found it perplexing. Even if the weapon was not in his possession, it still bolstered their team's overall strength. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, envy, or jealousy was understandable, but harboring resentful thoughts was quite distasteful. However, since it bore little significance to him, Gu Nan chose not to intervene and instead remarked, "Your class is the flame martial god, correct?" Indeed, Qin Mengyao nodded that in China. Qin Mengyao was considered one of the top 10 high-ranking players. Her class had long been revealed, so it was no surprise to her that Gu Nan was aware of it, that I possess a fire attribute silver weapon. If you're interested, I can offer it for exchange. As he spoke, Gu Nan presented the attributes of the Fenchin sword. The Fenchin sword boasted an inherent fire attribute attack of 10 when employing fire attribute skills. The attack effect would double, resulting in an additional 20 damage. This skill attribute perfectly aligned with Qin Mengyao current class, Gu Nan had anticipated upon viewing the attributes of the Fenchin sword. Qin Mengyao revealed a rare smile and nodded in agreement, replying, "Consider it a favor owed to you." Gu Nan, not one to be coy, nodded in affirmation and completed the transaction, assisting a brother in acquiring a suitable weapon while simultaneously securing a favor from Qin Mengyao. The slayer of gender deities was an exceedingly profitable deal. After the transaction concluded, Gu Nan examined the attributes of the Broken Army Sword Silver. Weapon name, Broken Army Sword Silver. Level, 10. Attributes, attack power 160 to 190. Strength 10. Special trait, when executing charge-type skills, there is a 20 chance to trigger the Broken Army effect. Broken Army temporarily reduces the target's defense. Class restriction, Knight, Warrior. Description, the name of the Broken Army sword derives from its formidable power. In ancient astrology, Broken Army is a star among the Big Dipper, symbolizing the force of destruction and war. The might of the Broken Army sword is akin to that of the Broken Army star, capable of obliterating all obstacles and severing all evil. Han Yinqing's class is the Dimensional Paladin, whose primary attack method involved charging. With the Broken Army effect, the team's overall output would see a substantial increase. Subsequently, Gu Nan presented all the bronze equipment, allowing Qin Mengyao to select 5 pieces before he stated, "Until we meet again." Without awaiting the reactions of others, he exited the dungeon. After Gu Nan's departure, Filong Zaiqian darkly remarked, "That Fenchin sword must have been obtained from the dungeon as well. If we hadn't invited Fuguwei Guangxia, both weapons would be ours. Neither I nor Qingyu would need a role for them, nor would we require him to play the Good Samaritan." "Senior son," Qin Mengyao interjected, her expression displeased. "Fuguwei Guangxia was our invitation, and the terms were agreed upon in advance. They fulfilled their obligations and even exceeded our expectations. The treasures from those chests rightfully belong to them. That if they choose to exchange the Fenchin sword with me, I am grateful for it. Even if they were unwilling, we have no grounds for complaint. It is utterly unnecessary to engage in hypocritical behavior. While Fuguwei Guangxia was present, you dared not utter a word. Now that they have departed, what use is it to speak so brazenly?" Liu Yueying said with discontent. "If you have the courage, say to their face that if you were to do so directly, I might respect you as a man. But your current behavior..." As she spoke, Liu Yueying cast a disdainful look at Filong Zaiqian. She had never held him in high regard, and after witnessing Sun Hao's conduct, her contempt deepened. I merely seek the overall benefit of our team, Filong Zitian retorted. If we hadn't invited Fugue Guangxia and had undertaken the dungeon solo, all rewards would have been ours. Our team's strength would undoubtedly be greater. To claim all rewards. There exists a prerequisite. Liu Yuang scoffed. You must possess the capability to conquer the dungeon. Fugue Guangxia's ability to clear the dungeon in mere minutes has already proven its lack of difficulty. Filong Zitian dismissed her words. Enough, everyone, let us refrain from further argument. After Qin Mengyao signaled for silence, she continued, the difficulty of the dungeon is not for us to determine, but in 10 minutes, the shadowy castle dungeon will be accessible. We should prepare for a significant equipment update and attempt the shadowy castle dungeon once it opens to gauge its difficulty. As for Sun Haozhe, Qin Mengyao does not hold him in high regard. Yet among her acquaintances, he is the only knightly figure residing in Yanhua town. When he was initially recruited, Sun Haozhe always presented himself with a genteel demeanor. However, as time passed and they became more acquainted, his true nature began to reveal itself. Regrettably, their team has already been established, and considering Sun Haozhe is their senior, they often encounter him in real life, making it difficult to justify replacing him. Qingyu's assessment is indeed accurate. Qian Xiao Yinran chimed in. If the difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon were lower, we could easily acquire full silver equipment through repeated runs. There is no need to dwell on the few treasure chests taken by Gunan. If the difficulty is high, then we would be gaining blood profit. After all, with our newly acquired silver gear, we still cannot clear the Shadow Castle dungeon. With our bronze gear still incomplete, we have little hope. Let us proceed to the dungeon. Qin Mengyao instructed, summon Qin Meng and have her equip the mage gear. We shall attempt the Shadow Castle dungeon once more in 10 minutes. Understood, I will notify that girl Qin Meng right away. Liu Yuing replied with a smile. This time we cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon. Our names have appeared in the announcements across the myriad realms. That girl must be envious to the core. Continuously asking me when we can take her along for a dungeon. Are you in the American server? Rocktown to this moment. After a gathering of several minutes, Rocktown has amassed over 100 players. Most of these individuals are at least level 5, with a considerable number having reached level SIX. This juncture, upon hearing the announcement from the myriad realm system, a profound silence enveloped everyone. The once boisterous crowd fell into an eerie stillness. Standing at the center, Lucifer clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the announcement from the myriad realms, but soon relaxed them, with a cold demeanor. He commanded, everyone disperse. Continue leveling up as per our original plan. Upon hearing Lucifer's orders, the crowd swiftly scattered like a receding tide. These players have been with Lucifer for quite some time and are well aware of a fundamental truth. The calmer Lucifer appears, the more severe the situation is. That such a moment, no one wishes to linger and incur Lucifer's ire. Once the crowd had departed, only Storm I remained beside Lucifer, trembling slightly. Floating light of dawn is quite impressive. Lucifer remarked with a meaningful smile. Have consecutively bested me twice is indeed unexpected. President Lucifer, he merely had a stroke of luck. Storm I replied. The myriad realms is just beginning. As a solo player, he can only maintain this slight advantage in the early stages. You need not take it to heart. Enough, Lucifer interjected. I understand your viewpoint. I merely find this intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered something so captivating. How is the information on Floating Light of Dawn coming along? I'm quite curious about the individual who has managed to defeat me twice. While Storm I hesitated, we have yet to acquire detailed information on Floating Light of Dawn. However, we do have a breakthrough point. Storm I explained. Earlier, the system announcement indicated that there were 4 individuals who teamed up with Floating Light of Dawn. Being able to team with him suggests a significant relationship. We can use these 4 as our starting point. I believe we will have results soon. Lucifer nodded. Within 3 days, I want to see the detailed information on Floating Light of Dawn. In Relaxation Town. Baka. China has actually cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon. The detestable Chinese, the loathsome Floating Light of Dawn. In the Korean server, Jinggutown. Siba. Floating Light of Dawn. Once again, it is Floating Light of Dawn. He has cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon and secured the global first kill of the Silver Boss. Siba. He must be a descendant of our proud Korean lineage. Only our Korean descendants could be so exceptional. In the Chinese server, after 3 announcements, players from all major novice towns surged toward the central square. By the time Gunan arrived, the square was already bustling with a sea of people, with various cries echoing around. Shadow Castle Dungeon, easy difficulty, self-sufficient team, minimum level 4, 3 pieces of common gear required. Shadow Castle Dungeon, simple difficulty, no bronze gear, do not disturb. Shadow Castle Dungeon, simple difficulty, missing a priest, top-tier priest needed. The difficulty of the Shadow Castle Dungeon is categorized into 5 levels: easy, simple, difficult, hell, and nightmare. When the dungeon opens, easy difficulty is marked by white light, simple difficulty by green light, difficult by blue light, hell by yellow light, and nightmare by red light. Currently, most teams entering the dungeon are facing the white light, with only a few encountering blue light, that AS for yellow light. Gunan has yet to witness it. The first clear of the hidden dungeon is at nightmare difficulty. Gunan has already soloed it once, so the nightmare difficulty poses no challenge for him. He promptly mailed the equipment he obtained to Ying and soon received her message. Qian Xiao Wei Liang, I heard you teamed up with Zhang Nan Nu Xin. How was it? Is she beautiful? Well, she is all right, Gunan replied nonchalantly. Is she more beautiful than me? Ming pressed on. Such a question posed no challenge for Gunan and add a bit of difficulty for himself. He responded, you both have your merits, though. Ming frowned slightly, asking, in what way do you mean each has their merits? You sufficiently ample, and she sufficiently long. Gunan teased, I prefer the ample ones. They can ensure our future son is well-fed. To be candid, Qin Mengyao is not lacking in endowments, although Gunan has not had the chance to experience it firsthand. Based on his previous life experience, Qin Mengyao is at least a C cup, and with further development, she could possibly reach a solid 30-60. However, compared to Ying, whose figure is so stunning it borders on unfair, even a 30-60 might seem lacking. It's worth noting that when Gunan once accidentally tumbled into Ying's embrace, he nearly found himself suffocated. Get lost, Ying retorted angrily, shameless, yet one could discern a hint of joy in her tone. Clearly pleased that Gunan ultimately chose her, that if the same question had been posed by Qin Mengyao, Gunan's response would likely have shifted to favoring the straight ones, citing their superior tactile sensation and adaptability. In summary, Gunan would never make a definitive choice. Not even divine beings could compel him. After a brief chat, Gunan recounted the strategy for the Shadow Castle Dungeon to Ying. For players, the most challenging aspect of the Shadow Castle Dungeon is not the combat. Battling relies on sheer strength. If one can defeat the enemies, they will, and if not, they can level up, acquire better gear, and enhance their overall capabilities. Eventually, success is inevitable. The real difficulty lies in the traps and mechanisms. This requires intelligence, insight, and logical reasoning that if one cannot navigate these, then they are truly at a standstill. Without a strategy, one must resort to trial and error. After preparing the strategy and sending it to Ying, Gunan advised their team to start with the difficult level. There is no need to challenge the nightmare right away. The difficult level lacks the final silver boss, making it relatively easier, and given Ying and Han Yancheng's abilities, clearing it should not pose too much of a problem. After a lengthy wait, Gunan finally approached the entrance of the Shadow Castle Dungeon. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar voice, floating light. You're here to run the dungeon, too? Do you want to team up? Gunan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The one who initiated the greeting was Lu Li Yuing, whom he had recently parted ways with. Behind Lu Li Yuing stood Feng de Qingyu, Fei Long Zai Tian, Qian Xiao Yanran, and Qing Mengyao Hen. Upon seeing Gunan, Feng de Qingyu and Qian Xiao Yanran also took the initiative to greet him. Gunan was well aware that Lu Li Yuing and the others were merely being polite. Thus, he did not nod in acknowledgement but outright declined, saying, no need, I prefer to tackle it alone. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. After exchanging pleasantries with a few, Gunan promptly selected the nightmare difficulty and entered. With a flash of red light, the center of Yanhua town erupted into lively commotion. Did I just see that correctly? Someone just entered the nightmare difficulty. You did not missee. I saw it too. It's indeed the nightmare difficulty, and he is going in solo. That is not soloing. That is clearly a one-way ticket to doom. Who does he think he is? Is he Fu Guangpashao, daring to challenge a bronze boss alone? Even Fu Guangpashao needed a party of 5 to clear the Shadow Castle dungeon. He thinks he can solo the nightmare-level Shadow Castle. Isn't that akin to courting death? Perhaps he merely wishes to see what a nightmare-level dungeon looks like. That I reckon he won T last 10 minutes before being teleported out. 10 minutes? You overestimate him. I bet he'll be out in 5. That I wager 3 minutes. Listening to the derisive laughter, Feng Qin and her companions felt utterly speechless. While others may not know the prowess of Fu Guangpashao, they were well aware of it. The first kill and dungeon completion had been solely achieved by Gunan. They had not contributed a single point of damage. Not even the shadow of a monster from the Shadow Castle had they glimpsed. One could say that the Shadow Castle was a familiar stranger to them. Outsiders believed that the 4 of them had mastered the techniques and abilities required to complete the dungeon alongside Fu Guangpashao. In truth, only they understood that their only advantage lay in having seen the Shadow Castle's exterior. Now, that advantage had vanished, as a multitude of players had already entered the Shadow Castle dungeon. At this moment, Lu Liying pondered what expressions would grace those who had mocked the individual entering the dungeon, unaware that he was indeed their so-called Fu Guangpashao. Moreover, it was highly probable that Fu Guangpashao would successfully solo the nightmare difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon. What would their reactions be? Surely, it would be quite the spectacle. The Shadow Castle comprised 5 levels. Qin inquired, which difficulty shall we challenge? Nightmare difficulty. Fei Long Zaijian gritted his teeth and stated, if Fu Guangpashao can solo the nightmare-level dungeon, why can't we? He may possess more silver equipment than us. But we are not lacking ourselves. Together, we have 4 pieces of silver equipment and over 10 pieces of bronze equipment. We can certainly challenge the same difficulty as Fu Guangpashao. If he can breeze through it, so can we. I believe we should proceed cautiously, Lu Liying suggested. We are unfamiliar with the mechanics of the dungeon. Hastily challenging a higher difficulty may squander our opportunity to farm today. According to the server announcement, the Shadow Castle dungeon can only be cleared once a day. That if we miss it, we must wait until tomorrow. Therefore, I propose we start with the hard difficulty. Once we familiarize ourselves with the mechanics, we can then challenge higher difficulties. That I find Lu Li's suggestion quite reasonable. Qian Xiaoyan Ran chimed in. Diving straight into nightmare difficulty seems a tad rash. We ought to prioritize stability and completion. I oppose this. Fei Long Zaijian vehemently disagreed. Have you considered how much the rewards differ between clearing nightmare difficulty and hard difficulty? Fall behind once, and you'll fall behind continually. We have a significant equipment advantage right now. Being so timid is nothing short of self-sabotage. We absolutely cannot waste our equipment advantage. We must recover the 3 silver treasure chests and 1 first kill boss gift pack we lost to Fu Guangpashao in this dungeon. Qin furrowed her brow slightly before speaking. I also do not recommend directly challenging Nightmare. How about this? Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us compromise. Why don't we tackle hell difficulty? This level is slightly lower than Nightmare, but higher than hard. That if we can clear it, we can attempt the Nightmare difficulty tomorrow. That if not, at least we'll have gained experience in the Shadow Castle dungeon. When we enter the dungeon tomorrow, we can choose based on our actual circumstances. That at this moment. Had Gunan been aware of their choice, he would likely have admired their courage. Mi Ying and Han Yin-cheng possess superior equipment compared to Qin Yu and her companions. Furthermore, they had Gunan's dungeon completion guide. Even under such circumstances, Gunan still advised them to first clear the hard difficulty, cautioning against jumping into hell and nightmare difficulties. Yet, who could have imagined that? Spurred on by Fei Long Zaijian, Feng Qin team would bypass the potentially clearable hard mode and directly opt for the virtually impossible hell mode. If Gunan had known of their choice, he would have merely whispered, "Safe travels," as the team leader. Qin Yu's words were essentially final. Although Fei Long Zaijian felt a twinge of reluctance, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The 4 of Lu Liying, too, did not voice any opposing opinions. Once the 5-person team was determined, they re-entered the dungeon. Mere minutes later, Fei Long Zaijian concluded the last vampire with a decisive strike, grinning. That was too easy. We should have directly chosen the nightmare level dungeon. Challenging hell difficulty was simply a waste of time. and a wonder Gunan can solo. This difficulty is a piece of cake, in contrast to Fei Long Zai Tian's enthusiasm. Qin Yu's expression grew grave. Her reputation in the Chinese gaming community as a slayer of male and female gods stemmed not only from her exceptional attributes, but also from her formidable gaming talent. The difficulty of the first level of the castle's exterior was indeed minimal. However, the time taken to clear it posed a significant issue. Fu Guang Pashao had completed it in a mere 5 minutes, whereas they had taken a full 20 minutes. If her memory served correctly, Gunan should be entering the 4th level by now. Clearly, Fei Long Zai Tian had overlooked this discrepancy. Yet, as the team leader, she could not afford to ignore it. For reasons unknown, Qin Yu harbored a foreboding sense of unease if the disparity was already so pronounced in the 1st level, and that too under a lower difficulty. What monstrous challenges awaited in subsequent levels? She dared not contemplate further. At this moment, Qin Yu had begun to realize that something was amiss. Nonetheless, seeing the excited expressions of her companions, she ultimately chose not to voice her concerns. Sometimes team morale outweighs the truth. Now that they had entered the dungeon, regardless of its difficulty, Qin Yu resolved to press on, and whether to voice her worries was no longer of consequence. Meanwhile, Gunan, who had entered the dungeon, found the experience significantly more manageable. The reason was simple. Although it was a nightmare-level dungeon, the difficulty had been greatly reduced due to its status as a first completion. For instance, the final boss, Missouri Yi, lacked the domain skill Dark Knight descends, and the penultimate bronze boss, the Dark Elf Captain, did not possess Shadow Clone. These factors expedited Gunan's progress through the dungeon. In a mere 30 minutes, Gunan successfully completed the dungeon. A flash of white light enveloped him. Gunan found himself at the dungeon entrance. Damn it! This dungeon is utterly exasperating. Indeed, here I am, trying to enjoy a game, and I'm being discriminated against. Discriminated against? What is going on? In the 2nd level, there were so many traps and puzzles that needed to be solved before we could progress. Damn it! I play games to relax, not to engage my brain. The officials of Wanzhou continent are utterly insane. What a wretched game is this? Amidst the cacophony of curses from the crowd, Gunan began to grasp the situation at hand. Currently, there were no rogues proficient in unlocking mechanisms, nor any array mages skilled in dispelling formations. This predicament rendered the challenges of the 2nd level, its formations, traps, and puzzles, exceedingly difficult, requiring an inordinate amount of time to decipher. Nan reached out to Miying to inquire about their progress. They had successfully cleared the first 3 levels and were currently engaged in unraveling the mechanisms of formations of the 4th level. Upon completion, they would face the bronze boss, the Nether Vampire Commander. The difficulty level did not include the final boss, the Shadow Lord Moyi. Defeating the bronze boss, the Nether Vampire Commander, would suffice to complete the task. In the hellish difficulty dungeon, the boss of the 4th level would consist of 2 bronze bosses, namely the Nether Vampire Commander and the Shadow Elf Captain in a semi-formed state. Only at the Nightmare level would the final boss be the silver boss. The Shadow Lord Moyi, given Han Yin Sheng and Mi Ying's capabilities, overcoming the challenging level of the Shadow Castle dungeon should not pose a significant hurdle. Not long after finishing his conversation with Mi Ying, Gunan unexpectedly encountered Feng Deqing Yu and her 3 companions emerging from the dungeon. The sight of the 4, clad in tattered gear and covered in grime, was somewhat comical. Their reunion was tinged with awkwardness, particularly for Fei Long Zai Tian, who seemed eager to find a hole to hide in. Have you all finished too? Gunan initiated the greeting. His inquiry, rather than being a casual exchange, felt akin to a dagger piercing their pride. Qin Yu and her companions had spent a grueling 20 minutes in the 2nd level without solving a single mechanism, and to make matters worse, they were constantly harassed by traps. Poisonous mists and elite-level nether vampires and shadow elves. One misstep could leave them severely weakened. After nearly 20 minutes, they had exhausted their potions and still made no progress, just as they were on the brink of total collapse. They reluctantly withdrew from the Shadow Castle dungeon, realizing that it was far more challenging than they had anticipated. Blast it, the irritable Lu Liu Ying complained. This 2nd level is utterly infuriating. The myriad traps, the intricate formations, and the incessant harassment from elite-level vampires and elves, especially those elf archers lurking in the mist, turning us into living targets. I felt like a porcupine with all the arrows I endured. Glancing at the time, Gunan noted that there was less than half an hour until the Wuying show respawned. That it was the perfect moment for him to make his exit, so he politely excused himself. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Qin Mengyao and the others, he departed. Once Gunan had left, phoned to Qin Mengyao spoke up. There are too many people here. This is not the place for discussion. Let us find a more open area to summarize our thoughts. Shortly thereafter, they exited Yinhua town and found a spacious spot to convene their internal team meeting. Feel free to voice any thoughts you may have. Phone to Qin Mengyao encouraged that I had already suggested playing it safe by starting with the difficulty mode. Lu Liyuing lamented, but some insisted on charging ahead, thinking they could effortlessly breeze through just because they saw others like Fu Guangpashao do it solo. Now look where we are, utterly clueless about the mechanisms of the Shadow Castle. And we can't even pass the second level. Cheating. With Gunan absent, Fei Long's Ition regained some confidence, puffing out his chest as he declared, Fu Guangpashao must be cheating. With so many mechanisms, formations, and traps, how could he possibly clear the second level so easily? He must be using hacks. We should report him. It's a shame we didn't see how he managed to clear the second level. Otherwise, we could have recorded a video to file a complaint. His expression was one of deep frustration. Clearly, his regret was not over failing to clear the second level, but rather that he was not present with Gunan when he achieved his success. Why hadn't he recorded Gunan's swift passage through the level? Such evidence would have made a stronger case for the report, perhaps even leading to the suspension of Gunan's account. Hearing Fei Long's Ition's words, Qin Mengyao furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Unfortunately, Fei Long's Ition remained oblivious, continuing his relentless tirade. If we report the reality of our experience with Fu Guangpashao during the Shadow Castle run, the officials will surely take notice. Qin Mengyao, let us file a complaint together. Someone like Fu Guangpashao should not be allowed to remain in the game. Qin Mengyao, who already held a poor opinion of Fei Long's Ition, felt an even greater aversion at this moment. She resolved that differing paths should not lead to collaboration, prioritizing the team's overall welfare over school affiliations. Report? What evidence do you have? Lu Liyuing snapped angrily. Sun Haozhe, do you have no shame? If you lack the skill to clear the levels, why not reflect on your own shortcomings instead of casting suspicion on Fu Guangdelao? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? If it weren't for Fu Guangdelao guiding us through, would we have achieved the first kill on this hidden dungeon? If it weren't for Fu Guangdelao, would you now be adorned in bronze gear? Our inability to clear the dungeon stems from our own shortcomings, not from Fu Guangdalao's actions. How can you stoop so low as to bite the hand that feeds you? Qian Xiaoyan ran, known for her amiable temperament, could no longer suppress her frown. Fu Guangpashao has been reported many times already. The officials of our Chinese server have clarified the situation. If you're truly cheating, other servers would have collectively reported him long ago. Fu Guangpashao would not have lasted this long. Sun Shuizhong, he just helped us. If you have no evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Though I have not run the dungeon with Fu Guangpashao, I can empathize, Qingming Wuhen remarked. If I were cheating, I would certainly keep a low profile. The game Wanzhou de Lu aims to assist individuals in regaining their strength in this realm. It is pioneering in the annals of human history and holds boundless potential for the future. If one were indeed cheating, the best strategy would be to quietly amass wealth. Clearly, someone as brazen as Fu Guangpashao is not making wise choices. Therefore, the likelihood of Fu Guangpashao cheating is almost non-existent. It simply indicates our lack of skill and our ignorance of how he managed to clear the levels. Fei Long's Ition was taken aback that his proposal was met with unanimous dissent. His expression darkened. The essence of any game is balance. The existence of someone like Fu Guangpashao severely undermines that balance. Is it wrong for us to report this? If you wish to file a complaint, that is your issue. Qin Mengyao replied impatiently. In any case, we will not participate. I was merely expressing a thought. Why are you all so vehemently opposed? As he sensed Qin Mengyao's rising irritation, Fei Long's Ition softened his tone. We need to focus on how to clear the Shadow Castle dungeon now. My suggestion is to lower the dungeon's difficulty. Lu Liu Ying continued. Given our current capabilities, hell-level difficulty is clearly unsuitable for us. If we can't even pass the second level, how can we expect to tackle the boss challenges that lie ahead? I propose we start at the easy level tomorrow. Once we can clear that, we can consider moving up to the difficulty level, testing our limits gradually. I concur with the suggestion. This time, Fei Long's Ition was the first to express his agreement. It was evident that this failure had hit him hard. That I have a differing suggestion. Qin Yin Ran interjected. Yin Ran, what do you propose? Qin Xingyu inquired. The second level's challenges primarily test our intellect. Qin Yin Ran analyzed. The methods to clear it are likely quite similar. Once we grasp the techniques, deciphering the mechanism should be relatively simple. This is a matter we are undoubtedly aware of. The dragon soaring in the sky impatiently remarked. But the current dilemma is that we remain oblivious to the method of clearing the dungeon. That if there were a strategy guide, we could easily handle the mere level 5 elite vampires and elves with our numbers. We lack such a guide, yet we are acquainted with those who possess one. Xian Xiao Yinran continued. The esteemed Fu Wang Xiao managed to clear the dungeon so swiftly. He must have his own techniques. Why not proactively seek his counsel? Qin Xingyu had actually contemplated this very approach long ago. However, she was already indebted to Fu Wang Xiao, and now approaching him again would only deepen that obligation. Furthermore, even if she were willing to incur another favor, he might not be inclined to assist her. After all, favors are inherently intangible and can feel akin to a futile endeavor, given her relationship with Fu Wang Xiao. Why would he be motivated to aid her? In that moment, Qin Xingyu found herself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. In contrast, Feilong Zaiqian appeared utterly exhilarated, exclaiming, Qingyu, don't you have Fu Wang Xiao's contact information? Reach out to him and inquire about the strategy. With a guide, we could effortlessly conquer the nightmare difficulty. Observing Feilong Zaiqian's enthusiastic demeanor, both Liu Yueying and Xian Xiao Yanran, along with Qin Mengyao, who had just joined the group, wore expressions of disdain. Just moments ago, he had vehemently sworn to report Fu Wang Xiao. Now, upon learning of his knowledge of strategies, he instantly altered his stance, even proclaiming their potential ease in overcoming the nightmare difficulty. How absurd! The winds and rains have ceased, and Senior Sun felt invincible once more. Qin Xingyu opened her mouth, but ultimately resolved to contact Fu Wang Xiao that very moment. Gunan was en route to Xian Longcliff. The relentless, shadowless hand had reached a fever pitch of impatience. Remembering the ancient divine beast, Tangsha, he felt both anger and a sense of satisfaction at his own predicament. This was destiny's decree. In a past life, you perished in my hands. In this life, you shall be tormented to the brink of despair. What is this? It is fate. One must accept it. Just then, a notification for a friend message chimed, and he initially assumed it was Miying yearning for him. Upon opening it, he recalled that aside from Miying, he had another friend, Zhang Nanzhan. This moment, it was not Miying sending the message, but Zhang Nanshan. Contemplating Qin Xingyu's alluringly long and straight legs, Gunan couldn't help but swallow hard. How lamentable! Since his rebirth, he had become increasingly lecherous. Could this be the result of a romantic wound manifesting as a sentimentality syndrome? Change! It was imperative to change. Gunan sternly reprimanded the wicked impulses within, then opened the message from Feng de Qingyu. Fu Wang, are you busy? Feng de Qingyu inquired. Jiyu then pondered for a moment before replying. Not busy. What is it? Feng de Qingyu hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. I would like to ask if you possess any strategies for the Shadowy Castle dungeon. Our group has decent equipment, yet we can't even get past the traps in the second level. Yes, Gunan replied succinctly. Feng de Qingyu stared at the message he sent, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He indeed had the strategies, yet their relationship was merely one of cooperation. They were not particularly close. In this moment, how could she broach the subject of requesting a strategy, just as she was uncertain about how to respond? Gunan's message came through again. I know you seek a strategy, of course. I can provide it to you. However, I have my own conditions that if you agree, I will share the guide with you. Gunan was determined to disclose the strategy for the Shadowy Castle dungeon. Even if he chose not to, Within a week, players on the Chinese server would piece together a guide through trial and error. By announcing it now, Guinan could help Chinese players avoid unnecessary detours. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that he could leverage this strategy to amass a fortune. Such dealings were not something he could openly engage in. If Ming were to step forward, it would risk exposing their connection and endanger her. Thus, the best candidate was undoubtedly Qin Mengyao. 3 reasons supported this choice. First, Qin Mengyao already held a degree of fame and knew many gaming experts. Moreover, she was the strongest among those on the first kill list, lending her credibility and influence. The strategy she provided would carry immense weight, and many would be willing to pay for them. Second, based on their past interactions, Qin Mengyao was a person of integrity and trustworthiness. She would fulfill her promises, even at great personal cost, ensuring Guinan's interests were safeguarded. Third, the risk factor was minimal. Qin Mengyao had no significant ties to Guinan in her daily life. Even if someone sought to investigate him, it would be challenging to extract any information from her. In contrast, Ming posed a far greater danger. Thus, when considering the overall picture, Qin Mengyao was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Qin Mengyao, however, was taken aback by Guinan's directness. Nevertheless, she did not indulge in excessive joy. Despite their brief acquaintance, she was aware that Guinan was not the benevolent type. His demands would surely not be simple, as evidenced by their previous dealings regarding the hidden dungeon. She was left to wonder what kind of conditions Guinan would propose this time. After calming her thoughts, she inquired, "Let us discuss your terms first, if they fall within my capacity to accommodate." I can agree to Guinan, astute as he was, discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Mengyao words. Her statement implied that any excessively outrageous demand should be disregarded, as she would not acquiesce to them. What might constitute such outrageous demands? For instance, requesting to caress her long, straight legs would fall into that category. Naturally, Guinan was currently focused on serious matters and had not yet entertained any improper thoughts. So he did not pick up on Qin Mengyao's subtle hints. He spoke plainly. In the coming days, many will likely approach you seeking information about the dungeon clearing strategies. You can agree to provide the Shadowy Castle dungeon guide, but it must be exchanged for gold coins, 10 coins for 1 game strategy. After acquiring the strategy, it is for internal use only. If it is leaked, all forms of collaboration will be terminated. Guinan was well aware that the threat of termination of all forms of collaboration would hold little sway over certain players. However, this was inconsequential. As time progressed, the deterrent effect would increase exponentially. What Guinan sought was essentially a filtering mechanism, using a dungeon guide to sift out individuals who upheld their promises. After all, the further the game progressed, the more valuable the equipment or strategies he sold would become. A person who could not even maintain basic integrity posed a higher likelihood of causing issues. Conversely, those who had consistently demonstrated honesty from the outset would be deemed more trustworthy. Human nature is not resilient to testing, but those who endure multiple trials while remaining true to themselves are far more worthy of deep trust. Guinan's approach was, in essence, a multifaceted strategy: earning money, filtering out useful individuals, and judiciously disseminating the guide to benefit more Chinese players. So, what do you think? Are you willing? Guinan continued to entice. For every guide sold, I can offer you a 10% commission. Moreover, you can use the guide for free. Qin Mengyao, already somewhat tempted, was further swayed upon hearing Guinan's offer of a 10% commission and complimentary access to the guide. She promptly agreed. "No problem. I accept. Pleasure to cooperate." Upon receiving Qin Mengyao's affirmative nod, Guinan wasted no time and promptly provided her with a pre-written game guide. Qin Mengyao, astonished, asked, "You're giving it to me just like that? What else would you expect?" Guinan replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you afraid I might sell the guide and not pay you?" Qin Mengyao questioned, puzzled. "Of course, I'm concerned," Guinan teased, "but who told me I had an eye for you? If you were to deceive me, I could only consider myself unfortunate." "How tiresome," Qin Mengyao said, her face flushed, ending the conversation as she instinctively muttered, "Pervert." "Ah?" Liu Ying and the others were utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why did Qin Mengyao suddenly resort to cursing? Just moments ago, it was Fu Guangpashao she had been conversing with. Could it be that he had made some outrageous request? At this thought, Liu Ying's temper flared, and with barely restrained fury, she exclaimed. Qin Yu, did Fu Guangpashao propose something excessive? If he did, you mustn't acquiesce to him if we can't tackle this dungeon. Then let's not bother at all. Indeed, Qian Xiao Yin Ran chimed in. Qin Yu, don't put yourself in a difficult position if it comes to it. We can forego this dungeon. Contrarily, Fei Long Zai Tian's expression was one of turmoil. After a moment's contemplation, he remained silent. Hearing the concern from her companions, Qin Yu finally regained her composure. Realizing that she had perhaps overreacted, she hastily clarified. Fu Guangpashao has already agreed to provide the strategy for free. However, he does have his own conditions. What conditions? Lu Liyuing retorted angrily. Fu Guangpashao wouldn't dare to coerce you into doing something against your will, would he? I distinctly recall that when he first laid eyes on you, his gaze was practically glued to your legs. Surely he wouldn't make some bizarre request like want to touch your legs? What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Lu Liyuing's blunt remarks, Qin Yu's face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly explained. Fu Guangpashao merely suggested I sell the strategy for the Yuying Ancient Castle Dungeon. I would earn 10 gold coins per strategy sold, from which I could take 1 coin as my reward to owe. Only then did Lu Liyuing feel reassured, though she still inquired curiously, that sounds like a reasonable request. Why did you call him a rogue? The words of Gu Nin echoed in Qin Yu's mind. He had said he trusted her because he liked her. Was that truly the case? If not, why would he entrust her with such an important matter? If it was, how should she respond? At this contemplation, Qin Yu felt her previously calm emotions begin to stir. Damn it, what am I thinking? Qin Yu, you can't possibly have feelings for Fu Guangpashao. Can you? Lu Liyuing teased. The moment I mention him, your face turns as red as a monkey's backside. What absurdity are you spewing? Regaining her composure, Qin Yu replied. He merely made a joke at my expense. And I retorted with a light curse. Please, don't overthink it. All right. Qin Xiao Yin ran, and the others laughed. We want to overthink it. Absolutely not. While they spoke, their expressions clearly conveyed, this matter between you and the esteemed Fu Guangpashao is something we will pretend not to notice. We'll quietly enjoy the gossip from the sidelines, so you need not feel embarrassed. With such teasing from her friends, Qin Yu felt her shyness intensify. Fei Long Zai Tian. This scene was infuriating. His eyes blazing with rage, his fists clenched tightly. If looks could kill, he would have wished to rend Fu Guangpashao to pieces. Alas, mere glares held no power, and with his current abilities, he could not hope to best Fu Guangpashao. At that moment, Fei Long Zai Tian's communicator buzzed. The message was from none other than the senior he had once secretly admired. Upon reading her text, he felt a surge of excitement. Long time no see. Would you like to grab a meal together tomorrow? The message was simple, yet it sparked endless imagination. Without hesitation, Fei Long Zai Tian swiftly replied, absolutely. It has been a while that I've been wanting to treat you to a meal, but Haven Tea found the opportunity. What do you feel like eating? I'll treat you tomorrow at noon. I am open to anything. The senior quickly responded, I recall you enjoy Japanese cuisine. There is a newly opened Japanese restaurant near our school. Shall we make a reservation there? Fei Long Zai Tian eagerly suggested. Delighted that the juniors still remembered his preferences after all this time. As their conversation flowed, they seemed to forget the earlier events entirely. Meanwhile, Lu Liyuing and the others began to chat idly. Qin Yu, if I'm not mistaken, the price of a copper coin is around 30 yuan. 10 gold coins for a strategy. That has 3 million for a single strategy. Is anyone really going to pay such a steep price? There are definitely buyers. Qian Xiao Yin Ran analyzed. You're well aware of the equipment prices on the myriad races continent. A piece of ordinary equipment easily fetches hundreds or even thousands. For high-level gear, prices can soar past 10,000. A piece of bronze equipment might cost tens of thousands. And for pieces with better attributes or higher levels, hundreds of thousands is quite normal. As for silver equipment, it's practically priceless right now. However, I estimate that a piece of silver gear would still be worth at least 1 million. Just think about it. What kind of strategy are we talking about? It asks for a silver boss. Once you possess this strategy, if you successfully defeat the boss, you'll recoup your investment in one go. Though this dungeon has limitations, allowing only 1 attempt per day. Considering the current popularity of the game, both bronze and silver gear will be essential for lower-tier players in the coming month. even if we can only attempt it once a day. The potential wealth is immeasurable. Hence, anyone with even a modicum of foresight would eagerly invest in this strategy. Yin Ran just contacted me. Qin Xianyu interjected during their discussion. Why is she contacting you? Qian Xiao Yin Ran inquired. Despite sharing a name, their statuses were world apart. Chu Yin Ran was the esteemed princess of the Chu group. While she was merely a student, she asked me about the Yuying ancient castle strategy. Qin Xianyu replied candidly that I explained the details to her, and she agreed to the trade. Wow. Luli Yuying exclaimed in astonishment. Someone is genuinely willing to spend 3 million on a strategy? If you can't say anything useful, perhaps you should say less. Qin Xianyu retorted with irritation that if they don't buy it, how will we make 30,000? True, Luli Yuying recalled. Realizing that Fu Guang Pashao was offering a profit-sharing model, she felt a surge of excitement. Let us hope there are more wealthy buyers that, if so, just from our share, we could earn several million. Just then, Gu Nan arrived at the Trap Dragon Cliff just before the cooldown on his shadowless hand skill expired. After enduring a period of torment, the ancient divine beast, Teng Shi, had resigned itself to its fate. Upon seeing Gu Nan approach, it no longer exhibited its former arrogance and ceased to enter a state of rage. Now, it lay languidly, motionless, as if to say, "Do as you please." This demeanor somewhat dampened Gu Nan's enthusiasm. I come to steal from you, yet you offer no resistance. It makes me feel rather unaccomplished, that moment. If the ancient divine beast Teng Shi knew what Gu Nan was thinking, it would likely spit blood in frustration and faint from indignation. Damn it, I've given up resisting. What more do you want? I, an ancient divine beast, am being humiliated by a mere, insignificant human. It would lament, this is utterly outrageous. No, it should be outrageous against a snake. With a lack of enthusiasm, Gu Nan activated his shadowless hand once more. System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully executed shadowless hand on the ancient divine beast Teng Shi, acquiring the rare insight fruit Lingxi Wudao Gua Spirit Fruit. Item name: Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. Item rank: Spiritual Fruit. Description: the fruit born from the Lingxi Enlightenment technique, when consumed, bestows upon the eater a unique ability to perceive the essence of things and comprehend profound truths. At this very moment, the ancient divine beast, Tangsha, who had resigned to its fate, suddenly stood up. The grotesque serpent head was brimming with excitement. Ji Yunan was equally perplexed, to be honest. This time, despite not acquiring anything particularly valuable, Gu Nan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he brushed it off, considering that he had previously obtained SS-level skill Soul Devouring Stinger, the auxiliary artifact Dust Avoidance Pearl, the ancient divine beast pet Egg Yenji, and this SS-level skill Holy Light Baptism from Tangsha. Each of these 5 gains have been commendable, and even though this rare enlightenment fruit could not be compared to his prior acquisitions, Gu Nan was willing to accept it. While indulging in exquisite delicacies daily was delightful, he could also appreciate the simplicity of home-cooked meals. A calm mindset was all that mattered. Yet, what was with Tangsha's expression? Hadn't it already accepted its fate? Why did it seem to exude a sense of having survived a calamity? At this moment, Tangsha appeared to be flaunting its newfound vigor, soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, it flew beside a colossal ancient tree. Upon sighting this towering tree, Gu Nan's complexion turned pale. Damn, Gu Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Why on earth is there a Lingxi Enlightenment tree here? If he had stumbled upon a Lingxi Enlightenment tree in the wild, Gu Nan would have been overjoyed. For the Lingxi Enlightenment tree is a translatable fruit tree. Obtaining one is akin to securing a stable production line for Lingxi Enlightenment fruits. Gu Nan could hire auxiliary profession farmers to cultivate and irrigate, ultimately creating a grove of Lingxi Enlightenment trees. However, the current situation was that the Lingxi Enlightenment tree lay within the formation of the Xianlong Cliff, which was firmly within Tangsha's territory. Should Gu Nan dare to enter, he would be crushed to smithereens in an instant by Tangsha. Of course, this wasn't the most despicable part. The most exasperating fact was that the Lingxi Enlightenment tree had already matured. From a distance, it was evident that this tree bore at least several hundred Lingxi Enlightenment fruits. Ji Yunan's shadowless hand was still at a low level, rendering him unable to execute targeted thievery. This meant that the more Lingxi enlightenment fruits Tangsha possessed, the slimmer Gunnan's chances of stealing anything of value became. Although Lingxi enlightenment fruits were indeed rare in the outside world, they paled in comparison to the other valuable targets on Tangsha this moment. Even Gunnan, no matter how foolish, understood why Tangsha was so elated. The reason was simple. Tangsha had discovered a method to counter Gunnan's shadowless hand. Over the next 2 days, as if to confirm his suspicion, every time Gunnan approached, Tangsha would cooperate wholeheartedly with his actions. It was evident that after bringing away several hundred Lingxi enlightenment fruits, Gunnan had utilized a shadowless hand 4 times, each time resulting in a Lingxi enlightenment fruit. Damn it! Gunnan cursed upon acquiring 5 Lingxi enlightenment fruits, the Xianlong cliff, he muttered in frustration. Within the formation, Tangsha observed Gunnan's disheveled appearance and began to dance with joy. It floated freely in the air, its antics infuriatingly boastful, but by heavens, the wheel of fortune had indeed turned. Today, it was his turn to endure. While Lingxi enlightenment fruits might not hold the same allure, they were nonetheless spiritual fruits, crucial for enhancing current skills. Gu then produced 2 Lingxi enlightenment fruits and bestowed them upon Mitsai, urging her and Han Yin to elevate their skill levels. With only a few minutes remaining until the next global event commenced, it was imperative for Mitsai, a versatile healer, to strive for a higher ranking. After all, Gunnan found it inconvenient to recruit talent himself. The stronger Mitsai became, the more effective the siphoning effect would be. During these past 2 days, apart from regularly confronting Tangsha, Gunnan dedicated most of his time to leveling up his pet. Presently, Yinji had reached level 7, and its attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Pet name, Yinji Pet Rank. Ancient Divine Beast Pet Level, 7 Health. 4200 Attack, 722 to 815 Defense, 460 Speed, 155 Skill. Phoenix Rebirth LV1 Level. Overall attributes had nearly doubled. Over these 2 days, Gunnan's own level had remained unchanged at level 7. But his experience had reached 95, placing him just 1 step away from leveling up to 8 after calming his raging emotions. Gunnan took out another Lingxi enlightenment fruit and tossed it to Yinji. Sensing the aura of the fruit, Yinji's icy gaze brightened noticeably, and with a flutter of its majestic wings, it joyfully soared through the air several times. Having leveled up to 7, Yinji had visibly gained weight, and the feathers on its tail appeared even more splendid. After obtaining Gunnan's consent, Yinji eagerly bit into the Lingxi enlightenment fruit. Within mere seconds, the fruit, larger than an apple, was devoured by Wei and Gunnan's line of sight. Several golden rays suddenly emanated from Yinji, as though it had entered a state of enlightenment. Moments later, when Gunnan glanced again, he found that Yinji's skill levels had all risen to 3. Holy moly! This was astonishingly powerful. This moment, Gunnan finally recalled that regardless of his disdain for the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, it was indeed a genuine spiritual fruit, one that was exceedingly rare. Such rare spiritual fruits, even after the integration of the 10,000 races continent and water blue star, remained coveted strategic resources among nations. Only on the battlefield, after slaying at least 100 formidable foes, could one hope to obtain a rare enlightenment-type spiritual fruit as a reward. It could be said that Gunnan's appetite had been spoiled by the previous yields of a shadowless hand, making the sudden drop in fortune hard to accept. Little did he know, what he found difficult to accept was something many could only dream of throughout their lives. With this thought, Gunnan felt considerably more at ease. He retrieved a Lingxi enlightenment fruit and took a bite. It tasted delightful, a blend of the sweetness of an apple and the grainy texture of a sand-sweet watermelon. After finishing it, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. System prompt. You have consumed a Lingxi enlightenment fruit. The enlightenment effect has significantly increased. Gu Nan attempted to use the skill stealth. System prompt. Under the influence of the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your stealth, LV2, successfully upgraded to stealth, LV3. Stealth, LV3 upon activation. The character enters a state of concealment for 20 seconds, extendable by an additional 20 seconds. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Magic cost, 1 point per second. After upgrading to level 3, Gunnan attempted to further practice the stealth skill. Unfortunately, he did not receive any system prompts. The upgraded stealth at level 3 could achieve complete concealment, which was indeed good news for Gunan. Unable to continue enhancing the stealth skill, he redirected his focus to other skills. System prompt. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Rogue Assassination, LV2, successfully upgraded to Rogue Assassination, LV3. Rogue Assassination, LV3 assassinate enemies while in a forward state, with a certain chance to stun the enemy, while increasing physical attack by 40. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Magic cost, 20 points. System prompt. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Gale Step, LV2, successfully upgraded to Gale Step, LV3. Swift Gale Step, level 3 upon activation. It grants an astonishing surge of speed for a brief period, increasing movement speed by 70 for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. System notification. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Shadow Blade Dance, level 1, has successfully advanced to Shadow Blade Dance, level 2. Shadow Blade Dance, level 2 for a short duration. Execute 5 strikes against a target, inflicting consecutive damage. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Mana cost, 25 points. System notification. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Sleight of Hand, level 1, has successfully advanced to Sleight of Hand, level 2. Sleight of Hand, level 2. Upon use against a specific target, there exists a certain probability of successful theft. The higher the level, the greater the success rate. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. System notification. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Shadow Clone, level 1, has successfully advanced to Shadow Clone, level 2. Shadow Clone, level 2. Active skill upon activation. Summon 3 Shadow Clones that persist for 20 seconds. The creator can utilize the clones to inflict damage equivalent to 70 of their attributes. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. System notification. Under the influence of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Nightfall, level 1, has successfully advanced to Nightfall, level 2. Nightfall, level 2, active upon use. Summon an expanse of shadows measuring 700 mechs, 700 m, enveloping the entirety of the battlefield in darkness. In the state of Nightfall, the enemy's visibility is severely restricted. After consuming 2 Lingxi Enlightenment Fruits consecutively, Gunan's skills, except for the SS's level Soul, Devouring, Poison Sting, and Shadowless Hand, have all been upgraded by 1 level. Among them, the stealth skill achieves near total coverage, significantly optimizing Gunan's current survivability. Next is the Swift Gale Step, which provides an additional increase of 10 in movement speed and extends its duration. Following that is the enhancement of offensive capabilities. The Rogue's Assassination attack power has seen a slight increase, while the level 2 Shadow Blade Dance now consists of 5 consecutive attacks, equivalent to an additional 2 segments of output. What brings Gunan the greatest joy is the upgraded Shadow Clone, allowing the simultaneous release of 3 clones, each capable of inflicting damage equivalent to 70 of Gunan's attributes, with a duration extended to 20 seconds. This implies that within 20 seconds, there could be 4 manifestations of Gunan on the battlefield, all capable of applying a poisoning effect to multiple targets. The mere thought of such a scene is exhilarating. Lastly, the scope of Nightfall has expanded, signifying an increase in Gunan's operational range and enhanced survivability. The only regret lies in the fact that the soul-devouring Poison Sting and Shadowless Hand skills remain unenhanced. However, with an abundance of Lingxi Enlightenment Fruits at hand, skill level elevation is merely a matter of time. Gunan has come to terms with this reality. The ancient divine beast, Tang Shi, is present, unable to depart. Whatever treasures it possesses will inevitably belong to him. It is merely a question of time. Currently, acquiring additional Lingxi Enlightenment Fruits may not be a disadvantage. Equipment represents hard power, while skills embody soft power, in the myriad realms. Enhancing hard power can be achieved through purchases or monster hunting, while the elevation of soft power relies solely on fortune. If luck is on his side, he may automatically level up while slaying monsters. Should fortune be lacking, he must rely on rare enlightenment fruits like Lingxi Enlightenment Fruits. Given his current abundance of such fruits, Gunan need not worry about enhancing his soft power for the time being. With this thought, Gunan feels a significant sense of relief. After regaining his composure, he dismisses the gloating ancient divine beast tongue, she, and turns to leave the trapped dragon cliff. Damn it! Who doesn't enjoy a meal of dumplings during the new year? What is there to be proud of? You won't be able to leave trapped dragon cliff for 3 years. Whatever you possess will eventually be mine. What are you so smug about? Just as Gunan descends a mountain, he receives a message from Ying. The Lingxi enlightenment fruits you provided are astonishing. All my skills have been elevated by 1 level. Miying exclaims excitedly. Do you have any more? I want more. 1 Lingxi enlightenment fruit for a call of husband. Gunan teases. Husband. Without a moment's hesitation, Miying promptly types and sends the 2 characters. Gu Nan is left dumbfounded, replying with a string of expletives. What the hell? Your standards are alarmingly low. You actually call me that? Where's your dignity, your morals? You've known me for quite some time. When have I ever been reserved? Miying retorts nonchalantly. Not taking advantage of a bargain is foolishness, you scoundrel. Husband, 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 stop, stop, stop. Gunan, exasperated, says, enough already. I currently have no Lingxi enlightenment fruits. No matter how many times you call, it won't help. Are you messing with me? Miying replies angrily, in no way. You can't get away with this for free. You must return the favor. All right, fine, Gunan responds without hesitation. Wife, is that enough? If not, I can call you more if you're still unsatisfied. I can do it right in front of you. How dare you return the favor like that? Miying pouts. Shameless. I'm ignoring you. Lingxi enlightenment fruits are relatively rare, with the fastest being available at 1 every 12 hours. Gunan explains. As soon as I have some on hand, I'll give them to you right away. That sounds reasonable. Shortly after concluding his conversation with Miying, the system's voice resonates once more. Myriad Races continent announcement. The countdown for the monster hunting event has begun. 30 seconds remaining. All continent monster hunting event. Players can hunt monsters in the wild, dungeons, and other locations to earn a certain amount of points. This event will last for 24 hours. The player ranked first will unlock 3 level 3 main cities for their server. The second will unlock 2. And the third will unlock 1.4 detailed rewards. Please refer to the event regulations. Myriad Races continent announcement. The betting pool for the monster hunting event has been opened. The grand betting event for monster hunting in the 10,000 Races continent. This event is primarily divided into national and individual betting pools, allowing adventurers to explore on their own. The betting will conclude in 12 hours. For further details, please click to view more information. The second comprehensive server event has finally emerged. This moment, Gunan, upon hearing the system notification, couldn't help but smiled. He currently possesses the bargaining rights for 3 cities at level 10. Gunan's pursuit of the top position is not only to secure resources for China, but also to consider his future development in the 10,000 Races continent, whether it be a level 1, 2, or 3 main city. Each represents a crucial strategic resource. The player population in each main city generally numbers in the millions. The daily consumption of these players within a single city amounts to astronomical figures. Securing the bargaining rights for a city equates to obtaining the entire tax revenue from that city at level 10. As the game progresses, the amount of this tax revenue will only increase in the future. Whether engaged in national wars or battles against foreign races, Gunan will be fundamentally contending over resource consumption. The more bargaining rights Gunan acquires now, the greater the resources he will command in the future. The more resources amassed, the more formidable his power will become in the later stages. Had Gunan devoted himself to leveling up, he would now be at least level 12, surpassing the current world number 1, Lucifer, by 2 levels. However, instead of choosing to upgrade himself, Gunan opted to enhance Yanji. The reasoning is quite simple. Yanji possesses extensive area of effect fire attacks. The monster hunting event in the 10,000 Races continent is particularly advantageous for classes such as mages and formation masters who have AoE skills, as they can eliminate monsters in large numbers using their wide-ranging abilities. In the previous iteration, the top 10 rankings in a monster hunting event were predominantly occupied by mage-related professions. Even non-mages with broad attack skills had a significant presence. Gunan's current skills are primarily single-target, placing him at a disadvantage in this regard. Hence, investing in Yanji proves far more cost-effective than leveling up himself. Now, Yinji at level 7 boasts attributes that are extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, after consuming the spiritual insight fruit, all of Yinji's skills have been elevated to level 3, that a single fire feather storm can inflict over 3,000 points of damage on enemies. To be honest, Gunan feels a mix of envy and jealousy towards Yinji's sudden comprehension talent. Everyone consumes the same spiritual insight fruit. Why is it that after 2 fruits, his skills only improved by 1 level, while she consumed just 1 and advanced by 2 levels? This feels like discrimination, intellectual discrimination. In Locktown, Hanmi Hill, after Lucifer hunted down a level 10 brown-eyed lone wolf, he inquired, "Has there been any news from Dawn of Floating Light?" "None," Eye of the Storm replied with a frown. Over the past few days, his level has remained stagnant at 7, showing no signs of change. Lucifer furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "Has he quit the game?" "Probably not," Eye of the Storm responded candidly. "According to our intelligence, Dawn of Floating Light logs in daily. Though the specific duration of his playtime remains uncertain, we must ascertain what Dawn of Floating Light is up to." Lucifer frowned, declaring, "He poses our greatest threat." "Chairman, I believe your concerns are unwarranted," Eye of the Storm analyzed. "This time, the competition hinges on hunting speed, although Dawn of Floating Light exhibits formidable solo capabilities. His class is that of a rogue, lacking AoE skills. You, in contrast, possess the Fallen Angel with extensive AoE skills such as Dark Eruption and Fallen Wings, making your monster-slaying speed incomparable to that of Dawn of Floating Light. Moreover, you are currently at level 10, soon to reach 11, while Dawn of Floating Light remains at level 7. The disparity in attributes and skills between these levels is not easily bridged. Additionally, we have a team of thousands supporting you. Your advantages are certainly beyond what a solitary player like Dawn of Floating Light can contend with. 8T this stage. We are no longer in the initial phase of the game. Our capital advantage is becoming increasingly apparent. I believe, rather than fixating on Dawn of Floating Light, it would be wiser to focus on Park Suchul and Mutu Aikuru. The capital backing them consists of thousands, grinding experience for both. The gap between them and you is narrowing rapidly. Our intelligence department predicts that in the future, they will emerge as your significant rivals in the 10,000 races continent, while Dawn of Floating Light will merely be a fleeting presence. He lacks the capital support to compete with us in the long run. After hearing this, Lucifer nodded earnestly, evidently agreeing with Eye of the Storm's assessment that in the early stages of gameplay, leveling up was arduous for everyone. Even with financial resources, Lucifer and his allies struggled to find many willing to sacrifice themselves to assist them. However, the situation is different now. The game has reached its 5th day. The majority of players have leveled up to 5 or above, with some exceptionally skilled players reaching levels 7 or 8. In this environment, as long as the funds are sufficient, it becomes feasible to organize teams solely dedicated to assisting in leveling. Currently, Lucifer, Park Suchul, and Mutu Aikuru are all employing this strategy. Similarly, players from China have adopted this approach, but due to generally lower levels, the effectiveness of this method is not as pronounced as in the American, Japanese, or Korean servers. According to the intelligence gathered by Lucifer and his associates, Dawn of Floating Light is merely a solo player. On one side is a team of thousands serving a single individual, while on the other is Dawn of Floating Light, a solitary player. The outcome of such competition is all too predictable. Lucifer's inquiry about Dawn of Floating Light stems more from a sense of unwillingness to be overshadowed by an individual lacking significant background. He seeks to reclaim lost prestige through this event. However, after considering Eye of the Storm's analysis, Lucifer finds solace. Dawn of Floating Light is merely a solitary player, relying on early game advantages to make a name for himself. Once the strength of his backing is revealed, he will fade into obscurity. Such a person is hardly worthy of being considered a rival. Have I been too entrenched in this notion? Lucifer sighed, instructing, "There is no need for hourly updates on Dawn of Floating Light status anymore, but he is unworthy of being my opponent in the Japanese server in Sarachi Town. Yoshi, the new comprehensive server event has finally commenced." Mutu Aikuru exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the system announcement, then declared, "In no way, Qin, this time we must secure victory. President Mutu, his subordinate, in no way Naoya interjected. The recruitment of 5,000 imperial warriors has been completed. They will wholeheartedly cooperate with you to accomplish this mission. For the glory of the Sakura Empire, Mutu Ikaru shouted. For the glory of the Sakura Empire in Kaneyama Town. This time, our great Han Empire absolutely cannot afford to lose. Park Soo-chul clenched his fists, his expression grave. Rest assured, Chairman Park, we have made comprehensive preparations for this endeavor, Park Soo-chul's subordinate, Jean Zhongde stated. The corporate side has provided ample funding, enabling us to recruit a substantial number of players to assist you in this mission. Excellent, Park Soo-chul laughed heartily, exclaiming. This time, the first place is a must for our great Han Empire. We will fully support Chairman Park's actions as the countdown to the monster hunting event in the Myriad Races continent commenced. Players across the globe ignited with fervor. Major gaming guilds, backed by substantial capital, began placing significant bets, immersing themselves in the world of the Myriad Races. The power of capital began to reveal itself at this very moment. Amidst the fervent discussions, Gunan, however, logged off with an air of tranquility. Today marked the day of Shun Lingxiu's mother's surgery. Jiyu Nan had previously promised Shun Lingxiu that he would be there to keep her company during her mother's operation. This morning, Shun Lingxiu had already sent Gunan a text, stating that the surgery would commence at 1:30 in the afternoon. That'd be why the time Gunan saw the message. It was already past 12. He initially intended to step out of the nutrition pod to attend to personal hygiene and replenish some nutrients when he happened to see Shun Lingxiu's message. Cursing himself for being careless, he promptly called for a hover car and sped towards the First People's Hospital of Yingchuan City. The First People's Hospital of Yingchuan City. Shun Lingxiu's mother had already been taken by the doctors for various preoperative checks. Once the examinations were completed, she would change into a surgical gown and be wheeled into the operating room. This moment, Shun Lingxiu found herself in a paradoxical state of being both the most idle and the most anxious. At this juncture, she longed for a shoulder to lean on. However, ever since her father departed from their lives, all the burdens had fallen upon her. With her mother gravely ill, the only support she could rely on in this world was herself. Contemplating this, Shun Lingxiu instinctively thought of that man, the one who had taken her under his wing. He had promised to be with her during her mother's surgery. Glancing at the time, she realized that it was now less than 20 minutes until 1:30. He probably wouldn't show up. Yet at this moment, she desperately wished for his presence by her side. Yes, this thought crossed her mind. Shun Lingxiu couldn't help but feel a pang of self-mockery. She was merely a kept woman for Gunan. How could she harbor such thoughts? With her current standing, she had no right to expect anything from Gunan. Even if he didn't appear today, it was entirely within reason. A kept woman could never demand anything of her benefactor. With this realization, Shun Lingxiu's heart felt somewhat more at ease. Nevertheless, her mood remained bleak. Instead, as the time for her mother's surgery drew nearer, her state of mind grew increasingly tense. Surgery inherently carries a certain risk of failure. Although the best surgeon in the country, Fei Dao, was performing this operation, the success rate stood at merely 70%. 70% may sound substantial, but one must understand that any probability, no matter how small, is a certainty when it comes to a patient. The thought of possibly losing her mother today plunged Shun Lingxiu's spirits further into despair. But I'm sorry. I'm late. Just then, a hurried figure appeared at the door of the ward. The newcomer was none other than the flustered Gunan. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Shun Lingxiu, for reasons unknown, felt her eyes begin to moisten. Unwittingly, tears streamed down her cheeks like a dam bursting. Gunan, witnessing this, felt a sudden flurry of panic. Did I really arrive that late? Is Aunt Shun? A thousand questions raced through his mind, but he hurried forward to explain, I only just saw your message at noon and rushed over as soon as I got it. Didn't I tell you that for important matters, you must call? How is your mother? Is there something wrong? If there's an issue, we can tackle it together. Rest assured, with me here, everything will be all right. Feeling Gunan's presence drawing closer, Shun Lingxiu could no longer contain herself and threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her delicate form felt soft and yielding against him. Unfortunately, Gunan was not in the mindset for such thoughts. Feeling rather at a loss, this was a situation he had never encountered before, and he had no idea how to respond. He could only repeat, "It's all right. I'm here." Shun Lingxiu, too, was baffled as to why her emotions spiraled out of control upon seeing Gunan. She didn't understand why. Upon his arrival, she instinctively sought solace in his arms. All she knew was that she was just a freshly graduated girl, having always lived under the protection of her parents. With the sudden upheaval in her life, her father's death and her mother's severe illness, the hardships of life seemed to have crashed down upon this fragile girl all at once. Having never faced difficulties alone, she was already feeling overwhelmed. The moment Gunan arrived, she felt a singular sense. Someone she could lean on had come. Shun Lingxiu was unaware of why she felt this way. Perhaps, deep down, she had already come to perceive herself as Gunan's lover. Though her status was far from honorable, she was indeed Gunan's woman. And since she was Gunan's woman, he was her man, her pillar of support in her time of distress. Seeking comfort in her man's embrace seemed entirely reasonable. While Shun Lingxiu wept, Gunan was not idle. He used his phone to contact Shun Lingxiu as mother's attending physician. Gunan had discreetly provided substantial monetary gifts to this doctor, and upon receiving Gunan's message, the doctor promptly informed him that Shun Lingxiu's mother was currently undergoing preoperative preparations. Upon learning that Shun's mother was stable, Gunan exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed this girl had been suppressing her emotions for too long. A cathartic release was only natural. This moment, Gunan chose not to disturb Shun Lingxiu further, allowing her to continue crying. That a good cry could serve as a release for the pent-up tension Shun Lingxiu was feeling. However, Shun Lingxiu did not weep for long. She quickly regained her composure. As the little mistress of her boss, she had a clear understanding of her role. Her existence was to provide emotional support to her employer. Typically, a boss would find it off-putting for a mistress to cling and cry. Thus, even though Shun Lingxiu wished to continue embracing Gunan and weeping, she ultimately relinquished the thought. If Gunan knew what was going through Shun Lingxiu's mind at that moment, he would have found it both amusing and infuriating. What on earth is this bizarre reasoning? Are we now delving into the self-cultivation of a mistress? I spent 5 million to invest in the future Empress of Zixiao, expecting you to serve me in the future. I certainly didn't intend for you to be some mistress. However, the thought of actually being a lover didn't seem too bad after all. Wiping her tears, Shun Lingxiu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. Guzong, I lost my composure." "And no need to apologize," Gunan replied with a smile. "And please, don't call me Guzong. I'm not some executive. Just call me Gu or Nangu from now on. That's much better." After a moment of hesitation, Shun Lingxiu finally addressed him. Nangu. "Yes," Gunan nodded. "I already inquired about your mother as attending physician. The renowned doctor from Rinna Hospital in Kyoto is performing the surgery. His surgical skills are top-notch in the country, and the success rate is quite high. You needn't worry too much." "Okay." Shun Lingxiu was taken aback by how quickly Gunan had managed to gather all the information in such a short time. Her impression of him improved involuntarily. "Let us go to in 5 minutes. Your mother will be taken into the operating room," Gunan said with a smile. "The patient's mental state before surgery is also crucial. You should talk to her for a bit." "All right." Shun Lingxiu donned her sterile attire and exchanged a few words with her mother before the anesthetist entered, signaling the commencement of the surgery. Upon exiting the operating room, Shun Lingxiu anxiously settled beside Gunan, who readily sensed her tension. He instinctively reached out, clasping her delicate hand. At that moment, Gunan found himself too preoccupied to notice the warmth emanating from her palm. Conversely, Shun Lingxiu, upon feeling the comforting heat from Gunan's hand, experienced an unexpected sense of reassurance, a sensation she had never encountered before. Her previously frantic heart began to find solace, gently resting her forehead against Gunan's shoulder. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Shun's mother underwent surgery for a taxing 8 hours, which proved successful. However, the specter of potential post-operative complications necessitated a day and night of observation in the intensive care unit. This realm was overseen by dedicated nurses and physicians, eliminating the need for family members to stay, with visitation strictly prohibited under normal circumstances. "How many days has it been since you last had a proper night's sleep?" Gunan inquired after completing the necessary paperwork. "Not too many," Shun Lingxiu replied. "I'm not tired." Yet at that moment, Shun Lingxiu's demeanor exuded a profound sense of despondency. It was only her innate beauty and the refined air cultivated by a life of privilege that prevented her from appearing overly haggard. Do not worry about the hospital matters, Gunan reassured her. I have arranged for 2 caregivers to be here. They will notify me immediately if anything arises. Your primary focus now should be on eating well and resting adequately. Only by taking care of yourself can you better care for your mother once she leaves the ICU. Consider this. If your mother is still in critical condition and you collapse, who will tend to her? Perhaps Gunan's words struck a chord within Shun Lingxiu. After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. I will go rest in the ward. And no need, Gunan interjected. I've booked a room at a nearby 5-star hotel for a week. Where shall we rest? Are we going to the 5-star hotel, or are we going to rest together? Shun Lingxiu, despite her naivety, discerned Gunan's intentions. Was he suggesting they engage in such a relationship? The thought stirred a sense of opposition within her. Given the current perilous circumstances, she truly did not wish to divert her energy toward romantic entanglements. However, Gunan was covering her mother's medical expenses, and she had long since sold herself to him. She had promised Gunan that as long as he saved her mother, she would comply with his wishes. What right did she have to resist now? After much internal conflict, she ultimately acquiesced. I will go with you. That's the spirit. Gunan smiled, feeling a sense of relief. He thought to himself, if you break down, I will lose a significant ally in the future. Yet at that moment, Shun Lingxiu perceived Gunan's peculiar smile as one of triumph, as if victory was within his grasp. Gunan summoned a maglev car, and within minutes, they arrived at the opulent Monale Hotel. Guided by the staff, they swiftly ascended to the presidential suite on the top floor. The value of real currency was rapidly diminishing, and soon, the Chinese government would implement measures to align game currency with real currency. At that point, the worth of real currency would plummet. With so much real currency on his card, Gunan knew he had to spend it now, or it would become worthless. Hence, he had unequivocally selected the presidential suite priced at 8,888 per night without hesitation. In a city like Yingchuan, such a price was exceedingly high. Nevertheless, to Shun Lingxiu, Gunan's extravagant behavior seemed intended to provide her with greater emotional value in this setting. Upon entering the room, Shun Lingxiu appeared markedly more anxious, her lovely face instinctively lowering. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothing as if in a struggle. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak. May I take a shower first? Of course, Gunan replied, bewildered by her need for permission to take a shower. After receiving his consent, Shun Lingxiu hurriedly retreated to the bathroom, where she spent a full 30 minutes. When she finally emerged, clad in the hotel's luxurious sleepwear, she did so with a bashful demeanor. Seeing her, Gunan was unconcerned and quickly urged, if you don't come out soon, I might have to go in after you. Come, sit down and I'm nearly starving waiting for you. Shun Lingxiu, still in a daze, sat down under Gunan's direction and clumsily ate the dishes he served her. Their meal stretched on for a full 30 minutes. Observing that Shun Lingxiu had eaten her fill, Gunan stated, I've arranged with the kitchen here to send you meals at the hospital every day. Also, your mother will have caregivers during the night. They must come here to sleep. This room costs 8,888 a day, and I've already paid. If you waste it, I will be quite displeased. After speaking, Gunan stood to gather his belongings and remarked, It's nearly 11. You should rest now that I'm leaving. Shun Lingxiu asked, perplexed. Aren't you staying here tonight? Why would I stay here? Gunan responded, puzzled. I have other matters to attend to. You should rest. I'll visit your mother at the hospital tomorrow afternoon. Just stay put. Your main task is to recover. You must regain your strength. Otherwise, if your mother hasn't collapsed yet, you might faint first. Shun Lingxiu murmured softly. Moments later, the sound of the electronic door locking echoed, leaving Shun Lingxiu in a dazed. Nan's visit to the 5-star hotel was not for the anticipated intimacy, but rather to ensure she was well fed and rested. In truth, Shun Lingxiu had prepared herself to surrender everything that night, yet the unexpected outcome left her feeling disoriented. Nevertheless, a smile unconsciously graced her lips that Gunan was, in fact, quite kind. Upon exiting the 5-star hotel, Gunan hurried back to his rental apartment. Damn. It was nearly midnight. He had to reach his place before the clock struck 12 and quickly log in. The great multitude gambling event was about to close. He needed to place his bets before the deadline. After several days of development, the players had transitioned from copper coins to silver coins, though it may seem a slight change in unit. When translated to the scale of the gambling event, the stakes were at least 10 times higher than in the previous great multitude gambling event. Such a lucrative opportunity was not one Gunan was willing to relinquish. He intended to seize it. Damn it, with so much money at stake, someone must claim it. If that were the case, he would endure hardship to ensure it was him. Rushing home, Gunan finally arrived just before 11:30. Without hesitation, he logged into the multitude continent. As soon as he was online, he received a message from Ying. Why did you take so long to log in? This is a point competition. Are you planning to forfeit? Not at all, Gunan replied. I had some unforeseen matters to attend to. What kind of matters? Ming asked, concerned that a friend's mother underwent surgery this afternoon, and I was there to keep her company. Gunan explained. All right then, Ming replied, somewhat disappointed. I was counting on you for this monster hunting event in the multitude continent, but it seems there is no hope now that I was perhaps too optimistic. I heard that this time, the Eagle Sauce Federation, Waifu, Goryo, and European servers are all employing a strategy of stacking knives to score points. Oh, you know what stacking knives means. I do. Yunin replied. It's simply about having others whittle down the monster's health to the last sliver, allowing the boss to reap the rewards. Indeed, Ming explained, various servers are resorting to knife padding for points, as if possessed. The Eagle Sauce Federation began with over 3,000 participants for knife padding. Unfortunately, they lagged significantly behind Japan, which had mobilized 5,000 for the same purpose. Consequently, the Eagle Sauce Federation promptly escalated their efforts to 10,000. Observing this, South Korea naturally refused to be outdone, deploying 15,000 now. The phenomenon of knife padding among nations has spiraled into madness. I've heard that one person can rack up $10,000 in a single day. These individuals are pouring hundreds of millions into this endeavor solely to accumulate points. Oh, you think they are mad? Or is there some intrinsic value to this game? This method of knife padding has never been so rampant in previous generations. At most, a few thousand were engaged in such practices. The current scenario, with tens of thousands involved, is unprecedented. Yet one can understand it. Some high-level chables have likely acquired insider information. However, the specifics remain unclear. Only that the game Myriad Race's continent is extraordinary. Even so, they are willing to invest heavily. Under normal circumstances, competition would not be this fierce. However, during the first cross-server event, Gunan unexpectedly seized first place. In the final moments, the Sakura Nation employed knife padding to snatch third place from South Korea. Having tasted success, the Sakura Nation naturally intensified their mobilization. The Eagle Sauce Federation and South Korea, upon witnessing this little rascal's underhanded tactics to accrue points, could hardly tolerate it. If you have 5,000 knife padders, then I'll raise you to 10,000. In summary, first place is a must-have. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. Perhaps, Gunan replied ambiguously, our guild has been established with a focus on development. If Myriad Race's continent truly possesses intrinsic value in the future, we will be among the first to reap the benefits. You make a valid point. Ming responded, it seems I must muster all my energy. Gunan, I suggest you also recruit a few thousand to assist in knife padding, helping you to level up swiftly. I do not require that. Gunan rejected outright, without a moment's hesitation. If I wish to level up, I can do so at my own pace. Then why are you not leveling up? Ming inquired, puzzled. It is, of course, to prepare for grand play. Gunan chuckled, by the way, how much gold do you have on hand? Why do you ask that? Ming replied, perplexed. It is useful and of great importance, Gunan said with a smile. Quickly check how much gold you possess. Shortly after, Ming responded, I currently have 1,325 gold coins. However, I need 100 for myself. What use do you have for it? Gunan asked curiously. Bet on your victory before the Myriad Race's grand gamble concludes. Ming teased that in such circumstances. You still wish to bet on my victory? Gunan laughed. I don't care. In my heart, you will always be first, Ming declared with a touch of pride. Does that count as a love confession? Gunan inquired with a grin. What love confession? Ming pouted. This is merely an expression of an elder sister's trust in her younger brother. Yes, that's so. Gunan chuckled. Why do I feel as if you were flirting with me? Nonsense. Ming retorted defiantly. If anyone's flirting, it would be you with me. When have I ever flirted with you? Enough of this banter. You still haven't explained what you need the money for. HMM. Gunan replied. Do you wish to make some money? Absolutely. Ming laughed. I dream of it. Then place all your gold on my victory, Gunan advised, but do not act until the final 10 seconds. Why? Ming asked. Confused, I fear that fluctuations in odds may incite speculators, Gunan explained. The more followers there are, the less we will receive. That makes sense. You are indeed clever. Ming suddenly pondered. Wait, given the current situation. Betting on your victory seems prudent. Gunan, do you possess the absolute confidence to win, just as you did last time? I knew you wouldn't let me down. Upon hearing Gunan's response, Ming became instantly excited. Curiously asking, come clean, do you have any tricks up your sleeve? What tricks could I possibly have? Gunan chuckled. All right, do as you see fit. All right, I will place all my gold on your victory. Ming nodded. Whether I can become a wealthy lady depends entirely on you. Why go through such trouble? Gunan laughed. I could simply support you financially, and you would instantly become wealthy. Dream on. Ming changed the subject. All right, I shall continue leveling up. This time, the top 100 in the event will receive silver treasure chests, and I must secure one. Gunan nodded. Then carry on with your leveling. After concluding the conversation with Ming, Gunan checked his current gold balance, but a total of 10,352 gold coins, and he couldn't be bothered to tally the silver and copper coins. Among these more than 10,000 coins, 300 were won by Ming in the last myriad race's grand gamble. An additional 5,288 gold coins were Gunan's earnings from the last grand wager. The remaining coins were a few hundred earned from slaying bosses and completing dungeons during this period. Gunan was now preparing to go all in on the myriad race's grand gamble. Opening the myriad race's grand gamble, he noted that this time it was based on silver coins. This meant that the minimum bet was 1 silver coin. Currently, the ownership ratios among nations in the myriad race's grand gamble had been revealed. The top was Japan, with odds of 1 to 137. 12. The United States followed in second place, with odds of 1 to 138.25. South Korea was in third with odds of 1 to 139.33. Europe ranked fourth, with odds of 1 to 1328.25. The fifth was Russia, with odds of 1 to 1328.5.38. China, ranked 18th, had odds of 1 to 58632 to 23. At present, the odds among the top three in the myriad race's grand gamble were closely aligned. The odds for the Sakura nation surprisingly surpassed those of the United States, placing them in first. The primary reason for this occurrence was a female mage named Sun Yami on the Sakura nation server, with the assistance of Ichiro Mutu and others. An unexpected rise has occurred. Currently, they are positioned at the top of the leaderboard. The fallen angel Lucifer from Eagle Sauce Nation, despite having a wide range of AoE and numerous players aiding him, is somewhat slower in monster farming compared to Amiyamori. Given the same number of support players, in order to secure victory, Lucifer must continuously increase the number of supporting players. The situation in South Korea is quite similar. In the pursuit of first place, Park Soo-chung wholeheartedly supports his cousin Park Kook-chong. With the backing of the Park family conglomerate, their points are rapidly escalating. Thus, amidst the fierce competition among Lucifer, Park Kook-chong, and Amiyamori, their scores are in constant flux, with the point differences being minimal, adding more variables to this grand wager among the myriad races in the realms of Sakura country, America, and South Korea. Each server boasts its own supporters, leading to the current betting odds. In China, compared to the last time, there have been notable changes. The odds have decreased significantly, and the ranking has improved considerably. Gunan speculates that many Chinese players have chosen to support their own country, or that some astute individuals have opted to take a gamble. After all, with such high odds, a small wager could yield substantial returns, while a loss could simply be deemed as an expression of patriotic sentiment. To this group, Gunan can only say, you truly deserve to profit. After concluding the national betting, Gunan opened his personal betting pool. First place, Amiyamori, Japan, odds 1 to 302.55. Second place, Lucifer, American server, odds 1 to 303. 12. Place, Park Kook-chong, Korean server, odds 1 to 303.38. 8th place, Fuguang Pixiao, Chinese attire, odds 1 to 386,720.11. Gu Nan was taken aback to find himself in the top 8, especially without me investing substantial funds in him. Alas, the desire to monopolize the prize pool seems destined to remain unfulfilled. Sigh. Throughout the ages, speculators have never been in short supply. Undoubtedly, those betting on Gunan's victory are merely engaging in speculation. Should Gunan win, the odds would be over 30,000 times. Such astronomical odds would transform a bicycle into an airplane. Goodness, this group of individuals betting on my victory, you truly deserve to be cursed. Given your lack of foresight, if you fail to profit, it would be a travesty against nature. Checking the time, only a few minutes remained until the market closed. With nothing better to do, Gunan opened the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel was abuzz with activity. As the closing time approached, which country had you all placed your bets on? Damn it. The scores of the American, Japanese, and Korean servers are too closely contested. This is exceedingly difficult to predict. Indeed, last time, there was a disparity in experience, but this time, making judgments is far more challenging. The first place score fluctuates every few minutes. This betting round is entirely different from the previous one. Last time, Lucifer dominated the others completely before the closing. But what use was that? In the end, he still finished second. Exactly. The formidable Fuguang Pixiao managed to defeat Lucifer in just 12 hours. Fuguang Pixiao is now a thing of the past. This is the era of the law god. He is but a mere rogue. Precisely. I just checked the leaderboard, and Fuguang Pixiao is absent from the top 100. Let us not even discuss those who failed to even enter the top 100. Last time, Fuguang Pixiao also did not make it into the top 100 before closing. Yet this did not hinder him from claiming first place. Last time was a stroke of luck. This time is different. I have heard that Japan, Sakura country, and South Korea have mobilized tens of thousands to support one person. It is said that Lucifer has invested billions of dollars into this endeavor. You realize what this implies. What does it imply? Asking such a question only reveals your ignorance of the power of capital. Fuguang Pixiao is merely a lucky solo player. At the game's launch, he achieved some success through cleverness. All of this is luck, not skill. When countries like Sakura Nation begin to leverage capital power, his little fortune is no more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Indeed, the difference between Fuguang Pixiao and Lucifer lies in the distinction between a lucky player and a capital overlord. No matter how fortunate Fuguang Pixiao may be, he is still a zero investment player without background or capital. Before the capital overlords, he amounts to nothing. That I can only chuckle. It is not yet time for results. How can you assert that Fuguang Pixiao is destined to lose this time? I do not care about background or capital. I genuinely believe that Fuguang Pixiao is the strongest. What is the issue? This is blind idolization. We, as Chinese, should raise our eyes to the world. It's so difficult to acknowledge our superiority over others. No results have emerged yet, and a pack of self-proclaimed intellectuals has already begun to bark. The outcome is still uncertain. China might not be the dark horse. I firmly believe in China's victory. Fuguang Pixiao will prevail. All you could do is talk, right? If you have the means, support Fuguang Pixiao with real money. I've already backed him with 1 gold coin. Now, I am wagering my entire fortune on Fuguang Pixiao. 2 gold coins. I too am supporting Fuguang Pixiao with real money. I do not have much, but 5 gold coins constitute my entire wealth. I unconditionally support Fuguang Pixiao. Damn it, Nan was utterly exasperated. Those damn self-righteous intellectuals, stirring up conflict. That's my money. All of it is my money. It is slipping away from me bit by bit. Moreover, dear children of China, I have received your heartfelt support. We can express support with words. There is absolutely no need for action. At this moment, Gunan yearned to drag those self-righteous intellectuals out and punish them. You say you are bored and want to provoke conflict. In the span of less than a minute, my odds have already plummeted to 1 to 98653.12. Moreover, they continue to drop at an astonishing rate. Clearly, more individuals are putting their real money on the line for me. Damn it. This is at least a loss of several thousand gold coins. At this moment, Gunan's heart ached immensely, if it weren't for the fear of being accused of shamelessness. He would genuinely want to shout, "I really cannot take first place. Please do not bet on my victory." Gu Nen let out a helpless sigh. This time, the loss was significant. However, considering that this money had found its way into the hands of those who supported him, his spirits were lifted. These individuals were his devoted fans. Should the day come when he publicly revealed his identity and joined the Rhine Guild, a large portion of them would likely rally to his side. In that light, it could be said that he was providing benefits to his fans. In the future, they would undoubtedly support him even more. With this thought, Gu Nan's mood improved considerably. After perusing world news for a while longer, he notified Miying that they would act together. Gu Nan invested all 10,352 gold coins into China, while Miying placed her 1,325 gold coins under the name of Floating Light Breaks Dawn. The odds for China began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately settling at 1 to 589.22 silver coins. The odds for Floating Light Breaks Dawn also saw a substantial decrease, finalizing at 1 to 8,522.32 silver coins. Gu Nan's total investment amounted to 11,677 gold coins, which constituted his entire fortune. If he secured first place, his assets would witness the most significant inflation since the server's launch. With this thought, Gu Nan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Next, it was time to fully engage in monster hunting. However, before that, Gu Nan needed to make a trip to the Trap Dragon Cliff to farm the unseen hand. As he focused on leveling up, Gu Nan shielded himself from all external messages, slaying monsters while making his way toward Trap Dragon Cliff. That moment, Gu Nan was unaware that the final changes to the Great Bet of all races had sparked heated discussions worldwide. In the China server's world chat channel, exclamations erupted. "What the hell? Something has happened. A major event. What happened?" Breaking news, our odds in China have risen to 4th place. The current odds are 1 to 589. 22. In a way. Really, just a moment ago, it was over 1 in 58,000. How did it suddenly drop to 1 to 589.22? This change is too drastic. What is going on? Surely someone placed a huge bet on China in the last few seconds. Such a significant change must have involved thousands of gold coins. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shifted so dramatically. Thousands of gold coins? Are you out of your mind? That's just throwing money away. Let us consider this. Is it possible that they are confident in China's victory, hence the massive investment? Do you even believe that? Right now, the highest ranked player in China is Feng Yanran, but they're only in 22nd place, trailing the top 10 by several thousand points. Look, the odds for Floating Light Breaks Dawn have also changed. They've risen to 4th place. No way. It's true. Floating Light Breaks Dawn's odds plummeted from over 90,000 to 1 to 522.32 silver coins. Damn. In the last 10 seconds, it's clear that a substantial sum was bet on Floating Light Breaks Dawn. What is happening? Are they insane? This is just giving money to foreign servers. This situation feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? Now that you mention it, I feel the same. If I'm not mistaken, the last time the Great Bet of all races changed was also at the last moment. Yes, based on our speculation, the last time Floating Light Breaks Dawn likely bet on their own victory. According to our calculations, they probably profited at least several thousand gold coins last time, if our estimates are correct. The only entity on the China server capable of producing such a sum of gold coins is Floating Light Breaks Dawn. This means the changes in the odd for the China server and Floating Light Breaks Dawn are likely due to the latter's massive investment. If it really is Floating Light Breaks Dawn, can someone tell me what this signifies? What else could it mean? It signifies that Floating Light Breaks Dawn has absolute confidence in securing first place. If that is the case, I'm going to make a fortune. I bet 1 gold coin on China's victory. I just had an argument with someone and placed a bet on Floating Light Breaks Dawn. Damn, brother, you're about to strike it rich. The odds for Floating Light Breaks Dawn are currently 1 to 8,522.32 silver coins. How much did you wager? Not much, just 150 silver coins. Damn. They're going to take off with that. 150 silver coins is over 1,278,000 silver coins. When converted, that is 12,783 gold coins. Brother, this isn't just a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. It's a bicycle turning into a plane. I just had an argument and bought 300 silver coins. Now I just want to say to the person I argued with, thank you. Because of you, the gold coins are coming home. Although I didn't bet on Floating Light Breaks Dawn, I did bet on the China server. I also wagered 300 silver coins, and while my earnings may not be as much as yours, I'm still content. Regrets. If I had known, I would have gone all in on floating light breaks dawn. At the very least, I would have bet on our China. Damn, I'm so envious. Haha. Aren't you all getting a bit ahead of yourselves? Don't forget, floating light breaks dawn hasn't even entered the top 100 on the leaderboard yet. And let us not forget, floating light breaks dawn is a rogue, not a mage. And no matter how strong they are, their monster-slaying speed can't compare to that of a mage. Besides, floating light breaks dawn is just one person. How could they possibly compete with teams of tens of thousands from countries like the United States? Precisely. This is a completely asymmetric war. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating their own capabilities. Is it really necessary for the brother upstairs to analyze this in such detail? Let them revel in their own excitement. These folks are clearly lacking in discernment, thinking floating light breaks dawn is some kind of deity. In the face of capital, floating light breaks dawn is nothing. Even if all these gold coins were indeed wagered by floating light breaks dawn, what significance does it hold? The monster hunting event across the continent isn't determined by whose odds are lower or who bets more gold coins. It's a matter of strength. In the face of true power, everything else is just a fleeting cloud. In Locktown, the guild leader, Storm Eye, approached Lucifer with a grave expression, ready to report the latest developments from China. What's the situation? Lucifer asked nonchalantly. For him, the greatest threat from China was floating light breaks dawn. Over the past 12 hours, for reasons unknown, floating light breaks dawn had not appeared in the wild nor farmed any monsters. To Lucifer, this suggested that floating light breaks dawn had effectively rendered themselves powerless, no longer a cause for concern. The odd for China had risen to 4th place, and floating light breaks dawn's odds had also improved to 4th. According to our intelligence reports, all these changes occurred in the last 10 seconds before the closing of the great bet of all races, Storm Eye stated, his expression serious. Changes in the last 10 seconds of closing. Lucifer pondered while slaying monsters that, is this the result of a premeditated scheme? Our intelligence department suggests that floating light breaks dawn placed a heavy bet, Storm Eye analyzed. This situation also occurred in the last great bet of all races. It is estimated that floating light breaks dawn likely profited several thousand gold coins last time. Currently, no one besides floating light breaks dawn can produce such a substantial amount of gold coins at once. Therefore, we can reasonably conclude that floating light breaks dawn made a significant bet at the last moment. What does placing a heavy bet at the last moment imply? Lucifer mused aloud. Does floating light breaks dawn believe they can surpass us in the final 12 hours? Well, Storm Eye hesitated, then replied, based on the information we have gathered, it is impossible for floating light breaks dawn to surpass you alone. Information can be reliable at times, and, at other times, it can be utterly unreliable. After a moment of reflection, Lucifer remarked, speculating like this serves no practical purpose. The only thing we can do now is to increase our investment. Regardless, first place must remain in our hands. Understood. Though Lucifer does not believe that Dawn of Radiance can surpass him, he opts for the most prudent course of action by continuing to augment his forces, thereby enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency. In the quaint town of Jingu, it is once again Dawn of Radiance. Surely he does not think that he alone can contend against our multitude of tens of thousands. How absurd! Ridiculous! Is indeed laughable. Park Gukchong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "These Chinese are merely handing us money. Yet this is not the time for merriment." Park Suchong's expression turned grave as he stated, "We must continue to reinforce our ranks. Brother, your concerns are unwarranted," Park Gukchong dismissed casually. "The Chinese are inept. They cannot defeat us." At that moment, Park Suchong felt as though 1,000 wild horses were racing through his mind. Damn it! If they're trash, then what does that make me, having been defeated by them? If the individual standing before him were not his own cousin, Park Suchong would surely have delivered 2 slaps across his face. Suppressing his inner fury, Park Suchong said, "Caution is key. This time, the group has invested substantial resources. We cannot afford to fail. In Sanchi Town, Baka, Dawn of Radiance. Once again, it is Dawn of Radiance. This time, I shall undoubtedly crush you." Muto Ichiro shouted in fury several times before declaring, "Dai Moriami, the task of defeating Dawn of Radiance falls to you. Our corporation will mobilize all resources to support you fully. Hi. Dai Moriyami replied. Thank you, Mudo-kun. At this moment, Gunan remained oblivious to the happenings outside that he had now arrived at the Fang Dragon Cliff. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully launched a shadow strike against the ancient divine beast, Teng Shi, and obtained the rare, insightful fruit, Lingxi Wudao Gua, Ling fruit. Sensing that the Lingxi Wudao Gua stolen by Dawn of Radiance was indeed the insightful fruit, the ancient divine beast Teng Shi was as joyous as a child. Soaring through the skies, its triumphant demeanor grated on Gunan's nerves, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Damn it, how infuriating! He was now tasting the bittersweet irony of fate, after mailing the Lingxi Wudao Gua to meet Sai. Gunan traversed the Fang Dragon Cliff and headed towards the giant Ice Spider-S lair. The giant Ice Spider-S lair is a territory inhabited by level 15 monsters. Gunan chose this location for his leveling primarily because the ordinary giant ice spiders here are level 15, while the elite ones are level 17, well within Gunan's hunting capabilities. Furthermore, the giant ice spiders are social creatures, often appearing in groups of 10 or more, allowing for maximized damage through area spells, while saving Gunan the time of seeking out monsters individually. The monster hunting activity point system in the 10,000 races continent operates as follows. The total point from the first 2 levels of monsters. Slaying a level 1 monster grants 10 points. A level 2 monster grants 20 points. A level 3 monster grants 30 points. A level 4 monster grants 50 points. A level 14 monster grants 6,100 points. A level 15 monster grants 9,870 points. And a level 18 monster grants 41,810 points. Presently, in order to maximize profits, Lucifer and his companions focus on hunting monsters primarily at levels 9-10, due to the low levels of their support team, which incurs significant losses when targeting higher-level monsters, rendering it less cost-effective than specializing in levels 9-10. Gunan calculated that taking down a single level 15 giant ice spider would yield points equivalent to them slaying 11 level 10 monsters. Defeating an elite level 15 giant ice spider would equate to them taking down 47 level 10 monsters, in the face of Gunan's terrifying ability to defeat monsters of higher levels. Their meager support team was nothing but a joke. The giant ice spider-S lair is concealed within dense thickets, shrouded by layers of verdant foliage. Sunlight filters through the treetops, casting dappled shadows at the cave's entrance, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. The entrance is adorned with moss and ferns, imparting an ancient and enigmatic aura. Upon entering the cave, the temperature plummets suddenly, and the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and a hint of mildew. The interior is dim and humid, with only the occasional drip from the ceiling breaking the silence. The walls are adorned with spider webs of various sizes, glistening with dew and ensnared insects. Deeper into the lair, the darkness thickens, illuminated only by the faint glimmer of the spider's eyes. These spiders are massive, their eyes protruding unnaturally, shimmering with an eerie blue light that enhances their sinister appearance. Monster name: Giant Ice Spider level, 15 health, 19,000 attack, 455 to 512 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 90 speed, 72 skills. Web hunting, silk cocoon shield, dream weaving. Description: the giant ice spider has evolved from a common spider through a long process of evolution and mutation. These spiders have absorbed abundant energy and essence in the domain of dream weaving, gradually developing unique forms and formidable abilities. They possess enormous bodies and profound eyes, capable of discerning all illusions and truths. The greatest threat posed by the giant ice spider is its web hunting ability. Through this skill, the giant ice spider can weave nets in the air to ensnare foes, as well as rapidly create hunting nets on the ground or walls. These hunting nets are highly resilient and elastic, capable of swiftly trapping enemies and restricting their movements. The giant ice spider can maneuver quickly within its web, launching fierce assaults against adversaries using the net's elasticity. When multiple giant ice spiders appear simultaneously, they can swiftly weave a vast web, allowing them to move quickly across it. Any player who gets entangled in the web will find themselves swiftly surrounded by numerous giant ice spiders, which will then devour them. Thus, despite the giant ice spider's overall attributes being somewhat inferior to other monsters of the same level, its threat level far exceeds that of equal or even higher level monsters. However, for Gunan, this is not an issue. The reason is simple. The giant ice spider's greatest advantage lies in the webs formed by dozens of spiders. With this web, the giant ice spiders can execute wide-ranging coordinated attacks. Yet this interconnectedness also harbors a disadvantage. If a section of the web encounters a problem, such as catching fire, the interconnected web will inevitably be affected. All of Yin-Ji's skills are fire-based. Upon hearing Gunan's footsteps, several giant ice spiders lunged toward him. Layers of webs quickly coalesced in the air. Such tangible control skills would render even the dust-repelling pearl ineffective. Naturally, Gunan would not engage recklessly. He summoned Yin-Ji forth. Patting her head and commanding, "Yin-Ji, set them ablaze." At this moment, Gunan seemingly executed a maneuver akin to closing the door on Yin-Ji. Yin-Ji, unreserved, took flight into the sky, fluttering her newly sprouted wings upon receiving Gunan's command. With a vigorous flap of her grand wings, a domain of flames unfurled. Within this fiery realm, Yin-Ji danced through the air with remarkable speed. Each beat of her wings conjured torrents of fire raining down from above, targeting the web below and the colossal-eyed spiders lurking within. As the fiery rain struck the ground, the once cohesive web ignited at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly spreading flames throughout. In mere seconds, the entire cavern was engulfed in a sea of fire. -822, -799, -101. Fire damage. -98 fire damage. -722. In this blazing domain, Yin-Ji reigned supreme as the sovereign of flames. With each sweep of her wings, the health of all targets within the realm diminished at a noticeable rate. Following the upgrade of her skills to level 3, the duration of Yin-Ji's domain and the damage of her fire feather storm experienced a significant enhancement under the terrifying assault of Yin-Ji. The colossal-eyed spiders found themselves utterly powerless. Due to the searing flames, the fire on the web spread at an alarming rate. Soon, the entire layer of the colossal-eyed spiders was consumed by fire. All the colossal-eyed spiders, enraged, charged towards the location of the fiery domain. Gunan, taken aback, did not anticipate that the colossal-eyed spiders would willingly approach amidst the flames. Could it be? They are delivering themselves right to me? What a delightful turn of events! In light of this unexpected opportunity, Gunan did not hesitate to seize the moment, brandishing the Shadow Moon Blade and the Windbreaker Blade as he charged forward. -321 poison status successfully applied. -30 -298 poison status successfully applied. -30. Now, the level of the soul-devouring poison spike had ascended to level 2, capable of applying 4 layers of poison, with a true damage output of 30. It could inflict a total of 10,800 points of health over a duration of 90 seconds. Unconcerned by the damage dealt, Gunan swiftly transitioned to the next target after fully applying 4 layers. The combined effect of the toxin damage alongside Yin-Ji's extensive area attacks resulted in the demise of all 12 colossal-eyed spiders that had rushed forward within a mere 2 minutes. A notification chimed in his ears. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a colossal-eyed spider and earned 8,000 experience points. System notification. As you have defeated a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 1,600 experience points. System notification. Due to your 5 experience distribution with your pet, you receive 4,800 experience points, and your pet Yin-Ji received 4,800 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a colossal-eyed spider and earned 9,870 points. System notification. The soul-devouring poison spike has detected a source of poison from the colossal-eyed spider. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System notification. Absorption of colossal-eyed spider toxin complete. System notification. Your soul-devouring poison spike has undergone a transformation. Soul-devouring poison spike LV2 SSS rank. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, dealing 35 points of damage per second for 90 seconds. This poison effect ignores all defenses and applies a healing restriction to the poison target, rendering them unable to be purified. Additionally, the movement speed of poison targets is reduced by 50, and their attack speed is halved. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 4. Unique trait. Absorbing different toxins enhances the poison effect. The soul-devouring poison spike evolved once more, achieving a true damage output of 35 points per second. According to Gunnan's understanding, the entire layer of the colossalide spiders harbored 4 tiers of these creatures. The first tier was of ordinary level. At level 15, the second tier was elite, at level 16. The third tier was sub-leader, at level 17. The fourth tier was leader, also at level 18. The fifth tier was the boss level, which was likewise level 18. Calculating this upon clearing the entire spider layer. The true damage of the soul-devouring poison spike could reach 50 points. With 4 layers of poison, that would amount to 200 points, and with a control time of 90 seconds, it could inflict 18,000 points of damage. The colossalide spiders possessed 19,000 points of health. Thus, any spider that fell victim to Gunnan's poison attacks could be deemed sentenced to death. Contemplating this, Gunnan felt a surge of exhilaration. Such an extraordinary enhancement. Why wait any longer? The colossalide spider lair must be swiftly cleared. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 8 and received 4 free attribute points. System notification. Due to your 5 experience distribution with your pet, you received 4,800 experience points, and your pet Yenji received 4,800 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a colossalide spider and earned 9,870 points. System notification. Congratulations, your points have reached 2,566,200, successfully entering the top 100 of the monster hunting activity leaderboard in the myriad races continent, currently ranking 95th. For more details, please check the monster hunting activity leaderboard in the myriad races continent. So quickly to the 95th rank, Gunnan muttered to himself that in the brief span of merely 1 hour, he had eradicated all the ordinary giant-eyed spiders surrounding the lair. His score had soared to a staggering 550,000 points. He glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Dyson Ami, level 12, server, Japan, total points, 8,236,870. Second place, Lucifer, level 12, server, US, total points, 8,226,850. Third place, Park Gukchang, level 12, server, Korea, total points, 8,226,520. 10th place, Qianxia Weiyang, level 11, server, China, total points, 5,023,516. 16th place, Fenghua Yanran, level 11, server, China, total points, 4,568,030. 32nd place, Wenshu Xing, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,698,530. 37th place, Shenzhizhuasho, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,567,240. 242nd place, Quang Ao Long Xiao, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,526,148. place, Shuizhan Tianya, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,495,020. 59th place, Qing Yiwu Shuang, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,326,522. 63rd place, Miesher Fa Shun, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,267,270. 5th place, Luan Shi Sima E, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,157,680. 3rd place, Tai Shuet Danqing, level 11, server, China, total points, 3,095,529. 1st place, Yongheng Di Tian, level 10, server, China, total points, 2,759,239. 5th place, Fu Guang Pashao, level 8, server, China, total points, 2,566,200. Gu Nin cast a cursory glance and was taken aback to discover Mi Ying occupying the 10th position. This was somewhat unexpected. However, upon reflection, it seemed understandable. After all, Mi Ying was currently adorned in complete silver gear. Additionally, she possessed the SS grade skill, Holy Light Baptism, a wide-ranging destructive ability, along with the enhancement of the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. In terms of damage output, Ming was likely the foremost player beneath him. Naturally, her monster-slaying speed was superior to that of others. It was merely that without thousands assisting her, her score would have been even higher had she received such support. Aside from Mi Ying's surprising performance, the overall results from China were also remarkable. Including Gu Nan, a total of 12 individuals had ascended into the top 100 of the leaderboard at this juncture in his previous life. Not a single Chinese player had made onto the board. This time, however, 12 had directly claimed their spot. It was evident that all of this was closely tied to Gu Nan's influence. During this period, he had flooded the market with a plethora of common and bronze gear. Additionally, there were occasional sales of silver equipment. Furthermore, the Shadow Castle dungeon had also played a significant role. Currently, nearly all major guilds had purchased Gu Nan's dungeon strategies. The Nightmare difficulty level could be soloed by Gu Nan, and Mi Ying's team had also reached the point where they could tackle it independently. Meanwhile, the top-tier team, led by Qin Mengyao, was now capable of challenging the held difficulty level at AS for the Nightmare level. They were still stuck at the final stage. The extensive strategies for the Shadow Castle dungeon had led to an influx of high-level bronze equipment in the market, significantly accelerating the overall leveling speed in China. Jiyu felt quite pleased with such outcomes. The enhancement of strength within the Chinese server was akin to a snowball effect. The greater the initial advantage, the quicker the snowball rolled. Once the myriad races of the continent merged with the water blue star, China's ability to withstand risks would only grow stronger, having closed the leaderboard for the monster hunting event in the myriad races continent. Gu Nan picked up several level 15 bronze items that had dropped to the ground and proceeded deeper into the cave. Less than 3 minutes into his advance, the sound of rustling echoed around him. Gu Nan immediately heightened his vigilance. Moments later, dozens of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark space. Jiyu Nan commanded Yanji to soar into the air and unleash the flame domain. The previously dim lair was instantly illuminated. Monster name, Giant-Eyed Spider, Elite. Level, 16 health, 21,000 attack, 510 to 560 physical defense, 200 magical defense, 110 speed, 79 skills. Web hunting, silk cocoon shield. Dream weaving, description, evolved from the ordinary giant-eyed spider. It possesses a massive form and profound 4 eyes, capable of perceiving all illusions and truths. Yanji, set it ablaze, as Gu Nan directed. He dashed into the domain. Within the area, the spider silk was rapidly igniting, and Gu Nan activated Gale Step, weaving through the elite giant-eyed spiders. The Shadow Moonblade and Breaking Wind Blade sliced through the skin of one elite giant-eyed spider, after another with precision. Minus 285 poison status applied successfully. Dash 35 minus 311 poison status applied successfully. Dash 35, 2 minutes later, as several elite giant-eyed spiders fell, the system's notifications began to flood the screen once more. System notification. Due to your use of a 5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 5,400 experience points, and your pet Yanji has also received 5,400 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a giant-eyed spider, Elite, and earned 15,970 points. System notification. The soul-eating dagger has detected the ability to absorb the poison from the giant-eyed spider, Elite. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System notification. The poison from the giant-eyed spider, Elite, has been successfully absorbed. System notification. Your soul-eating dagger has undergone a transformation. An hour later, all of the elite giant-eyed spiders have been exterminated. The true damage of the soul-eating dagger had reached 40 points. Jiyu Nan's score had climbed to 642, 300, propelling his rank from 95th to 180 in just 1 hour. The point for the Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting event had surged by 2 million. At this moment, even those who had previously ceased paying attention to Gu Nan found their gazes returning to him. China server. Wow. You all need to see this. Fu Guang Pezhao's rank has changed again. In just 1 hour, they've jumped from 95th to 18th. I did a rough calculation just now. That's 2 million points in an hour. Unbelievable. If this continues, taking first place is practically a certainty. What of Lucifer, Park Gukchong, and Dyson Ami? They're nothing. I knew it. Fu Guang is the real powerhouse. Long live Fu Guang. Fu Guang, I want to bear your children. I knew it. Fu Guang was confident in buying himself up at the last moment. How about that? Did I guess right? Wasn't there a public intellectual who said that Fu Guang knows nothing of the power of capital? What do we say now? Ha! What capital? In front of Fu Guang. It's all nonsense. I remember a public intellectual once said that in the face of absolute strength, everything else is but a fleeting cloud. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. In the face of Fu Guang's absolute power. All the forces of capital are mere illusions. Where are those brothers who argued with me earlier? I thank you, for thanks to you, gold coins are now in my possession. Fu Guang Pashao is not even first yet. You all are celebrating a bit too early. 2 million points in an hour. Who knows how he achieved it? He might be cheating and could be banned any moment. In Lockdown, the latest news from China reports a grim update from the eye of the storm. Within the span of an hour, the score ranking of Fu Guang Baodao surged from 95th to 18th place. In just 1 hour. An astonishing increase of 2 million points was achieved, that we now find ourselves with less than 4 million points remaining. If Fu Guang Baodao continues to accumulate points at the rate of 2 million per hour, it is possible that within a maximum of 2 more hours, our score may be surpassed. Lucifer remained silent. He had enlisted the help of over 20,000 people in Lockdown to bolster his score. Yet in 1 hour, he managed to accrue only a little over 600,000 points. Given his rate of monster slaying, this score was already the pinnacle of his capabilities. Any further improvement seemed virtually impossible. In stark contrast, Fu Guang Baodao had evidently employed some unknown means to amass over 2 million points in just 1 hour, in excess of more than 3 million points compared to him. This thought, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Lucifer. The gap was simply too vast. In Sanchi Town, Baka, Fu Guang Baodao. It was Fu Guang Baodao once more. How could one individual be so formidable? He must be cheating. I must report him. Mutu Airu shouted darkly. Beside him, Usaki Ami wore a similarly troubled expression. Although she currently held the first position, it was evident to anyone that if Fu Guang Baodao continued to increase his points at the previous rate of 2 million per hour, she could only maintain her lead for a little over 2 more hours. Despair, and suffocating sense of despair. In Jinggu Town, damn that Fu Guang Baodao. Why is he so powerful? Park Gukcheng shouted angrily. Cousin, this is not the time for anger. Park Suching replied with a grim countenance, his brow furrowed. We have no hope of claiming the top position in this server-wide event. The investment from the group cannot go to waste. We must secure second place at any cost. At this moment, Gunan remained unaware that the frenzied increase in his score had already instilled a sense of despair in Lucifer and others. He continued to delve deeper into the lair of the giant-eyed spider. An hour later, Gunan had penetrated the lair of the giant-eyed spider and conducted a rough tally. In less than 3 hours, Gunan and Yanji together had slain a total of 260 ordinary giant-eyed spiders, 130 elite giant-eyed spiders, 60 subcommanders, and 30 commanders. Even in a 5-to-5 scenario, Gunan's level had reached 9, just a step away from level 10. His total kill points had accumulated to 7,447,000, placing him fourth on the leaderboard for monster hunting activities in the 10,000 races continent. With less than 1.5 million points separating him from the top spot, in addition to points, Gunan's soul-devouring poison spike had undergone 2 upgrades, now inflicting a true damage of 50 points per second. A system notification appeared. Due to the mass slaughter of giant-eyed spiders, the wrath of the giant-eyed spider king has been stirred. Shortly after the system prompt, Gunan heard a hissing sound. Following the sound's direction, a colossal figure emerged within Gunan's line of sight. Towering at 5 meters high, its body was covered in reddish-brown fur, and 8 enormous eyes gleamed with a deep glow. Its massive pincers were sharp and powerful, exuding a terrifying pressure. Monster name: Giant-Eyed Spider King Golden Boss. Level: 18 health, 1,100,000 attack, 1230 to 1560 physical defense, 860 magical defense, 580 speed, 132 skills, gaze of a giant eye, silk trap, venomous bite, web explosion, fury of wrath description. Nourished by the energy of the realm of dream weaving, it has gradually evolved into a supreme form with formidable powers. The IT possesses a gigantic physique and terrifying 8 eyes. Capable of perceiving all illusions and realities. Gaze of the giant eye. The giant-eyed Spider King can concentrate its 8 enormous eyes to emit a gaze beam, inflicting significant mental damage upon the target and potentially inducing a state of fear, thereby reducing their combat effectiveness and mobility. Silk Trap. The giant-eyed Spider King can swiftly weave a massive web, which not only ensnares players but also absorbs their energy, providing the giant-eyed Spider King with additional health and attack power. Venomous Bite. The giant-eyed Spider King's pincers are sharp and laced with venom, capable of injecting poison into players through a fierce bite. This venom inflicts substantial damage and causes continuous health depletion while reducing the target's defense, weakening them in battle. Web Explosion. When the giant-eyed Spider King's health drops below a certain threshold, it will detonate the web within its body, generating a massive explosion. This skill can inflict lethal damage on surrounding players and destroy nearby structures and obstacles, creating more combat space for the giant-eyed Spider King. Fury of Wrath. When the giant-eyed Spider King's health reaches a critical level, it enters a state of rage, dramatically increasing its attack power, defense, and speed. In this state, the giant-eyed Spider King attacks enemies with even greater ferocity, with a chance to trigger critical hits. Hiss. Upon witnessing the attributes of the giant-eyed Spider King, Guinan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. An 18-level golden boss, a staggering health pool of 1.1 million, over 1,200 points of attack power, with 860 points of physical defense, it would be exceedingly difficult for Guinan to breach its defenses with standard skills. As he scrutinized the attributes of the giant-eyed Spider King, Guinan instinctively felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Yet the thought of being the first to slay a golden boss worldwide ignited a restless longing within him. What to do? Engage or not? The truth was, Guinan felt quite apprehensive at AT level 9. He was a full 9 levels below the giant-eyed Spider King, but of course, that was not the most critical factor. The most crucial aspect was the giant-eyed Spider King's terrifying physical defense of 860 points. Such a high defense meant that aside from attacking from stealth, Guinan would struggle to inflict any damage with standard attacks. Before he could deliberate further, the enraged giant-eyed Spider King had already materialized before Guinan. Its 8 long legs, sharp as needles, glimmered with a faint blue light. Its enormous eyes sparkled with cruelty and cunning, fixated intently on Guinan. The massive pincers shone with a cold glimmer as they lunged toward him. The pincers were exceedingly sharp and venomous. Even with the protection of the dust-avoiding pearl, Guinan had no intention of enduring such a blow from the giant-eyed Spider King. I could see that moment. The giant-eyed Spider King outpaced Guinan in both attack and movement speed by a significant margin. His level 3 Gale Step was utterly inadequate for evasion. Without hesitation, Guinan activated Stealth, entering a concealed state. With the enhancement from the stealthy goddess attributes, his speed increased by 50 while in this state. T level 9. Guinan's base speed had already reached 93, coupled with the 10 speed enhancement from his shoes and the additional 50 speed boost. Guinan's speed skyrocketed to a staggering 153 points. Even so, he barely managed to evade the giant-eyed Spider King's venomous bite. Indeed, the golden boss was formidable. Its attack speed and response capabilities were markedly superior to those of silver-level bosses. As the attack missed, the giant-eyed Spider King stared blankly at Guinan's previous position. Yet, it did not remain dazed for long. Its eyes flickered with a green light. The golden boss-level giant-eyed spider had evidently attained a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human, capable of keenly sensing the traces of movement around it to deduce that Guinan had not departed. Consequently, its 8 enormous eyes scanned the surroundings like a scanner, although no widespread physical attack effects manifested in the area. Guinan, with over a decade of battle experience, immediately discerned the impending danger. This is bad. This was the gaze of the giant in the state of the glaring gaze. The giant Spider King could focus its 8 immense eyes to unleash a beam of gaze, inflicting a substantial amount of psychic damage upon its target. This skill, known as glaring gaze, is a form of mental assault. Any entity possessing a spirit that falls under its scrutinizing gaze will inevitably suffer considerable mental harm. This ability is particularly effective against targets in a state of concealment. Damn it, Guinan cursed inwardly, promptly activating the Wind Sprint. The third tier of Wind Sprint grants a temporary boost of 70 to movement speed. With 3 layers of enhancement, Gunan's velocity surged to a terrifying 260 points at this moment. Gunan refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he rhythmically maneuvered along the path of the glaring gaze, dancing around the giant Ice Spider King. Before long, the giant Ice Spider King surveyed its surroundings with a sweeping glance, its massive head oscillating back and forth. Clearly, it was still somewhat perplexed, although it had sensed the presence of a target. Why had its glaring gaze failed to reveal anything? Had the target already fled? Gunan meticulously timed his stealth cooldown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as the cooldown on his stealth was about to expire, Gunan sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, the wind blade transformed into a glimmering arc of cold light, aimed directly at the Spider King's back. Simultaneously, the Shadow Blade Dance was initiated at its second level. This skill could inflict 5 consecutive strikes upon a target in a brief period. Coupled with Gunan's Thousand Paths technique, he unleashed a staggering 31 points of damage within mere seconds. Minus 965 poison status successfully applied. Dash 50 minus 2,850 critical damage. Poison status successfully applied. Dash 50 minus 856 poison status successfully applied. Dash 50. The damage from his back attack increased by 100, while damage from stealth attacks rose by 50 and critical damage surged by 100. The terrifying increase in damage while concealed allowed Gunan, who normally struggled to penetrate defenses, to not only breach them, but also to deliver an astonishing blow totaling over 38,000 points of damage in one fell swoop. However, such a combination of attacks required considerable magical power and cooldown time to sustain. Currently, Gunan could only employ this tactic once within a 5-minute window, observing the giant Ice Spider King's remaining health of over 1.06 million. Gunan could only let out a resigned sigh. Defeating this creature would take at least an hour. The giant Ice Spider King emitted a pained cry and reacted with remarkable speed, propelling itself toward Gunan with a powerful leap. Simultaneously, it released a massive web of silk aimed at Gunan. This enormous web seemed to possess a magnetic allure, and during its flight, it began to drain life force at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Gunan's health began to plummet visibly. Dash 210 add 0, ineffective. Minus 230 add 0, ineffective. Minus 155 add 0, ineffective, concurrently. The health of the giant Ice Spider King slowly began to rise, and its attack power escalated rapidly. What the hell? Gunan couldn't help but curse inwardly. This web trap was utterly revolting, akin to a technique that siphons life force, simultaneously replenishing the health of the giant Ice Spider King. Were it not for the poison status preventing the Spider King from healing, Gunan could very well have been drained to a mere husk. In that moment, Gunan had no time for complaints. He activated his stealth once more, his speed increasing again. Without hesitation, he swiftly evaded the reach of the web trap's attack, with a health pool that had plummeted from 1628 points to a mere 568. Gunan muttered to himself, "Damn it," as he continued his battle against the level 9 monster.